Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 88. The Vast Sea. A huge and magnificent warship is slowly moving forward on the sea. Above, the flag of world government is hung silently. Saint Anthony and Gurfia. Captured Proces came here. The light was distorted, and no one noticed their existence at all. Tossing a surveillance phone worm is obviously intended to record Proces's murder process, and also requires Proces not to wear a mask, but also to show Devil Fruit's ability. Your plan is really thorough. Proces felt heavy and helpless. Saint Anthony stared at himself, unable to escape even if he wanted to. Even if he fled to the ship that Celestial Dragons was riding on now, he concluded that the frantic Saint Anthony would absolutely obliterate the ship and the people on it. Moreover, the other party had disrupted the radio signal in advance, and could not send any more news at all. Sorry, after all, an ace like yours is too dangerous. If there is the possibility of betrayal, it is still a bit dangerous for me. At least so far, I have not wanted to tear my face with 5 elders. Saint Anthony smiled. 18. I can understand your decision, but after all, the other party is a nobleman in the world. Looking at the luxury cruise ship with the flag of the world government hung in front, there are several slaves who are holding their hands. There are arrogant figures wearing square bubble hoods, space suits, and Celestial Dragons medals. Proces hesitated. After all, it is to start with Celestial Dragons. And he has received brainwashing since he was a child, and he has been loyal to the nobles of the world. Never defy Celestial Dragons. Don't worry, I forgive you for not guilty. Saint Anthony's eyes were indifferent, he saw Proces' hesitation, and said faintly, they are just moths rooted in the Celestial Dragons class. Title, the more such waste will die, the better, it has no value at all. So, offended. Gritted his teeth. Proces took off the mask. There was a slashed face, a stubborn beard, and a hooked nose. The eyes are as sharp as an eagle. Snapped. He stomped on his feet. Instantly disappeared in place. It swept to the world government ship that was close at hand. Who? The moment he appeared, the special agents in suits and leather shoes and world government officials in charge of guarding the cruise ship couldn't help changing their colors. The guns were raised for the first time and aimed at Proces, who came up. Taste. Both hands. It turned into a sharp claw, like a cast of steel, shimmering with a black luster. The speed is terribly fast. It directly penetrated the 2 agents, who reacted fast enough, pointed their guns at themselves, and were about to fire. Blood dripping. Tempest kick. A terrible slash, kicked out. Cut through the atmosphere and cut off the mast. This is the 6 forms. Boom. Among a cipher pall, the face of a relatively ordinary agent changed drastically. Screaming, he was cut in half directly. Bloody. The fat Celestial Dragons paled in fright and shouted, Guardian! Guardian! A special agent and a world government official blocked Roderick Saint one after another. Damn it, dare to attack the ship of the world government mansion. You guy, do you know what you are doing? Boom. Shoo. The densely packed bullets, amidst the panic and angry roars and questions of the agents and officials, poured out towards Proces. There are even several blazing and fast rockets. Boom. Proces is terribly fast. Incarnate as a ruthless swordsman, like a ghost, constantly harvesting the lives of the agents and officials on the big ship. Even those lowly slaves who have lost their souls and only know how to obey have not let go. Even a phone worm that may leave any evidence. The screams reverberated constantly. The radio waves within a radius of tens of nautical miles were disrupted by Saint Anthony's ability. These people want to report to the world government or ask for help. The blood stained the vessel red. In the end, only Roderick Saint, who was pale, frightened and fell down there, was as fat as a meatball. Untouchable, what do you want to do? Saint Roderick stared at Proces in front of him and said loudly, you know, I am a nobleman in the world. If you dare to offend me, the world government will be furious, and Admiral and Cipher Paul of Naval Headquarters will be dispatched. Bang! Bang! The exquisite lead bullet gun in his hand was constantly firing. But he couldn't hit the Roderick Saint in front of him at all, and was easily evaded. Of course I know the consequences of attacking celestial dragons. With no expression on his face, Proces lowered his head, bowed his head in the ear of the fat Saint Roderick, and the doctor said, because, I am the trump card in CP0. You. Upon hearing this, Saint Roderick's eyes widened in amazement. Full of anger and disbelief, Proces is in front of him. Goodbye, Saint Roderick. The sharp claws penetrated his heart in an instant. Blood splattered. Unimaginable pain struck. Saint Roderick screamed and plunged into darkness. Saint Anthony, who was standing in the distance with Gerfia, had already photographed the whole process of the assault. The ability to have Proces is the 603 certificate. According to Cipher Paul's rules, any agents who have lost their trust must be eliminated mercilessly in the first place. Neither Cipher Paul's chief executive 0 nor 5 elders can let Proces who killed celestial dragons live. No matter what the reason is. As a minion and loyal dog belonging to the nobles of the world. Without the command of the 5 celestial dragons, the highest authority in the world government. Anyone who dares to attack the nobles of the world is inexcusable. The fish die and the net is broken? The fish is dead, but the net may not break. The big deal, Saint Anthony changed his mind and became a pirate emperor in New World. Wow! Next moment. When Proces returned to Saint Anthony, the entire huge ship flew out of the sea. Rumble. Terrible gravity. Crudely crushed it instantly. Rotate and compress in mid-air. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a black ball. Together with the life cards that may exist in the ship, they were all destroyed without any suspense. A large sea kings that had already been locked by Saint Anthony's ability rushed up. Opened his mouth wide. Swallow the compressed black ball and fall straight into the sea. Chapter 89. What? Celestial dragons are dead. How is it possible? 3 days ago, didn't Saint Roderick just toured the Andri Kingdom? On behalf of the world government, the world aristocrats who patrolled the South Blue countries disappeared and their lives became ashes. It was like a blockbuster bomb, which fell directly on the sea. An unimaginable huge wave was instantly stirred up. The sea shakes. World government is furious. Check. 5 elders, who controls the highest authority of the world government, looked cold and summoned the highest official of Cipher Paul, 0, and personally ordered the order. Admiral Sengoku of Naval Headquarters directly leads the fleet. Entered South Blue. Storm is coming. The nations of South Blue are panicked. As if the end is coming, panic. No one can believe that there are people who have the courage to act against the nobles of the world. No one dared to imagine what the enraged world government would do next. But one thing can be confirmed. It is best for any forces not to touch the sensitive nerves of this fierce behemoth in anger at this time. On an island. Holding the phone worm in his hand, Proces looked solemn. Pretending to be ignorant, he looked very shocked. Sir, Saint Roderick was killed? What is going on? The other end of the phone worm. Far from the top of the red line, the highest official 0 of CP0 on the Holy Land Marie-Joy sank like water and did not take the lead to respond. Instead, he asked coldly, how's the investigation going on your side? Not long ago, I first came to Rock Leeson Island, Star Katakuri from the Big Mom pirates, but he was still careless. He was taken away. After 3 hours of tracking to no avail, I can only give up. So I will report the situation to you immediately. The police glanced at Saint Anthony next to him. There was no change on Proces' face, and he said solemnly, there is more than one person here, wearing a dark green robe, wearing a weird animal hood, and one of them is very capable. It's weird. Suddenly disappeared without seeing everyone wearing it. It's probably a spatial ability. This is an unknown force, I'm afraid it's not easy. Suddenly disappeared? Spatial ability. Zero's pupils shrank, and his complexion sank. When will there be more unknown forces on this sea? If you dare to start with Big Mom, you are obviously not waiting. What is the purpose of the other party? Zero frowned. I always feel that there is an unimaginable undercurrent peeping at this sea. When the world government showed weakness, it would show its hunting minions, and rushed forward to bite them mercilessly. It made him faintly uneasy, giving birth to a strong vigilance. About the organization behind the scenes, let's temporarily press. Without hesitation, Zero said coldly, according to the final intelligence feedback, Saint Roderick should have been killed in the waters of Manzanillo. Now you personally lead a person to investigate clearly. Furthermore, according to my speculation, this heinous and terrible incident will invariably be related to the mysterious organization that arrested Big Mom that you lost. It's really not impossible. Prosis was full of seriousness, and said with a serious face, but at the moment I want to find these guys, I'm afraid it will not be easy. This matter has a very big impact. It is related to the majesty of the world's nobles and the world government. 5 Elders is very angry. You must find out which brave guy did it. Next, I will also send a clone to command and dispatch. Yes. Taste. The phone worm hangs up. Prosis squeezed his face, looked at Saint Anthony helplessly, and said solemnly, His Royal Highness, this matter has a very big impact. You should keep a low profile recently. It's better not to go to this muddy water again. Assaulting the nobles of the world, he can no longer look back. I can only go all the way to the black with Saint Anthony, hoping that the other party's plan will succeed in the future. Naturally, I hope that Saint Anthony can keep a low profile recently and wait for the storm to pass, so as not to attract the attention and dissatisfaction of 5 elders. Regardless of the current Saint Anthony's subordinates, how many unknown powers the master still possesses. But it is impossible to be the opponent of 5 elders, which controls the highest power of the world government. And the Zero guy is very alert to you. After a pause, Prosis reminded, always follow your every move secretly, don't let him catch your tail. Don't worry, you are the trump card and shield cultivated by the world government after all. They will not easily suspect you. You have no such motives. Saint Anthony patted him on the shoulder. It didn't feel heavy after killing celestial dragons, as if it really had nothing to do with him. He raised the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle. However, if the result of this matter is delayed, then the world government will have to fight hard and use the most domineering and direct means to promote its powerful force. Deter all forces in the sea and maintain the majesty of celestial dragons and the world government. On the West Blue side, I was bold and reckless, privately interpreting the historical texts that the world government has explicitly forbidden to research and decipher. The famous archaeological holy site O'Hara, I am afraid that it will be in big trouble. Buster call. Prosis nodded quietly. As the ace agent of Cypher Paul, he knows the methods of the world government very well. The most direct and effective thing that can deter all forces is naturally to launch a butter call on the famous archaeological holy site of West Blue, to deter all the forces that are ready to move, and to maintain and demonstrate the majesty of the world government. However, this is clearly not enough. The world's nobles died for no reason, and even the signal for help was too late to send out. Obviously it was not a shipwreck. South Blue is destined to have power, the king's good, back the pot, otherwise the world government has painstakingly built for hundreds of years. How can the iron law of the world's nobles be maintained? And this way, countries that are not members of the world government are in danger. His Royal Highness, Katakuri wants to see you. Gurfia came over, holding a phone worm in his hand. Apparently just talked to Jerry Gopher. Then go. Stretched. He inadvertently threw a white phone bug to process. There is also a cryptic book with a big palm. If you have anything, please contact me again. Yes. Received the phone worm and secret code book. Process lowered his head, and sent a greeting to Saint Anthony, you go slowly. Swipe. Swipe. Saint Anthony and Gurfia rose directly into the sky. In Process's gaze, he swept into the distance. Chapter 90. West Blue. On an uninhabited island. Katakuri was sitting there, but crushed to pieces from his hands. It can be seen that the heart is not as calm as on the surface. Staring at the front, Jerry the gopher who came here with him. The guy who had been drying himself for a day or two and was grilling fish there, Katakuri had a bad look. Gucci Gucci, don't look at me hostilely, it's dangerous. Taking a bite of the fragrant grilled fish, Jerry touched his beard and smiled strangely there, relax, I won't take you around again. Your Highness will come soon. His Royal Highness. Katakuri's pupils shrank. Could it be that the Black Hand who captured their mother Charlotte Linlin is the prince of a certain country? But soon. Katakuri suddenly felt. Suddenly looked at the sea in the distance. That is. Two figures swept over at an astonishing speed. Looking at the familiar figure, Katakuri's face turned black. He gritted his teeth, said every word, and came up with a name, Andre Aries. It's been a long time since I saw you at 603, Katakuri Saint Anthony chuckled, looking at the man in front of him who had dealt with himself, the most promising future star in the Charlotte family. It's you who took my mother. Katakuri touched his fist tightly. He stared fiercely at Saint Anthony. Yes, I took her away. Saint Anthony nodded generously. A hole. The furious Katakuri had bloodshot eyes. The violent square glutinous rice fist was covered with the black and blue haki. He blasted towards Saint Anthony fiercely. Boom. Cracking. Woohoo. Fists and feet collided. The terrifying dark blue lightning, violently intertwined and gleaming, spread. The violent impact hit the ground. Countless turbulent rocks and trees were all thrown away frantically. Katakuri's attack was easily blocked by Gurfia who was following Saint Anthony. Another conqueror's Katakuri looked down. He, Bibj, didn't expect that the woman next to Saint Anthony actually had conqueror's qualifications. Moreover, the strength is faintly terrifyingly strong. It feels quite dangerous to myself, which is frightening. It looks like you need to realign your attitude, Charlotte Katakuri. A beautiful figure wearing high heels, Gurfia flying with silver hair, looking down at Katakuri, coldly said, the one in front of you is not the pirate hunter Andre Aries, but the great and noble world nobleman, Donquixote Saint Anthony. What? Katakuri's eyes shrink. His complexion changed a lot. Looking at Saint Anthony incredulously. This monster who has been guilty of danger, like a madman, constantly challenges the monsters of New World and puts himself in danger, turned out to be the rumored world noble celestial dragons? With Saint Anthony in his side, he easily blocked his Gurfia. Kataku's chestnut complexion was cloudy and sunny, showing deep fear. Can't help but gush out the chill. No wonder why his mother, Big Mom, lost so quickly. If the opponent is a nobleman in the world, it makes perfect sense to mobilize the trump card in Cipher Paul. It's no wonder that my mother was arrested so suddenly. He gritted his teeth and stared directly at Saint Anthony in front of him, Celestial Dragons, Don Quixote. Saint Anthony, your identity is really amazing. The world is so wonderful. Saint Anthony said, can you calm down a little bit? Andre no, Saint Anthony, what do you want to do to let mom go? Katakuri took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Since the other party spent such a big jojong, let him come here to meet. What is the purpose? It's very simple, Katakuri, you are a rare person. Looking at Katakuri, Saint Anthony chuckled and said, "In the Charlotte family, you are the most promising, talented and bold person, and I'm the most optimistic person." "What do you mean?" Katakuri looked suspicious. "What I want from Big Mom, I already got it." Saint Anthony didn't buy anything, and said directly, "Rather than killing her, I would rather use her in exchange for you and gain your allegiance, Katakuri." Katakuri's strength is remarkable. Especially, in the future, observation haki can be practiced to the extent that a hint of the future can be foreseen. It's really amazing. Although compared to the real monster, it is slightly worse. But in general, it's still a good talent. It's a pity that Devil Fruit's ability is too ordinary. Moreover, the opponent's road is too flat and has never failed, which means that it lacks real high-intensity fighting and tempering. Otherwise, it may not be impossible to go to the next level, cross that level of boundaries, and enter the realm of monsters. Inheriting the blood of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, he has conqueror's aptitude, and his talent is beyond doubt. But the real monsters, except for the natural monsters like Big Mom. Which one did not come out after the bloody and cruel tempering and constant fighting? Impossible. Hearing this, his face changed. Katakuri did not hesitate and refused. "I can never betray my mother, I can't betray the family, don't imagine it." "But you are not a betrayal, but to save your mother Big Mom and betray yourself to the devil." Saint Anthony sat down and spoke slowly. "Not in a hurry. Let's not say that I will not surrender to the world government. You are not afraid that I will save my mother perfunctorily and treat you with yin and yang." Kotaku Chestnut looked ugly, he took a deep breath and looked directly at Saint Anthony coldly. With a bit of sarcasm. "I'm really not afraid, because your beloved sisters Smoky and Cinnamon are already my women." Saint Anthony looked at Katakuri, grinning White Fang, "Beautiful long-legged girl, I like the most, brother-in-law." Andre Aries, UBD. Chapter 91. Brush. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. Katakuri suppressed his anger, staring at Saint Anthony like a murderess. His lovely sisters Smoky and Cinnamon were ruined by this BD celestial dragons. Nothing is more irritating than this. "You have no choice, Katakuri." Saint Anthony looked directly at Katakuri indifferently, with a tough attitude. "Don't forget, I can not only kill Big Mom directly, but also directly order Marine to kill the currently leaderless Big Mom pirate group." He sneered and said, I don't need my order." At that moment, the guy in Kaido, Guy was on the throne of the One Piece, and then he would attack the Big Mom pirate group. Destroy. Katakuri is ugly. It was uncertain, staring at Saint Anthony. Say nothing. What the other party said is indeed not wrong. He has received news from his elder brother Perospero and others. Beasts Kaido Guy, I don't know if he got the information about the disappearance of Big Mom. It seems to have begun to test. Beasts Pirates Big Sign Pandemic Quinn and others began to lead their respective fleets. He must welcome back their mother Big Mom Charlotte Linlin as soon as possible. Be loyal to me. You are still the general star of the Big Mom pirate group. Only when you receive an order from me, you are a combat force under my command. As a condition, I put Big Mom. Looking down on the changing complexion of Katakuri, Saint Anthony said faintly, the Big Mom pirate group has also been preserved. If the world government wants to take action against you in the future, you can also learn about it in advance from Cypherpol information. Of course, I won't let you deal with the Big Mom pirates. You can rest assured of this. And, after all, the Big Mom pirates are just pirates. When Big Mom gets old, are you sure who can carry the banner of the Charlotte family and stand up? Secretly take refuge in me, to put it bluntly, it may not be for your brothers and sisters to leave a way out. I am me, world government is world government, understand? Saint Anthony's words made Katakuri's pupils shrink. His complexion is tangled, angry, unwilling, hatred. In the end, he had to admit that Saint Anthony's conditions made it impossible for him to refuse. Can only helplessly compromise. I can be loyal to you, but you must never take action against the Big Mom pirate group. He took a deep breath, looked at Saint Anthony, gritted his teeth and said, moreover, not only my mother Charlotte Linlin, but also my sister Smoky and others, you must let them go. Charlotte Linlin, I can let her go. As for your sisters, if they are willing to follow you, you can take it away. Shrugged. Saint Anthony said with a smile. He believed that Charlotte Armand would probably follow Katakuri. But it doesn't matter, he has no interest in the Snakehead clan anyway. It's not bad to go to play occasionally. There seems to be a few good ones in the Charlotte family, and she will lead the way in the future. As for Smokey and Cinnamon, these two girls, it must be impossible for them to slip away from their hands. But he looked at Katakuri, his eyes became majestic and cold. You should know what kind of attitude you should use when facing the person you want to be loyal to. Hesitated for a moment. In the end, his eyes turned to firmness. Katakuri knelt on one knee, put her right hand in front of her, and lowered her arrogant head. Charlotte Katakuri is willing to be loyal to you, His Royal Highness Saint Anthony, the great world nobleman. He has no choice. If it is Big Mom, never go back. The brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family can either only be attached to the monster Kaido, or the king of the previous era, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Either, it's perish. Do you know the past of Big Mom? Katakuri. Saint Anthony asked suddenly. Katakuri couldn't help being stunned. You mean? Sister Carmelo. Hearing this, Katakuri couldn't help her pupils shrinking sharply. When Big Mom was 5 years old, he was exiled to the giant village Elbaf by the country, and was adopted by the Virgin Carmelite. Then, when the giants were fasting on the Sun Festival, she was too hungry and caused an episode of schizophrenia, ruining the giant villages, and even at the age of 5, she killed the overage in seconds. Waterfall Beard Jorel, the captain of the previous generation of giants and pirates who prevented her from destroying, caused the opponent to be seriously injured and over-sacrificed. What? Katakuri lost his voice in disbelief. In the past, Big Mom has always been taboo, and is not willing to mention it with their children. They are even forbidden to try to explore, and no one is allowed to break into her memories. I only know that Big Mom is at odds with the giants, which is almost incompatible, but I don't know why. It is their children who only know that the picture of the Carmelite nun placed every time Big Mom holds a tea party. The identity of the other party seems to be a saint who has been saved because of the loss of 2 captains. After Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy, the giant pirates who were arrested by Marine who were executed by the world government. Please ask for flowers. The relationship between the world government and the giants has been eased, and the world is called the Virgin. The angry giant almost executed Big Mom, but when the Virgin Carmelo insisted on pleading, she gave up and could only take Charlotte Linlin and the other children adopted by her to leave the giant Elbaf. But you can't think of the identity of that Carmelite. Looking at the suspicious Katakuri, Saint Anthony raised his mouth and said playfully, the previous generation of Paramecia Soul Fruit ability, and codenamed Mountain Grandma. He is a personal trafficker who sells those qualified orphans to the world government. She has taken a fancy to Charlotte Linlin's qualifications and intends to sell her to the world government as the last transaction for her to officially wash her hands. Human trafficker Mountain Grandma, and he is still a soul fruit capable person of the previous generation. Katakuri was shocked inexplicably. Some looked at Saint Anthony in front of him in disbelief. If Big Mom knows these news, I am afraid to go crazy directly. The gopher Jerry next to him was also a little surprised. On the other hand, Gerfia's expression remained unchanged. As Saint Anthony's confidant, she had already heard about the whole story from this highness. As Marine, it will not be Admiral or Marshal in the future. As CP, he will definitely become the strongest shield to protect celestial dragons. Saint Anthony smiled and said, "This is the Cypherpol official at the time, giving Big Mom the highest evaluation. As a result, Big Mom has become a pirate. Moreover, there seems to be a tendency to become the Sea Emperor of Kunlun New World. Become one of the confidants of the world government. Destiny is so wonderful." Just when Carmelo was about to sell Big Mom to the world government after her 6th birthday, Saint Anthony looked directly at Katakuri, whose complexion had changed, and continued directly, "Big Mom ate too happily and too ecstatically. Carmelo and the children have disappeared, and there are only remnants of clothes and fabrics. Witnessed the whole process. One is the giant who fled back to Elbaf, not mentioning the giant of Big Mom, and the other is the chef of your Big Mom pirate group, Master Longbread. Since then, Big Mom has the ability of soul and soul fruit, and the Longbread also confuses Charlotte Linlin as a pirate." Katakuli's eyes shrank sharply, and his color changed in amazement. "Can't help it, there was a deep chill. Oh, yes, there is still not too good news, I want to tell you. Big Mom has amnesia. NS. Chapter 92. The huge island tortoise came slowly. Katakuri's pupils shrank. He silently followed Saint Anthony's side. 3 days later, I will put Big Mom on a deserted island. At that time, you will find Katakuli and guide her to take her back to New World." Saint Anthony said calmly, "Remember, don't want anyone. Learn about your relationship with me, including Charlotte Linlin and your brothers and sisters. In another 3 days, the collection of Big Mom gene material is almost complete. There is no need to let the monsters that might run away at this moment stay on the Saint White Poplar. As for the Red Earl Rider, it is different from Big Mom, which is a natural monster. Just stuff ordinary devil fruit. Directly lock the limbs with sea stone, and pass through the bones, tendons, and hamstrings of the pipa. Before the gene collection is finished, just prevent 6 and 7 and stop this guy from committing suicide." "I understand this." Katakuri nodded. Big Mom's amnesia exceeded his expectations. But what Saint Anthony said made him a little complicated and irritable. In the old Big Mom, was it the nun Carmelite or Charlotte Linlin? This really makes people wonder. "Brother Katakuri." At this time, at the port of the Saint Poplar, Satalisa brought Smoky, Cinnamon, and other daughters of the Charlotte family over. Seeing that they are perfect on weekdays, waiting for their elder brother Katakuri, their elder brother and sister, they seem to have seen the backbone, and they can't help being surprised. It was Charlotte Armand, who was branded Tianxiang Dragon's Hoof, and it was no exception. But his complexion was a little unnatural. "Armand, Smoky, Cinnamon, I'm here to pick you up." Katakuri took a deep breath, looked at his sisters who had nothing to do, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Katakuri, I have discussed with Cinnamon and want to stay." After hesitating for a moment, looking at the Katakuri in front of him, Smoky bit his shield and whispered softly, "You just need to take your mother and sister Armand back home." "Why? You should know that the family doesn't care about those things." Katakuri frowned, staring firmly at the gazes of Smooji and Cinnamon. "Want to see whether the two are willing or coerced." Brother Katakuri, with his mother as a political bargaining chip in the future, and betrothed to those we don't like, it is better for us to choose by ourselves. Without evasive, he stared at Katakuri. Smoky was very direct and authentic. With a change of expression, Katakuri looked at Smooji with the same firm attitude as Cinnamon, who did not have the slightest hypocrisy, his heart sinking. "But I have to admit that Smoky is not wrong. The first few daughters of the Charlotte family were all betrothed by Big Mom to those pirates, attached to the Big Mom pirate group, or forces that Big Mom wanted to win over. Saint Anthony is very good to us, and his status is noble and powerful. Our 2 sisters are willing to follow him." Smoky said, "This is equivalent to adding a barrier to the Big Mom pirate group. You should understand it. Brother Katakuli. I respect your choice. His face was uncertain, but Katakuri, who really couldn't see anything unusual about Smidgy and Cinnamon, could only nod his head. He knew very well that these two sisters had become Saint Anthony's women. If you really have a good time with Saint Anthony, it's not a bad thing, it's better than these pirates who are arguing with their heads. Moreover, the children of the Charlotte family really cannot be independent in marriage. As the elder brother, he still respects the choice of Smokey and Cinnamon. Saint Anthony is not an ordinary Draco, at least not the type of Draco that is rumored by the outside world. He knew this very well. And Smokey and Cinnamon stay with Saint Anthony. To be honest, for the Charlotte family, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. It's just that Smokey's talent is indeed a pity. In the future, it may become a powerful force for the family. This makes everyone happy. Saint Anthony looked at Armand, the third daughter of the Charlotte family, who had not spoken deeply, and had not been completely wiped away by him. She smiled and said, "Although I regret your departure from Armand, I still respect it. Your choice. With her as an undercover in the Charlotte family, I believe it will be more convenient to pick other flowers from the Charlotte family in the future." "I'm very sorry, Saint Anthony." Armand looked unnatural and bowed to Saint Anthony. With his head down, Katakuri's invisible eyes revealed complex emotions such as fear, anxiety, shame, and hatred. If it weren't for her pale skin tone, Katakuri would surely discover the abnormality of the third daughter of the Charlotte family, Amand. Let Smokey and the others keep running around these days, worrying about the safety of Big Mom and others, straining their nerves, revealing that the tired Katakuri will go down to rest, and let their brothers and sisters retreat. His Royal Highness, the world government sent CP9 to West Blue to investigate O'Hara. Watching Smokey and Katakuri retreat, Sadalisa went to the front to report. Moreover, the naval headquarters Vice Admiral, including Akainu Sakazuki, Aokiji Kyuzan and others, have all been dispatched and entered the West Blue Governor's mansion on standby, and are preparing to head to O'Hara. Also, all the scholars arrested in O'Hara have been escorted over. In the hands of CP9 Chief Spandane, the Master holds the key to officially start Buster Call the Golden Phone Bug. The killing of the Tianlong people in South Blue has already affected the sensitive nerves of the world government. The world government urgently needs to kill the chickens and sway the monkeys to establish their prestige, slow down those franchising countries, and maintain their dignity that cannot be offended. At this time, Saint Anthony had better not get involved. I have sent the guy Gopher to O'Hara, and if I have a chance, I will wait for the opportunity to take action. Saint Anthony's face was calm, and he said lightly, "But to prevent accidents, you will go secretly sneak into the fleet of the governor's mansion now, meet Oravia, and ask about the whereabouts of the fruit. For Oravia, his principle is, if you can help people out, you can save them. If you can't save them, it doesn't matter. When it comes to interpreting the text of history, trying to study the 100 years of blank history, this is no longer a general crime. Even if he is a Drago Knight, 5 elders will not let him mess around. At least, the current one. The power in your hand is indeed not enough to fight the 5 old guys who control the highest power of the world government. It takes time. However, that Zoanyu demon's bat fruit vampire devil fruit, he is determined to win. The big deal, let's find another archaeologist who understands those ancient characters." Yes. Chapter 93. Late at night. The waves are ups and downs. Nearly 10 huge warships moved slowly towards the distance. The black muzzle makes people frighten and the scalp numb. It was like a giant swallowing beast about to swallow everything and destroy everything, full of repression and killing. It's awe-inspiring. But at this time, the battleships of these naval headquarters are close together. Ahead, a battleship was submerged in raging flames for some reason. Slowly sank in the sea. Damn it, Saul that BD. It's a shame for justice to actually rebel in battle. On a brightly lit warship, a famous marine lined up neatly and stood there fiercely. The vice-admiral headed by them were all frightened. In any case, no matter how dissatisfied with the task assigned above, the order of the world government is absolute. The scholars who came out of O'Hara, the famous archaeological holy site in West Blue, did violate the world government's ban on research and interpretation of historical texts. But I never thought that Vice Admiral Saul of the Giants would betray Marine 18 at this time. The scholars who were to be escorted to O'Hara were directly released. If it weren't for Akainu Sakazuki's sufficient vigilance, he didn't hesitate to directly use Lava Fruit's ability to sink the warship decisively. I'm afraid it would really let those guys escape. The warships that the scientists took away have been sunk by us, but because it is late at night, it is still unsure whether Saul has rescued other people. Sakazuki's face was gloomy and hot smoke was all over his body. He knew very well that he wanted to be promoted to Admiral of Naval Headquarters, and how important it was to use this mission to show his determination to it. If you want to implement absolute justice, give your voice to the behemoth Marine, and have greater influence and voice, you must obtain a higher position. The position and rank of Vice Admiral are far from enough. Must be promoted to Admiral of Naval Headquarters first, and even chase the position of Marshal of Naval Headquarters in the future. Otherwise, he would still be the Vice Admiral of low rank who was cried and drunk by Cypher Paul, and could not even resist. That day, in New World, Gurfia's phrase Vice Admiral with a low military rank. The almost humiliating remarks deeply irritated Sakazuki. Since Saul suddenly rebelled and took the warship away and let the archaeologists go to flee. That fool Saul! Aokiji Kyuzan, who has been silent and did not take action, rubbed his eyebrows and said solemnly, "Report the incident to Sengoku Admiral immediately, and let the West Blue Governor's Mansion send a warship to supplement it." Wearing a hat with a seagull logo, fluffy black hair, a bit thick lips, wearing a vest and a black coat. It seems that there is such a thing as a joke. But at this time the face is very serious. Yes, Kyuzan Vice Admiral. Humph. Coldly and alertly glanced at Kyuzan, who is also a popular candidate for the next generation of Admiral of Headquarters, as a Logia. Freezing fruit ability and very powerful Kyuzan. I believe that the traitor Saul can't escape far, and immediately launch an all-round pursuit and hunt. Sakazuki sternly said to the Marines, "Never let justice be ashamed." With Kyuzan's ability, previously it was completely possible to freeze the sea directly, to avoid future troubles. But it just didn't do it. This makes him a little dissatisfied. However, during the daytime, the two people sometimes have political disagreements. He belongs to a typical hawkish general, and the opponent belongs to a dovish general. Marshal Kong and Sengoku Admiral have hinted that O'Hara's mission is related to their new generation of Marine Admiral candidates and whether they can be promoted to Admiral smoothly in the future. Right now Sakazuki doesn't want to have more troubles. Even if there is a disagreement, you can no longer quarrel with each other at this time. Yes, Sakazuki Vice Admiral. Hey, hey. The wind howled. Two figures galloped past the night sky. Landed on a small island. "Thank you for saving me." A beautiful woman with white hair is full of embarrassment. Looking at the cold face in front of him, the tall figure, about 2 meters above, the beautiful and moving silver figure. "You don't need to thank you, I'm just entrusted by Ares. I came to see you in secret," Gurefia said lightly. "I didn't expect that you could actually make the giant Vice Admiral Saul of Naval Headquarters rebel and rob the warship directly. Help you escape at night." Scholars like Nicole and Oravia do not know the true identity of Saint Anthony. There is no need to let the other party know right now. "I have bad news for you." Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Gurefia bluntly said, "On the South Blue side, the nobles of the world were attacked and killed, which caused a great shock, but it has been unable to find the real culprit. The world government urgently needs to kill chickens and monkeys. Based on what I know about the world government, O'Hara will never escape. Regardless of whether O'Hara's scholars are involved in this incident, don't even think about getting through it. What? Nicole, Oravia's complexion changed drastically. His face turned pale with brushing, and the cold sweat fell. Some hysterical, unbelievable loudly said, "How could this be? We just want to study the historical text and fill in the blank 100 years history. There is no why, all of this is your answer." Gerfia didn't show any mercy, O'Hara's scholars simply took the blame. What really deserves to be a pity is those innocent civilians who are completely unaware of and are affected by these scholars. If the South Blue incident hadn't happened, maybe those civilians still had so much hope of survival, and now they are completely delusional. I turned a blind eye to the prohibition that the world government has repeatedly ordered and tried to touch the taboo, but I didn't have the strength to wrestle with that behemoth. I should have expected that there will be 617 on this day. Hear the words. Nicole, Oravia fell to the ground. With cold hands and feet, he was at a loss, looking at the undulating sea. Did they really do something wrong? You have a daughter, right? Gerfia looked at the bewildered and confused Nicole Oravia, and said, "Tell me the whereabouts of that devil fruit. We can still take her away before the world government notices her. It depends on whether you know each other. After all, it is not only your O'Hara scholars who can find that fruit." Robin. Shocked all over. Nicole, Oravia changed. I remembered that year, because I was about to fulfill my husband's last wish, I resolutely followed the archaeological team to leave West Blue for the Grand Line, and was thrown at O'Hara to take care of my relatives. She gritted her teeth, "Okay, I tell you. But I beg you, you must protect her. She's still young and doesn't know anything, she shouldn't be involved." Gerfia looked indifferent. The bottom of my heart was disapproving, and even felt a little ironic. Younger, shouldn't be involved? O'Hara, those who are implicated by you scholars, aren't they more innocent? However, if your highness wants someone to survive, the other party can be innocent, that is, innocent. Don't worry, if nothing else, the person we sent to O'Hara should have already seen her. Chapter 94. West Blue. O'Hara. Here is a famous archaeological shrine. It has the most scholars and the library with the most books in the world, the Tree of Omniscience. The breeze is breezy and the wind is sunny. The environment is beautiful, with greenery on the outskirts. What? A girl with short black hair, full of quiet temperament, wearing an old-fashioned suspender dress, about 8 years old, with a book in her hand, is walking silently. Shoo, but in a blink of an eye. The rotten tomatoes hit the head. His face was full of dirty tomato juice, and it looked full of nausea. Hit. The instigator, a few naughty bear kids, laughed freely there. Full of schadenfreude. Ha ha, monster. It's disgusting. Monsters, monsters. Faced with the constant ridicule and false scolding of those bear children, the girl raised her right hand. Between the petals dancing, a section of his arm can't help but stretch out, just like the joint of a flower, connecting it. One after another, they kept rushing towards the children of the same age. Knocked a note on the heads of those children. What? Monster. I was hit by a monster. Remember it for me. Several bear children were driven away. The girl did not catch up, nor did she curse. She wiped the persimmon juice on her face. Sitting quietly on the trunk of a big tree that had been cut down, opened the book in his hand, and read it earnestly. Guji Guji. At this time, a figure, very strangely, drilled out of the ground, appeared in front of the 8-year-old Nicole Robin. Finally I find you. Hey? You are. The girl was taken aback. He stood up subconsciously and took 2 steps back. He looked at the tall and thin figure in front of him with some fear. Don't be afraid, your name is Nicole. Robin, right? Go for Jerry followed Saint Anthony's instructions, trying to make himself look less awkward and scary. He smiled and said, My name is Jerry. Your mother asked me to take you away. Spray, I didn't expect that you are still a devil fruit capable person. He just saw it. Nicole Robin used devil fruit's ability to conjure a lot of arms to drive away those bear kids. Mother. Originally with vigilance and alertness, Nicole was a little flustered. Robin was shocked. In my mind, flashed through the somewhat vague, but very gentle figure in the memory. Looking at each other excitedly, he hurriedly asked, Uncle, do you know my mother? Gucci, of course, your mother's name is Nicole. Oravia is a very good and beautiful archaeologist, she has white hair and beautiful eyes like you. Gopher Jerry said with a chuckle. As if the big bad wolf saw the little rabbit. Looking at Nicole Robin, who was only 8 years old, she was tempted in and out. How about? Do you want to follow me? And this time, far above this Saint White Poplar, sleeping ancient town, is it really there? After receiving Gurfia's report, Saint Anthony spoke quietly. It was not that he hadn't let people search the town at the beginning, but it seemed that he was going in the wrong direction. I didn't expect to hide in such a place. Yes, Your Highness, I didn't expect it, Gurfia said softly. After groaning for a moment, Saint Anthony directly ordered, Gurfia, you immediately go to the sleeping ancient town of New World, and bring me back the fruit. Yes. Gurfia asked later, then Nicole. Oravia. Don't worry about her, it's not the time to bring her back. The world government must confirm that she is dead. She wants to go back to O'Hara, then let her go back. Saint Anthony spoke lightly. Even if it saves Nicole. Oravia. At most, adding another Nicole Robin, which makes people more or less interested in collecting. But it is not required. On the Saint White Poplar, what kind of woman is there? Of course, it is undeniable. The ability of this woman. Perhaps, I can really help myself find the legendary ancient weapon. Eudemon species. Bat fruit vampire form. You can transform into a vampire bat and speed up the aging of your opponents by sucking blood, while regaining your youth. Even, deprive the target of youth. To a certain extent, this is a devil fruit that can make people not old. Whether it can make people live forever, it remains to be tested. It's very special. Originally, he was worried that Lawrence Gier would not be able to perfectly implement the ultimate ability of OPOP fruit. Second-hand preparations made. But now that he has successfully undergone an ageless operation, he naturally no longer needs it. Unfortunately, that fellow writer can't be used by me. Hung up the phone. With his eyes closed and basking in the sun, Saint Anthony feels a little regretful. An arrogant guy like Earl Red Letter Field, even if he is facing the threat of death, it is impossible for him to succumb to him. Not to mention, he has penetrated the pipa bones, hand tendons, and hamstrings. Almost ashamed, detained in a cage in a secret test base. Otherwise, the phantom beast species. Bat fruit vampire form is indeed very suitable for each other. Unfortunately, the wastes you sent to Sky Island Birka, King, have not been able to find the legendary Logia Thunder fruit for so long. Sadalisa, who followed Saint Anthony's helpless Dioxian. As Saint Anthony's confidant, she is the one who knows many secrets of this highness. Long ago, this highness had secretly sent someone to Sky Island, conquered Birka, and ruled there. Send someone to find a devil fruit that is likely to be on Sky Island, the top power of Logia Thunder fruit. But there is no news for a long time. Don't worry, I will be lucky, but I will lose my life. Saint Anthony didn't get too entangled and smiled and said, as long as it reappears, there is hope. That phantom beast species. The ability of the bat fruit vampire form is left to Zhu Nai. At the moment, she is the only one who is more suitable. Chapter 95. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There is no cloud on this day. The air is filled with a depressed breath. O'Hara's disaster is imminent. A fiercely named agent in a suit and leather shoes rushed to the island one after another, violently expelled the residents from boarding the refuge ship, and broke into the island to start a rigorous search. 10 huge marine battleships surrounded O'Hara in groups. The black muzzle makes people shudder. Cusin, is this your justice? The scholars of O'Hara, indeed broke the law. For the future development of the world, to prevent ancient weapon from being awakened by some careerist, the world government ordered the erasure of this island, but there is no way. Justice will change its form according to the position, so I won't accuse you of justice. But, Saul, if you dare to hinder us, I won't sit idly by. Goodbye, Saul Ice Age. Marines Trader Giant's Vice Admiral, Jaguar D. Saul attempted to attack the naval headquarters battleship, and his friend Aokiji Cusin was frozen into an ice sculpture. CP9's top officer Spandane led CIF 620 Paul's agents to investigate the island and confirmed the fact that those scholars who remained on O'Hara were also involved in the research and interpretation of the historical text. Nicole Oravia, who escaped quietly back here, was also arrested again. And those scholars of O'Hara were convicted. O'Hara scholars, the research progress of the historical text is beyond the imagination of the world government. 5 elders personally ordered that the entire island should be wiped out completely to prevent the knowledge from leaking out. Boom boom boom. One round after another, the shells poured out mercilessly from the warship. It crashed on O'Hara. Burned the all-knowing tree with a long history and the richest collection of books in the world. This famous archaeological sanctuary in West Blue has been completely turned into a sea of flames. In order to prevent scholars from mixing in and causing the operation to fail, even the refuge boats of the residents of O'Hara were ruthlessly shelled, blown up and sunk by Sakazuki. The residents above never survived. Quick, quick! Put all the books into the lake. The tree of omniscience is on fire, don't care, save as much as you can. Those scholars who were besieged on the island and could not escape, carried their books desperately and threw them into the lake outside. I hope these precious wealth can be passed on, rather than disappearing directly with O'Hara. No one noticed. In this terrifying sea of fire. Gucci Gucci, Buster Call, it's terrible. A tall and thin figure quietly emerged from the ground. You are Nicole Oravia's pupils shrank sharply as she looked at the figure that had drilled out of the ground. That lord sent me here. The voice did not fall. Next moment, Gopher Jerry caught Nicole Oravia, who was also thrown on this island and was about to work with other scholars to rescue the books on the Tree of All Knowledge. He didn't give the opponent a chance to react at all, and went straight into the ground and disappeared. On this Saint White Poplar. In the magnificent central castle. Inside the magnificent hall. A dark-skinned, but very cute girl with dark hair wearing a water blue dress. It was there, slurping slowly. Uncle Anthony, when can I see my mother? In the past few days, not only can you wear beautiful skirts, live in luxurious castles, sleep in super large and beautiful rooms, and enjoy delicious snacks that you can't even think of before, and the maid is responsible for serving yourself. Like Nicole Robin in a dream, be cautious. Looking at the handsome, noble, gentle-looking blonde man in front of him, he couldn't help but ask again in a low voice. Bib J, don't worry, little Robin. Saint Anthony touched Robin's head, smiled and said, I have sent someone to pick up your mother. I believe it won't be long before I can come over. Little Robin, you have asked no less than 10 times in the past few days. Sabaody, who was following Saint Anthony, smiled and said. I'm sorry, Sister Sabaody, I haven't seen my mother for a long time, and I almost forgot her look, so I really want to see her. I took out a photo from my arms and brushed it lightly. With a beautiful figure with white hair, Robin lowered his head and said softly. Nicole, when Oravia left, she was too young, but only 2 years old. Now that she is 8 years old, she is really about to forget what the other party looks like. If it weren't for this uncle named Anthony, he gave her this picture of his mother, which awakened the vague memories. Robin really had to look like he couldn't remember his mother. If you are bored in the castle, let the sisters take you out to breathe. Mother. The huge pirate ship. Katakuri, Amand, Smokey, Snowman and others. Looking at the huge body in front of me with some headaches, it was extremely stressful, but I completely didn't recognize Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, who was waiting for his siblings. To avoid being suspicious. Smokey and Snowman who planned to follow Saint Anthony. I also had to leave with Katakuri temporarily. They were still young, and Charlotte Linlin couldn't force them to marry so quickly. In the future, just find an opportunity. It would be logical to be captured by Saint Anthony. Thank you for the hospitality, the adzuki bean soup is so delicious. A big bucket of azuki bean soup was consumed by the cows. Katakuri said directly, Mom, if you want to eat, we have other snacks here. In order to greet Big Mom back smoothly, he asked Saint Anthony to prepare a lot of sweets and snacks on this ship. It's a pity that the amnesiac Big Mom can't perfectly control the ability of the soul fruit, and directly recreated Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. Otherwise, you will be able to return to New World faster. After all, their mother is a woman who claims to have conquered the weather. Hey, are you really my sons and daughters? Biting her fingers, Charlotte Linlin looked at Katakuri and the others in disbelief, full of doubts, but, Uncle never told me. Uncle. Katakuri, Smoochie and others looked stagnant. These days, they have come up with a lot of words from the lost Big Mom. The guy Saint Anthony actually lied to be his mother's uncle and tricked the amnesia into his mother. They all dare not imagine, wait until the memory is restored. How angry Big Mom will be. Chapter 96. See Circle Calendar. 1500, January 1st. It's another special day. Flapping Lingling. On the training ground of Guangbiao. Countless bats are flying around. In the end, they gathered into a beautiful pleasant figure. Sister Gerfia, this kind of ability is pretty good. Looking at herself, Shima Juno said with a smile. Full of joy. He also glanced triumphantly, waving his sweat next to him, beating his physique, and immersing himself in training. You just have fun, girl. Gerfia flicked the smooth and clean forehead of Junai of Jima, bluntly said, this ability is compared to the ability of Luqiu Demon's new form, although it does not increase the combat power. It is very powerful, but it should not be underestimated, not to mention that it has special abilities that make people crazy. It can keep oneself young by plundering others' youth. State. But I don't know how many people can't get the special phantom beast that can make people immortal. Think of you demons. The bat fruit vampire form is so powerful that she is a little jealous. Let alone whether it can make people live forever, it is amazing enough to keep people in a young state. This little girl is still too young to feel how terrible the power of time is. She is like her, but she is already 30 years old, not so young. They have already begun to fear that Feng Hua will grow old in the future. You know, the Vice Admiral, once known as the skill of naval headquarters, has lost its former beauty, and has gradually become Obazan with frosty hair. Sister Gerfia, don't worry, your Royal Highness will find pure gold sooner or later. Like a koala, hung on the plump and tall body of Gerfia, Junao Shima confidently said, we must always be by your Royal Highness. She believed in the power of Saint Anthony. The man is small and big. Dotingly looked at the considerate Juno Shima. Gerfia couldn't help but chuckle. For now, she doesn't need to worry so much. After all, her situation is different from the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Saint Anthony once found the Kurha who had lived for hundreds of years in the Drum Kingdom, and asked about the secret of eternal youth. From the other party, I got a recipe for medicinal liquor. As a price, Saint Anthony has to keep his promise, and if he can successfully brew that kind of medicinal liquor, he will send a copy to that Dr. Kurha. Specially spent a great price and energy, ordering people to find a variety of rare medicinal materials, including the dragon bones of the 1,000-year-old dragon, and the treasure tree Adam, which only produced so few fruits for hundreds of years. That precious medicinal liquor was brewed. Drinking all year round can nourish the yin and nourish the skin, make the skin smooth and tender and elastic like a girl, and keep youth forever. With proper care, even at the age of 50, Gurfia is sure to keep herself in the appearance and figure of a girl in her 20s to 30s. There is time to wait and find pure gold. And this time, inside the island turtle. Inside a large secret experiment base. Saint Anthony, Chief Scientist Dr. Reynolds and others, met the noble pregnant woman from the kingdom of East Blue Goya who had never met since he was sent here. You are the nobleman of the Goa kingdom, the wife of Outlook 3. Looking at the only woman in front of him, Saint Anthony asked lightly. The other party can't talk about being stunning, and he naturally won't have any special interest. I just have to admit that the kid in this woman's belly is likely to be his trump card in the future. Yes, the great Saint Anthony. The blonde lady with a big belly was about to kneel, but was stopped by Saint Anthony. Okay, you are pregnant with a child, I allow you to exempt you. Looking at her chubby belly, it was still a few months before the delivery period. After a pause, Saint Anthony asked with a faint smile, do you know why I let people take you over? Due to his intervention, the son of One Piece Roger, Ace was born half a month earlier. But Sabo's mother, not a woman like poor Gasdirouge, can keep her son in her stomach for nearly 20 months. Master Saint Anthony, please forgive me for my stupidity, I don't understand your meaning. The nobleman of the Goa kingdom, the wife of Outlook 3 tremblingly responded in a low voice. The young figure in front of her is a world nobleman who enjoys all the supreme privileges and can never offend. The nobles like them who can dominate in the Goa kingdom are no different from the common people in the face of the great Tianlong people. There is no way to defy the orders of the nobles of the world. Even her husband, Outlook 3, saw the messenger sent by Saint Anthony in the past. Without hesitation, with a smile on his face, he sent her out cautiously. Ask for her flowers. Through the wizard's divination, I learned that the child in your stomach may become my right-hand man in the future, so I sent someone to take you over, and plan to use the power of science to give that child strong abilities. Saint Anthony said directly, half-truth, are you willing? Yes, willing. Mrs. Outlook 3 was overjoyed when she heard this. Although I don't know whether the wizard's fortune-telling is reliable, he nodded and said, it is his honor to be able to serve the great and noble world nobles. Unexpectedly, the world's nobles found themselves for this. Fortunately, she is also worried whether the other party has any special hobbies for pregnant women. Well, you are a smart person. As long as your child can work for me, I won't treat your family badly. Saint Anthony nodded in satisfaction. 0. Yes, yes, thank you Lord Saint Anthony. The big pie fell. The wife of Outlook 3 is already overjoyed. Somewhat dizzy. He even pinched himself secretly. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. We are already prepared, the experiment can start at any time, Saint Anthony. At this time, the scientist D. Reynolds who was next to Saint Anthony spoke directly. Police Satalisa, who was following Saint Anthony, took a look at the aristocratic woman who had become inflamed. The horns rose slightly. According to their investigation, the couple Alteruk 3 were very typical and selfish nobles. Don't say that the other party doesn't know what his child will face, what kind of monster he will become. Even if he knew that, in order to obtain the support of Saint Anthony, even more so, the great nobles of the world would not hesitate to agree. Send your unborn son. Then, let's start. Saint Anthony nodded. He is also a little looking forward to how much surprise this child who has been named Sabo before he was born, will be obliterated with superfluous emotions, and accepts genetic modification of the design of life. I hope you can cooperate with these scientists. Yes, I will do my best to cooperate. Chapter 97. 8 Treasure Marines, the green pepper of the 10th second generation pillar. Listen to the 7 warlords of the sea candidate recommended by Saint Anthony. On the top of the red line, the Holy Land, 5 elders raised their eyebrows on Marie Joyce. Somewhat surprised, they couldn't help but glance at each other. The eyes exchanged silently. Yes, no matter whether it is fame or strength, I believe that there is no problem with the green pepper. It depends on your decision-making. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea policy has been introduced until now, but the sand crocodile alone, it's a little too much to support the table. Saint Anthony said, just treat me like a thin noodle, how about it? Not worried about 5 elders' rejection. After all, he had no intention of completely controlling Shishibuki's power. Even if 5 elders refused it, it would have no effect on him. 62. Your suggestion, we can consider 5 elders of Long Whitebeard said directly, but I heard that since the guy's proud cone was smashed by Garp's iron fist and turned into a flat head, his strength has dropped a lot. Someone will be sent to investigate him. If it is as qualified as you said, then there is no problem. Then thank you 5 lords. After a pause, Saint Anthony suddenly smiled and said, however, 5 sirs, you have survived O'Hara's side. Look less about the things you shouldn't care about, Anthony. The blonde 5 elders finished coldly. Hang up the phone directly. Click. West Blue. Above the Saint White Poplar. Wearing a sea stone bracelet there, Saint Anthony, who was sweating and exercising, motioned to Sabaody to put away the phone bug. His Royal Highness, do you say that 5 elders will agree? Elizabeth next to him asked hesitantly. Bang, bang. Hey, 9 out of 10, they will agree, after all, that's nothing. The sweat couldn't help dripping. Saint Anthony slammed his fist, swinging his leg, and hitting the iron wall in front of him. Leave shallow fist marks and leg marks on it. Without looking back, he said, however, those 5 old guys will also guard me, avoid being directly controlled by me, 7 warlords of the sea, which they have painstakingly created to balance the situation and order of the sea. The intent of the 7 warlords of the sea policy is not only to restrain and fight against pirates, and to deter those lawless pirates. 7 great pirates with both strength and fame. The world government alone will not only stop the wanted for Shishibukai, but also allow them to have the legal right to plunder. It can be seen that this is more like using Shishibukai in disguise to shock, pressure, and force countries that are not members of the world government to join the world government. Maybe there are other deep meanings. However, Saint Anthony didn't bother about it. 5 elders will never sit back and watch the 7 warlords of the sea forces that they and others have promoted with their hands. Power. Make a turn the mountain upside down, and head to the first half of the Grand Line. Saint Anthony ordered directly. After spending so many days in West Blue, he often meditated with observation haki, but he found nothing. He was not so eager to find the lanternfish. There is no need to spend too much time on this right now. The primary goal is to complete the God of War plan that has been in preparation for a long time. The genes of Red Earl Letterfield alone are not enough. The more the better. Yes. In addition, let them all disguise as the Red Earl Rider and make a few appearances in New World to prevent that guy from disappearing and being suspected of us. For safety's sake, wait until the guy gopher comes back, let them pass by. That's right, Your Highness. Sabaody reminded, that fellow rider has been struggling in the secret prison for days and nights, would you like to see him? The lost dog. The eyes are firm. Wearing a very pure sea stone bracelet. Regardless of the pain, he kept hitting the iron wall in front of him. Faintly said, prepare the video phone worm. Andre Aries. Inside the island turtle. Inside a large secret experiment base. In a tight prison built by sea stone. Red Earl Rider was already awake. He was penetrated through the bones of the pipa, even his hand muscles and hamstrings were cut off, and his limbs were tightly locked by thick iron cables. How could he not be angry? Only dang dang! Damn it! Don't let the old man have a chance to escape, otherwise the old man will have to kill you. Struggling there. His face was twisted and vicious, full of indescribable violence and murder. Unexpectedly, the other party was so fierce that people would wait for an opportunity to attack oneself. He was also detained here. Several cyborg soldiers worked together to bring a huge phone worm. Brush. The large video phone bug opened its eyes. Both eyes projected light, shining on the air in front of him. Saint Anthony, wiping his sweat, appeared there. No need to struggle, Rider. Andre Aries, boy, you are so cruel of you. Staring at the figure of Saint Anthony projected by the phone worm. The thick iron wire was earned only as a noise. The Red Earl Letterfield's voice was cold, his eyes were dark and full of murderous intent. However, you better kill the old man, don't let the old man have a chance to go out. I also look forward to your chance. Saint Anthony responded with a smile. The conversation turned around, but before that, you bereaved dog, let's just give it a point. When the gene collection is completed, this guy will lose its effect. Since 1.9 can't be used by him, there is no need to keep the other party. Then you have to sleep with your eyes open from now on, don't close it. Red Earl Letterfield snorted coldly. Bloodshot eyes were cold, staring fiercely at the image of Saint Anthony, making no secret of his anger and killing intent. It is a pity that he has been injected with a large dose of tranquilizers. The time is up, give him 20 times the tranquilizer and 10 times the hallucinogen. At this time, Dr. Reynolds walked in with medical personnel. Directly instructed the personnel in the prison guard room. Yes. Chapter 98. The next day. The huge Saint White Poplar was docked on an uninhabited island. We greeted Jerry Gopher and Nicole and Oravia, who were secretly rescued from West Blue O'Hara, who had been scorched and erased from the map, on Saint Anthony's order. You are actually a celestial dragon. On the huge port. Oravia turned pale, clenching her silver teeth. The gaze looking at Saint Anthony was extremely complicated, angry, frightened, not. It's even more incredible. The brutal nobles of the world actually have Saint Anthony's existence. Not only did he travel in the sea under the alias of Pirate Hunter, he also took risks to fight with the monsters of New World. Why? Doesn't it look like? Saint Anthony asked with a smile. Pay attention to your attitude, Nicole. Oravia. Gerfia, who followed Saint Anthony, said coldly, you are just a dead man with no status. It was Saint Anthony who saved you, and also saved your daughter Nicole Lowe on O'Hara. 18 Witnessing the launch of Buster Call, it should be very clear what happened to those civilians. A brushed white on the face. Oravia's face changed. Robin. Don't worry, your daughter is fine, she is in the castle. Saint Anthony smiled. But, as he said, his face became cold, if you don't want your daughter to be affected by your own foolish behavior, let the tragedy of O'Hara happen again, give me peace of mind from now on. Those O'Hara scholars have holes in their heads. Don't beat and warn this woman, sooner or later something will go wrong. Even if you need the other party to help you find the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons, the time has not yet arrived. The 3 ancient weapons that have the title of God that existed in ancient times are Pluton Pluto, Poseidon Poseidon, and Uranus Uranus. The whereabouts of Pluton Pluto are recorded on a stone monument under the Alabasta Palace. The Pluton, known as the worst warship in history, is rumored to be a super warship once built by the City of Seven Waters. One cannon can destroy an island. According to Saint Anthony's guess, in all likelihood, it may be buried in the desert of Alabasta. Regarding the ancient weapon Pluton design drawings, Saint Anthony also knows its intelligence. Poseidon, a mermaid princess who has the ability to communicate with sea kings, and the king of sea kings, has the ability to talk to sea kings and command them. It can even summon sea kings with a body length of more than 5 kilometers. Regarding the whereabouts of Poseidon, Saint Anthony is equally clear. What he is really curious and interested in is the strongest Uranus among the legendary 3 ancient weapons, Uranus. In the future, this mother and daughter will come in handy sooner or later. It just so happens that there is a bond between mother and daughter, and I am not afraid that this woman will not compromise in the future. Remember, in front of me, you now have nothing. Saint Anthony looked directly at Oravia indifferently. Without any pity or gentleness, he faintly warned, "Annoy me, I don't mind branding heavenly dragon's hoof on your mother and daughter." The hoof of the Tianxiang dragon. What does it mean? He believed this woman was very clear. No need for him to introduce too much. Different. His complexion changed drastically. Oravia yelled desperately, "Andre Aries, no, Saint Anthony." She grabbed Saint Anthony's hand, gritted her teeth and threw herself on her knees. There were tears in her eyes, and she begged, "No, please let my daughter go. I will do everything. I will never touch the world government again. The historical text is banned. She has nothing yet. But his daughter Robin is 8 years old. Once he was imprinted by the slaves of the Tian Longren, everything was done. Don't worry, I just remind you in advance." Saint Anthony said deeply, "I like the sensible person the most, understand?" "Yes, Saint Anthony." "Nicole," Oravia froze. Something turned his head unnaturally, avoiding Saint Anthony's eyes. He took the mask that Satalisa handed over. Saint Anthony put it on Oravia, who looked unnatural. "From today, you are no longer Nicole. Oravia, only the code name Silver. What is your job in the future, what to do and what not to do on St. Poplar, Elizabeth will teach you." Just 5 days. The sea shook and many things happened. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was welcomed back to the New World by Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family, and collided with beasts pirates who had invaded the waters of Tato land. With one punch, one of the big signs of the beasts, the ancient species dragon fruit Brachiosaurus form of ability Quinn blasted into the sea. 620. I was about to move and wanted to challenge the other pirate forces of the Big Mom pirate group. I was also shocked by the news of Big Mom's return. Someone witnessed Lonely Red and Red Earl Baroque Letterfield appearing on Dressrosa Island in New World. During the period, it was also witnessed. The huge island tortoise flies high in the sky. I crossed the Red Earth continent 5,000 meters above the sea, and flew over the entrance of the Grand Line upside down the mountain. Entered the first half of the Grand Line. Several days. This Saint Poplar went straight ahead. Towards the first half of the Grand Line. During the period, I also encountered waves of pirates who did not have long eyes. But Saint Anthony and Gurfia basically didn't make any more moves, leaving it to Haim Jimajuna, Rob Lucci and the others to grind. And Bronkyarn, Cyrus and the others. Saint Anthony assigned a new task and left the Saint, the Poplar again. Responsible for going to the Fishmen Island and New World to secretly catch some female pirates, female fishmen and giant females with higher physical quality and come back. After all, after the embryos of the God of War project are cultivated, the quality of the mother is better. I believe that for the healthy growth of the transplanted embryos, there are only benefits and no harm. Chapter 99. Bang, bang. Ah! Giant island turtle. Floating on the sea. And on the left side of it, a pirate ship was dilapidated, echoing with screams. A bloody corpse was lying there in all directions. The fire was burning and thick smoke billowing. 2 monsters, go to death. The captain of the pirate turned pale, looking at the 2 pure and terrifying monsters in front of him in anger. Bang, bang, he fired the gun hysterically until the bullets ran out. A figure has an ape-like face with fangs and sharp teeth in its mouth, a lion-like body, tiger-like limbs, serrated snake head and tail, and its body is surrounded by extremely hot golden flames. Let the deck of the pirate ship burn directly. Another human figure. He was covered with purple fluff, a clean face, sharp fangs, and huge fleshy wings flapping. Flying in mid-air, the speed is terribly fast. Not afraid of gun attacks at all. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to rob the big tortoise, but I didn't expect to provoke two inhuman little monsters. It's terribly strong, and it's all demon fruit power. They are 13-year-old Juno Heimjima and 8-year-old Lucky. Uncle, this is so impolite to be called a monster, but it's quite rude, and a lot of fluff has grown all over his body. It looks a bit more vicious. Snatched in front of the pirate captain. Go to hell. His pupils shrank sharply. The pirate captain gritted his teeth and furiously swung his knife towards Shana Heimjima, who charged up. The blade that slashed fiercely hit her head. Iron body. Kang made the sound of gold and iron. Even that sharp knife broke apart. Uncle, this is really a fragile knife. Heimjima Juno, who had turned into a vampire form, looked at the man in front of him with a grinning look. Like lightning, it swept behind the captain of the pirate, who was cold and his complexion changed drastically. Directly towards his neck. Take a bite. What? I saw the screaming captain of the pirate. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it became aging. In the blink of an eye, wrinkles, raised blood vessels, and grey hair. It's horrifying. You still have such a bad taste, big sister. Rob Lucci, who had recovered his human form, glanced at his bloody arm that was accidentally wounded by a bullet, and watched the captain of the pirate grow old at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face remained unchanged. Finger pistol. The slender index finger instantly penetrated the pirate captain, who had lost his youth and turned grey. Ended the other's life. However, this is really ugly. Heimjima Juno returned to her original pink and lovely lowly appearance. There was still a little bloodline remaining on the corner of his mouth, and he curled his lips in dissatisfaction. According to that highness, the abilities of the Eudemon species can be partly turned into a beast. As long as they keep working hard, sooner or later they will be able to do it. Only partial tail beastization is performed, and the special abilities of the Eudemon species can be used at the same time. For example, Lu Chi manipulates the golden flame. And she may be able to do it, without being completely animalized, or even through blood-sucking, to make the enemy aging, and may even take away the physical strength of others. Day. 20 or 30 people wearing black combat uniforms had been on standby for a long time, but because of Saint Anthony's orders, the android soldiers who had not intervened in the battle before came to the pirate ship one after another. Soon, all the treasures on the pirate ship that was about to burn were moved to the Saint Poplar. Ordinary treasures, Saint Anthony is naturally not very important, but if you are lucky enough, maybe you can meet some interesting treasure map, or devil fruit. Regardless of whether the odds are small or not. But if you just ignore it like this, you might have missed something. Two young and immature figures returned to the port of Saint Poplar. The performance is not bad. Saint Anthony, who was sitting there, admired rarely. Supervise Rob Lucci's gunshot wound on his arm. Grab the right hand. A bloody bullet flew out. Hiss. He couldn't help but baya, with a cold sweat on his forehead. Don't do it, Gerfia, who was standing next to Saint Anthony, knocked on the head of Juno Heimjima, who was brazenly rushing forward, and smiled at Lu Chi, who was clenching his teeth. The holy little angel, flapping her beautiful wings, came to Lu Chi. Holy light rain and wine fall. The injury on the arm was quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you Lu Chi for polite thanks. If you can't do it, let the other party treat yourself. Because, he will continue to practice in the future, striving to become the ace and shield of that highness as soon as possible. It is best to save time for recuperation and strengthen training. It's because there are still too many shortcomings, that's why I was injured. Wounded by a mere bullet. His Royal Highness, the destination, has arrived. Ahead. I don't know when. A green island is in sight. Prehistoric Island. Also called Giant Island or Little Garden, it is an island full of ancient beasts. The important thing is that it takes a whole year to fully store the magnetic force of the recording pointer on this island. Therefore, the king, there are basically no pirates and will choose this route. Under normal circumstances, the permanent record pointer will be used directly from other islands to transfer to several other routes. It was luck to be able to meet those pirates on the Saint Biang before. But no one knows that there are two captains, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy from the Elbaf warrior village, the country of giants in the New World. A long battle for the honor and dignity of the warrior for decades. Saint Anthony's plan is not just a strong human being. Naturally, it is impossible to let go of the two captains of the giants and pirate groups who were famous in the past. He is looking forward to what kind of seeds can be bred by combining the two powerhouses of the giants with the genes of Big Mom. Maybe, there are no small surprises. County. Chapter 100. On Prehistoric Island. Towering trees are densely covered. Even the corpses of a large number of beasts can be seen everywhere. The roar of the beast that makes the scalp numb is heard from time to time. A terrifyingly tall dinosaur stood there, giving people great pressure. In both sides of the island, two huge white mountains lie horizontally there. But if you look closely, you will be shocked to find that it is not a mountain at all, but the bones of two giant sea kings. Hulu Xian sounded like thunder. A giant with a very exaggerated size lay there and fell asleep. The boom dazzling thunder shining violently, directly illuminating the sky, suddenly blasted on the defenseless giant. Boom! Ah! The huge giant screamed directly, his whole body scorched with electricity. Who? He was paralyzed and yelled angrily. Fierce gaze, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared in the air. The captain of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dory. We're seeing each other again. Saint Anthony looked at each other directly and said with a light smile, moreover, after receiving this level of electric shock, he could stand up vigorously. He has challenged these two captains of the pirate group of eye soldiers more than once. 620 didn't use any conspiracy to calculate the opponent, but directly head-on. The gun of Elbaf. Heikoko learned from Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy. Andre Aries? The despicable guy, unexpectedly attacked. The scorched and embarrassed Blue Ogre Dory yelled and recognized Saint Anthony. Swinging the great sword, he slashed towards Anne. The sound of breaking wind screamed. It's uncontrollable to sweat. Shave. However, he slammed on his feet. Saint Anthony's figure flashed. The whole person disappeared, and Blue Ogre Dory cut into the air with a single sword. A figure with an electric light appeared on his shoulder in an instant. Discharge. Magnetic. The horrible electric light, violent intertwined. The terrifying electric current kept raging, flowing into the giant's huge body. Ah! The screaming cry echoed all over the island. Hijimishina and others who were still on the Saint Biang, just about to land near Little Garden. Can't help being a little creepy. Scalp numb for a while. Bib J, this is the voice of that guy. In the end, what happened? Red Ogre Broggy, who was also sleeping on the other side of the island, woke up, couldn't help but changed his complexion and quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of Blue Ogre Dory. Boom! Blue Ogre Dory's face was distorted, and even the huge sword and shield fell to the ground. The huge body fell to the ground alive, raising a strong hurricane and large patches of dust. There was black smoke all over, and the arc couldn't stop flowing. The whole person was motionless. Saint Anthony's magnetism generates electricity to produce the maximum current, even if he is physically as strong as him, it is impossible to easily withstand it. The huge body can only be a target. Bang! A huge figure is rushing towards this side desperately. The whole land was shaking. Have you come here? Just right. Saint Anthony's mouth raised, his body shrouded in lightning, without any fluctuations. Among the giants. It's eye-catching for him at the moment. That is, the captains of these two giant pirate groups. The strength is not bad, but his head is too stupid. I hope that in the future, seeds with both wisdom and strength can be cultivated. Dory, how is your fellow? Red Ogre Bragi was holding the giant axe, and Justiri shouted, what happened? Although fighting on this island for decades, for the glory of Elbaf, no one is willing to give up easily, but the friendship between the two for so many years is by no means fake. What? Seeing Blue Ogre Dory, who was scorched and twitched there, his pupils shrank sharply. Andre Aries, UBD. He just noticed that Saint Anthony's eyes were splitting, and before he could finish speaking, a blazing electric light flashed in front of him. You lie down too. Magnetic. The arc-intertwined sound is sharp and harsh, and the terrifying electric light can't help but impact. Ah! Screams sternly, reverberating throughout the island. Thump! Tall body. He fell heavily there. It was deafening, smashed into a raging wind, and changed its color. Saint Anthony floated in mid-air. Indifferently looked at the two huge figures that fell. The dark blue electric light shines all over. Next moment, countless black particles floated up. Can't help but gather. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge iron wire that was even more exaggerated than an adult's body. It directly entangled the two captains of the giant pirate group, which were larger than the ordinary giants, and had been offered a reward of 100 million Baileys by the world government decades ago. Locked them, tying them all together. The terrible gravity pulled Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Bragi into the air and floated there. It's so big. Shanaheim Jimma, who followed Gurfia to the island, had dark eyes. Looking at the two black and crushing figures coming from across the air in the sky. It's not that she has never seen a giant, and even now there are giant slaves who have been tamed on the Saint White Poplar. But Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Bragi are much bigger than ordinary giants. Your Majesty, your way is a little rougher. Gurfia flew into the air and came to Saint Anthony's side, looking at the two giants who were scorched by the electric and lost consciousness. When I first challenged them head-on, I was miserably abused by them. I hunted them personally. Saint Anthony shrugged. Of course he knew, if Gurfia shot, the way will be slightly more elegant. Directly pump out the air in a large area. Just let these two giants rest and fall into a coma. Back then, for Master Heikoku, Elbaf's strongest move. He did not hesitate to personally experience and learn again and again to become the master. Ah, this is a bigger guy, even more amazing than Big Mom. On this Saint White Poplar, Dr. Reynolds and the scientific research team led by him all showed excited and expectant smiles. A large dose of tranquilizer must be injected to calm these two guys. Order to go down, prepare 100 of tranquilizers and hallucinogens each. Yes. Chapter 101. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. This Saint Poplar followed the route originally set by Saint Anthony and proceeded slowly. On prehistoric island, the leaders of the two giants, the former captains of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Bragi, were captured. It didn't cause any waves. Boom. Wow. The sky is clouded over. The wind screamed, lightning and thunder. The waves rolled and boiled endlessly. There are countless, heavy raindrops, falling intensively. On the surface of the sea, there were splashes of water flowers. But it did not affect the giant island tortoise. It is carrying a huge island, still walking forward silently. With all his limbs swaggering, there was a large wave of waves. Inside the island tortoise isolated from the outside world. Inside the rigorous and spectacular large-scale underground experiment base. A large number of android soldiers patrolled and guarded there. A scientific researcher in a white coat. Busy there. A spacious and bright laboratory filled with precision electronic instruments and full of metal feeling. One after another 2 or 3 meters high and filled with a large cylindrical glass container filled with green solution, Mimi could not help blistering. His Royal Highness Saint Anthony, the first batch of embryos, the second batch of embryos, and the third batch of embryos have been successfully bred. The observation period is underway. At present, all the indicators of the embryos are normal. Dr. Reynolds introduced to Saint Anthony, Gurfia, and Sataleza, the first batch, combining the genes of Big Mom and Red Earl Rider, produced 5 living embryos. The second batch, combining the genes of Big Mom and different fur tribes including Inu Lan and Cat Viper, produced 10 live embryos. The third batch, which combined the genes of the Red Earl Rider and wild fur women such as lions, tigers, and leopards, has a greater failure rate than expected. Only 3 live embryos were cultivated. In general, it's going very smoothly. After squeezing the messy hair, he paused and said bluntly, but the probability of becoming a talent remains to be seen. After all, you have set a high standard for success. According to your plan, whether it is to transplant them into the mother's body or directly artificially cultivate them, there is no problem. Then, satisfied and nodded, Saint Anthony said directly, they have already begun to act, and the mother believes that it will be delivered soon. Relatively speaking, he is more inclined to transplant these embryos into healthy mothers. So, what about Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy? Saint Anthony is not just about nurturing children with Big Mom bloodlines. He believes that a large number of seeds with the lineage of the strong, the survival of the fittest, can always screen out the truly powerful and extremely potential. After all, even if it is not a monster. But if the potential is comparable to that of Smokey and Katakuri, there are enough seeds. It is also very useful. It will take some time, but I'm already preparing. Dr. Reynolds' assistant, in a white coat, about 35 years old, wearing glasses, D. Dunn, a famous North Blue biologist, pushed his glasses and said directly, but the genes of the giants are not the same as those of humans. There is a difference in genes, and it is impossible to confirm whether it is a giant or a half-giant like Big Mom. Furthermore, the combination of giants and fur clan has no such example before, and it is not certain whether it will succeed. If you want to wait for them to become talents, it will take at least 20 years for them to be truly independent through the transformation of the life plan. Saint Anthony stared at the bubbling cylindrical glass container in front of him. He looked at D. Reynolds, directly said, I need to be able to ensure that they can quickly. Growth, for example, 10 years, can make them truly adults. 20 years. It's still too long after all. Moreover, I want to breed real monsters. Even the most talented generation. Around the age of 20, few can reach that level of existence. The rise of most monsters with amazing potential is close to 30, or even close to 40. After a long time, it is difficult to report that his plan will leak out. By then, 5 elders may not give him so much time. Look for flowers. He must at least be prepared in advance to face the oppression of the opponent. 10 years. Gurfia was surprised and inexplicable. Is this too fast? Sataleza followed. They worry about this growth rate beyond common sense. It may affect the potential and growth of those seeds. In the situation you mentioned, the newly developed special high growth hormone can be used to accelerate the growth of embryos. Dr. Reynolds frowned and said, as long as it does not affect their health, I recommend controlling the amount of growth hormone. In this case, the most conservative data is expected to be accelerated by 0.5 times. In 12 or 3 years, they will be able to their bones, bodies, etc., have grown to the same level as adults. Of course, their minds will not be accelerated by this. But after all, this is a growth that violates the laws of nature. To be conservative, I propose to use a small number of embryos for testing. Can? Saint Anthony nodded. This growth rate, coupled with genetic modification. Enough for these seeds to have stronger strength when they are grown up. Carry out high-intensity sharpening earlier. Of course, he is not unable to wait. The God of War plan is just one of his plans to cultivate power. If it is a complete success, he will naturally have the capital for a head-to-head showdown with 5 elders. Even if it fails, or the time is too late. It's nothing. To put it bluntly, give him some more time. Saint Anthony is equally confident and will not fear anyone. I didn't expect that not long after I entered the Grand Line, good news came directly from Sky Island. To be honest, the surprise came a bit suddenly, Your Highness. Gurfia said with a slight smile. Bolu Bolu. The phone worm received an incoming call, and the call reminder sounded. Sabaody connected and put it on her wrist, like a watch, with some exquisite small phone bugs. I am Sabaody. Sister Sabaody, I am Ellie Birka's position. Please activate your ability to send the Saint White Poplar to the sky over 10,000 meters. Chapter 102. Boom. Wow. The waves are rough. Splashing water. Without warning. A huge island tortoise. Sheng Sheng rises from the sea. At a speed that was not too slow, it swept up in the sky. Birka. It is located on the Bibai Sea, which is 10,000 meters above the Qinghai Sea. It is a sky island constructed from island clouds. A kingdom ruled by gods. However, this system has been changed rudely and domineeringly by Saint Anthony a few years ago. God was killed. From the original God-tier official who was second only to God, he directly took refuge in Saint Anthony, a strong man from Qinghai. Responsible for commanding the guard of the gods, in charge of this sky island. At this time, the coast of Birka. A resident named Sky Island was called out by the guard of the gods sent by the god-tier officer. Gather there. 623. Holding the flag, welcoming the arrival of the great Saint Anthony. Unlike the people who live in the blue sea under 10,000 meters, the residents of Sky Island all have small white wings behind them, and the hats they wear are decorated with 2 tentacles. Coming. A huge island tortoise. All the residents of Birka Island couldn't help but stare wide and shocked. Guru. This is too big, right? Even the god-tier officer Clyde and the members of the Guard of the Gods couldn't help being stunned. Some can't believe it. Qinghai has such a huge creature, it's incredible. Although it is not the first time Saint Anthony has come to Birka. But it was the first time that the giant island tortoise arrived directly. What's even more awe-inspiring is that adult can actually send such a big monster to the Bibai Sea, which is 10,000 meters above the Qinghai Sea. It makes the scalp numb. Remember, when Lord Saint Anthony arrives, you must all kneel down. In his hand, he held a box inlaid with precious stones. Looking back at the residents of Birka Island present, God-tier officer Clyde held up his belly and said fiercely, "Who dares not to kneel, directly sentenced to death. No one is allowed to make noise, speak nonsense, let alone offend the great Saint Anthony." In fact, Clyde is only in his early 30s this year, about 3 to 4 meters tall. But it is as fat as a ball, like a round Roshan. With the pair of vicious triangular eyes. On the face, it is fierce and hateful, so that the residents of Birka Island dare not look directly at him. Shrinking his head, Kumdi lowered his head in silence. Dare to be angry but dare not speak. Since the god was killed, the god-tier officer of Damit directly led the guard of the gods to betray Birka, and took refuge in the strong man in Qinghai. Become the opponent's dog leg. It can be said to be extravagant and desperate, desperately squeezing them. I have already committed public anger, and I don't know how many people cursed him privately. It is a pity that the god-tier officer Clyde who controls the elite guard of the gods is not something they can contend with. So far, there have been dozens of hundreds of people who have rebelled against the god-tier officer or accidentally offended the other party. The penalty of exile and drifting. These years. In order to find some weird fruit, people are panicked. They even forced the residents of Birka Island to carry out a carpet search on Birka Island and the clouds over and around Birka Island more than once. Giant Island Turtle. Across the sea. Swipe the gorgeous escalator bridge, extending from the top of the island turtle's head. Pressed on the solid island cloud. The brand new red carpet is paved. A fully armed, suit and leather guard, all neatly arranged on both sides. Full of solemn and fierce momentum. Kneeling there on one knee. Congratulations to Saint Anthony. The handsome and tall figure led the beautiful Gurfia, Sadaleza, and others out of the Saint White Poplar. Nico Robin, who was only 8 years old, and others couldn't help but quietly looked around in surprise, their faces full of incredible. The residents on Sky Island, led by the god-tier officer Clyde, knelt down one after another. Great Saint Anthony, your loyal servant is no longer looking forward to it. It took several years to finally find the devil fruit you ordered. Clyde knelt there, holding precious stones in both hands, glittering glowing exquisite treasure box. He knows very well, this world nobleman. How important is this devil fruit? Thinking of mobilizing the power of the entire Birka, he did not hesitate to find the fruit for several years, and was almost eaten by the boy with long ears. Clyde couldn't help having a cold sweat, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the god of destiny takes care of himself. The guards of the gods found out in time and snatched the mysterious devil fruit. Clyde, kneeling there, resembled a round Roshan. He was taller than Saint Anthony, even if he was kneeling there, he was still almost as tall as Saint Anthony. Flavor. Took the box. Open it directly. Seeing inside, the whole body is blue and white, with mysterious spiral patterns, full of gravitational pineapple-shaped fruits. Yes, it is indeed the devil fruit I asked you to find. Saint Anthony's eyes narrowed. Cannot help showing a satisfied smile. Thanks for your hard work, Clyde. He handed the box to Gurfia next to him and patted Clyde on the shoulder again. I am very satisfied with your loyalty. At the beginning, he left a little more thoughtful and let people take pictures of Logia Thunder Fruit directly from the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Give it to Clyde, the Birka god-tier officer who casts his role, so that he must spare no effort to find this devil fruit for himself. But it did not provide any information about this devil fruit at all. He didn't even tell him his name. Just to prevent someone from being tempted by power, even among those various and extremely powerful Logia abilities, this thunder fruit can be called the top, and even invincible thunder fruit. Finally there is a gain. Is this the thunder fruit? Women such as Gurfia, Charulia, etc., were all staring at him. Saint Anthony attaches great importance to this devil fruit. I have never given up on searching for it. Yes, it is my honor to be able to work for the great and noble you. 1.9. So praised by Saint Anthony. Clyde flushed with excitement on his face. He knew that he had passed. The position of God will be stable in the next 10. Saint Anthony had promised it a long time ago when he took out the mysterious devil fruit in the box and gave him the exact same picture. As long as he can find the devil fruit, he will be appointed as Birka's new god. Get up all. Yes, thank you Lord Saint Anthony. Clyde supported his chubby body and stood up laboriously. Grown-ups. With smiling faces, he wiped his sweat, and said to Saint Anthony with a tender face, speaking of which, it's really dangerous. The devil fruit you named to be looking for was almost eaten by a kid with long ears. Oh. Chapter 103. Because there is no hurry to leave. Saint Anthony allowed those women on the Saint Poplar who can adapt to the climate here and can move around freely to tour and shop on Birka Island. In these respects, he is still very tolerant. As long as they are not in a hurry, they will basically let those women be free to do what they like to do. Of course, the premise is one. Take a guard and maid with you. Is this Sky Island? Are we in the sky? It's incredible. 10,000 meters in the sky, breathing is a bit difficult. Ying Ying Yan Yan is overjoyed. 3s and 5s, in groups, ran to Birka Island. After all, some of them know Sky Island only in books and even heard. It was the first time I saw it with my own eyes. Next time, I want to come here again, but I don't know when it will be. Naturally, I really want to stroll around on this legendary Sky Island. It was Haim Jimajuno, who was a big ghost, couldn't wait, pulling Gurfia away from sight. In a dark prison. It was filled with a stench, an unbearable smell. A cell is built of marble and iron clouds are used as fences and prison doors. 623, there are a lot of white mice looking for food there, faintly visible, several skulls thrown on the ground, and centipedes crawling out of Heiyu doctor's eye sockets. Inside the cell on the left, a boy of about 17 years old hung his head and was tied to a wooden post by a firm cloud rope. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing flared pants that had long been torn. The explosive head, the nose is a bit flat, the earlobe grows outrageously, and there is no small white wings of Sky Island residents behind it. But the whole man had a blue nose and swollen face, and his body had dense wheel marks, dripping with blood. Obviously had been severely beaten. Only dang! The closed prison door opened. The dazzling light shone in, and people couldn't help closing their eyes. It is inevitable that I am a little uncomfortable and cannot look directly. Enel. 2 expressionless jailers came over. What? That BD Clyde is going to torture my uncle again. Enel spit out bloody saliva, bruised all over, lifted his heavy eyelids. There was a strong sneer. The God-tier officer wants to see you. The prison staff led coldly. The door of the cell was opened. He was holding Enel, who was handcuffed by a cloud rope and couldn't escape. Soon I came to Birka Island, in the palace where the gods lived. Compared to the houses where Sky Island residents live. Very luxurious, quite classical palace. My lord, please sit down, the god-tier officer Clyde, who is like Roshan, cautiously toasts to Saint Anthony who is sitting on the main seat. Sadolisa and Elizabeth, 2 beautiful maids and secretaries, stand behind Saint Anthony. And holding 2 treasure boxes. One of the exquisite treasure boxes inlaid with gemstones was the one that previously contained thunder fruit. After looking for Logia thunder fruit for many years, Saint Anthony was naturally in a good mood and did not refuse Clyde's toast. It doesn't matter if it is violent or not, how cruel it is. But one thing is undeniable. This guy knows current affairs and is loyal enough to himself. It is also an obedient and easy-to-use dog. Come on in. At this time, the guard held his nose and face swollen, stained with bloodline, and Enel walked in embarrassed. Kicked him on the knuckle of his leg, holding him down to his knees. Lord Saint Anthony, Officer God-tier, criminal Enel brought. Bah, Clyde, if you have any punishment for this fat pig, just use it all. Enel, who was struggling there, looked grim, and his fierce eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. He was extremely vicious. He watched God-tier officer Clyde sneered and said, but it's better not to give me a chance, otherwise, one day I will sooner or later. Take your head off. A-hole, Enel, you. The enraged Clyde just wanted to say something. When he saw Saint Anthony wave his hand, he couldn't help but pause. Bibjay, staring at this explosive head, a miserable boy with long ears at the moment, Saint Anthony recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. With angry eyes, he came to Enel and hooked his chin, unwilling, are you? There was an extra layer of fear in his eyes. As a resident of Birka Island, he was regarded as alien by the people around him because he had no wings since he was a child. But Enel naturally knew this devil, the monster that once cut the Bibihe in half with a single knife. Even the god was not an enemy of one, and was easily killed in seconds. Strongly ruled Birka. But Enel still gritted his teeth, full of contention, and stared at Clyde ferociously. That fruit belongs to me. He doesn't know what devil fruit, but he has heard some rumors. This strange fruit. It seems that there is a mysterious power that can make people stronger. I once asked everyone to post the picture of devil fruit on Birka, and ordered all the residents of Birka to spare no effort to find it and not to embezzle it. The god-tier officer Clyde was furious. It's like a chubby ball. I immediately rushed to Enel, staring fiercely at Enel, gritted his teeth and sternly said, "You know that you have committed an unforgivable death." Stopped the anger, full of shame and killing intent. Clyde, who wanted to kick Enel over. Saint Anthony said calmly, "No, it belongs to me. However, I can also give you a chance. Then bet on your strength and luck." In Clyde and Enel's disbelief, Saint Anthony looked at Enel and said faintly, "Elizabeth." Yes, Elizabeth opened another treasure box in her hand. In an unknown devil fruit with a white whole body and a spiral pattern lies quietly there. Enel, god-tier officer Clyde and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Some can't believe it. Another devil fruit? Sky Island is still too small. The vast Qinghai is the colorful world, is the stage that truly belongs to the strong. Suddenly, Saint Anthony pointed to the air inexplicably. "Defeat him, this unknown fruit belongs to you." In the eyes of god-tier officer Clyde, Enel and others shocked inexplicably. Taste the air suddenly opened like a huge portal. The strange green space appeared in front of them. "Guilty, guilty." A huge giant wearing a hood, saying guilty and wearing a huge chain. With heavy steps, walked out of the different space. Giant. Chapter 104. Boom. An exaggerated giant. Heavenly Dragon's hoof is branded on his chest, and he has a huge 3 tattoo on his arm. The Great Anthony, His Royal Highness. The slave of giant number 3, knelt down to Saint Anthony in awe. The giant slaves on the Saint White Poplar had already been thoroughly tamed by Saint Anthony. Become a puppet who only knows how to follow orders and loses his soul. This is the legendary giant race. God-tier officer Clyde looked at the giant slave who walked into the palace compound, a full 10 meters high, giving a great sense of oppression. Can't help but open his mouth wide. "Guru. Weatuo is too big and the guards of Sky Island are also sluggish. This is the first time they have seen such a huge person." Cold sweat came out. If this is a punch. And Enel was tied there. His eyes shrank sharply, and cold sweat broke out. Then changed to a slightly more interesting rule. Looking at the pale face of Enel, the corners of Saint Anthony's mouth rose. The current Enel has not undergone any decent training and practice. As far as he judged his breath through observation haki, this guy is better than ordinary members of the God Guard, but it is also quite limited. In theory, it is impossible to defeat the giant. And the unknown devil fruit. Not long ago, the country of flowers just sent it up. Most of them were purchased from the black market at a high cost. There is no record in the devil fruit manual. As for the ability, it depends on what kind of luck Enel has. Elizabeth. Yes. King Glee's figure nodded. The figure was like electricity, and it suddenly rushed to the giant who bowed his head and knelt there. Directly use a chain to lock the box containing devil fruit's abilities on the giant's neck. Whether you defeat Slave 3 head-on, defeat him by trick, or find a way to take out the devil fruit inside and eat it, you can use your luck to obtain some unknown ability to defeat him. Looking down at Enel, kneeling there, in a cold sweat. Saint Anthony said coldly, "The rule is that you and him, only one can survive, no weapons are allowed. If you win, you will not only gain powerful abilities, but you can follow me directly and go to the vast Qinghai to see a wider world, instead of staying on the small Sky Island and watching the sky." As for whether Enel surrendered from the heart, it doesn't matter at all. He believed that this guy's bones weren't that hard. If you refuse to accept it, hit it until you are satisfied. Okay, Enel gritted his teeth as he looked at the giant slave who was huge and gave birth to great pressure. He stared at the box hanging around his neck. Maybe that is the only way to survive. He has seen the terrifying power displayed by Saint Anthony. That kind of overwhelming power made him unspeakable envy and awe, and even more incomparable yearning. Long. Inside the spacious palace compound. The entire floor, cut by Shimayun, trembled violently. In the inexplicable gaze of Enel and God-tier officer Clyde and others. Saint Anthony was shining with dark blue electric lights. Boom rumble. Daeyun, scrolling and compressing there. The huge fence soared into the sky. It is a full 10 meters high. Blocked a space of 30 meters in radius. The other buildings were rudely destroyed and turned into flat open spaces. Let Clyde face a room, crying without tears. His palace. Let's start. Invisible gravity. In Enel's eyes full of envy and awe. After letting people untie the shackles on his body. Directly took Sabaody, Elizabeth, Clyde, and others, and flew one after another. It swept to the top of the high cloud wall. Roar. Originally, the only giant. Suddenly released an astonishing ferocity, like an ape, beating his chest. Guilty, guilty. His eyes were fierce. A punch slammed into Enel, whose face changed greatly. The fist wind roared endlessly. Boom. The ground trembled. The floor cut by the island cloud cracked, and was blasted out of a big hole. It makes people sweat. A hole. Enel, who avoided the danger, rushed up suddenly. Kicked at slave number 3 giant. Bang. With the tremendous force, Enel flew out. My legs are numb. Looking at the giant who shook his body unscathed. He couldn't help changing his color. Cold sweat came out. Guilty, guilty, giant slave number 3 shouted from his mouth, clasped his fists, and slammed into Enel like a heavy hammer. There was a violent hurricane. Boom. Enel was like an ape, the carp rolled and avoided. But in a blink of an eye, he was kicked in the abdomen by the huge sole of his foot. Wow, the whole person's face is distorted, he vomits blood, and flies out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the island cloud. Guilty, guilty! Yelled excitedly. Slave number 3 rushed up after gaining power and not forgiving. There was no intention to give Enel a chance to breathe. Curled up, Enel saw his scalp numb as he watched being smashed out of the ground. Seeking flowers. Ahem, the power is really too big to say, if you get hit again, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. He didn't care about wiping the bloodline, his eyes were startled and suspicious. Ding with the huge figure. Hanging around his neck is a box containing the devil fruit that is said to give others magical powers. Gritted his teeth. Faintly, it seems to be in a trance. Here the other party wanted to send a left fist, condescendingly, and slammed at him. Subconsciously, he rolled out. Boom, the giant's left fist failed. Chased up again. The one just now. Boom, boom. With punches and kicks, slave number 3 is extremely fierce. Keep chasing each other. But although Enel was in a panic, he always dodged in danger. And, several times waited for the opportunity to seize the box that hung around the giant's neck and contained devil fruit. But it failed. The roaring giant roared there again and again. Some were frustrated and couldn't hit this monkey continuously. It made him irritable. This BD actually awakened Zinzuna. The god-tier officer Clyde's complexion changed, and he rubbed his fists tightly. A little nervous, his complexion was uncertain. Could it be that you awakened in prison these days? As a god-tier officer, he still has some strength. Moreover, it is not weak. Not only has it mastered Sky Island's heart guide. Even a few years ago, under the reward of Saint Anthony, he obtained armament Haki's training method. Gradually, he has mastered the rumored power that can effectively fight against the capable. But it never occurred to him that Enel had already awakened Heart Tsunami without knowing when. The kind of means that can predict the enemy's attack undoubtedly adds to its chances of winning. He didn't want that guy Enel to survive. It seems that this adult values the other person's appearance very much. Maybe, one day that BD really rode on his head. Trying to find him to settle accounts is in trouble. Oh! Saint Anthony chuckled softly and said, "Have you awakened Haki?" "Not bad. It seems that it hasn't been long since awakening, and he hasn't been proficient, even unconsciously prejudged it." As Saint Anthony's confidant, although he does not have the monster-like power of Gurfia. But Sadalisa's strength is not too weak. With extremely high eyesight, he directly judged that Enel's observation Haki, called Heart Tsunami on Sky Island, has just awakened and is not yet proficient in the master. Chapter 105. Boom! A heavy fist came. Enel prejudges in advance and avoids risks. Moreover, the whole person is like a civet cat turning over, almost stepping on the giant's arm and leaping up. He grabbed the box on the neck of the giant's slave. Tugged fiercely. "Rip it off!" Boom! But the shadows struck. The angry slave number 3, directly swiping his fist, would be too focused to seize the treasure box, and Enel, who had no time to dodge, flew out fiercely. Wow! Distorted face. He vomits blood flying everywhere. It is heavily inlaid on the cloud wall. Enel, who was struggling, was full of blood, looking at the giant rushing. Without hesitation, he opened the box. He bit at the fruit. "Guilty, guilty." Slave number 3 has a sullen face and yells there. 627. The fist of violence smashed like a violent storm. The cloud wall collapsed and cracked. The earth quaked more than ever. It makes my scalp numb when I look at it. Smoke and dust filled. Some can't see clearly. Boom! Without warning. The huge figure that is constantly punching and smashing. It seemed that there was an amazing explosion, and it was blown out. He fell heavily there. How can it be? The God-tier officer Clyde, who was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly changed his complexion. He stared at it, and lost his voice in disbelief, that BD. Sadalisa and Elizabeth, who were following Saint Anthony, were also a little surprised. Originally, they thought that Enel would probably be killed. Cough cough. Smoke and dust filled. Covered with blood, the humanoid figure rushed out. His face was bloody, and his chest collapsed. "I don't know how many ribs are broken. A-hole, you die for me." Enel looked grim, still biting his bloody teeth. I rushed to the giant who was blown up, a little dizzy, and too late to get up. He slammed his fist towards the face of the slave of giant number 3. Boom! A violent explosion. Blasted again. The fire blazed into the sky and the smoke filled the sky. What? Flesh and flesh fly! The giant screamed. But the brutal Enel showed no mercy. On the fist, there are black waves that are almost invisible to the naked eye. One punch after another, he kept hitting it with all his might. Boom! The terrible explosion did not hurt Enel at all. The giant's flesh and blood spattered and the bones flew everywhere. Has long lost the breath of life. It makes people shudder. Oh? Interesting. Saint Anthony raised an eyebrow, the ability to cause an explosion. A little surprised, with a chuckle. This guy's luck seems pretty good. The beautiful eyes of Sadalisa and Elizabeth, who are rich in body, flashed with different colors. She was also astonished. At the dying moment, you can still reverse the defeat by relying on such an ability that is too late for the master. Unexpectedly, Enel had such luck. The ability acquired, even giants can blow out, obviously not weak. Cough, 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 yahahaha, I won. Enel's face is bloody, he has his own, and there are giants, which is extremely healing. Laughing wildly there. Then, he stood upright. Consciousness plunged into darkness. Have someone deal with his injury and send him to the Saint Biang. Saint Anthony looked at Enel who passed out. A satisfied smile appeared. It seems that this guy does not have such a powerful ability as Logia Thunder Fruit. It also has the value of training. However, what kind of height can it grow to? It depends on himself. As for the loss of a dispensable giant slave, it's nothing at all. God-tier officer Clyde wanted to cry without tears. I want to kill Enel right away, but face Saint Anthony's order and dare not say anything. I can only promise, yes. Looking at the flesh and blood giant slave who was bombarded by Enel's power, he couldn't help his scalp tingling. On this Saint Poplar, in the huge castle, Saint Anthony, who came back here, asked, "That kid Enel, have you arranged it? Don't let him die." "It has been arranged, Angel has given him a simple treatment, please rest assured." Sabaody responded. Handed the treasure box containing thunder fruit to Saint Anthony. "His Royal Highness, do you really want to try?" Sabaody hesitated and inevitably said with some worry, "I have never heard of anyone who has 2 or more devil fruit." Saint Anthony not only gained eternal life through Paramecia Opop fruit's ultimate ability surgery for immortality. Moreover, in order to make oneself become more demon fruit power than ever before, and to let the late OPOP fruit ability person, Lawrence Kill borrowed from the structure of the alien of Shanaheim Jima's day, and carried out his body. All aspects of transformation. It seems that there is only one heart. But in fact, it's like a flower bud wrapped in layers. Saint Anthony's heart has a 3-layer structure, and they beat at the same frequency. Even if observation haki is not weak, it is difficult to listen. It is a monster with 3 hearts, different from ordinary people. The power of Logia Thunder Fruit not only allows me, who is now a Paramecia magnetic fruit, to gain stronger thunder and lightning power, the body can be elementalized, and the speed is not weaker than that of Polosalino, and may even surpass that of Polosalino. It can also greatly strengthen my control over the electromagnetic field, allowing me to control gravity, repulsion, etc., and increase it several times. Furthermore, once you become a thunder fruit capable person, you will be able to integrate radio waves to a greater extent and greatly enhance your perception of observation haki. Then you can find that lanternfish to do more with less. Saint Anthony took the exquisite treasure box. He has been looking forward to this devil fruit for a long time. With its power, in the future, it will be equipped with the third ability that oneself most wants, and is slowly planning and waiting. He will not fear anyone. 1.9 The title of the world's strongest will never belong to Whitebeard Edward Newgate, or the existence in the depths of Pangu City. His observation haki, although it can directly target meteorites in space. But the voices in the ocean are too complicated, and the brain can't process so much information. Only a small area to find the giant lanternfish that swallowed the legendary Steel Island alchemy in one bite. If it can be combined with the power of thunder fruit, the observation haki can be amplified by radio waves, which is similar to radar detection and search. I believe that the whereabouts of the monster will be found soon. Take out the blue-white pineapple-shaped devil fruit with a strange spiral pattern inside. There is no hesitation. In the nervous eyes of Sabaody and Elizabeth. Just took a bite. Magnetic. Chapter 106. Rumble. Crack, pop. Magnetic. Wow. One without warning. Birka with clear sky, and the whole sea area. The storm was overwhelming and the wind was raging. Thunder and lightning. It was as if a panic and a natural disaster had come, and people seemed to tremble with depression. It was terrifying. Is the storm coming? The weather was fine just now. I have never seen such a terrible weather. Throughout the island of Birka, countless people were terrified and looked at the sky in disbelief. The sudden change and darkness suddenly fell, like the sky, like the end of the day. Minghuhu, the fierce tornado seemed to run through the sky and the earth, constantly raging toward the depths of the sea, roar away. Unspeakable shock. Those women who went to visit Birka from the top of the Saint White Poplar in groups, by, under the guard of the guards and the maids, they hurriedly returned to the Saint Biang. But it didn't take long. The dark clouds gradually changed. The terrible thundercloud disappeared. The sky lit up. However, in the eyes of those Sky Island residents with their mouths open and shocked, the cold wind was bitter. The temperature drops sharply. Can't help but shudder. Feather-like snowflakes, keep falling. This weather is too exaggerated. Juno Heimjima, who was dragging Gerfia on the street, and Gerfia next to her were shocked and inexplicable. Can't believe looking at the sky. Subconsciously looked in the direction of the Saint White Poplar. Could it? On the huge Saint White Poplar. On the roof of the central castle. Ha ha ha. Surrounded by lightning, full of unspeakable haki and majesty, awe-inspiring silhouette, he held his forehead and laughed there. Sure enough, no matter how powerful it is, it still depends on how to use it. Combining the power of thunder fruit, it once again obtained a terrible increase in the electromagnetic field, which exceeded Saint Anthony's expectations. Originally, it was just an attempt. Unexpectedly, even the weather can be directly manipulated. Especially on the entire Angel Island, countless voices can't help but flow into the heart, but there is no such thing as the previous one because the brain cannot directly process and digest it in a short time because it listens too much information, which makes people feel like a headache. Feel. That kind of swelling, uncontrollable sense of pleasure, can't be controlled. Continuously gushing out. It's as if you are truly omnipotent. You can control the weather so freely. On the roof of the majestic and magnificent castle, the sharp drop in temperature made Sadalisa and Elizabeth, who were only wearing cooler summer clothes and serving around St. Anthony, couldn't help but feel cold. Staring at the heavy snow that keeps flying down. I couldn't believe my eyes, they were a little shocked. Looking at the majestic figure ahead, his eyes flashed with indescribable splendor. Such power is simply incredible. Sure enough, Their Highness is destined to be not immortal. His Royal Highness, please let the weather recover. Sadalisa hurriedly reminded, otherwise, tomorrow the doctor on the Saint White Poplar will be too busy. Saint Anthony's collection of those beautifully dressed, beautiful women are very fragile, and most of them are ordinary people. Especially this time, we were playing in groups on Birka Island, and we didn't even prepare a jacket to keep out the cold. Snap your fingers. All around the dazzling electric light, Saint Anthony is gradually dimming. He chuckled and said, I was a little negligent. It didn't take long. The bitter wind gradually disappeared. The heavy snow of goose feathers no longer falls. The cold weather returned to sunny again. Bright sunshine shines on the white sea and Birka Island. People can't believe it. Suddenly I was dreaming. Sure enough, Your Highness caused it. The air converges. Gerfia's tall figure condensed out. Mimo looked at Saint Anthony, surprised, could it be that you have? Saint Anthony used to master powerful magnetism, and could even manipulate the sea to roll up huge waves. But it did not directly affect the weather. Yes, Sister Gerfia. Elizabeth next to him said with a light smile, His Royal Highness, he is already Paramecia magnetic fruit, Logia. Thunder fruit's dual demon fruit power. It's incredible to be able to achieve this level. Paramecia, after the power of the magnetic fruit is combined with the power of the Logia thunder fruit, the control and application of electromagnetic waves will take a step forward. Saint Anthony suppressed the immersive feeling of expansion and tried his best to restore his normal heart. He smiled lightly and said, it can release powerful electromagnetic waves of different frequencies, forcibly disturbing the normal operation and changes of the airflow in the atmosphere, creating low temperatures, droughts, floods, and storms. He himself is equivalent to an immeasurable electromagnetic energy weapon. Can directly manipulate climate changes. Of course, this is nothing. You know, the woman Charlotte Linlin can do it too. Conquered the weather, this is nothing. Big Mom can also manipulate the weather through its own paramecia, the ability of the fruit of the soul, the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus created by Hormuz. However, the effect brought by Logia thunder fruit is not only strengthened in this respect. That kind of unceasingly gushing power made him a little impatient, and wanted to find a strong opponent before he could fight as much as he could. Fluttering. 627 A large number of bats flew by. Gathering into a lovely figure, Juno Heimjima couldn't help but complain, "Your Highness, you are too messy." In this way, they rarely want to wander around Birka Island, but they are all disturbed by Saint Anthony. On the coast. Because of drastic weather changes. It was rare to take his daughter Nicole. Robin had fun on Birka Island to make up for what he owed him over the years, but he suddenly suffered such an astonishing change. He was about to take Robin back to the Saint Poplar, wearing a fine mask, the invisible silver Orovia, staring at the huge central castle in disbelief. There was a deep shock and awe in his eyes. Did he really do it? It's an unimaginable monster. Mom, what's the matter? Holding his mother's hand. Over the years, under the fence, I have suffered from the cold eyes and beatings of relatives and other people around O'Hara. I have never had Robin so satisfied and happy these days. Can't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Orovia took a deep breath. She squatted down and pressed her daughter's little shoulder. Looking at Robin's innocent and clear eyes, he whispered very seriously, "Robin, remember, no matter what happens in the future, never try to disobey Saint Anthony's orders, understand?" Chapter 107. Sky Island Birka. On the huge Saint Poplar. Saint Anthony sits in the luxurious hall. Talking with Prosus. Diddy, dong dong. After half a month's investigation, it was revealed that the Abaris Kingdom, a non-world government member country of South Blue, was bold enough to attack and kill the great nobles of the world. Falling into the game set by Saint Anthony, he had to take refuge in the opponent's Prosus, and directly reported the situation. Five Elders is furious, and has already ordered Admiral Sengoku of Naval Headquarters to personally lead the fleet to go, and issue a statement from West the second Buster Call since Blue O'Hara. Request that this sinful country that dares to offend the majesty of the world government should be erased from the map of the world. Haha. Unsurprisingly. Saint Anthony sneered. On the South Blue side, no results can be found for a long time. The world government, which desperately needs to stand up and severely frightens the sea, directly throws the scapegoat to a non-world government franchise country, which is expected. But because it was a code word, Orovia next to him was completely confused. I told you to do things, have they been completed? Someone has sent him over. Prosus responded. The child's indifferent, sharp eyes are indeed unusual. And it is very precocious and calm, not like a 4-year-old child should behave at all. I really don't know where Saint Anthony got it from. It is indeed a very special seed, but to what extent it can be achieved depends on the next performance of the other party. Maybe that kid, in the future, can really become another sharp knife that Saint Anthony puts in Cypher Paul. Click. His Royal Highness, do you think that Sandia child can really become the next Lucky? Gurfia next to him asked in surprise. Saint Anthony's eyes, how harsh, she has already seen. Whether it's her, Rob Lucci, or even the monkey in Marine, the other side's insightful eyes know people, early discovery and devoting resources to cultivate. Even Senor and Cyrus are not simple. Not to mention, there are Lafitte and Ant King Brady who have joined the Flamingo Pirates. The Sky Island, which is far away from Birka, is already under the control of Saint Anthony. Not long ago, Saint Anthony even returned the other half of Gaia Island, God Island, to the Shandia clan, which was washed into the sky from Qinghai by a giant current hundreds of years ago. Become a monster, how can it be so simple? After receiving the wine glass handed by Elizabeth and shaking the bright red wine inside, Saint Anthony said, "But I believe that kids' achievements will not be too low. In Cipher Paul, bury another chess piece. It's not certain, there are times when it can come in handy. His Royal Highness, Master Dover is calling. The guys on the list you provided him, they have secretly recruited a few people who just put away the phone worm and walked in, and smiled and reported, and entered West Blue yesterday, intending to wait to try to recruit Capone. Beeg, the capable person of the fortified city fruit, is ready to officially enter the Grand Line. Oh? Then look forward to that kid's next performance. South Blue, in an unknown island. Above the beach scorched by the sun. Hundreds of children ranging from 6 to 10 years old. They are neatly lined up and exposed, everyone is wearing the same training uniform, and there is a XXX number sign on the chest. He was sweating, but no one dared to speak out. It was so quiet that only the sound of waves hitting the rocks could be heard. A fierce figure in a suit and leather suit, heavily armed, holding a gun, stood aside with no expression. Each of you has been training here for 3 months to half a year. During this period, nearly 500 people were eliminated to only 150 people left. Every day you experience rigorous and high-intensity physical training, and there are even people who have specially taught you survival, language, fighting, intelligence analysis and other skills. But this is the training camp of Cipher Paul. It is a training base that continuously provides excellent agents for the world government and maintains world order. There is no food waste here. Listen clearly, your training today is to kill the people in your group every 2 people. The head is strong, naked upper body, exaggerated muscles, giving people a sense of strength, full of cold men, and coldly said to the children, 2, only one can survive. Next, I randomly clicked on the numbered ones and listed them for me. 031, 045, go out. At this time, a group of agents in suits and leather shoes came over. The headed figure, wearing a grimace mask and a cloak, can't see his face clearly. Master Seth. The muscle instructor stepped forward and saluted. Calder, are there any good sprouts lately? The CP0 agent headed asked. In this issue, no outstanding police have been found so far. They glanced at the children lined up under the scorching sun, Calder said helplessly. Still not? I faced your South Blue Branch's CP training camp, but I was quite dissatisfied. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. The senior agent in the lead motioned to the people around him. A 4-year-old, expressionless, dark-skinned child was brought out by an agent. This kid. Calder's pupils shrank. His eyes lit up. With his vision of the CP agent training camp instructor for so many years. Naturally, this child is extraordinary. Although it is not yet known where the limit is. But I believe that as long as I can survive the training camp and live to graduate, most of them can enter the secret Cipher Paul 0, the highest, Wang Lizao, level directly under the world government. This child is called Weipa. He is an orphan that Master Prosis met in South Blue. The entire village has been slaughtered by the pirates. He is the only survivor. He does not cry or make trouble, and his eyes are not afraid. Let someone send him over. The police glanced at this kid who hadn't cried since he was sent to him. CP0's senior agent Seth said directly, it seems that the adult has a high expectation of him. Master Prosis. Calder's eyes shrank sharply, and he couldn't believe it. Prosis, but one of the legends in the CP training camps of the major strongholds. It was a monster who stood out from the countless agents, and was selected as a CP0 agent, and even later became an ace agent. Although he is younger, he will be handed over to the CP training camp of the South Blue branch from today. Yes T. Chapter 108. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal Marine's Office. What? Impel down. Hearing Saint Anthony's request, Kong frowned and looked at Gurfia before him in surprise. Please order someone to prepare the ship and send an escort. You don't need to worry about the other Lord Kong, Gurfia, who is the spokesperson of Saint Anthony, speak lightly. It's no problem to go to Impel down. We Marine will meet the requirements of the world's nobles as much as possible, but there are too many important criminals in it, and there are many powerful monsters. Kong groaned. He stared sharply and said in a deep voice, you must ensure that you can't take away or release those criminals casually. Impel down, the world's largest deep-sea prison. Known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, it is located in the Calm Belt, the lair of the large sea kings. Together with naval headquarters and an ice lobby, it is the three major organs of the world government, forming a special corner. Just go through the huge gate of justice and you will be able to pass through the huge vortex current in the fastest time to reach the other two arbitrary locations. Besides, I believe 5 elders will not let him mess up like that. Don't worry, Your Highness just wants to meet the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Gurfia wearing a silver-white women's suit, wearing a big engine and a mask. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, her posture was moving. Her voice was cold and she said directly, after all, when His Royal Highness challenged that guy, she almost died by Shiki's sword. There is no strength for no reason. Saint Anthony can go to this day, not only by virtue of the identity of the so-called world nobleman. No one knows how much blood and sweat he has paid better than Gurfia. Saint Anthony also challenged Golden Lion. Kong's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard the words. A little frightened. Saint Anthony is a lunatic, he always knew it. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, One Piece Gordy Roger, Red Earl Letterfield, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, all these people have challenged. But I didn't expect, Bib J, that Saint Anthony even challenged Golden Lion Shiki. Your Excellency Kong, please prepare as soon as possible. Gurfia said, His Royal Highness Saint Biang will arrive at naval headquarters soon. In fact, Saint Anthony had already prepared to impel down. It's just that it has been delayed until now. Less than 2 hours. When the huge island tortoise St. Poplar arrived, the entire naval headquarters was shaking. Island tortoise? It's an exaggeration. It is said to be the world nobleman Don Quixote. Saint Anthony's Saint White Poplar. Some Marines are shocked inexplicably. Looking at the huge, it could be said to be the giant island tortoise of the island, I couldn't believe my eyes. Ah, is this naval headquarters? Above the Saint White Poplar, Enel was bandaged all over, like a zongzi. Looking at the magnificent and solemn naval headquarters building, I couldn't help being shocked, it's really spectacular. He had already recovered from the wounds that had been recuperated and battled with the giant slaves, and he became alive and well. Because of the ability to just get the paramecia explosive fruit, it was too revealing, except for Saint Anthony. As a result, he was younger than him, but he has undergone harsh and cruel training since he was a child, and he has already mastered all 6 types, and he is also a new demon's bat fruit vampire form capable person. And also deliberately not let Angel, who is a person with the ability to heal fruits, be treated for him. These days, he was taught a miserable lesson by Juno Shima. Especially after seeing Lu Ki training and abilities. Only then did Enel know how naive he was. Fuzz. Jima Juno, who is a little devilish man, knocked him on the head. In fact, she also wanted to go to the legendary deep-sea prison Impel Down. But the Highness and Sister Gurfia didn't agree with her to follow. I have seen Saint Anthony. When Saint Anthony walked out, under the leadership of those marine generals, a large number of marines bowed their knees. Headed by Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Momuzagi also kneeled there and saluted. She is General Marine who is responsible for escorting Saint Anthony this time. In fact, it is just a cut scene. Kong is very clear about the strength of Saint Anthony and Gurfia. There is no need to waste Marine's military power too much. For the sake of face, it's fine to get by. Saint Anthony, Marshal Kong has ordered that I will escort you to impel down in the great deep sea prison. One is tall and tall, about 3 meters. The cold and moving naval headquarters Rear Admiral Momuzagi salutes without expression. On the beautiful face, there is a beauty mole at the corner, tied with a beautiful ponytail. Hanging with a famous sword, and wearing Marine's exclusive justice cloak, it is full of skill and heroism. The white and slender right follower, tattooed with a spider pattern. Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters Momuzagi. His Royal Highness, the warship to impel down is ready, and Rear Admiral Momuzagi of Naval Headquarters is responsible for escort. After Gurfia saluted, he came to Saint Anthony's side and said softly, "It's been a long time, Jun Rear Admiral." Saint Anthony stepped forward with his hands behind his back, and suddenly smiled at Momuzagi, who deliberately pretended not to know him. "You are still so beautiful." A tall woman who looked very young, her eyebrows filled with heroic spirit, could no longer pretend. Staring straight at Saint Anthony, his fists clenched, some gritted teeth. Pirate hunter Andre, Ares Momuzagi glared at Saint Anthony angrily, gritted his teeth and said, "No, the great world noble Saint Anthony, you can lie to me miserable. I can't wait to pull out the famous knife Jin Kun Luo in Ga, and slash it hard." Unexpectedly, the daring one at Sabaody Archipelago brought a pirate to Marine Base to receive a reward. Not only did she flirt with herself, but she also laughed and escaped when she was not prepared to take her first drink. No trace, the pirate hunter Andre Ares who made her hate her teeth. It is actually a nobleman in the world. Cruel and domineering, he does no evil, and is privately called the biggest trash on the sea. Chapter 109. Drop. It didn't last long. The sharp whistle sounded, the huge battleship. Under the gaze of many marine generals and soldiers, they slowly left the port of naval headquarters. The huge Saint Poplar still stayed on the sea near naval headquarters. "I am Momuzagi, Marine number GXXXXXXXX, open the door of justice." The expressionless Talmian did not continue to pay attention to Saint Anthony, holding the phone worm, and talking with the command room in naval headquarters responsible for opening the door of justice. "Identity confirmation, open the door of justice." Towering into the sky, the gate of justice is magnificent. Rumble open start slowly. Aroused a huge wave. It's shocking. The gate of justice, every time I see it, I always feel very exaggerated. Looking at the flag pattern of the world government, the clouds and mist, towering incomparably, like a huge portal to the sky, Saint Antonius said with emotion. It is hard to imagine how such a huge portal was created. You know, just the width of the gate of justice. The diameter of an island is as big as it is, and it is outrageously exaggerated. Obviously, to create such an astonishing and exaggerated gate of justice, only those with the ability can do it. The warship quickly passed through. Following the vortex current, moving forward at a very fast speed. Under a parasol. Lying on the beach chair. Saint Anthony, dressed in a blue and white shirt and black slacks, squinted and leaned comfortably there. And Gurfia, who was accompanying, stood quietly on the side. "Come over." Looking at Jun, he always raised his horn. "Need your legs?" Out of the marshal's reminder. "I was thinking about how to complete the task quickly, and didn't want to have any intersection with Saint Anthony, a dangerous dragon man," but the face turned black. Shoo, staring at Saint Anthony. "Let her be dignified, Rear Admiral, rub her legs for each other?" "What? Before leaving, your marshals didn't confess what kind of attitude you should use to face the nobles of the world." Saint Anthony's face was cold, and he looked at Momuzagi, "Or, my words are not useful at all." "No. I am strong, neither light nor heavy, for fear of accidentally hurting the great nobles of the world. Momuzagi gritted his teeth and said blankly. It's okay, my bones are harder than ordinary people, and my whole body is electrified. I'm afraid that the electricity will make your whole body soft. I won't be able to walk later. Saint Anthony revealed White Fang, and said with a light smile. As he said, his face was stern, not hurry up, is that how you are, Marine? How can the world government trust you, Marine? How can you rest assured that the important task of maintaining the order of the sea and protecting the lives and property of the people is entrusted to you? Yes, the great Saint Anthony. Momuzagi browsed and gritted his teeth. The beautiful pretty face flushed red, and the bulging front was violently ups and downs, but he still stepped forward unwillingly. Brushing his hands directly covered the pitch-black armament haki. Rub your legs? If it wasn't for you to be a nobleman in the world, I have to cut off your third leg directly. The adjutant next to him watched his scalp numb. I wanted to say something, but didn't dare to intervene, so I could only stand there talking. Very wise, he turned his eyes away and looked at the undulating sea. Angrily squeeze. Grabbed Saint Anthony's foot. Magnetic. Terrible electric light. It was shining violently there. In an instant, the current that numbs the scalp keeps flowing. Armament haki couldn't defend against the poorly prepared Tao Mi. I was numb all over by the electric. You violently withdrew for the first time, looking at Saint Anthony in amazement, frightened and angry. Although it is only Rear Admiral, her strength has long been quite strong, even if she is promoted to Marine Vice Admiral, it is more than enough. You continue to use haki, the big deal I will continue to increase the voltage. Looking at the embarrassed Momuzagi, Saint Anthony said. The legs returned to normal, no longer intertwined with current. Play with him? Continue. He closed his eyes and spoke lightly. Very poisonously sarcastically, it's really useless, you can't even wait for someone. No wonder you are such a big person and still can't get married. If you don't want to be prisoner, you bother, the people who chase me are all queued to naval headquarters from here. Momuzagi snorted coldly. She is still very confident of her beauty. But as he said, he still had to endure his inner resentment and unwillingness, and obediently stepped forward. He stopped using armament haki to provoke the opponent. She knew very well that the man in front of her had a monster-like strength. It is completely different from the world aristocracy in my own knowledge. Yes. Saint Anthony opened his eyes, with a smile in his eyes. He snapped his fingers at a marine ensign standing there upright. You, come here. Saint Anthony, what's your order? The ensign stood up and saluted. Do you think Momuzagi Rear Admiral is beautiful? Saint Anthony smiled and asked Mimi. Reached out his hand and gestured to Gurfia behind him. He took Gurfia knowingly and handed it over, the exquisite and beautiful gold-inlaid lead bullet small pistol. Replayed on the table in front of him. Momuzagi's eyelids twitched. The ensign turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out. Back to Saint Anthony, Rear Admiral is very beautiful. It is the dream girl of most Marines. The Marine ensign said bitterly. Do you include you? Package included. The palm of the Marine ensign was sweating. But in front of the goddess in his mind, he still said hard. Boom. Moment. Splashes of blood. Ah! The ensign screamed in pain and fell in a pool of blood. Saint Anthony held the pistol and pulled the trigger mercilessly. Momuzagi was stunned. I thought that Saint Anthony was just pretending to scare him. But I didn't expect that he would actually shoot at that Marine ensign. The faces of Marine next to him changed drastically and were inexplicably angry. Whatever you are going to do, calm down and restrain me. The adjutant broke out in a cold sweat. Busy to those Marines who were so angry that they almost couldn't help but raised their guns at Saint Anthony, shouted, Saint Anthony is a nobleman in the world. Thinking of the supreme power of the Tianlongren, the Marines present couldn't help clenching their fists, daring not to speak. Teeth rattled. Cum lowered his head. The adjutant hurriedly signaled the two Marines to go forward and take the seriously injured but not dead Marine ensign to go to emergency treatment. UBD. Momuzagi was inexplicably angry. Glancing at Saint Anthony. Can't help but kicked it up. Bang! Gurfia, who was standing upright there, flew in front of Saint Anthony in an instant. The right hand caught Dauma's kick. The astonishing vigor raged, and the table with the fruits and wine glasses on it was lifted out in an instant. People can't open their eyes. Looking at the angry Momuzagi. Faintly said, Guy looks at the woman that God looks after. He has no forgiveness. Your Highness is already very kind. The woman that God sees. Momuzagi was full of anger. Gritting his silver teeth and staring bitterly at Saint Anthony, do you consider me something in your bag? BD. As the blood of the Creator, gods don't need to be reasonable, Gurfia said indifferently, you only need to obediently serve with your hands. The body instantly turned into materialized air. She wrapped Momuzagi and strangled her neck directly. In an instant, the overly careless opponent was subdued. It's like a strong rope entangled, unable to break free. Naturally, including your body. Damn it! Momuzagi's face changed drastically, furious. Struggling as hard as possible, but the air rope entwining Haki is getting tighter and tighter. Come here. I ignored Momuzagi, who was furious. Saint Anthony pointed to another major marine. Looking at him, who was pale, he smiled and asked, Tell me, do you like Momuzagi, Rear Admiral? Damn it, let go of my visible vacuum wall, covering Momuzagi, who is struggling. The air was gradually drained. My face started to turn blue due to lack of oxygen. Chapter 110. Boom. It's Momuzagi after all. Future Admiral of Headquarters Alternate. Even if it is not Gurfia's opponent, it is impossible to be easily restrained in this way. I saw her whole body turned red, as if faintly oozing blood. Suddenly struggling to break free of Gurfia's shackles. The extremely sharp Jinkun Luo was out of the sheath in an instant. There was an astonishing cold light. Her face flushed red, and she was almost suffocated, her face full of anger. Gritting his silver teeth, he said angrily at Saint Anthony, Saint Anthony, can't you stop? Even if you are a nobleman in the world, you should not do whatever you want. Saint Anthony, who was sitting there casually, didn't even look at Momuzagi. Just smiling, looking at the pale-faced Major Naval Headquarters, answer me. 627. Saint Anthony, I already have a wife. The Major Marine sweated on his forehead and hurriedly bit his scalp and responded, Peach Rabbit, Rear Admiral is very beautiful, but in every husband's heart, his wife is the most beautiful. Boom. Pull the trigger. With blood spattering, the Colonel Marine's eyes widened, unable to believe he looked at Saint Anthony, and fell down in pain. Mixed. A celebrity Marine was inexplicably angry and tried his best to restrain it. Unexpectedly, this maverick, who didn't wear bubble hoods, space costumes, and medals, would be the same cruel world aristocrat who thought he should get along well. How can your wretched wife compare to the woman I like? Looking down at the Major of Naval Headquarters, Saint Anthony spoke indifferently. The Marines present couldn't help but feel chills. Tianlong people were as cruel and unreasonable as the rumors. Stop it, Anthony. Momuzagi has red eyes and angrily said. It rushed to the front of Saint Anthony and stopped the opponent. Holding Jinkun Luo's hand tightly, his head was shaking with excessive anger. Can't wait to slash each other with a knife. Ha ha ha, are you angry? Saint Anthony threw the pistol to Gurfia. Magnetic. Electric Mang Shuo Shuo. The body, muscles, and bones are constantly moving. The body shape actually changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, from 2 meters tall to 3 meters tall. Not inferior to Momuzagi, even taller than the other. Moreover, it does not appear thin, the bulging muscles support the clothes tightly, the lines are sharp and angular, and it is still so strong and heroic. His clothes were not bursting because of this. It was specially made for him by the scientific research team. Although it is not a real form memory armor, it has some special effects and possesses extremely strong tension. Not afraid of ordinary fire and water. What? The body has become taller. Momuzagi and those Marines couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Some can't believe it. Even the return of life should not reach such an astonishing level. Are you angry? Saint Anthony smiled and walked towards the unspeakable angry Talmun. Momuzagi shrank subconsciously, but still did not escape. Then give it to me. Kang. The sound of gold and iron crosses, makes the teeth sour. The materialized air blade blocked the sharp blade. The fierce strength shook the deck to crack. The raging wind pressure made those Marines unstable and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The silver hair is flying and shiny. Gerfia squinted her narrow eyes, looked directly at the angry Tao Meng, and said faintly, "Are you going to offend the great world blame?" Insolent BD, while biting her silver teeth, Tao Mian stared at Saint Anthony viciously. The tall body shrank and returned to its original shape. Use the life return that has already been trained to ultimate. Combining the abilities of Thunder Fruit and Magnetic Fruit, he can freely adjust his own skeleton, muscles, blood vessels, and other organizational structures. Change your height and appearance to a certain extent. Take him down for treatment right away. Momuzagi clenched his fists, looked at Colonel Marine who had fallen in a pool of blood, and yelled to Marine next to him. Eye circles are red. She has been spoiled by Vice Admiral since she was a child, and she has never felt so wronged. Even if he fought and slayed the vicious pirates and suffered serious injuries, he was not so embarrassed. Obviously it was not my own mistake, but I had to endure it, even to offend the other party. Yes, Momuzagi Rear Admiral. Don't be so angry, anyway, I think you are on your face and saved them alive. Saint Anthony sat casually on the ship's side. Don't care about the indifferent way. For my face. On Momuzagi's smooth forehead, blue veins were exposed. Cold and angry, staring at each other fiercely. The proud posture fluctuates sharply with her breathing. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress her anger to calm herself down. Sneered and sarcastically said, "Thank you for your tolerance, the great Saint Anthony. Of course, Guy covets the woman I'm fond of, and disguised the vision of the world's nobles as a wife of chaff. It is already inexcusable." Those Marines couldn't help wiping their fists tightly when they heard this. Damn its celestial dragons, how cruel and evil. This kind of high-sounding reason can be said for granted. Looking at the blue sky, Saint Anthony said slowly, "Tomo, you can't escape. Don't dream, even if I die, I won't succumb to you, Saint Anthony." Momuzagi noodles are 1.9 frosty. She gritted her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, "Then you can give it a try and see if you can use it for me." In the town of nobles in the world, Momuzagi knows exactly how troublesome it is. At least, if today's events are spread out, I'm afraid that those suitors who can fill the cafeteria during the weekdays and eat lunch will disappear without a trace. But she will never succumb to the power of the mere celestial dragons. Big deal, I'm not a marine. It's boring to use strong, you will surrender obediently, Jun. Saint Anthony shook his head, smiling deeply. Then I can wait. Momuzagi snorted coldly and put Junpilluo under her scabbard. Turned and walked towards the cabin. Staying here again, she is afraid that she will go crazy. Chapter 111. Rumble. After all, it is through a special vortex current. Impel down, saying it's not far away. Soon, with the opening of the second Grand Gate of Justice, the battleship with the seagull flag and the world government flag entered directly inside. A huge circular island is in sight. A large number of marine warships, guarding it, are airtight. Impel down in front of the door. The warship Saint Anthony was riding on, slowly docked. See Saint Anthony. A marine officer on a warship, a jailer officer in the great prison of Impel Down, under the leadership of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Magellan and other personnel responsible for guarding here. All knelt down and saluted one after another. Saint Anthony, I'm Magellan, the Deputy Director of the recommended city. The director just went to the sacred land of the Red Earth continent Murijoy to report on his work. Magellan respectfully saluted, stood up and said to Saint Anthony, You want to see Golden Lion's request, Marshal Kong has already ordered 18. A yellow-green deputy director uniform, huge figure, with the silhouette of Satan. The ghostly scary face was full of solemnity and seriousness. Then trouble you. Gurfia, who was following Saint Anthony, spoke lightly. I won't go in, just wait here for Saint Anthony to come out. Tao Mian, who was following, said with a cold face. She wished she could finish the task quickly. Because, I really don't want to see such a bullying BD like Saint Anthony. Up to you. Saint Anthony didn't care about Momuzagi's attitude. As if feeling something, he suddenly showed a different color, and said with a light smile, It just so happens that an old acquaintance of mine has been imprisoned here. As the noble Tianlong people, descendants of the Creator, he does not need to consider other people's ideas. Impel Down is divided into 6 levels of hell, which will be detained according to the degree of crime and danger of the prisoners, and the 6th level eternal hell, the criminals who are locked out of the monster pirates who have been wiped out of history for being too ferocious. The prisoners on this level are all near legendary guys, and they will end up either death sentence or life imprisonment. Magellan leads the way, leading Saint Anthony, Gurfia, and others into Impel Down. And the introduction is concise and concise. Golden Lion Shiki, detained at the eternal hell on the 6th floor, you can go straight down by the elevator. In the side hall on the 1st floor, a criminal in handcuffs is lining up, waiting for inspection. They have to go through the strict and cruel disinfection procedure, which is the precedent of Impel Down, before being put in prison. Pirate hunter Andre Aries. At this time, a clear voice came, full of surprise and disbelief. A female pirate with green silky hair, a pink women's cowboy hat, and a pink down coat is staring blankly as she prepares to go directly to the 6th floor. Seeing the Golden Lion, she doesn't want to wait any longer. Sting Saint Anthony who escaped from prison in advance. It was Gurfia, who looked over with a little surprise. It's the notorious female pirate Miss Olib, who is offering a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Magellan glanced at each other, and was there to check the guards of the criminals who had just been sent to Impel Down. Han Yabao ordered, Han Yabao, don't let them disturb the nobles of the world. No, no need, old acquaintance. Saint Anthony, who had already monitored the other party, chuckled. Walked over. Meet Saint Anthony. Headed by the guards, Han Yabao knelt tremblingly. The other party, but the legendary nobleman of the world, heard Magellan say that the power is terrible, even if he is a little unhappy, a word can make him strip off his skin, even without any charges, directly put him in Impel Down prison. The prison staff also knelt down one after another. Saint Anthony? I was just escorted over today. I was already a little desperate. Seeing Saint Anthony gave birth to some hope, she wanted to ask the female pirate Miss Olib, who shamelessly snatched her first old acquaintance for help. Stunned. Isn't it a pirate hunter? Moreover, it seems that the other party's status is very high, and even the deputy director of the recommended city is respectful. Bastards, don't you all kneel down for me, in front of you, but the great world nobles, Donquixote, Saint Anthony. Han Yabao, who is worried about losing his official position, can't take care of the girl he just coveted. The pirate's beauty came, and he sternly scolded. What? Tian Long Ren. Pump, pounce. Some of the pirates turned pale with fright, and cold sweat came out. Kneeled down one after another. Even, there is no idea of taking the risk of hijacking the other party at all. In this sea, the authority of the world's nobles has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The world government has used countless bones and cruel incidents to establish the supreme majesty of the Tianlong people. Enjoy the supreme privilege and never allow offense. Once offended, even the Admiral of Naval Headquarters must do its best to maintain it. World Noble Mise, Olib was surprised. Then, his eyes could not help but light up. Kneeling forward, handcuffed hands holding Saint Anthony's 627 clothes, Saint Anthony, you must save me, they are yours. Saint Anthony, do you know her? Magellan frowned and couldn't help asking. Pirate, Mise Olib, we meet again. Saint Anthony knelt down and said with a chuckle, this time, can't you run? Months ago. He is about to challenge Kaido, the beast. Met this woman before. I also want to keep this beautiful little wildcat by my side after the incident. The result ran straight away. These days, I have been busy and almost forgot. Unexpectedly, I ran into it again, and it was still impelled down. Saint Anthony, I swear, I will never run away. Holding heavy handcuffs, Mise Olib, who was kneeling there, said hurriedly, you must save me. People don't want to spend a lifetime in this ghost place. Her bounty is as high as 50 million Baileys. You know, if you close your eyes, don't expect to go out in this life. I don't know what kind of punishment and torture he will suffer. Just listening to the screams from time to time in the prison, she couldn't help feeling numb in her heart. Untie her handcuffs. Saint Anthony gave the order lightly. What? Chapter 112. Saint Anthony, this is not compliant. Magellan's face changed. Mise Olib is notorious for being a criminal with a bounty of up to 50 million Baileys. The crimes committed are enough to be sentenced to life imprisonment. There is nothing in compliance with the rules. As a nobleman in the world, I am now pardoning her crimes. Saint Anthony stood up, staring directly at Magellan with dangerous eyes, his eyes gloomy. Is it necessary for me to issue a formal pardon from the world government? No, no need. Fine sweat came out of his forehead. Although very unwilling, Magellan is very aware of the power of the world's nobles. I can only bite the bullet and say loudly to Han Yabao, unlock her handcuffs. Hey? Yes, yes. Han Yabao, who looks like a ghost, hastily stepped forward and opened the handcuffs for the female pirate Miss Olib. Thank you, Saint Anthony. Was exonerated so easily. Mise Olib couldn't help being overjoyed. Subconsciously, he would lean directly against Saint Anthony. You are too dirty now. A hand stopped there. The white mask revealed the face below the nose, and Gurfia said coldly, I don't deserve to be near your highness. This woman, who was sent over from New World, must have been detained for many days and had not taken a shower. There is already some peculiar smell. Of course she would not let the other person approach her highness. Mise Olib was stuck on his face. His face turned away and turned away. Let's go. Saint Anthony said nothing. The current Mise Olib is indeed a bit dirty. Magellan clenched his fist, hesitated for a moment, but could only continue to lead the way. He was really worried, and then Saint Anthony released the criminals on the 6th floor of the recommended city. I lead the way ahead. Quietly, he winked at Han Yabao. Indicate the other side to report the situation to naval headquarters. Unexpectedly, Saint Anthony, you are actually a distinguished nobleman in the world. Follow Saint Anthony, Magellan, and others up the elevator, where the female pirate Mise Olib was to please. After spending so long in New World, she certainly knows what kind of existence the pirate hunter André Aries is. If it is not clear that this man is not like the stupid men who were deceived by himself before, he can let him hold it, not willing to give in to the other party, let alone think that the other party can defeat monsters like 100 beasts, long ago hugged the thigh directly. Unexpectedly, the real identity of the other party turned out to be a world aristocrat with supreme power. It almost subverted my previous cognition of those celestial dragons that I had secretly seen on the Sabaody archipelago. Tell me, how did you get caught here? After Magellan ordered. The elevator began to descend. Saint Anthony looked at her with interest. Originally, with my subordinates, when passing through a small town in the first half of New World, I ran into the punkhead gangster called Talking Mouse in Marine. Thinking of the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of Naval Headquarters, Myzolib couldn't help it. Itchy with hate. She looked at Saint Anthony pitifully, teary eyes. His Royal Highness, you have to be the master for me. Myzolib, Hugh is talking nonsense in front of Saint Anthony. Magellan stared with anger and dissatisfaction, and sternly said, you obviously led the pirate group to rob. You were arrested by the fleet led by Vice Admiral, the voice mouse of Naval Headquarters, and sent to the deep-sea prison. If it weren't for Saint Anthony here, he tried his best to restrain his emotions and suppressed his paramecia poisonous fruit ability. I'm afraid that a lot of poisonous gas has been gushing out now. Talking Mouse? Gerfia glanced at the restless woman, and said lightly, I know him, the newly promoted Vice Admiral in Naval Headquarters, a very upright and responsible dovish general. He has a very good reputation and has been well received by many people. Welcome. Wait until we get back on this Saint White Poplar. This too smart woman believes that some suffer. Seeing that Magellan and Gerfia revealed themselves mercilessly, Myzolib couldn't help but curl his lips. Taste. The elevator stopped. A scorching breath rushed over his face. The door suddenly opened automatically. A tall figure in a beige uniform walked in. Around his waist, there was a sword with a red hilt pinned to it. With a cold breath. I have seen Saint Anthony. He knelt there and saluted. Magellan next to him directly introduced, this is the Deputy Chief of Impel Down, Hughes Hixie. Originally, Shiryu of Rain was in charge of the 4th floor, replacing him who was in charge of receiving Saint Anthony to maintain order. But Saint Anthony's previous domineering pardon of the female pirate Myzolib made Magellan inevitably worried. I was worried that the other party would disregard the agreement with Marshal Kong and directly and unreasonably demanded the release of the dangerous criminals on the 6th floor of the recommended city. I deliberately made the strength not necessarily weaker than myself. As a paramecia capable of repelling fruits, Shiryu of Rain, who had just been transferred to Impel Down, went to the 6th floor eternal hell together not long after. There are really special circumstances that can be dealt with in a timely and effective manner. Swordsman. Staring at the knife on the opponent's waist, Saint Anthony chuckled, famous knife thunderstorm, it's really not easy. You are absurd, Saint Anthony. Yuji Shiryu got up and nodded, Wang Hao, respectfully. He was dangling a cigar, with a faint smile, please give me more advice from now on. Shiryu is the leading swordsman in our Impel Down prison, and he is highly valued by the director. Magellan said. He continued to order the phone worm, continue to descend. Unfortunately, Shiryu is usually too aloof and arrogant. Sometimes he doesn't even care about the orders of his boss. No matter how the other party criticizes and confess, he still goes his own way when he looks back. The director doesn't like the other party very much. But Magellan didn't notice. The moment Shiryu got up, he looked at Saint Anthony and nodded insignificantly. It seems very tacit. Golden Lion? That's a smelly and hard stone? Yuji Shiryu held the cigar's finger and bent slightly. Seems to convey some man silently. Chapter 113. Only Dang. Dark, depressed, bloody, corrupt. The cold and terrifying murderous aura permeates here, which makes people shudder even more. This is Saint Anthony's first sense of the 6th floor eternal hell. And Myzolib, who was following him, couldn't help but shudder. The moment Saint Anthony, Magellan, and others stepped out of the elevator, a wave of observation Haki probed over. Hey? Is there something terrible guy coming in again? Magellan, what are you doing with diarrhea? No, this breath Andre Aries. UBD, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Damn it. If it weren't for you, my uncle wouldn't be locked into this ghost land. No, you guy, how come you are here? Shady prison. It boiled instantly. Someone discovered Saint Anthony the first time. Shouted in anger, extremely excited, with anger. Full of unspeakable hatred and murder. Because, there are many people who have not been here for a few years, either they have met Saint Anthony, or they were sent in directly when Saint Anthony was a pirate hunter. Some people even discovered that Saint Anthony was not imprisoned at all. 630. And Magellan and Shiryu of Rain, the two deputy impelled down prisoners, stood beside each other respectfully. Only dang. Hey hey. The prison on the 6th floor became agitated in an instant. Tai Suoi made a noise, and the criminals were making noise there. His Royal Highness Saint Anthony, do you want to suppress them? Taking down the cigar, Yuji Shiryu's thumb pressed the hilt guard, Sun Yan's blade slightly lit up. There was a sneer on the corners of the fingers. It's really necessary. Magellan nodded. Amazing venom began to gush out all over the body. Trash, please be quiet. He waved his hand indifferently and strode in. Saint Anthony practiced around the dark blue electric mans. The terrible repulsion, without warning, came out suddenly. Without destroying the door and prison. Bang bang, a criminal who made a lot of noise there was stunned and flew out in an instant. His face was twisted and he vomited blood. Embarrassed, he looked at Saint Anthony in amazement. It was Magellan and Shiryu of Rain, their pupils shrank sharply. Without damaging the prison facilities, it was able to shock every prisoner of the 6th layer of Impel Down Eternal Hell with such precision. And the eyes of Ms. Olib, who was following him, flashed with brilliance, because she was stupidly trying to escape before. With the back of such a powerful man, there is no need to be a pirate. As long as you can please each other. Maybe one day she can become the wife of the nobles of the world. Jahahaha, Andre Aries. At this time, the depths of the 6th floor of the prison. From a gloomy cell, Qi Zhang laughed, with indescribable arrogance, unexpectedly, I haven't seen you in 2 years. The strength of your kid is really amazing. Shiki, I came to see you specially, and I brought a good drink. After receiving 2 bottles of decades-old wine from the beautiful maid Gurfia, Saint Anthony said with a smile. He followed the voice and walked straight into the dark corridor. The captain of the flying pirate group, the flying admiral and golden lion Shiki who swallowed all over the world with anger in the past and howled lions. Compared to Saint Anthony, who was imprisoned in the secret test base prison inside the Saint Poplar, penetrated the bones, tendons, and hamstrings of the pipa, and was bound with sea stone handcuffs like a dumpling, Red Earl Letterfield, his situation is better. Too much. Because it is demon fruit power, only the feet are locked by the extremely pure sea stone chain, and you can move freely in the single cell. This can be regarded as the king treatment. However, he has obviously endured a lot of beatings and tortures. It looked bloody and a little miserable. Jahahaha, I didn't expect someone to come to see Lao Zi. The rudder was full of stench, and there was no image and laughed. Bibj. However, if you can directly enter here, even the 2 little ghosts, Magellan and Yuji Shiryu, treat you with respect. Your identity as a kid is really not that simple. 2 years ago, he had already seen that Saint Anthony's identity was unusual. Continuously challenging the monsters of the new world, can survive again and again, obviously it is impossible to rely solely on oneself. At least, the opponent has no immortal body like the monster Kaido. It's not just as simple as a pirate hunter. OMOM. The dark blue electric light shone. Brushing a large number of black metal particles emerged. It is densely packed, gathering there. Converged into a chair. Just sat there. Come on. Saint Anthony threw a cigar over. The fingertips shot a dazzling and hot electric light, igniting the cigar caught by Golden Lion Shiki, and he also ignited one. He chuckled and said, speaking of which, thanks to you, that painful course, I took my swordsmanship to the next level, Shiki. Although the education is miserable. Even if it weren't for Gurfia's shot. He decided that he could not escape the pursuit of Golden Lion Shiki. But that time, the tuition was not paid in vain. His paramecia, the ability of the magnetic fruit, can enter the awakening stage so early, but it has lost every hardship between life and death, allowing himself to continuously break through the desperate situation. Gee ha ha ha, shouldn't it be Laozi's revenge? After taking a sip of his cigar, Golden Lion Shiki closed his eyes and enjoyed the long-lost pungent nose, watching Saint Anthony laughing. Go to prison to shame you? This way of revenge, you underestimated my Saint Anthony's measure. Saint Anthony shook his head and smiled lightly. Saint Anthony. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils shrank sharply. Looking at Saint Anthony, he couldn't believe it. Shiki, in front of you, is the great nobleman of the world, Don Quixote. His Royal Highness Saint Anthony. Magellan, who was following Saint Anthony, spoke in a deep voice there. Tangji Hid, world nobleman, jahahaha. Muttered there. Immediately, the Golden Lion laughed loudly there. Looking at Saint Anthony, he laughed bravely. I didn't expect that, you kid, you are actually a dragon. It's not appropriate to put a good world aristocratic, don't enjoy the glory and wealth, run around with slaves, sleep with beautiful women, run as a pirate hunting like a lunatic all day, and challenge the new world like a fatal man. The monster puts himself in danger again and again, it's really a damn kind of alien. No matter how powerful the power is, it is only temporary. He threw a bottle of rum, which had been tribute to a certain North Blue Kingdom for decades, and was never seen on the market, and threw it to Golden Lion Shiki. He opened a bottle and took a sip in spite of his image. The pungent burning feeling makes people want to shout out. Saint Anthony said faintly, only strength is eternal, and only the blood, sweat and effort will not deceive oneself. Chapter 114. Is only blood, sweat and hard work not deceiving? Golden Lion Shiki raised an eyebrow. He took a sip of wine and looked at Saint Anthony with admiration. Jahahaha, I really can say it. As a nobleman in the world, he is not born with a golden key, it's that simple. Enjoying the supreme power, it can be said that the goal that most people strive for throughout their lives is meaningless to them, because they already have everything that others can't reach in their lives and can only look up to them. Including wealth, power, women. However, the young and disproportionate man in front of him had the courage to abandon all this, put life and death away, and also to pursue a powerful force. It's almost fatal. Those monsters who challenge New World time and time again. Others don't say it, just himself. That time, Saint Anthony was almost slaughtered. If it weren't for someone to sneak attack and interfere with him later, with Paramecia Lion Fruit's flying ability, the opponent was also a capable person, and he would not be able to escape if he was seriously injured. Saint Anthony did not deliberately let Magellan and the others retreat. I had a drink there with Golden Lion Shiki, chatting with each other. Admiral Fishan, Shiki, to be honest, your deeds can already be recorded in history. From the opponent's legendary experience, to the Battle of Atwal, and finally to Golden Lion because he couldn't believe that Roger was captured, and he was about to be publicly executed in the weakest East Blue Marine Ford, was suppressed by the two marine heroes Garp and Admiral Sengoku. In any case, he admired the strength and courage of Golden Lion. It's a pity that after the 8-Wall battle, the Golden Lion is no longer a Golden Lion. In 1495, just a few years ago, Golden Lion Shiki led the Flying Pirate Group and the pirate groups under its banner. The huge fleet encircled the Roger Pirate Group in the waters of 8-Wall. It can be said that the Roger pirate group has been pushed into a desperate situation. Recruit Roger and force the opponent to join his own right and become his right man. I want to use the other party to find the 3 legendary ancient weapon and rule the world strongly. After being rejected by Roger, Golden Lion Shiki became irritated, and the 2 sides launched a fierce battle, which was called the 8-Wall Battle. The Roger pirates, who were on their way to the end, should not have been killed. They were rescued by a sudden storm, and most of the flying pirates' fleet was driven to the bottom of the sea. In addition to an accident, the rudder was unfortunately inserted on the head of the Golden Lion. Since it would be life-threatening to pull out the rudder forcibly, the rudder is still inlaid on the head. Shiki's head broken after the rudder was inserted on it. The real Golden Lion has the courage of a lion roaring everywhere and the ambition to swallow the world. It is impossible to be so stupid because Roger, the One Piece King, desperately picked naval headquarters as the well-deserved maritime hegemon, and even faced the combination of the marine hero Garp and the admiral of headquarters Buddha Sengoku. Successfully pit himself into impel down. That storm, jahahaha, speaking of that fellow Roger is really fateful. It is indeed a man recognized by Laozi when he talked about the defeat of the flying pirates group led by him, and even the heavy storm. Golden Lion Shiki did not there was no unwillingness, but a smile with a booze, with admiration for One Piece Roger. It was also the storm that caused you to have this stuff on your head. Saint Anthony pointed to the cabin rudder on Golden Lion's head and said directly, "Don't tell me, it has no effect on your strength." Just in a close battle between the 2 sides. With a heavy blow on the rudder that threatened his life at this moment, even with the powerful armament Haki defense, Golden Lion Shiki might be killed directly. It is inevitable to throw a rat avoidance device. This also means that there is an additional flaw. It is necessary to be on guard at all times, and it is inevitable that the enemy will seize the opportunity to be hit hard. A rudder. Touching the ugly rudder on his head, Golden Lion Shiki indifferently laughed at himself. This thing does have a big impact on me, ha ha ha, but it's a blessing to survive. This rudder hurt the brain nerves. It was a blessing to be able to survive, and it was still due to his monster-like vitality. It is now even more connected to the vital veins, such as the flesh and blood, nerves, and blood vessels on his head. If he releases Conqueror's Haki forcibly, his life may be in danger. But thinking of the already executed Pirate King Roger, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes were filled with indescribable anger. Not against Roger, but against world government. Asking for flowers. He believed that the execution of One Piece Roger in East Blue, the weakest of all seas, was the greatest humiliation to this man who was approved by him. Bing! Let's stop here for reminiscence. But you really opened my eyes. After the chat, Saint Anthony threw away the empty bottle and looked at the Golden Lion who was still sitting there. I gave up my dreams and ambitions. What did you say? Roger surrendered. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help his pupils shrinking when he heard the words. Clutching the prison door tightly, the blue veins violently rushed to the ground, and Saint Anthony was struggling hard, and he asked excitedly, "What are you saying is true?" 0. Before he re-entered the Grand Line, he had already suffered from a serious illness that was incurable. The ship doctor on his ship just barely managed to hang his life. It is a miracle that such a bad body can persist through the Grand Line. Marine medical staff's inspection, even if that guy doesn't surrender, he won't live long. Saint Anthony didn't look back. Leaving with Gurfia, the Golden Lion was extremely angry despite the excitement. On this point alone, he is indeed better than you. After all, he is suffering from illness and torment all the time, constantly fighting against those powerful monster-like opponents, and reaching the top step by step. Roger surrendered? Before the Battle of Atwal, he was already ill. Golden Lion Shiki clutched the cell door tightly, murmured there in disbelief, couldn't help gritting his teeth, that is to say, is he dragging the sick body to fight me? Roger. His eyes were bloodshot. His eyes suddenly became vicious and frantic, roaring furiously. A-hole! Are you here to laugh at me? He smashed the bottle out severely. Only dang! Magellan, the deputy director of the Impel Down Great Prison, frowned, and ordered to the jailer, clean up the broken glass, and even a little bit of debris can't be left. Yes, Deputy Director 1. Chapter 115. No waves. Saint Anthony took Gurfia and the female pirate Myzolib, leaving Impel Down directly. In Momuzagi's contemptuous and dissatisfied gaze, he headed back towards naval headquarters. Bullshit guy! Looking at the female pirate who was caught by Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel not long ago, escorted from New World, and even deliberately provoked herself, Momuzagi couldn't help itching her teeth. But he could only turn his head aggrievedly. Right as if not seen. The privileges of the nobles of the world are terrifyingly large. Not to mention the female pirate with a mere 50 million Bailey. Even if it is 500 million Baileys, as long as it is not the level of Whitebeard and Big Mom, it is a very threatening criminal. Impel Down still obeyed the order obediently, pinching his nose and letting the opponent out 630. Even Marine has to withdraw its wanted warrant. His Royal Highness. At this time, above the bow of a warship, those Marines who had learned from the past had already looked away and looked towards the sea. Like the shadow of Saint Anthony, Gurfia, who was standing straight behind him, wearing a beautiful silver mask, was unobtrusive and turned a blind eye. She could tell at a glance what this woman was thinking. Saint Anthony is different from those who say they have married many wives, but actually treat those women as slaves. It is impossible to marry those women casually. But there is no need to wake up the other's naive dream. At least, there is a dream. This woman can work harder to please your Royal Highness. Bolo bolo, the phone bug in Gurfia's pocket rang. Saint Anthony signaled that Gurfia didn't have to avoid it. Brush. An invisible vacuum soundproof wall covers the space several meters around Saint Anthony and Gurfia. Diddy strange syllables continue to spread. Olib was taken aback. Surprised inexplicably. Don't want to stay in Impel Down anymore. The hand changed neither light nor heavy, Saint Anthony said with a chuckle. Sure enough, he can't stay in that depressed place. Long ago. Shiryu of Rain is already his subordinate. Even, the other party secretly arranged for him to enter the Impel Down prison. I didn't intend to let the other party stay under Impel Down for a long time. After all, if you have been repressed in a dark place for a long time, your mental condition might go wrong. Moreover, it doesn't make much sense, and it is not conducive to the growth of that guy. He still has high expectations for Yuji Shiryu. Serve as the future trump card candidate and reserve to cultivate. Otherwise, the paramecia exclusion fruit that was once acquired from the black market at a high price will not be given to this guy. Tell him that he can just quit his job when he completes the task I confided with the gopher. After all, Impel Down is an agency of the government. Yuji Shiryu is not a criminal, let alone committed any crime. It's okay to quit. However, as the deputy chief of guard, he is relatively high level and has too many Impel Down secrets. The approval procedure of the world government is just more troublesome. Like the Black Arm Zephyr, he almost retired from Marine, but was saved by the Naval Headquarters Marshal Kong, relegated to the second line and transferred to the Marine Academy instructor, dedicated to cultivating the new generation and providing Marine with new blood. Yes. What did Myzolib just want to ask? But seeing Saint Anthony staring directly at her, with a bit of chilling indifference, I felt my scalp numb, and I kept talking. Less than 2 hours. The door of justice opened suddenly. The huge battleship slowly sailed into the port of Naval Headquarters. Saint Anthony, who had just led the two women of Gurfia and Myzolib, saw the former Naval Headquarters Admiral Black Arm Zephyr when he stepped down from the warship. He is leading a large number of young faces, vigorous, and boarding the warship next to him in an orderly manner. The mental outlook is completely different from ordinary Marine soldiers. Oh! Saint Anthony raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, led by Admiral from the former naval headquarters, and some of them are pretty good. Those should be recruits from Marine Academy. The strength of these Marines naturally can't hide from his observation hacky induction. Moreover, there is an acquaintance inside. A sturdy young man with short hair with hot dogs on his cheeks. Virgo. Paramecia. Bone and bone fruit ability. The eyes of the two intertwined vaguely, and then moved away unconsciously. It should be Marine's training ship. Gurfia said softly. Former Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr. The pupils of Myzolib, who was following Saint Anthony, shrank. I didn't expect to see such a big man here, but I was relieved when I thought that this was in Naval Headquarters. If it was before, as a pirate, she would just turn her head and run away right away. Teacher Zephyr. Momuzagi stepped forward. Although she is a sister with he Vice Admiral. Crane Vice Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others, in the same period, once assured their backs to each other, and fight with the pirates on the front line partners. To some extent, it is comparable to the Black Arm Zephyr. But Black Arm Zephyr was also her instructor at Marine Academy. For this pirate who fought against countless pirates in his life, but never killed any enemy, he was called Do Not Kill. As a result, his wife and children were killed by pirates who came to retaliate, and he retreated in despair. The second line is committed to cultivating the new 1.9 generation and continuously delivering new blood for Marine. It can be said that he has dedicated his life to Marine Admiral. The former Marine Admiral, Momuzagi also is very respectful. Jun, you are, Saint Anthony. Chow Daomian nodded. Seeing Saint Anthony, Black Arm Zephyr's pupils shrink, I was a little surprised. It's been a long time, Mr. Zephyr. Saint Anthony smiled and said, in the past, I thank you for taking care of it. He once asked the other party about the practice of 6 forms and advanced armament haki. There have been intersections. For Zephyr, he didn't feel anything bad. It's just that, as Marine, he didn't kill any pirates or something, it was too stupid. In the future, his gift, I believe Black Arm Zephyr will be very surprised. Chapter 116. Did not talk to Black Arm Zephyr for long. After all, Saint Anthony and him were not the same, and soon took Gurfia and Myzolib back to the Saint Poplar and set sail away. The huge island tortoise slowly went away towards the distant sea. Looking at the Saint White Poplar that was going away, Momuzagi-jun suddenly asked, Ms. Zephyr, do you know Saint Anthony? I once taught him about the practice of 6 types in haki, but that was a very early time. Black Arm Zephyr has a solemn face and said solemnly, in all fairness, I don't like him as a person, but it is undeniable that he is a little different from other celestials, longing for powerful power, and deep ambition hidden in his eyes. The savvy is quite amazing. I quickly realized the knack of advanced armament haki, and even perfectly connected the 6 forms with my own abilities. What is even more shocking is that in order to make a breakthrough, he will not hesitate to challenge the famous monsters of New World, grind himself between life and death, and push himself into desperation. He is an alien, a madman who is obsessed with power, and also very dangerous. He is a complete BD and bad guy. Looking at Momuzagi's beautiful face, Black Arm Zephyr solemnly said, Jun, you better stay away from him. Saint Anthony's reputation is not good. Especially, as one of Marine's former high levels, although he retreated to the second line. But over the years, he has paid attention to Saint Anthony. There are so many absurd things that the other party has done. As long as the woman whom Saint Anthony looks at, even the queen and princess of a certain kingdom can't escape her palm. There are any bad methods. When I first heard it, he was so angry that he wanted to lift the table and yelled at him. I'm afraid I want to stay away from him. It's also a bit difficult. I didn't see anyone before and deliberately avoided Saint Anthony, Marine Marshal Kong, who walked over at this time. Marshal Kong. Those marines couldn't help standing up and saluting. Surprised, I asked Momuzagi to escort him to Impel Down prison, but the BD fell in love with Momuzagi. In order to deter her suitors, she wanted to make Domo succumb to him. He was unscrupulous and directly directed towards Marine, who had made no mistakes. Officer open. Tiger's eyes were furious, looking at the Saint White Poplar going away. Kong's complexion was a little dark. With big fists clenched, my heart was indescribably angry. But I can only endure it. Feeling aggrieved. As Marshal Marine, he naturally wanted to get justice for the Marine officer who had not made any mistakes but suffered such injustice. But the other party enjoys the most privileged world noble Tian Longren. Even if he is the Marine Marshal, to a certain extent, he must make compromises and concessions. It can't help the other party at all. Moreover, in Impel Down, it's even more because of the female pirate Mise Olib, who was just arrested and escorted by flying squirrels and bounty of 50 million Baileys, directly and domineeringly saved the other party's crimes. What? Black Arm Zephyr was furious inexplicably. Those nobles in the world are extremely lawless. It's a jerk. Above the Saint White Poplar. Sabaody, have you found Miss Ba Jin? Saint Anthony asked, closing his eyes. I found it, just in the first half of the Grand Line, Moly Island, with her stupid son. Not a capable person. Sabaody reported directly. She is far less talented than Gurfia and Junao Shima. What Saint Anthony liked most was her clear and agile mind and unforgettable memory. Those information has been firmly in mind for a long time. His Royal Highness, do you want me to go over? Lean on the beach chair next to it. Gurfia, who was drinking hot coffee leisurely, couldn't help asking. No, I don't need you to shoot 630, I can go there by myself in the afternoon, just to warm up. Looking at the blue sky, Saint Anthony paused, and directly ordered, you go to Ruskina, and get that kid Jess back. Jace? Your Highness, is it too early to pick him up now? Gurfia was surprised. Although I am a little younger, I can't just bury my head in cultivation on the Beast Island. It is necessary to experience real fighting. Saint Anthony was a little bit emotional, and couldn't help but chuckle and said, speaking of which, that kid is really lucky. Back then, I sent someone to grab the skeleton and several other waste abilities and slaughtered them one after the other, and put a lot of fruits next to them. To test the probability of regenerating devil fruit through this method, but it failed. It was the yellow spring fruit that was fortunately obtained by this kid. 3 days after that changing, he woke up from the tomb. Chapter 117. No waves. Very dangerous and unusual, as the lair of the large sea kings. In the calm belt that separates the first half of the Grand Line from the East Blue Beast Island, Ruskana. Here, is an uninhabited island, also known as 48 Season Island. It is said that there were kingdoms in ancient times, but human beings finally lost to nature and could not survive. There are only huge ferocious beasts on the island. But in the center, there is a safe zone like a giant carrot. No matter how fierce beasts, they won't attack here. Roar. In the gloomy forest. The roar of the huge beast was deafening. Make people change color. Brush a densely packed, somewhat horrifying scar, but a strong young figure all over the body. Rushing into the atmosphere. Kicked out like lightning. Tempest kick chaos, Bing Lan. The terrible cold air is attached to the fiery slash. Furious pouring out. The bombardment hit the huge mammoth. But above, the condensed ice that made an amazing debut, exuding the coldness of the forest. Except that the mammoth shuddered and became more irritated. It has no effect at all. Roar. Enraged mammoth. At an alarming speed, anger roared. Left iron body. Although the young man with short purple hair among the sparks and flints seemed to predict the direction of his attack, his whole body suddenly condensed, and his body was suddenly as hard as steel. But it can't stop it at all. Bang! The huge elephant's trunk slammed into the atmosphere, and slammed at the young man fiercely. Flew it out. But finally avoided the point. The body was numb and coughed up blood. He fell heavily on the radish behind him. And the mammoth did not continue pursuing it. It was just shouting and demonstrating there. Ahem, sure enough, it's still far away. Getting up embarrassedly, the young man with a grin, wiped the bloodline indifferently. You are too impatient, Jace. A middle-aged man with a naked upper body, sturdy physique, extremely muscular, and full-faced mane, about 3 meters high, putting a lot of pressure on, walked over and said in a deep voice, although you are now awakened observation hacky, but it's too early to deal with it. Chris, 35 years old. Zoan, the fruit of the orangutan. A capable person in the form of a great ape. In the early years, he used to be the army commander of a certain kingdom of Grand Line, but he suffered injustice and left that country in anger. Saint Anthony, who was honed outside, was taken under the command and bestowed the Zoan orangutan fruit great ape form ability. The strength is not weaker than Senior Peak. Uncle Chris, when can I leave this horrible place? I've stayed enough. The young man with short purple hair was directly big, lying on his back, some complaining, His Royal Highness is also true, why can't I stay on the Saint Biang like Junai and Liu Qi? Injuries are commonplace for him. This injury is nothing at all. I've received the news, Mr. Gurfia is preparing to come over, and soon we will be able to leave. Chris shrugged. He doesn't like to stay here either. Especially, in order to teach and take care of this boy whom Saint Anthony loves, he has been on this island for 3 full years. Ansel Jess, this person with the ability of paramecia. Huang Chuan fruit. It is said that he died once when he was very young. Because of the ability of the yellow spring fruit, he gained a second life. Brush. The air converges. Qing Lang Qunli's figure appeared. Gurfia director Chris and Jace, who was lying there, couldn't help but get up and salute. For this person who combines beauty and strength, as the shield and spokesperson of Saint Anthony, they admire from the bottom of their hearts. The vast majority of women are inherently worse than men in physique. As they grow older, the gap will only increase. On this sea, the number of strong women is far inferior to that of men. The opponent can reach today's height and is called a monster or trump card. In addition to his own qualifications, the blood and sweat is unimaginable. Jace, I heard your complaint. Gurfia looked at the 13-year-old, but he was too strong to speak, and he was a purple-haired boy with shocking scars all over his body. He smiled and said, from today, you can be liberated. She is no better than Chris. As an absolute confidant of Saint Anthony. But it is clear that this young man is covered with scars. Have an unusual identity. 10 years ago, it was still Admiral of Headquarters. Black Arm Zephyr was only 3 years old, his son who was brutally murdered by a pirate. He was supposed to have been killed by a pirate and had died, because he accidentally ate the regenerated Paramecia huancan fruit from the forest, and fortunately survived. After the soul returned, his body was buried with his mother, Black Arm Zephyr's wife. At that time, Saint Anthony doubted whether this matter was related to the world government, and sent his retainer, Bronkyarn, to investigate secretly. After all, the wives and children of Admiral of Headquarters can't be protected by anyone on weekdays. Suddenly, it is totally unreasonable to suffer such a catastrophe. Not to mention, it made Black Arm Zephyr directly discouraged and even wanted to quit Marine. I always feel that, Wang Hao, is a bit tricky in it. Reborn because of the power of the yellow spring fruit, Jace, who was only 3 years old, struggled in the coffin. It happened to be discovered by Bronkyarn, who was investigating on the island, that he had dug up the tomb and took him away, who had been brutally tortured and frightened by the pirates, and had suffered a severe impact on his brain and lost his memory. With his amnesia, he was named Anselges by Saint Anthony, and he was trained secretly. The centipede-like scars, except for a few left by training and cruel tempering. Most of the old scars are men who were brutally tortured by pirates who came to revenge when he was only 3 years old. It is conceivable that Jace, who was only 3 years old, had been tortured by Inhumans. His Royal Highness is going to set up a third-party force in New World that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government and is not a pirate. Then some of you will be busy. Chapter 118. The first half of the Grand Line. In the sea area adjacent to the middle half of the H3 route. Moore Island. This is a very prosperous town. But now it's a mess. Broke in. Residents died, wounded. Most of them fled to take refuge in the distant forest. A mess, smoke filled with gunpowder, full of a strong smell of blood. Weeaboo, my dear son, hurry up and bring all these treasures onto our ship. A woman with thick lipstick, sunglasses, short stature, wrinkles on her face, wearing a leopard coat, hung on a cane, gesticulating there. The commander looks very young, but is very tall, fat, and has short legs, sending the treasure that was raided from the town to the Shanghai pirate ship. Yes, mother. The naive obese teenager nodded repeatedly with a runny nose. Carrying a naginata in his hand, carrying a package full of treasures, which is bigger than normal and heavy, he walked towards the shore. Mom, are we going to find Dad? Taking a bit of drooping nose, 15-year-old Edward 630 Weeaboo asked stupidly. Idiot, I have said, your identity must not be revealed. Miss Ba Jin, a short stature, jumped up in frustration, and knocked hard on Edward Weeaboo's feet. Outside, I don't know how many people want your father's head to make a name for themselves. If you know that you are that person's son, then you and my mother and son will be dead. Acknowledge, understand. It hurts, I was wrong, I'm sorry, Mom. Edward Weeaboo jumped up in a conditioned response, and cried out in pain. Even the big bag of treasures was thrown aside, and the yellow and white glittering light suddenly appeared, which was eye-catching. And as if he had done something wrong, he lowered his head like a child to admit his mistake. But you are my beloved son, I forgive you. Miss Barking looked at Edward Weeaboo and was very satisfied with the performance of the opponent. He opened his hands and made a hug. There was a kind smile. So, you have to stand up to my elder mother, Weeaboo. Miss Ba Jin said loudly to his son, you have inherited the blood of the Bibjay monster, understand? Yes, mother, I understand. Scratching his head, Edward Weeaboo nodded. The ugly fat face seemed to be full of firmness. I know, don't hurry up and pack up the treasure. Miss Ba Jin seemed to have changed a person in an instant, and sternly scolded there. Ah, yes. No need to clean up. A flat voice came, you can't even see the sun tomorrow. I like treasures so much, these are your funeral objects, maybe it's not bad. Who? His complexion changed. An inexplicably upset Miss Ba Jin hurriedly looked around. At this time, in front of the brush, a dazzling electric light flashed. A slender and tall figure caught the eyes of their mother and son. The 3-meter-high body is extremely strong. The whole body was shining with wisps of electric light. On the slashed face, there are 3 hideous scars on the left eye, running down from the left forehead. Not only did it not feel ugly, but it was a bit more fierce and awesome. Just standing there gives people a terrible sense of oppression, like a real emperor, full of inviolable majesty. The air seemed to freeze. And strong heartbeat, reverberating like thunder. It seems that every blow strikes in people's hearts. It makes people feel stressed and scalp numb. Who are you? Can't help but stand up. Miss Ba Jin gritted his teeth and asked loudly. But from the tall figure in front of me, I felt a great deal of pressure directly, and cold sweat couldn't help flowing out. Mom, this guy looks terrible. Edward Weibul covered his mouth with his left hand, lowered his head, whispered towards Miss Ba Jin. The other party's extremely dangerous feeling and the unspeakable majesty made him subconsciously afraid. Whitebeard's son. The visitor stared at Edward Weibul and suddenly sneered. Miss Ba Jin's pupils shrank sharply, his face changed drastically, and he looked at each other in disbelief. Who are you? Edward, Weibul's honest face instantly became as fierce and ferocious as a ghost. The Naginata danced and slashed at the incoming person fiercely. But in his shocked gaze, Naginata pierced through the opponent like lightning. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTA 0 MJI 1 MZHMD 2 OJE equals. There was a lot of lightning. There is no blood. Logia. Miss Ba Jin's eyes shrank sharply, and he couldn't believe his voice. Magnetic. Ah! For an instant. The terrible electric light advanced, shining violently. Holding a Naginata, Edward Weibul screamed unsuspectingly. He was scorched by the electric. The golden hair is straight up. The moment he was about to wield the Naginata again, the terrifying repulsion of OM suddenly solidified the atmosphere. Boom! The whole person's face is distorted. Like a heavy blow, it flew straight out like a cannonball. It smashed through the 2 floors behind, arousing a large amount of smoke and dust. Weibul! The surprised Miss Ba Jin yelled. Well, forget it, whether it is the son of that guy or not, there is no denying that this kid has terrible potential in his body and has great value for use. The man shrugged. He raised his right hand and aimed at Miss Ba Jin, who had noticed the fatal crisis. His hair was erected, and he subconsciously violently withdrew. The irresistible gravity directly pulled the opponent over. Next moment, fist suddenly clenched. Terrible power squeezed from all directions. Miss Ba Jin screamed bitterly. Broken bones and bloody flesh. Sheng Sheng became a mass of sludge. The blood of the rash person keeps dripping. It hurts me. Ah! Mom won. Edward Weibul, who had just gotten up in embarrassment, his eyes widened and froze there. Shouted like a heartbreak. The hair was flying all over, like an evil ghost. He rushed up desperately, yelling hysterically, tears blurred. The sharp Naginata blasted fierce wind pressure, and slashed at the terrifying figure. I'm going to kill you, BD. Chapter 119. Kill you 1. Edward Weibul has a terrifying face, like a ghost. In his eyes, there are appalling bloodshots and inevitable hatred. Staring in front of him, using the profound meaning of the return of life combined with the ability of the fruit, he raised his figure to 3 meters tall, incarnation of the strongest man on the surface, King Saint Anthony. Hey! The sharp Naginata tore the atmosphere. It slashed hard and drove an astonishing wind pressure. However, there was an electric light shining in front of him, a tall and photographing figure. Boom, boom, the heartbeat resounded like a drum. The figure suddenly disappeared in place. Let the crazy Edward Weibul's slashing defeated. In an instant, Saint Anthony appeared in the sky. A punch and smashed it blatantly. Boom! There was a loud noise. Large swaths of smoke filled the air. Sputtering rocks. A frenzied hurricane raged. People can't open their eyes. Ah! The screams resounded sternly. The whole land was shaken like a spider web, and it collapsed. Together with the building 20 meters away, they all crashed. A very fat figure. It was smashed into the ground with a punch. Blood dripping. Wow, BD. Edward Weibul vomited blood with a twisted face. I just feel that my body is falling apart, it doesn't belong to me anymore. Struggling with great pain. From today, remember this fear. Saint Anthony directly pinched Edward Weibul's blood-filled face with one hand, and picked it up. His eyes were filled with indifference. With irresistible majesty. Reluctantly across the gap between the fingers that seemed to crush his own skull, I could see the terrifying scarred and incomparable face. Edward Weibul, who was full of anger and hatred at the moment, was inexplicable. There was a trace of fear in my heart. Kill you. But the hatred in the heart, the sadness of losing Miss Ba Jin. Overwhelmed by the fear, Edward Weibul was full of murderous intent and madness, his face healed. He kicked Saint Anthony fiercely. Oh? Is there any resistance? Saint Anthony raised his eyebrows and sneered, the resilience of such a monster is indeed worth looking forward to. Brush! In an instant. The fat body was directly thrown into the air. Bang without power, the right heel tore the atmosphere directly and kicked his abdomen heavily. No mercy! What? He vomited blood. Edward Weibul screamed bloody. Flying straight out again. Vehicle. Building after building was blasted through. The loud noise continued and the smoke billowed. Let the residents who have taken refuge in the distance feel anxious. Magnetic. The electric light flashed. The tall figure of Saint Anthony. It was in front of Edward Weibul in an instant. Woohoo! The wind swept across. The smoke and dust were rolled away. Boom! In the bloody, struggling Edward Weibul's gaze with fear and hatred. Pulling his hair. Pulled it up fiercely. With a captivating and majestic gaze, staring directly at him coldly. With a bit of shock from Conqueror's haki. Let Edward and Weibul tremble and face fear. Even, that uncontrollable fear vaguely overwhelmed the hatred for Saint Anthony because his respected mother Miss Ba Jin was brutally killed. Boom! The punch slammed up again. Ah! Bang! Bang! A screaming scream, accompanied by a terrifying beating sound. Edward Weibul, who was hung there, kept howling miserably, making his scalp numb. The blood stained the earth red. In Saint Anthony's merciless, but controlled power situation, he was beaten to blood. Not human-shaped. However, every punch seems to hurt into the bone marrow. Edward and Weibul screamed, but they did not faint. Remember, Miss Ba Jin is just the past. Starting today, I will be your master. Boom! What? Conqueror's haki, who is captivating and domineering, is invincible. The whole person was dripping with blood, the white skulls were smashed apart, and the bloody fragments of ballast made the scalp numb. Can't see where the eyes are, where is the nose, where is the awkward, Edward with blood on his face, Weibul is full of fear. At this moment, the terrible, majestic, cruel and tyrannical figure of King was imprinted in his soul. Listen to me clearly, my order is absolute. Seeking flowers. Boom. Remember. I ask if you remember. Again and again. No mercy, domineering punches. The fist was covered with bloodline and some white blood-red debris. Saint Anthony was indifferent, looking down at Edward, who had fainted several times, and Weibul asked coldly. Every time it hits, it uses microcurrents to stab the brain nerves in his body, which not only magnifies the unimaginable pain, but also quickly wakes up this guy. Once again suffering from the numbing pain that ordinary people can't imagine. The harsh, cold, domineering, and inviolable gaze, coupled with the already masterly controlled and freely retractable Conqueror's haki, shocked this silly son of the landlord's house. 0. Even more use of advanced armament haki, not only on the body surface, but even from the inside, causing the body to produce unbearable severe pain, which made Edward and Weibul remember this fear thoroughly. From now on, from the spirit to the body, fear yourself. Don't dare to defy your orders. Boom. Ah, Mom, hum. Boom. I ask you, do you remember? Cough cough cough, remember cough cough, remember. Another punch was thrown, and Edwardwable's blood spattered. There was howling in pain. Saint Anthony repeated blankly. It looked like it was covered with armor that was invisible to the naked eye, carrying the fist of high-level armament Haki, and slammed its abdomen fiercely. Haki penetrated into his body, causing terrible injuries and blows. But I have to admit that Edwardwable's terrible recovery ability and tenacious vitality. If Doflamingo was abused in this way, he would have killed him directly. Bull, in pain. There was hysterical, screaming, wailing, and begging for mercy like a pig. Finally, he was bloody. Gorgeous, completely fainted. Chapter 120. Late at night. Moon stars are rare. The huge island tortoise stopped quietly on the sea. When Saint Anthony returned to the Saint Poplar with the bloody, inhuman-shaped Edwardwable. Tisk, Your Majesty, are you too cruel? Enel was immediately frightened. I couldn't help but sucked in cold air, and there was a chill. Some scalp is numb. His Royal Highness. And Gurfia has already returned with Great Abe Chris and Ansel Jess. They came forward to salute Saint Anthony. They also looked a little surprised at Edward and Wayabul who had been abused by Saint Anthony. Angel, treat him. Saint Anthony glanced at Jace and Chris, and nodded. Looked at the elf on the side. Yes. The cute elf flapped its wings. The sacred light rain can't help but fall. 63-0 gave Edwardwabule the shocking injury. Healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But still fell into a coma. Proverbs, are you ready? Saint Anthony looked directly at Sabaody. Pirate hunter, Andre, Ares, the identity he used to sharpen himself has been exposed, and there is no need to use it again. It just so happened that with Thunder Fruit's ability, he could completely conceal his true identity. Logia Thunder Fruit Capable Person King. This is the new identity he prepared for himself, ready to go to New World, and form a third-party force that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government and does not belong to the pirates. As a platform for blatantly cultivating and recruiting the strong. The power he has accumulated now is enough for 5 elders to be vigilant and concerned about him, and even be on guard. If you blatantly play a few more trump cards, those old guys will soon be unable to sit still. He will also find ways to restrict and restrain him. Already prepared. Sabaody nodded, you can set sail anytime. Arc, Proverbs. Saint Anthony let the scientific team secretly build a large battleship. Using base hoatum and a large amount of alloy steel as materials, combined with a large number of air-breathing shells collected by Sky Island, it can be charged according to his ability and has the ability to fly. It goes without saying how luxurious the decorations and facilities above are. Large swimming pool, garden, training ground. It is hundreds of meters long and 45 meters wide. 3-tier cruise ship structure. Hidden on the Saint White Poplar. This power generation device is actually used to hide his paramecia magnetic fruit ability. In fact, with such a large battleship, it is difficult to directly make it fly quickly, even with the addition of the airjet shell, with the current electric propulsion device alone. His Royal Highness, are we going to New World? Jace's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly. He had stayed enough on the Beast Island in Ruscana. I have longed for a truly passionate battle. You, Chris, Enel, and Wayabul. Touching Jace's head and rubbing his short purple hair, Saint Anthony smiled and said, this time, I will only take you away. Gurfia and Mole, as well as Sabaody and others, continue to stay on Turtle Island and head to East Blue travel. These people are all from Cypherpol, and they don't know the details. Can be directly used as a subordinate of the Logia Thunder Fruit Ability King. There are also Zoan ancient species that are not currently on the Saint White Poplar, and are currently secretly arresting experimental subjects such as female giants and long-legged tribes. Cat fruit saber-toothed tiger form capable Cyrus and Zoan, bird and bird fruit falcon form capable Vis and Paramecia, pierced fruit capable gopher Jerry them. As for Paramecia, Bronchion, the capable person of strong fruit, his strength is certainly not bad. But as his retainer, it was too eye-catching. At that time, continue to stay on the Saint Poplar on standby. In his absence, the Saint White Poplar also needs a strong guard. After all, Gurfia had to be dispatched occasionally, it was impossible to watch it all the time. Those with the ability of mole, Paramecia clone fruit, can completely disguise themselves as appear in due course. Is 1. Although Haim Shima Shanae and others wanted to follow Saint Anthony. But knowing that once this Highness decides something, he will never change it lightly. His Royal Highness. At this time, Elizabeth handed the phone worm up. 5 elders is calling. It's us, Anthony. The majestic voice of the long white-beard 5 elders came from the phone worm. Under the leadership of Gurfia, Junau Haim Jima, Ansel Jess, Enel, and others all retired directly and silently. Your Excellency 5 elders, I don't know what you can do. Sit on the chair sent by Akizuki Eli. Saint Anthony smiled and asked, I saw it in the newspaper. 5 lords, with all their majesty, have launched buster calls in the kingdoms of West Blue O'Hara and South Blue Aberys, causing the nations of the world to tremble, and the wind is trembling, and they are disturbed. On the West Blue O'Hara side, those scholars are seeking their own deaths, not to mention them. The blonde 5 elders said in a deep voice, the assassination of Saint Roderick on the South Blue side has caused too much bad influence, and the world government has lost its face. Especially so far, no real murderer has been found behind the scenes. Even if Cypher Paul confirms that the Kingdom of Aberys, which is not a member of the world government, is involved, the evidence is solid, and Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku is strictly ordered to lead the fleet and implement buster call to obliterate the bold country, which is severely shocked, and still it is difficult to restore the sharp decline in the image of the world's nobles among the people as not to be offended. Therefore, there is an urgent need for you, a strong man with sacred blood and overwhelming power to stand up and safeguard the face and majesty of the world government and the Tianlong people. This is our deliberate decision, so we specifically called to ask for your opinion. The 5 elders with a cane and a flat hat said, as a member of the Tianlong people, while enjoying the supreme privileges, you also shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the collective supremacy of the world aristocracy, and the majesty and innocence cannot be offended. Obligation, Anthony. Of course, such a solicitation of opinions is no different from direct notification. As the 5 people who control the highest power of the world government, they asked the propaganda department of the world government to hold a press conference to disclose the true identity of the pirate hunter Andre and Ares. Before the publicity, they called specifically to seeking Saint Anthony's opinion 1.9 instead of notifying. Enough for the right face. Publish the identity of my celestial dragon? I have no objection. Saint Anthony raised his eyebrows, realizing what 5 elders meant. Isn't he just wanting to use his monster-like power to frighten this turbulent sea? Let those who are thinking about backtesting and eager to understand the real dragon people, and show the world that the world's nobles not only have power, but also have absolute power. In order to save the image of revolving heaven dragon people in the folks, the sharp decline? Maintaining the majesty of the world's aristocracy, as a member of the Tianlong people, it is naturally incumbent. Anyway, there is no absolute secret in the sea. The guys who should know my identity have gradually learned about it. If you want to keep a low profile, you can't do it. However, this is not a bad thing. The prestige that is given away for nothing, why not? Chapter 121. His Royal Highness, take a look. The next day, early in the morning, seagulls were singing and dancing happily. The beautiful maid Satalisa handed a brand new newspaper to Saint Anthony, who was still humming a delicious breakfast. This is the newspaper I just received. The world government held a press conference and disclosed your identity. Humph. Saint Anthony raised an eyebrow. I scanned the front page of the newspaper in surprise. A majestic face, majestic gaze, short blonde hair full of wine. Amazingly, he banned the photos from the news media. Shocking! Pirate hunter André Aries, his true identity is actually a celestial. The descendant of the creator, the strong man with the sacred lineage Don Quixote. Saint Anthony. Inherit the blood of the gods, defeat the new world monster beasts Kaido, and rival the man with the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Overwhelming power. It can summon meteorites in space, and it can also call the wind and rain. Looking at the report that took up the entire page, Saint Anthony twitched. Those 5 old guys, why don't they brag him as the strongest in the world? At the beginning, he was just a matchless winner with Kaido, the beast. Even, if you continue to fight, with the monster Kaido's 18-like resilience, it will be extremely powerful. It can be said that he will undoubtedly lose. Of course, he now has absolute self-confidence. Can defeat the beast Kaido guy. What calls the wind and calls the rain, although he now combines the 2 abilities of Paramecia, magnetic fruit, and Logia thunder fruit, it can indeed be done, but it is naturally impossible for the world government to know. Half-true flattery. The purpose is to push back the fallen majesty of the world's nobles back to the sacred altar that cannot be offended. The sea. At this time, there was already an uproar. It was boiling. Real or fake? That pirate hunter André Aries, turned out to be a celestial. Unbelievable, among those Tianlong people, there is actually such an existence. But this is normal, right? After all, they are the nobles of the world who have ruled the world for 800 years. Donquixote Saint Anthony defeated the monster of beasts pirates Captain Beasts Kaido, with an overwhelmingly powerful force that rivals the strongest naval headquarters. Can make huge islands fly, and even call meteorites? Hey, it's too exaggerated, isn't it? It seems that many people have witnessed a huge meteorite suddenly falling above the sea, blasting a pirate ship from afar into the sea. Guru! Is this the real celestial dragon? Countless people opened their eyes wide. Unbelievable! It's even more incredible. The dragon people they had in mind were those who were full of fat intestines, wearing bubble hoods, wearing space suits, and wearing a lot of government medals. In this photo, is it really a nobleman in the world? Could it be that the real dragon people are creatures with monster-like power like Saint Anthony? Newsbird has already flown to the world with a brand new newspaper exuding the smell of ink. Wine fell in every corner of the world. Villages, towns, capitals, pirate boats. The sea is boiling and the world is sensational. The appearance of Saint Anthony refreshed the understanding of the people at the bottom of the Tianlong people. New World, the second half. In an unknown sea. A huge white whale-shaped pirate ship was moving slowly. There are 2 or 3 wing ships of similar structure guarding the surrounding area. Above, the skull and crossbones with a white beard in the shape of a crescent moon, proclaiming its existence. Whitebeard pirates. Daddy, it's terrible. Above the Moby Dick in the middle. A young man with a golden punk head, a dagger in the gap, and a banner of the Whitebeard pirates on his mouth, wiped a brand new newspaper and gave it to Bold and Grandiose to sit on the throne and sit alone. There, it gives people a great sense of oppression and awe-inspiring tall figure. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division, Philadelphia Marco pointed to the newspaper with a picture of Saint Anthony, and said solemnly to his daddy Whitebeard Edward Newgate, "Look! The guy who challenged you and was beaten to death by you, pirate hunter André Aries, his true identity is actually a nobleman in the world." Oh! Holding the flesh and bones in one hand and the huge wine jar in the other. The muscles are bulging, and the body is full of shocking force. Even sitting there, the figure is more than 3 or 4 meters tall, which is very impressive. Wearing a pirate hat, with blonde hair scattered behind him. White beard with a crescent moon shape. The whole person is invisible, revealing the aura of the strong, which makes one dare not offend. It is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the legend of the previous era, and now the premier sea king in the sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, known as the world's strongest man. Andre Aries? Donquixote Saint Anthony. This year is just 51 years old, 2 or 3 months before he turns 52. At the end of his heyday, Edward Newgate, who has not yet decayed his strength, raised his eyebrows and subconsciously put down the wine scene. Take over the newspaper in Marco's hand. Ghoul la la la, the sharp gaze looked at it for a moment, revealing surprise, a little unbelievable. That kid, it's really incredible, it's a celestial dragon. For that young age, he has amazing strength and courage. Knowing that he is not as good as himself, he still dares to challenge his pirate hunter Andre Aries. Whitebeard is naturally impressive. Especially the other party's stubborn attachment to power, showing crazy and ambitious eyes. What? What are you kidding? The biggest rubbish on the ocean. Really? Marco. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates who were dining next to each other couldn't help being stunned. They came around one after another, a little unbelievable. That guy, really is a celestial dragon. No wonder that BD is so arrogant and looks down on people so much. But in the newspaper, there were reports in black and white. There is also an official announcement by the world government that it is obviously an ironclad fact and cannot be faked. Such things cannot be used to joke. I think that the world government announced it with such a big fanfare, and it kept saying that the guy Andre Aries defeated the monster Kaido of the beasts. It should be because there was a dragon called Roderick on the south blue side. The negative impact of being killed is too great. Do you want to save the face and majesty of the revolving heaven dragon man? Marco said directly, I heard that the O'Hara of West Blue and the Kingdom of Aberys in South Blue were all issued buster calls by the world government for this reason, and they were destroyed. However, the world government is too shameless. As far as they know, 630 World Economic News reported directly. The pirate hunter Andre Aries and Kaido fought for 10 days and 10 nights. Even the other party left first. Strictly speaking, in all likelihood, Saint Anthony is starting to fall, or is about to fall. Only when the physical strength was not exhausted, and the time was not defeated, he left decisively. Melee. Anyway, with such an identity, he will not hesitate to take risks with his body and dare to challenge the monsters of New World. He is indeed unusual, and he is also a very dangerous little one. Whitebeard Edward Newgate returned the newspaper to Marco and grabbed a few sips from the wine jar. His growth rate is indeed amazing. In just a few years, he can already fight against the boy Kaido. Goo la la la, but if he had known that he was the kind of trash like the dragon, Lao Zi should have been a little bit more cruel and killed him with a single knife. He grinned and smiled boldly. There was a chilling murderous expression in the tone, but also with strong self-confidence. Haki leaks sideways. For the Tianlong people, I believe that few people have a good impression on this sea. Whitebeard is no exception. He was born in a new world who could not afford to pay the heavenly gold and could not be protected by the world government. He was often looted by pirates, and the order was chaotic, and he became a small island in an illegal area. The gold in the sky is not only given to the world government as military expenses to maintain the order of the sea, but most of them are tribute to the world's nobles for fun. Naturally, it is impossible to have a good impression of those Tianlong people who are willing to enjoy themselves, are extremely depraved, indulgent, cruel, and hailed as the biggest trash on the sea. Chapter 122. New World. Wano Kuni, the Island of Ghosts. Boom. Compared to the reaction of the Whitebeard pirates, Wano Kuni, who has just united with the General Orokai, robbed the easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack, as a non-world government franchise country, isolated from the outside world, and closed the country as the headquarters of Beast's pirates, occupying the Beast Kaido in this sea area. It's no ordinary anger. The huge wine bottle was smashed to pieces. The extremely large mace frankly smashed through the cave. His mother, that BD kid is actually a celestial. Also, when did Laozi lose to him? Very huge, black-haired shawl, naked upper body, with a pair of special horns, and a long beard like a dragon's whiskers. The left arm has a dragon scale tattoo. The momentum is extremely fierce, like a prehistoric beast monster, just like devilish photogenic figure. Staring at the blood-stained fierce eyes, there was an angry roar. It was obviously that he was abused by Laozi again and again, and he was almost killed by me. Exaggerated muscles, sharp edges, and corners, giving people an indescribable sense of horror. The ferocious mace in his hand makes the scalp numb even more. Let the subordinates in front of him tremble and tremble. Master Kaido, this is a press conference held by the world government. It must be exaggerated and deliberately promoted the power of the world's nobles. A fierce pirate with a horn-like ornament on his head and several fierce scars on his face was angrily dissatisfied. In his eyes, the captain of their beasts pirates, Kaido, is an invincible existence. Andre Aries, a mere pirate hunter, just wanted to run early when he lost, and he didn't even count as winning or losing, let alone defeating their captain directly. In that matchup, Kaido, the captain of their captain, should have won, as the winner. Melee. Reopened a jar of wine. The beast Kaido burst into tears suddenly. Oh, he clutched that big, careless face, 2 lines of tears were like open faucets, and couldn't help but disappeared. That BD Andre Aries, dare to step on my nose, Laozi can't spare him. The pirates present were speechless. I couldn't help muttering softly there, I was drunk this time, I was crying. It seems to be commonplace for the situation of his own boss. A pirate bit his scalp and reminded him there, Boss Kaido, his real name is not Andre Aries, but Donquixote Saint Anthony. Laozi cares what his name is Andre, or Anthony. Furiously, the mace swung fiercely. Boom! The pirate screamed, dripping with blood. Like a cannonball, it directly penetrated the rock wall of the huge cave and flew out. The devil-like stalwart, the wild and beastly tall body stood up, fiercely staring at the pirate cotters present. Anyway, find out his whereabouts for me immediately. The beast Kaido walked out of the cave with a huge body. Looking up at the dark sky, he opened his arms and roared hysterically, "Damn kid, get ready for Laozi!" Ming hu hu. The monstrous and terrifying momentum provoked a violent hurricane. The pirates staggered and flew out, screaming one after another. New World. Tato Land Sea Area. The International Center, Cake Island. Like a fairy tale, in a huge cake castle. Wow, like a wolf, he couldn't help holding the small snack tower in front of him and stuffing it into the entrance. The huge Big Mom Charlotte Linlin wears a fancy dress and a pirate hat Napoleon on his head. There was also the Thundercloud Zeus and the Sun Prometheus who were just caught up in the Big Mom Pirates group, but they were all silent. It's so happy, I have sweet snacks every day. Charlotte Linlin, with her crescent eyes, her face covered in pastries, smiled happily and said, Katakuri did not lie to me. No one but my uncle treats me so nicely. It seems that you are really my sons and daughters. Nearby, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Fruit Minister Compert, the 14th daughter of Smokey, and others could not help being a little speechless. Although he has tried many times, Big Mom is always tight-lipped and refuses to say more. Even Katakuri, who came back with his mother, is reluctant to say more, claiming not to know. But the fourth son, Owen, couldn't help it, and cautiously asked again, Mom, who is the uncle in your mouth? Uncle is uncle. Charlotte Linlin's face changed suddenly. Staring at Owen angrily, you are not allowed to ask, if you are my son. My uncle told myself that if anyone asks about him, they are all bad guys, don't tell them. Don't say anything. How can one's own children be bad people? That fierce aura, although far less scary than before, but the awe of the Charlotte family's children for Big Mom has already deepened in their hearts, scaring the fourth son of the Charlotte family, Owen, directly out of cold sweat. Hurriedly said, Yes, mother, I don't ask. However, in the face of Big Mom, they didn't know how to make the other party recover. The doctors on the island are helpless. Jiao, I didn't expect that guy was actually from the Celestial Dragon. And outside the palace, Sparrow spit out his head. Looking at the newspaper that I had just delivered, it was a little weird. Brother Perros, don't pay attention to this matter for now. The opposite Katakuri clasped his hands fiercely, leaned against the wall, and said in a deep voice, what's more important now is the mother's problem. You have to figure out a way so that she can recover as soon as possible, otherwise, if it continues like this, if it is invaded by the Beast Kaido or Marine Crusade, it will be troublesome. Really? Sparrow's face was serious. Some headaches, but, what should I do? Wang Hao, Big Mom is still able to show its strength right now. But compared to her normal time, she is obviously not a bit worse. If at this time, encounter a strong enemy, I'm afraid their mother can't stop it at all. In all likelihood, it will fall in the wind. West Blue, on an island. A young man with red hair and a straw hat, holding a western sword in his hand, silently watching the report on the newspaper. Donquixote, Saint Anthony, muttered to himself. Put the western sword into its sheath. He lifted his straw hat slightly, he walked firmly, and walked towards the sea. After so long, I must act and recruit my companions as soon as possible. Surprisingly, it was Shanks from the disbanded Roger Pirates trainee crew. For more than a year, he has been working hard to practice string. He didn't rush to go out and make a name for himself in the sea. Chapter 123. On the huge St. Poplar Secret Port. An ark that is hundreds of meters long, like a dreamlike arc, lay there quietly. The wild lines, full of metallic texture, give a great visual impact. 3-story structure, large swimming pool, beautiful garden, green grass, spacious training ground, exquisite orange forest, huge viewing fish tank. Gorgeous restaurant, large bar. Naturally, there is no need to say more about these refrigerators. Luxurious and exquisite. It's like a work of art. At the bottom and sides of the ark, there are vents of wind-spraying shells one after another. This is the ark's proverbs. Both Jace and Enel couldn't help but their eyes widened. They subconsciously opened up and looked at him, unspeakably shocked. Throw your things on top and choose your own rooms on the second floor. Saint Anthony said lightly, ready to go. Dozens of sturdy and fierce robot soldiers and a large number of beautiful-looking robot maids in black and white maid costumes are already on standby. Fresh water, food, and supplies have already been prepared. After all, the huge ark always needs people to maintain, operate, and clean. It is impossible for them to do everything themselves. As for Saint Anthony's personal belongings, Sabaody and others have already packed up for him. And sent the humanoid maids to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the ark. Yes. Great apes Chris, Enel, and Ansel Jess, each carrying a burden that is more exaggerated than their own 633, boarded this huge and luxurious ark. By the way, Edward, Wayabul, who has not yet woken up, is asleep. Here, I'll leave it to Gerfia to you. Saint Anthony looked at Gerfia, Sabaody, Junauheim Jima, and others, smiled and said, if you have any questions, please use the phone bug to notify me at any time. Yes, Your Highness. Gerfia nodded softly, please rest assured. With her watching here, and Bronkyarn will return, naturally there will be no problems. After all, Red Earl Letterfield, strictly speaking, has been abolished. Even if it is directly out of trouble. In a short period of time, it is impossible to exert such a powerful combat power. At that time, Paramecia is a strong fruit-capable person, and Bronkyarn, who is quite strong, will be able to cope. How? Melee. Electric man's shot. Saint Anthony's figure. Changes occurred at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figure is tall, and very strong. Different from the previous one, it was completely unrecognizable as his own majestic face, with 2 sharp eyes embedded in it, and 3 long claw marks penetrating down from his left forehead. Added a bit fierce momentum. Awesome! Just facing the serious and fierce face, full of powerful breath. It's enough to create a huge amount of pressure and cold sweat. Brush! Lightning flashed. Saint Anthony disappeared in front of Gurfia, Shanaheim Shima, and others. Snatched to the top of the Ark Proverbs. The lobby on the first floor. Luxurious, spacious, and bright. With a red carpet. A huge viewing fishing rod, as huge as a room. Inside, colorful rockery and corals are extremely beautiful. All kinds of fish swimming in it. And the top of the hall steps. It is a gorgeous and exquisite golden throne, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Beautiful round and beautiful defeat. Saint Anthony, who became king, sat directly on it. He pressed his hands on the faucet on both sides of the seat. Magnetic squeaky. In the eyes of Enel and others in awe. Eye-catching electric mans. Can't help shining violently. The astonishing electric current couldn't help flowing along the already loaded circuit and began to charge the ark. Logia Thunder Fruit is really amazing. Great Ape Chris exclaimed. Manipulating the thunder and lightning of nature makes people feel scalp numb when they think about it. Although Saint Anthony could also use the power of Paramecia magnetic fruit to create electricity, the strength of the power is completely different from the increase gained after acquiring Thunder Fruit's power. An Ansel just beside him looked around in surprise, and at the same time said nonchalantly, "Of course, Your Highness is omnipotent." He was educated and brainwashed by Saint Anthony since he was a child. In his mind, Saint Anthony is the true Son of Heaven, the man who wants to hold the power of the whole world in his hands sooner or later. "No, I almost forgot, now I can't be called Your Highness, I'm going to be called Lord King." Did Bib J, the bottom of the cabin is densely packed with complicated circuits. One huge battery after another, the solution in it can't help but brave. "Master King, the energy storage is full, please stop charging." Control room. The cyborg soldier reported through the phone worm. "Start the ark." Sitting on the throne, the majestic king gave light orders. "Yes." The soldier who was on standby in the operating room pulled the joystick. One after another, the huge and precise alloy gears turned one after another and started to rotate. Woohoo! Countless spouting shells. The light was dazzling, and strong wind pressure was suddenly ejected. The proverbs of the huge and heavy ark rise in the air. Flying up. Although I have heard about it, this exaggerated ark can fly. But when I saw it with my own eyes, Enel still couldn't believe it. After all, this is not taking advantage of Saint Anthony's ability. It is a device that the ark has. Today. At its dark bottom, the spiral awards began to roar and spin fiercely. Holding a huge ark, it quickly floated into the sky tens of meters, and began to swoop into the distance. And at this time, well, it hurts me to death. Edward Wayabul, who had been thrown into the hall where he slept, finally woke up. Although Angel's treatment, a person with the ability to heal fruits, the unimaginable pain still struck. Let him give his teeth and grin. "Mom, old stomach," Cuckoo screamed. Holding his chubby belly, Wayabul subconsciously looked around and shouted, "Mom, I'm hungry." But with a photographic figure, it came into view. Suddenly, the face was brushed white, and the cold sweat couldn't stop flowing out. Looking at the stalwart figure on the throne in horror, the whole person couldn't help shuddering and trembling. The scenes make the scalp numb, and the painful experiences that can't be described can't help but appear in his mind, which is not high in brain capacity. Finally wake up. Chris, Enel, Jess, and others came over. Looking with interest at Edward Weibul, who is said to be a fool, but has terrible potential. The tragic situation that Saint Anthony brought him back yesterday really made their scalp numb. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid that someone who has already died can't die anymore. Edward Weibul, do you remember who I am? With his chin resting on his right hand, Saint Anthony, who leaned casually on the throne with his legs folded, looked down at him. Asked faintly. Master, master. Weibul was pale, as if a mouse had seen a cat. The fat body was sitting there paralyzed, shaking uncontrollably, his face was full of indescribable panic and horror, cold sweat, tears, and nasal discharge could not help flowing out. Don't hit me, I won't avenge my mother, Ming Ming. The trousers that were already damaged and changed were directly wet. Chapter 124. Looking at Weibul, who was scared to pee. Jess, Enel, Chris, and others are speechless. To what extent is this poor stupid child being abused by Saint Anthony, and how inhuman torture he has been, will it become like this? Seeing Saint Anthony is like a mouse meeting a cat like. Not only did he dare not even avenge the murder of his mother, but he was scared to diapers. From today, you are my subordinate. Saint Anthony did not get up, still sitting on the throne, condescendingly looking down at the frightened Weibul. He is satisfied with this guy's performance. After all, not so much effort was wasted, and the education was severely given. Pointing to the tall great ape Chris next to him, he said lightly, "Follow Chris to practice, and he will teach you to train. If you dare to be lazy, I will kill you directly. Have you heard?" "Yes, I heard it." Weibul cowered, and nodded like a chicken. "Chris, from today, you are responsible for guiding the three of them to practice. Enel is only 17 years old, Weibul is only 15 years old, and Zephyr's son Jace is only 13 years old. Far from growing up. Great ape Chris's strength is more than enough to teach Enel them." "Yes, Lord King, please rest assured." Hearing Saint Anthony's arrangement, Chris nodded sternly, not repulsive. Teaching one is the same as teaching three. Anyway, Jace should have been a master for so long. Observation Haki has already awakened. As for the armed pretense, it is still early for him. It's better to improve your physique first, sharpen your physical skills to be more proficient, and wait until you get older. However, you will really arrange the task for me. He spread his hands and said helplessly. Enel and Weibul are the main ones that need to be diligent. These are not fuel-efficient lamps. Simply getting along, he has already judged that Enel's personality is overly arrogant and self-esteem. But this is okay. Just use your fists to educate each other to behave. It is mainly Edward Weibul. A fool might have a headache. Cyrus, Weiss, and Jerry are three of them. They will return soon. Our team will grow quickly. Then you won't have to work so hard. Saint Anthony nodded in satisfaction. An exquisite gold coin turned between the fingers. From time to time, there is a trace of electric current that is visible to the naked eye. Then Lord King, this time we go to Sabaody Archipelago, do we need to recruit some people? Chris asked, frankly speaking, without using the power on the surface, I want to establish New World, which has long been segregated by a group of heroes, and is not under the jurisdiction of the world government, let alone the pirates. The three-way force mercenary guild, which integrates those unconstrained bounty hunters, attracts the powerful in the sea, but also likes solitary guys and the guys who are going to be pirates but not purely for looting, but just for adventure and flying the Shanghai pirate flag to go to sea are still too few of us alone. If there is a guy with strength and potential, if he is not a pirate, he can naturally recruit directly. Saint Anthony chuckled and said, as for the manpower problem, you don't have to worry about it. Mercenary Guild. This is the third-party power Saint Anthony wants to create. A third-party force that does not belong to the pirate camp or the world government camp, whether it is strength or influence. Even the monsters of world government and New World are afraid of it, and are not willing to go to war easily. As the name suggests, the mercenary guild obviously has some connections with bounty hunters. But this huge organization, including the profession of bounty hunters, is not limited to this. Undertake and be responsible for all kinds of legal entrusted tasks such as hunting down criminals and entrusting wars, and collect certain commissions from them. Acting as an intermediary between mercenaries and employers. In the blueprint of Saint Anthony's plan, this mercenary guild is not just a platform that simply provides convenience to bounty hunters and rich people. It is also a platform for him to cultivate those capable seeds for himself and to sharpen the truly strong. Not only does it have a huge intelligence network, but the strongholds on the surface also have to be spread all over the world, the first half of the Grand Line and even the second half of New World. To undertake task entrustment and release tasks is only a small part of it. More importantly, it must have an ace mercenary group that represents the face of the guild and is enough to make any force in the world jealous, execute the ruling on behalf of the guild, clean up and hunt down the trial troops of the mercenary forces that flagrantly violated the guild's regulations. Huge military power, unparalleled influence, a terrorist force that makes the world government afraid of it but dare not start a war hastily. Of course, the difficulty is not small. But it is imperative. With his identity as celestial dragons secretly supporting, as long as the strength of King is enough to deter the monsters of the world government and New World and make all parties jealous, there will be no problem. 4 flowers. First of all, it is to be famous. To this sea, prove the strength of King. There is nothing better than the titles of Lonely Red and Aloof Rider. In the last era, it was on par with Whitebeard Edward Newgate, One Piece King Gordy Roger, Golden Lion Shiki and others. The head of the Red Earl Barloric Letterfield is more suitable for making a name and proving his strength. The ready-made head is not too much effort. Then, they challenged Whitebeard, who was recently crowned the world's strongest, with great fanfare, and defeated the opponent. Take the title of the world's strongest. How high profile, how arrogant, how to come. My intelligence network is all over the world and the Grand Line, and the list of strong men handed over to Dover is only a small number, and most of them are out of the ranks and are wanted. Moreover, I have asked Sabaody to send someone to contact them in the name of King. There are not a few people who have agreed to join. Next, Wes will use his own ability to pick them up except for the ones who directly refused. In addition, of course, there are many guys who are waiting and watching. We need to prove our strength before we are willing to join. The corners of his mouth raised, wait to New World, let's go to Elbaf again. With the news and tokens of Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy, it is easy to get the friendship of those simple-minded giants. It is directly claimed that the captains of these 2 giant pirate groups fought on prehistoric island for decades, and finally decided the victory and defeat. Blue Ogre Dory won, Red Ogre Broggy was defeated for some reason, and finally died of serious injuries. But for ridiculous reasons, he killed his friend Broggy by mistake. The awakened Blue Ogre Dory blamed himself and apologized to Red Ogre Broggy. The perfect plot. Does anyone know that he hunted these 2 people? At that time, just recruit some giants directly. Or, as King directly. As heroes, rescue Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy, who were imprisoned by the cruel celestial dragons Saint Anthony on an island, and gain the friendship and allegiance of each other. This arrangement seems to be good too. If it is a giant pirate group, can be fooled by him and directly turned into a giant mercenary group. It seems pretty good too. He believed that the mercenary guild appeared. This sea will soon become more and more interesting. Chapter 125. The beautiful and fantastic Sabaody Archipelago. This island is located at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, adjacent to the naval headquarters. It can be said that it is the terminal to New World. It is formed by the roots of the world's largest mangrove, Yaqui mangrove, exposed to the water. The ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. The island is made up of 79 trees, all with numbers, and each tree has towns and facilities. People call the archipelago composed of these 79 islands Sabaody Archipelago. Today, Minghuhu. On the spacious port, the huge and gorgeous ark descended from the sky. It is full of metal texture, the lines are wild and arrogant, and the black muzzle is like a giant swallowing beast, which is awe-inspiring. The propeller roared violently at the bottom of the black press. Caused a great shock. Am I right? 633. This huge ship is flying in the air. It's exaggerated, it's not like marine. Who is it? Countless people, pirates, and bounty hunters have their eyes widened. Some people couldn't believe they looked at the gorgeous warship floating over the harbor, slowly landing. Wow! Large waves surge. The ark's proverb slowly landed on the sea. The huge suspension bridge was raised, and you landed on the port. In the secret attention of many people. A simple denim suit with a lightning Z pattern on it. King's tall, burly, heroic figure was reflected in the eyes of the pirates and bounty hunters. On his cruel face like a knife. That hideous but not ugly scar. It seems that he is not angry. As if from the bones, showing the aura of the strong. It gives a great deterrent and an intuitive impression of being difficult to provoke. Make their pupils shrink. Chris, Enel, Ansel, Jess, and others. Follow behind Saint Anthony. Uniform, military uniform. On the chest, they are all wearing badges with Z-shaped lightning patterns and exquisitely carved patterns. That is the lightning badge prepared by Saint Anthony for the mercenary guild that will be launched next, and only the internal members of the guild are eligible to wear it. At that time, there will be other badges. As for Weibull's silly boy paper. In the aftermath of the rest of your life, after eating and drinking, staying on the huge ark training ground, sweating profusely, awkwardly exercised the shave in the 6 poses that Chris had just taught him. Without the pirate banner, who are they? It's not just the pirates. It is the marine base on the Sabaody Archipelago, who is sent here to act as eyeliners. All secretly surprised. Looked at the huge ark again and again. It was found that there was no wanted record, and there was no pirate flag on it. There is only a huge lightning bolt. Not here. Looking into the depths of Sabaody Archipelago, Saint Anthony muttered to himself indifferently. Keep walking. Ignoring those awe and curious gazes, they looked at the surrounding Jace and Enel with curiosity and walked towards the number 1 peninsula. He has been to Sabaody Archipelago more than once. Naturally it is a familiar road. Boom boom. A lot of bubbles are flying. In the sunshine, it is colorful. It is like a paradise in a dream. From time to time, a lot of bubbles pop up from the ground. There were also many bubbles that broke out of the environment of Sabaody Archipelago, exploding one after another in the high air, making clear and audible sounds. This is Sabaody Archipelago. Only 13 years old, but a sturdy figure, Jace, who is already more than 1 meter and 8 meters, stepped on the sap, sticky and soft ground, surprised. He is different from Haim Jimajunau and Rob Lucci, who was secretly cultivated by Saint Anthony. Have never been to Sabaody Archipelago. Swipe jumped onto the huge bubble that had just flew up, and stood on it and floated into the air. Then Enel jumped down again, and exclaimed, "It's incredible." The biggest feature of this island is that the roots of the Yaqui mangroves secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly into the sky. Having been here, Chris, who is accustomed to it, carried 2 big black suitcases, followed Saint Anthony, who went straight ahead, smiled and turned around and introduced them, because bubbles are only suitable for alchemin. The climatic range of mangroves, once the bubble leaves the climatic range of Sabaody Archipelago, the resin component will blow up because it cannot fully exert its power. The face with a mane, as thick as a gorilla, was not abominable, frightening, or as wretched as Polosolino. On the contrary, with a bit of heroism, although it will not directly make people feel good, but it will not give birth to disgust or rejection for no reason. Bubble car, bubble Ferris wheel, house built on bubble. In short, bubble culture permeates every place on the island of Sabaody. He paused and reminded again and again, but, you two, don't run around. Although this island is close to naval headquarters, there are a lot of illegal areas, such as human traffickers, pirates, slave auction houses, etc. Some bounty hunters apparently only catch pirates, but they actually catch those who place orders whenever they have a chance, and send them to the slave auction house as a slave trader. A group of people. Soon after Saint Anthony came to Peninsula No. 1. One looks quite spacious and a little ordinary, but it is surrounded by people coming and going. From time to time people enter the front of the building inside the gate. This is the slave auction house. Enel raised an eyebrow and looked around. If you go inside and sit down, you will know what human nature is. Saint Anthony sneered. Of course, as the biggest beneficiary of this distorted and ugly order, he will not have any concealment. The world government has already issued a clear decree announcing the abolition of slavery. The sale of human beings is prohibited. Actually, as long as there are huge benefits and generous returns, this ugly and illegal industry cannot be terminated. It's just another name. Marine, who prides himself on justice, calls this employment agency. Especially, those celestial dragons are even less likely to allow themselves to have no slaves. In the group of 1.9 nobles in the world, there is not a single slave, and there are even fewer slaves. All may be ridiculed and discriminated against by other celestial dragons. This guest, you are a big shot at first glance. Is this your first time here? A young man with short green hair. He directly greeted him with a professional smile on his face. But there are faint dark circles under the eyes, as well as unconcealable fatigue in the depths of the eyes. It can be seen that his work and rest are irregular. Today's auction, but there are slaves from the snakehead and long-legged tribes. Do not. Saint Anthony shook his head. In the surprised eyes of Enel, Chris, and others. With an unirritable face, looking down at the green-haired young man, he said directly, I'm here for you. Gilda Tizalo. Chapter 126. For me. Gilder Tizalo was sluggish. Moreover, I was even more surprised that the other party knew his own name. I have to say that King's face is born with powerful aura, giving people a great sense of oppression. If it's serious, just facing it will make people tremble. Tizalo felt great pressure. The whole person was out of control, and some cold sweats. I was afraid that I might offend the other party somewhere, bit the bullet and said, This gentleman, are you kidding me? Gilder. Tizalo, UBD, did you offend the guest? At this time, seeing Tizalo Pidyan greet the guest who looked awe-inspiring and believed that his identity was quite uncomplicated. He wanted to get some tips, but he didn't welcome anyone in for so long. Rock, the manager of the auction house, walked out quickly. Just kicked it directly. Kicked Tizalo to the side. The next second, he changed his face and smiled. There he bent down and apologized to Saint Anthony, Sir, I'm sorry, this kid 18 is not serious. Manager, I don't have. Tizalo, who fell to the ground, just wanted to say something. Seeing Rock's viciously threatening gaze, he couldn't help but shut his mouth. His complexion was aggrieved. Please come in. There are a lot of good products today. No need. Saint Anthony waved his hand. In Rock's puzzled gaze, he gestured directly to Chris and Jess behind him. Crack. Jace did not hesitate. Opened one of the big suitcases in Chris' hand. Inside, it was filled with colorful banknotes. The sum of the two large boxes is conservatively estimated to be no less than 100 million Baileys. Rock and Tizalo, and even the people around, their pupils shrank sharply. His eyes became hot. "This gentleman, what are you?" Looking at the two boxes of banknotes greedily, Rock asked carefully, puzzledly. "Do you know the woman this kid fell in love with?" "I bought it." Saint Anthony said lightly, "Bring her out." "Stella." Tizalo's complexion changed drastically. Looking at Saint Anthony in shock, how did the other party know that he likes Stella? "Understood, it turns out that the Lord is in love with Stella." Rock's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and wanted to take the opportunity to increase the price, but the police saw that majestic face, cold sweat came out, and he changed his words quickly, no problem, take her out immediately." He quickly ordered to the bodyguard behind him, "Quickly, bring Stella out." "Yes." "A-hole, what are you doing?" Tizalo rushed out and yelled at Rock with an angry face, "Manager Rock, you said that you have to wait for me to raise enough money and give me a chance to redeem Stella." At first, he made an agreement with the other party. Guarantee to make money hard and help Stella, who was sold as a slave, to redeem her life. Otherwise, Stella would not know who was auctioned off. Over the past 3 years, he has been working hard from morning till night. Salary plus the tips given by rich ladies and gentlemen at auctions over the years. Soon he could raise money to help Stella ransom her. Hope was right in front of him, and the result was extinguished in a blink of an eye, making him almost lost and collapsed. Furious. "Tizalo, I said I gave you a chance." Looking at the angry Tizalo in front of him, Rock sneered and said, "But 3 years have passed, and I haven't seen you have the money to redeem that woman. No matter how beautiful a woman is, her beauty has a shelf life. Yes, is it possible that I have to wait until no one wants the Stella Old Pearl Huang to sell it for auction?" Pointing to the banknotes in the 2 large suitcases, Rock said rudely and contemptuously, "Besides, can you afford the price this customer paid? Even if you work hard for another 30 years, you won't earn half of it." He ruthlessly tore through Tizalo's dream. Bloody. Tizalo was stunned. There was trembling with anger and weakness. Even more unwilling, gritted his teeth. Fists clenched. "Come out." It didn't take long. The bodyguard came out with a beautiful blonde woman. Tizalo got excited, "Stella!" "Tizalo!" Stella's face was as grey as death, her eyes brightened. But in a blink of an eye, it dimmed. "It looks like I can't wait for you to make enough money to buy me." She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said bitterly, "Goodbye." "No, Stella." Looking at Tizalo, who was emotional, Rock didn't hesitate, and shouted directly at the guards who were holding weapons, "Shoot him away for me, don't disturb the guests." "Yes." The 2 guards directly grabbed Tizalo, trying to drag him far away. "No need." Saint Anthony stopped them lightly. He stepped forward and looked at Stella. Pretty is very beautiful. But his collection of women on this ain't white poplar. It can be said that each one's appearance is no less than that of the others, and there are a lot of beauty above them. I really feel sorry for me." He stroked Stella's pretty face and said with a faint smile, "No wonder that kid fell in love with you when he was 16. He worked hard for you and wanted to save enough. Buy your money." Stella trembled uncontrollably, closed her eyes and turned her head aside. "A-hole, let go of Stella." Tizalo, who was caught by the guards, struggled desperately. His eyes were cracked, and he was inexplicably angry, staring at Saint Anthony. But the next moment, he, along with Rock and others, were all directly sluggish. Because Anton 633 Nishan directly touched the slave collar on Stella's neck, triggering the autonomous explosive device on it. Tick, tick. "No, do not want. Guest, you haven't paid yet. Damn it, it's too late to stop the explosion, run away." Whether it is Tizalo or Rock, Everyone's eyes widened, and their complexion changed drastically. One is because his beloved woman is in danger, and the other is because Saint Anthony has not yet officially paid. Stella paled even more. Are you dying? Perhaps death is also a kind of relief. Next second. Just when the slave collar was about to explode, Saint Anthony's eyes narrowed suddenly. Boom! There was a loud noise. Thick smoke billowed. But the explosion did not happen to Stella. It happened in an open space 10 meters away. Only dang! The broken chain fell. Guru! The collar and handcuffs are all opened. What did he do just now? Great, the goods are not damaged. Tizalo, Rock, and others all stared at the unharmed Stella. Together with Stella, she didn't feel the pain for a long time, so she couldn't help but opened her eyes and looked at herself in amazement. Dumbly raised his head and looked at the tall, burly, and awe-inspiring figure in front of him. Chapter 127. This is Lord King's Haki? That's amazing. Jace, who was following Saint Anthony, had his eyes hot. Although with his eyesight, he could not see exactly what had just happened. Even awakened, and the observation Haki of the preliminary master, there is no time to hear. But after all, he has followed Saint Anthony since he was a child, and he knows a lot about Haki. Armament Haki. Enel was taken aback. But armament Haki, is it not entangled and covered, will it show up? He didn't see Saint Anthony useful Haki. Certainly. Jace nodded, full of yearning and admiration. It is said that Lord King can penetrate into the opponent's body from the outside to attack and destroy the advanced armament Haki who has cultivated to ultimate, causing greater and undefended damage. It seems that at the moment of the explosion, he used Haki to destroy the collar and chain from the inside. Guessed, you haven't yet. Rock, who was afraid to run away because of the explosion, hurried forward. Came to Saint Anthony's side, rubbing his hands. Cautiously. He is not an idiot without any eyesight. You can guess it, the man in front of him is definitely an amazingly powerful person or someone with special ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unlock Stella's slave collar without the key. Give him. Saint Anthony's face was calm. Turning his head, gestured to Chris behind him. Take it. 2 large suitcases flew directly. Bang. Bang. Ouch. Rock fell down there. His nose and face were swollen, but the whole person was still full of surprises and clung to the money. Thank you for the guest, thank you for the shooter. He who fell there, with a big smile, hurriedly said to Saint Anthony, you can take Stella away, you can do anything with it. This time, he will make a lot of money. How much can a beautiful-looking human female slave be auctioned? This is not 100 million. Boy, if you have the courage, follow it yourself. He looked at Tizalo. Said with a chuckle. He turned and walked towards the port. And Chris also stepped forward and reminded Stella kindly, it's finally possible to get rid of the status of a slave. I advise you not to think about running away and the price of angering Lord King. No one in this sea can bear it. Confused, Jess and Enel, who are unknown, can only keep up. I don't understand at all, why Saint Anthony values the green-haired guy so much. It seems that there is nothing special. It seems that there is no strength at all. He's just an ordinary person. Master King. Stella murmured. Her complexion faded a little. Looking back at Tizalo, who was standing there looking at him. A beautiful smile appeared. No matter what happens in the future, I have to thank you, Tizalo. Hesitated for a moment. Still trod to follow. She knew very well that since the other party dared to untie the collar, she was not afraid of running away. It is even more impossible for Tizalo to save her. It may also hurt each other. Stella. Tizalo's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. A hole. On the port. looking at the huge and gorgeous ark full of visual impact. Both Stella and Tizalo couldn't help being shocked. Soon, follow King, Chris and others boarded the ark. Proverbs. In a luxurious, spacious, and bright hall. Here is Stella opened her mouth wide, some of her eyes couldn't believe her. Standing there, in the exaggerated viewing fish tank, there are even big fish and rockery that are bigger than her whole body. The decoration is more luxurious and not tacky. It is hard to imagine how much money it would take to build this huge warship alone. Magnetic. The electric light flashed. Saint Anthony disappeared into the hall in an instant. Sit on the golden throne. What do you want? Tizalo's pupils, who followed behind Chris, shrank sharply. He ignored the stunning and luxurious scenery around him, looked at Saint Anthony, who was full of majesty and made people dare not offend, and plucked up the courage to ask loudly. He wakes up slightly. The other party wanted to kill himself, and he had no chance to resist. I said, I'm here for you, not for the woman next to you. Saint Anthony held his cheeks, resting on the golden dragon head guard, and spoke lightly. Not only Tizalo, but even Stella couldn't help but froze. At the age of 16, I worked hard for Stella, day and night, and worked hard to make money. If I persisted until now, I can see that your kid has the potential and perseverance that ordinary people don't have. Saint Anthony didn't buy anything, simple and straightforward, become my subordinate, be loyal to me, and I won't move this woman. Real. Tizalo was stunned. Some can't believe their ears. Saint Anthony looked at Tizalo, who was a little shocked and inexplicable, and asked with a chuckle, how? The surprise came too suddenly. Tizalo was there for a while, unable to react. I do. Plop knelt down, his face full of surprise. Tizalo didn't hesitate to kowtow to Saint Anthony and said loudly, as long as you don't hurt Stella, my lord, I'm willing to die. Knowing that you will agree. Looking at Tizalo who was kneeling there, Saint Anthony said lightly, But don't be too happy. In the surprised and inexplicable gazes of Tizalo, Chris, and others. His hands. From nowhere, a golden strange fruit suddenly appeared. Flew directly in front of Tizalo. That is. Chris' pupils shrank sharply. Devil fruit. Jess and Enel were also surprised. This is a paramecia golden fruit. Its value is immeasurable. Even the world government will not hesitate to buy it at a high price. I accidentally got it and eat it. Looking at the paramecia golden fruit, some could not believe Tizalo who was looking up. Saint Anthony said indifferently, devil fruit's ability has a deep awakening stage, and very few can reach this level. When can you develop its abilities to the awakening stage, and when will Stella really belong to you? What? Tizalo's expression changed. 10 years, I will give you 10 years. Saint Anthony said, in these 10 years, I will teach you to practice, strictly train you, and guide you to develop the ability of golden fruit. But if you, Wang Hao, fail to reach that level, it will waste my care for you. If you look forward to it, I will give her to others. The corners of his mouth raised, and his eyes shrank sharply. Tizalo chuckled, of course, you can also refuse. At least, if you put down the fruit in your hand and leave directly, you still have a chance to look back. One step to heaven, one step to hell, you choose yourself. Stella's complexion was even more white. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in this world. If the other party invests such a large amount of resources, there is no corresponding return. At that time, I believe that Tizalo will not have a way to survive. And her fate? No, I'd rather give it a go. Looking at the awesome and intimidating figure on the throne, who dare not offend. Tizalo, with a gloomy expression, glanced at Stella who was looking at him there, and instantly turned into a determined string. There was madness and paranoia in his eyes. Without hesitation, grab the golden fruit and bite it hard. Chapter 128. The huge ark, stately, appeared in Sabaody archipelago. Naturally, it attracted the attention of world government Cipher Paul and Marine. Where did this guy come from? Such a huge battleship can still fly, it's an exaggeration. Furthermore, this guy is by no means a simple man who can easily untie the collar of a slave that has been triggered by a self-detonation device with his bare hands. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The magnificent and solemn Naval Headquarters building is the highest floor. In Marshal Marine's office, Kong's brows wrinkled into the word Chuan. Look at the photos sent up. 3 photos. One of them, the huge battleship flying in mid-air, jetting strong winds. The second is a photo of the ark's proverbs resting on the sea, which is like a giant swallowing beast, giving people a great visual impact. The third picture is when King led Chris and others down the gorgeous ark. On that solemn face, 3 scars pierced down from the left forehead, full of fierce and powerful aura. At a glance, people think that this is a strong man who has experienced many battles. Tall and burly figure. From the photos alone, people can feel that the aura of the strong is coming. Can't take it lightly. Slave auction house, oh no, I'm very sorry. The adjutant in front of him felt Kong's unpleasant gaze, reacted 633, and hurriedly changed his words. It was the staff at the employment agency who said it, and heard the other party's subordinates call him Lord King. We have no way of knowing the identity of King. There is no intelligence record about him in the archives. The adjutant with the rank of ensign stood upright, and said loudly, but we have confirmed the identity of one of them. After a pause, Matt pointed to the mane-like figure behind King, and said, the great ape Rodolphe T. Chris was once an army of the New World Laron Kingdom long, a few years ago. I had left the kingdom of Laron for some reason, and had been a pirate hunter for a while, and he was already Zoan at that time. Orangutan fruit great ape form ability. But suddenly disappeared for a few years. In addition, they all wear lightning-shaped badges. It looks like a special organization. Even the guards on the battleship are well trained. It's not easy. Kong's adjutant Matt continued to report. Cipher Paul is conducting an in-depth investigation, and there is no more precise information for the time being. King. Kong motorized his Magansi head. By comparison of body shape, he can't be the big sign of beasts pirates, only, Bib J, has the same code name. However, at this time, boom boom. A red phone bug on the table suddenly opened his eyes. Some sound rushed. Moses, I'm Marine Marshal Kong. Marshal Kong, this is the Impel Down prison. There has been a serious emergency situation, and Golden Lion has escaped from prison. What? It's not just Kong's face that has changed dramatically. Suddenly got up. Golden Lion escaped from prison? How could it be possible? The adjutant Matt in front of him was even more startled. The cold sweat came out. What is going on? Isn't he locked by sea stone? Kong's face was as deep as water, and he gritted his teeth and asked angrily. In my mind, I suddenly remembered that the world aristocrat Saint Anthony had only visited the Golden Lion, and it even aroused the anger of the other party. Cannot help but become a little skeptical. I'm very sorry, Golden Lion cut off his legs while being careless. His strength is too amazing. No one would have thought that he could chop off his legs with a knife in that situation. After regaining his 2 famous knives, Sakura Ten and Wood Dry, he rushed through. After being surrounded by the director and the chief warden, they used Lion Fruit's ability to escape from Impel Down. What a joke! Kong's face changed drastically, his teeth clenched. There was a crack sound. Fists clenched tightly. Very frightened. How hard it took them to catch the Golden Lion guy. This is because the opponent's head was flooded. It was just because the One Piece Roger was arrested and was to be publicly executed in East Blue. He had to work hard at naval headquarters to the end, and was joined by Garp and Sengoku. Suppressed. Even so, half of the naval headquarters was still ruined. Unexpectedly, after being detained for less than 2 years, he let the other party escape. The ability of Paramecialion fruit is too terrifying, leaving Golden Lion to come and go without a trace, and he can't catch it at all. Maybe one day, when the top of the head directly hit several islands without knowing. Thinking about it makes the scalp numb. Bolu bolu. There is nothing more to say in the future. On the desk, the white phone bug sleeping quietly opened his eyes and rang. It made Kong's adjutant's heart jump. That phone worm is a dedicated line from the world government. Only rarely do Cypher Paul or 5 elders call. Taste. Moses, I am Kong. Empty, it's us. There was a majestic voice. Let Kong's face become solemn, Lord 5 elders. This time the incident is very bad. If it is spread out, the world government will lose face. The world's number 1, the deep sea prison, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, has been successfully escaped. This is the first time in nearly 800 years. In particular, a series of major incidents such as the killing of West Blue O'Hara and South Blue Roderick St. have just occurred, which has greatly damaged the prestige of the world government. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. Cypher Paul will fully cooperate with you Marine. To catch the Golden Lion. Yes, Lord 5 elders. Grab the Golden Lion? Just kidding, how do you catch it? Can't even find anyone. Kong's face turned black. But as a subordinate, you can't force your boss. You must show your unswerving attitude in implementing any instructions from the other party. At the same time, just started the Ark Proverbs and left Saint Anthony of Sabaody Archipelago. Also received an urgent report from Shiryu of Rain. Oh? The corners of Saint Anthony's mouth rose. He chuckled lightly, that guy, has he finally made up his mind to escape from prison? He can wait for this day for a long time. Impelled down in the big prison. A mess and shattered, bloody corpses were everywhere. There are also howling criminals and prison staff. Previously, he briefly fought against the escaped Golden Lion, but he was not an opponent at all. The crushed Rain Shiryu was embarrassed with the bloodline hanging on the corner of his mouth. He was holding a phone worm in a corner where no one was left, and he calmly responded in a whisper, "Yes, please come out soon. In advance, I have inlaid the life card you gave in his famous sword guard. Golden Lion, you don't need to worry about it." Saint Anthony directly ordered, "Such a big incident, the impact is too bad. The director and the guard of Impel Down have the greatest responsibility. In all likelihood, they will step down and let the virtuous, but you can also take the blame and resign and quit. Before that, seize the time to make arrangements, and cooperate with the Gopher World Destroyer Burndy World Guy, to transport me out of Impel Down." Yes. Chapter 129. Golden Lion escaped from prison. Chris, Jess, and others were sluggish. They are different from the Enel that has always grown on Sky Island. For the previous era, the 3 legendary Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, but like a thunderbolt. After all, the opponent is the master with extremely strong forces, and once almost forced the Roger Pirates group led by Gordy Roger, who had not yet reached the summit, into a desperate legendary pirate. Well, I'm going to exercise my muscles and bones. I will leave it to you for the time being, Chris. As for Jace, I'm not worried, you have to supervise Enel, Weiabul, Tizalo, and others, but don't leave it to repair. King got up from the golden throne, stretched his waist, twisted his neck and smiled and said, "I have already sent that guy to South Blue to attract new members. The whole body is shining dazzling electric light. A long-standing habit, Jace no longer needs supervision. He who is eager for strength, will work hard by himself exercise. As for Enel, they still need to be strictly supervised at present. Yes, please rest assured." Brush. In their gaze. Saint Anthony instantly turned into a blazing electric rain. Disappear. And this time, the first half of the Grand Line. An unknown mystery Vermeil. Ah! A tall figure in a prison uniform, bloody, with the coxcomb rudder on his head, bent over and tied something there. Gritting his teeth and enduring unimaginable pain. His legs were dripping with blood. Two extremely sharp double-edged swords were actually embedded in the broken leg bones. And he is using the torn prison uniform as a rope to tightly wrap and fix it on it. The blood is still dripping. Fierce pain came in bursts, causing Golden Lion Shiki, who had just cut off his legs to escape and escaped here, groaned. The pain was so cold that sweat came out. But he clenched his teeth and didn't seem to care about losing his legs. No hysterical hatred and complaints. Even, as if nothing had happened, he laughed bravely, "Gee ha ha ha, in this way, the foot will be completed." Roar. A body is several tens of meters long. The huge tiger smelled the smell of blood and roared and pounced. The teeth are grim, and the claws are extremely sharp. The ferocious aura makes people fearful. I can't help myself. Golden Lion's eyes were cold. A cold snort. The right leg, which was inlaid with sharp blades and made into a prosthetic limb, snapped. Call out. Eye-catching slash. Suddenly burst out. It slammed on the giant tiger's body severely. Roar. Blood splattered. The giant tiger wailed. It makes people shudder. But in a blink of an eye. Ming. A huge grey wolf appeared and rushed. From all directions, surrounded the Golden Lion Shiki regiment. Make Shiki's pupils shrink slightly. These giant wolves, no matter their size, or the degree of ferocity, are far better than ordinary wolves. Even in such dangerous places as New World. Wolves with such an exaggerated size are extremely rare. Normally, it is amazing enough that a wolf can be so big. Not to mention, every wolf is so huge. And the tiger just now. Jahahaha, interesting. Looking at the huge pack of wolves that swooped in at that moment. Golden Lion Shiki laughed, and the whole person actually flew up. The legs swept out like electricity. Shoo! Boom! The incredibly blazing slashes poured out one after another. Dismember these wolves in an instant. The blood was dripping and bloody. The whole land was ruined by Tui Kui. Smoke and dust filled. Speaking of which, these creatures are really bigger one by one. Looking at the huge and unknown creature hundreds of meters high in the distance, Golden Lion Shiki looked surprised. It flew directly towards the center of the island. Roar! Boom! Bulky and huge creatures. One after another, dazzling people. There are even exaggerated octopuses, mountain-like giant snakes, and fierce dinosaurs. It looks like this island is unusual, jahahaha. It made Golden Lion Shiki's eyes hot, and couldn't help but laugh directly. Look back and look for the guy Indigo to study, maybe there is something surprising to find. It would be interesting if we could mass-produce such large and brutal creatures. Roger, that piece of the weakest sea, I will destroy him sooner or later, ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki's complexion was distorted and became extremely gloomy, full of cold and paranoid craziness. You are a man recognized by Lao Zi, those guys, who dare to let you die in the weakest sea, are the greatest to you. Humiliation. 4 flowers. Symbol of peace? Jahahaha, wait. Don't wait, you have no future. A dazzling electric light flashed by. The tall king figure appeared in front of Shiki. The solemn face was full of indescribable majesty, with a breathtaking momentum. Looking directly at the Golden Lion Shiki, whose complexion changed indifferently. Who are you? Shiki's pupils shrank and his face sank. Me cast a dangerous look. In this case, you should be able to recognize it, right? Electric Mang Shuo Shuojian. The whole body's bones continuously made gasp-like explosive noises. The tall body began to shrink. It turned into a handsome and stalwart blonde figure more than 2 meters high. Playfully watched Golden Lion Shiki, whose pupils shrank sharply. It's you, Andre Aries, no, Donquixote Saint Anthony. Golden Lion Shiki looked gloomy, looked directly at Saint Anthony, and smiled in anger. You dare to appear in front of me grandiosely, you are so awesome. The Golden Lion Shiki is not afraid of feeling that the incoming person is unkind. The whole person became furious like a lion, with long golden hair dancing wildly, with amazing murder and anger. You just said that I have no future? Jahahaha, let's see who has no future. In an instant, the right leg carrying the sharp sword, kicked out in an instant. Slash wave. In an instant, Sakura shattered the atmosphere. Shoo. The terrifying slash lightened the sky. In an instant, it hit Saint Anthony. However, Saint Anthony does not dodge. Let the huge and fierce slash penetrate through his body. Lightning and flint room. Magnetic Bab Baba. A huge slash whizzed past. Lightningly cut Saint Anthony's whole person in half, igniting a large arc. And the castration was unabated, and he slammed into the distance. Boom, a huge mountain was cut off in an instant. Crashed down. Thick smoke billowed. It's unspeakable shock. Even if you lose your legs, Golden Lion is Golden Lion. The world's #1 swordsman and flying admiral who used to roar all over the world with the lion's ambition to swallow the world. What? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. Some looked at Saint Anthony in disbelief. Elementalization of Logia. Chapter 130. Are you surprised? Electric lights flashed. Saint Anthony appeared directly in front of Golden Lion Shiki as if teleporting. The corners of the mouth are raised, playful. What? His expression changed. Law. Call. The violent kicks carry dazzling electric lights. The powerful armament haki pouring out like a substantial air current invisible to the naked eye. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was unexpected and caught off guard, crushed and kicked it fiercely. Kang! Sparks sputter. The extremely sharp sound made the teeth sour. The terrible wind shook the atmosphere like ripples, making people unable to open their eyes. The whole land was directly shocked and collapsed. Call. Golden Lion Shiki was hit by the terrifying force and couldn't help but retreat. It was fixed on the broken left leg. The bloody, sharp, withered sword directly marked a shocking 637 on the ground. Ditch marks. Drive a piece of Mars. Jahahaha, your haki is indeed more condensed than before. No wonder you can fight against the boy of the beasts. Golden Lion Shiki, Sakura 10, carrying haki's long sword, kicked right away with Saint Anthony. The leg was frozen, and he said with a sneer. No fear at all. But I was shocked and suspicious. He was convinced that Saint Anthony was unlikely to be a capable person of Logia before. Moreover, he personally claimed to be a Paramecia magnetic fruit ability. Because, time and time again, he used attacks without haki to make shocking wounds to the opponent's body. It's impossible. In that case, you still want to hide your strength, right? But the previous elementalization, as well as the kick that was comparable to that of the monkey in naval headquarters who likes to attack by surprise, is not like Paramecia's ability at all. Is it really Logia who controls thunder and lightning? Magnetic squeaking and astonishing electric current flowed from the top of the self-named sword Sakura 10. Even if it was the first time, with armament haki defense, Golden Lion's entire body was still cocked. The body is faintly paralyzed. Without hesitation, the left leg holding the famous knife and withered suddenly lifted up in an instant. Shining with a dazzling cold light, carrying an amazing haki. Brazenly cut towards Saint Anthony and left. Swipe. Electric light flashed. Saint Anthony retreated like lightning. Moved more than 10 meters horizontally. Avoided the attack of Golden Lion Shiki. Thunder light sword. The hands suddenly folded, and the extremely flaming thunder light gathered. An extremely sharp, substantive double-edged lightning sword with dazzling thunder light, directly condensed out. You do have courage, you are willing to cut off your legs and escape. With electric lights shining all over, looking at the golden lion, who was a little bit uncomfortable, and glancing at the legs inlaid with two famous knives, Saint Anthony sarcastically said, "But, it's also very stupid." He could understand that he lost his legs and used a sword as a prosthetic limb. This is a solution. However, the two swordsman who was once famous in the sea is known as the world's largest swordsman. Without using both hands, he actually swings the sword with his feet. This is so stupid. If you follow impel down smoothly, grab two more knives. Let's go straight to the four-sword flow, at least the strength will not drop so exaggerated because of the loss of his legs. However, he would not kindly remind each other. Even if you lose your legs, Laozi is more than enough to deal with you, a nasty kid. Staring at the figure in front of him, Golden Lion sneered. He suddenly pressed his right hand on the ground, Lion Majesty earth coiling. Boom boom. The whole land. It shook violently in an instant. It was alive and well. Can't help scrolling. A large number of beasts were involved. He screamed directly and was crushed into mashed flesh. Make your scalp numb. Turned into a huge lion head after another. Covering the sky and the sun, it is extremely ferocious. The sky began to darken. The indescribable exaggeration and shock made people irritate to cold sweat. Rumble, the exaggerated and mighty lion head, is extremely violent. He opened his mouth with a huge blood basin. It crushed to Saint Anthony hard. Ho ho, on this island, countless beasts fled in panic. After scrambling, they rushed to the distance. Boom rumble, the huge lion crushed over. Saint Anthony's face was as usual, showing disdain and sarcasm. Holding a sharp thunder sword, the electric light is lingering. The left hand shook suddenly. Electromagnetic field. Boom. A huge lion from the bite. It fell apart in an instant. Turned into countless rubble, smashed down. The pupils of Golden Lion Shiki shrank sharply. Shiki, you are no longer the golden lion you used to be. Now you are just a bereaved dog whose strength is less than 70% during the heyday. You are proud of your ability and swordsmanship. The dazzling lightning sword in Saint Anthony's hand pointed at Shiki with an incredible face. Faintly said, "In front of me, it's worthless. Stop being there, kid." Golden Lion Shiki, his right hand suddenly lifted up. The whole land roared again, rolling violently, and was about to drown Saint Anthony directly. At the same time, without hesitation, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Fiery huge slash. It was extremely eye-catching, and violent attacks came one after another. It's dizzying. Slashed over. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Saint Anthony shone with electricity. Swipe, his sharp and majestic gaze suddenly shrank. Boom. Extremely violent repulsion. With him as the center, facing in all directions, violently repelling and shocking. In an instant, the rolling earth, the slash that violently attacked. Destroy the ancients. Was shattered to pieces. The sky is full of smoke and dust. The attack of Golden Lion Shiki was easily dismantled by Saint Anthony. He originally developed the ability of paramecia, the fruit of magnetic force, to awaken him, who can manipulate the magnetic field. After obtaining the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit, directly manipulated a stronger electromagnetic force field, it is by no means as simple as 1 + 1. The control of the force field has reached an extremely subtle level. Repulsion, gravity, gravity. The intensity of control in these areas. At least it has increased by several times, which is beyond imagination. Paramecia Lion Fruit's terrifying ability was directly countered. How can it be? Golden Lion's eyes sank and his face was ugly. Compared with the previous year, the strength of the opponent is basically 1 world by 1. Even if the drug is knocked down, it is impossible to grow so amazing as only 1.9. Magnetic chi chi chi. The dazzling thunder sword, shining with deep blue brilliance. There are terrible electric currents intertwined, constantly flickering. Feel the taste of being crushed by the code. Saint Anthony was domineering, full of conceit, and sneered there. The muscles all over his body were tense, and the veins were violent. The hair was erected, the electric light was shining, and he was extremely majestic, holding the thunder sword tightly. The violent scolding sword swung out like lightning. It used to stand on top of the pirates, and was called the Flying Admiral. You, majestic and majestic, haven't experienced it for a long time, haven't you? The momentum instantly became like a prehistoric tiger coming out of the cage, extremely ferocious. OMOM. Unimaginable repulsion. Accompanied by a terrifying slash. Like a violent storm, it slammed into the golden lion, whose complexion changed drastically, and was even more frightened. Repulsion knife, tiger. Laozi is a golden lion. Chapter 131. Let's stop talking about it, just a little stinking kid. Being so despised by Saint Anthony, Golden Lion was furious. Laozi is golden lion. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Brush the sharp Sakura 10 and the dead tree couldn't help kicking out wildly. Carrying the terrible armament haki, cut through the atmosphere. Shoo, hoo, slashing fiercely, greeted them in a dense crowd. Dense repulsive knives, like a storm, poured over. They just collided together. Rumble. The dazzling light and glow bloom. Dazzling. But in an instant. Damn it, a golden figure vomited blood. Was blasted away fiercely. Amazingly, it is the golden lion. As a great swordsman with two swords, the golden lion, who uses his legs to make his sword, is equivalent to binding his hands and feet. Moreover, I just broke my legs and escaped from prison. Not only did I lose too much blood, but I also suffered severe torture in the impel-down prison. I fixed my famous sword Sakura 10 and wood on the leg bones, and I didn't have time to be proficient and adapt. The strength at this time, except for the period of wearing sea stone. It can be described as the lowest point ever. Originally, the ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit, who was already 18 awakened, was his biggest support after losing his legs. However, the ability of Lion Fruit was suppressed by Saint Anthony's electromagnetic field. If the ability is suppressed, then it is not that 70% of the strength of the heyday cannot be exerted at all, it can be said that even half of the strength cannot be exerted. At best, it's a lion without sharp teeth and claws. The time Saint Anthony found was too cruel. Not to mention, he himself just got the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit. One goes down and the other goes down. At present, the gap between the two sides. It will show up right away. Universal pull. Amazing gravity. The golden lion Shiki was locked in an instant. Pulled it over. The next moment. Swipe. Holding a sharp thunder sword, Saint Anthony, with a cold face, was as fast as lightning. Disappeared in an instant. The golden lion's hairs, whose complexion changed greatly, stood up. Get me down. In an instant, the electric light shines. Eye-catching figure. It appeared directly above the golden lion Shiki. The sharp edge of the sword was surrounded by terrible lightning. The slash accumulating gravity blasted out boldly and pressed hard against the golden lion. Gravity knife dragon pattern. OMOM. Terrible gravity. Distorted the force field in an instant. There are no rules, squeezing violently. Boom made golden lion Shiki's face twisted and he vomited blood again. But he was covered in Haki's defense, and he was not to be outdone. At the moment of being blasted to the earth. Thousand Slice Valley. Densely slashed. Carrying the mobile armament Haki, he bombarded Saint Anthony fiercely. Shen Luo Tianzheng. His eyes suddenly drenched. The extremely violent repulsive force poured out from all over. Carrying haki, the extremely dense slashes collided fiercely with the almost substantial repulsion field. Boom! Mid-air. The frantic air currents continue to raging. It spreads like ripples, visible to the naked eye. It's shocking. And below. Dust was everywhere, and rocks spattered. Golden Lion Shiki's whole person was severely blasted into the ground. Try your own moves, Golden Lion. Saint Anthony sneered, electromagnetic field. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Empty left hand. Suddenly shook it downward. The force field had a terrible change in an instant. The whole land trembled violently. Roar. The earth seemed to be lifted up. It turned into a huge valley. Surrounded in all directions. One after another fierce lions emerged from the valley. The black lion head directly covered the sky. It is as lifelike as if there is life. There was a big mouth full of blood and roaring, which made people change their color. It bit and crushed the Golden Lion Shiki below. Lion Majesty govern place earth coiling. But at this time, the lions that came from crushing all had an inexplicable meal. Roar, a huge lion condensed on the ground in an instant. The Golden Lion Shiki stood on its head and rose sharply through the air. It's useless, a futile struggle. Holding a sharp thunder sword. Carrying a high-level armed color, and the sword that the Golden Lion Shiki brazenly wielded, it shook fiercely. Letting the huge lion head roar, Saint Anthony stared at the embarrassed and extremely angry Golden Lion Shiki, sneered, "My manipulation of the force field is still above the power of your lion fruit. Electromagnetic field. OMOM. For an instant. The whole land roared violently. Boom, one after another, extremely exaggerated boulders burst into the air. It was densely packed and covered the sky in an instant. He smashed the Golden Lion, who had changed color in amazement. Brush. The whole person moved horizontally and violently withdrew like lightning. Damn it! Golden Lion Shiki found that he couldn't control the boulders at all. His complexion was extremely ugly. Since his debut for so long, he has experienced numerous battles, both large and small. It was the first time that he was suppressed to this extent by the opponent's ability. The legs are like the wind, and they can't help but split. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Shoo! Eye-catching slash. It appeared like a gust of wind and rain. Toward the huge boulder that blatantly smashed over again and again. Straight bang in the past. Boom boom, terrible and sharp slash. In an instant, the black block was pressed down, like a small island-sized boulder that made people sweat. Cut 637 to pieces. Even without the sharp teeth and claws, is the lion's remaining prestige still there? Electric light shines. There was no warning. In an instant, the right leg tore the atmosphere and suddenly kicked. The carrier was terrible, and the unimaginable current and haki slammed on the Golden Lion, who was caught off guard. Magnetic. Boom. Golden Lion Shiki screamed. An astonishing electric current is constantly raging. The Golden Lion Shiki was directly overwhelmed, and the whole body was scorched by the electric shock, and his hair stiffened. Between the electric light and flint, it flew out like a cannonball. Damn it! The whole person vomited blood, frightened, and stared at Saint Anthony. Gravity field. OM. Saint Anthony slammed his left hand. The violent gravity directly pressed on the Golden Lion Shiki, who was vomiting blood. The materialized gravitational field. In an instant, Golden Lion Shiki's whole person fell directly at an astonishing speed. It slammed into the ground fiercely. God's verdict. Saint Anthony's left wrist. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling electric light burst out. Magnetic Jiji turned into a huge pillar of thunder, illuminating the entire sky, pale. Shiki ruthlessly blasted towards the Golden Lion. Shocking. It's horrifying. Make your scalp numb. Chapter 132. Magnetic Chi. Rumble. A path is more than 10 meters in diameter. The dazzling thunder pillar brazenly penetrated down. Unspeakable shock. Full of indescribable visual impact. Dilapidated earth. Destroyed and pierced like a dying. The golden lion Shiki, which had already been embedded in it, was directly overwhelmed by an astonishing electric current. However, Saint Anthony did not stop the attack. The thunder sword in his right hand dispersed, and his whole body flashed with lightning. Swipe at an astonishing speed, he swept toward the bottomless pit. Biting! The whole body is shooting in strands, and the amazing electric current visible to the naked eye. Under the terrible magnetic push and electric current stimulation, the blood flow suddenly accelerates, and every cell is constantly stimulated by the amazing electric current. The right leg suddenly lifted. An unimaginable thunder burst out. No matter how powerful a lion is, there will be a day of decline. His eyes were bitter, and he said coldly, "Your era is over, Shiki, Thunder Axe." Boom boom. A blow furiously headed towards the black and crushing pit. It went down fiercely. Rumble. Destroy the ancients. There was a loud noise, and thick smoke billowed. The dazzling electric light makes it impossible to look directly at it. The scream of Golden Lion Shiki's terrible screams reverberated. The whole land was violently shaken. It was blasted to pieces and it was disgusting. Call. Take a long breath. The electric light shining all over his body gradually calmed down. Saint Anthony looked indifferently at the bottomless pit. The tyrannical observation Haki has already locked the position of Golden Lion Shiki. Universal pull. A dark and embarrassed figure. An instant powerful gravitational force pulled out. Floating in front of Saint Anthony. It seems that people are unconscious. Laozi is a golden lion, how could it be lost to the little ghost of celestial dragons, Zinbo? But the moment the golden lion Shiki was scorched black and covered in blood. He instantly opened his bloodshot eyes, horrifying eyes, shouting hysterically. Sakura Ten on his right leg brazenly tore the atmosphere. Accumulate the last strength. He slashed at the indifferent Saint Anthony. Kang! Woohoo! The strong wind raged, crushing rocks and splashing. Covering Haki's right hand, like iron tongs poured in steel, he directly grasped the split Sakura Ten. Unshakable. Makes Golden Lion's complexion changed. Without hesitation on his left leg, the sharp wood withered violently slashed out. But in a blink of an eye, he was also caught by Saint Anthony. And the terrible gravity pulled the Golden Lion. He slammed his hand. Blood splattered. Ah! Two famous swords were directly ripped out from the broken leg bones of Golden Lion by Saint Anthony ruthlessly. The unimaginable pain struck him, making his face twisted in cold sweat. Howling miserably. Makes scalp numb. Vadang. Two bloody famous swords were thrown aside by Saint Anthony. Boom. The right leg swept out like lightning. The Golden Lion, who was already severely wounded and unable to resist, was severely swept across his face. It was blown out. Boom. It hit the mountains behind. It's hardly embedded in it. Wow, his face twisted and he vomited blood. He was so weak that he almost passed out. Ha 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 ha, ahaha, there is a kind of killing Laozi, the kid Golden Lion Shiki has blood all over his face, his whole body is extremely weak, he can't help coughing up blood, mixed with broken organs. It is inlaid on the mountain wall like big characters. Looking directly at the instantaneously electronic Saint Anthony, who was swept by like a teleport. The face is horrifying. Holding the Golden Lion Shiki's neck with one hand, he pulled it out of the mountain. Speaking of mid-air, I looked at this miserable and incomparable Sea King indifferently in the last era. Reckless, conceited, cough cough. No, I'm sorry, it's stupid. Saint Anthony sneered and said with a sneer, stupid, this is your biggest weakness. Golden Lion. Laozi, is not yet your turn to teach a lesson. Golden Lion covered in blood, furious, his eyes are splitting. But there is no power to struggle. Glancing at Saint Anthony. Bloodshot and murderous, staring at each other fiercely. Once the master had an extremely strong force, the flying pirate group commanded the large and small pirate groups. For a time, such a behemoth as the world government felt a great threat and was afraid of it. Saint Anthony didn't mean to interrupt in the slightest. The power of Paramecia lion fruit allows you to lead a huge fleet freely, known as the man who rules the sea from the sky. The first half of his life was considered to be an ambitious table hero. From the 8-Vol sea battle, he encountered an inexplicable storm. After the fiasco, he became a bear. The colossal lion roared all over the world. Lion, unexpectedly will be convinced by Gordy Roger, who escaped from the dead with luck. With the power of lion fruit, as well as your own, the strength of the world's largest swordsman and the name of the Golden Lion, you could have regained the glory again. Saint Anthony looked at the angry Golden Lion with disdain. Ruthlessly uncovering his scars, bloody tearing his proud heart, and stomping his pride under his feet, but for Roger, he went directly to naval headquarters, that's all, and even more stupid is direct. It's hard to retreat, it's so stupid. A good hand, you played it so badly. So far, there are still 2 or 3 kittens in the Fekong pirates. The cloud followers are dead, and the caught are caught. They are transferred to other monsters in New World and transferred to others. Saint Anthony is very venomous, belittling Golden Lion decently. Even Charlotte Linlin, the woman Tenton who hid to give birth, is better than you. Wang Hozeo, shut up. The Golden Lion, who was so embarrassed and furious, he vomited blood again, coughed Tangier to Anthony, UBD, there is a way to kill Laozi. Otherwise one day, Laozi will kill you. Boom. He smashed the Golden Lion to the ground, causing Shiki to vomit blood. I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. Saint Anthony is cold. He stepped on the head of the legendary lion who once roared all over the world, but speaking of it, if you were not stupid enough to tie Sakura Ten and Wood to your feet, with the strength of your world's #1 swordsman, with the power of lion fruit, maybe it can really cause me some trouble. At least, even if lion fruit's ability is suppressed by me, it won't be defeated so fast or so miserably. He was smiling and slowly talking and blowing. Looking at Shiki, who was so angry that his eyes were torn apart. Relentlessly confessed, you said, are you stupid? Chapter 133. I do not know how long it has been. The huge turtle island. Coming slowly. His Royal Highness. Seeing Saint Anthony again so soon. Junao Jima was so happy that she hopped over and knelt on one knee to salute. The smiley face is pleasant. And Gurfia, Sadalisa, and others also stepped forward to salute. Looking at the miserable, bloody Golden Lion, who had lost consciousness, his pupils shrank. The bottom of my heart was sighing. Taste in the air, the door was suddenly opened. More than a dozen members of the scientific research team in white coats walked out under the escort of Senior Reynolds. I will hand him over to you. After the other party finished his salute, Saint Anthony said directly, don't let him commit suicide or escape, otherwise it will be very troublesome. His ability is more dangerous. Before there is a way to seize his ability with the greatest chance, I don't want it to regenerate in a certain corner and be obtained by some dangerous guy. Lion Fruit's ability, although suppressed by his master's electromagnetic force field. But it does not mean it is weak. You know, he is a person with double fruit ability. Paramecia, Magnetic Fruit, Logia Thunder Fruit, these 2 fruit abilities complement each other, allowing him to increase his control of the force field to ultimate, which is by no means as simple as 1637 plus 1. Moreover, although he can easily float the island, but it can't make the target lose weight permanently like lion fruit. To be honest, thinking that Golden Lion Shiki can easily arrange the islands floating high in the sky, he is very envious. If you can seize this guy's abilities in the future and let your trusted subordinates inherit lion fruit, then it would be more appropriate to use it directly to create the headquarters of the mercenary guild. Unfortunately, this goal cannot be achieved in the short term. The Logia dark fruit that can plunder the power of others and transfer it to oneself or others, and even to the fruit. He is determined to win. At present, its intelligence network has already spread all over New World. Infiltrated into the forces of the pirates, marines, the dark world and other aspects. In the future, as long as that fruit appears, the possibility of intercepting information about it is still very high. Yes, please rest assured. The head of the scientific team leader, Dr. Reynolds, with a smile on his face, gestured to the people around him. Handcuffed with a sea stone, injected a large dose of tranquilizer, and took him away. Yes. Reynolds, you lead the organization staff to study this one. Thinking of something, Saint Anthony said to D. Reynolds, this island called Vermeo is quite special. Those beasts are not only extremely ferocious, but they are also exaggerated in size than ordinary beasts. It seems that they have been affected by some kind of substance. There are many ferocious animals on this island that eat plants with 1Q ingredients. After a long period of in-depth research, I believe that with the capabilities of his scientific research team, the effectiveness of 1Q will inevitably be optimized, and the combat power of those species will become stronger. If it can be a way for the master to make those ordinary species huge and violent, and you can tame and control them directly, it may come in handy. Especially the mercenary guild. It is also possible to try to form a real sea, land, and air night force. Oh! Hear the words. Those scientists were surprised. His eyes lit up. Exploring the unknown can be said to be the most interested scholars who are devoted to scientific research and pursuing the truth. After confessing to Gurfia and the others, Saint Anthony didn't stop and hurried back to the Ark's proverbs. The huge and magnificent Ark is slowly moving forward on the sea. Day. The luxurious battleship is in mid-air. It is like a terrible swallowing behemoth, giving people indescribable shock and pressure. Soon it came under the dangerous red line. Woo, bang, rumbling, incarnation of King Saint Anthony, directly maneuvering the battleship hundreds of meters in length, spanning the red line. Entered the New World. Hey! A huge falcon is long, hovering high in the sky. On the back, there were a few figures faintly. Is it finally here? Chris, Tizalo, Enel, and others have already received the news, Bibj, in advance. Waiting there. All couldn't help but smile. Swipe. The huge eagle falcon landed slowly. The three bodies of different statures, with fierce aura, swept down one after another. It's gorgeous. A tall, burly, and extremely strong figure, carrying a huge sword that was wider than ordinary people's thighs, looked extremely heavy. About 4 meters tall, he looked at the extravagant Ark and said with a smile, "Hey ha ha ha, it seems that my choice is not wrong. It's worthy to say that it is not the same to create a third-party force that goes hand in hand with marine and pirates. The other person is also strong and in his early 3 meters. But on that rough face, the left face had 2 cross-shaped centipede-like scars, which looked a bit fierce and hideous." Licking his lips, Xian Fang smiled and said, "I am starting to look forward to it." And the third person? The height is not too exaggerated. He looks very strong and full of power in his early 2 meters. Brown-green hair. He looks ordinary, but has scarlet eyes and slightly thick lips. The whole person seems to be in his bones, revealing a wave of waves and coldness, which makes people afraid to look at him. Look at the luxurious and flying Ark. Although his eyes were surprised. But soon, after a glance at Chris, Enel, Jess, and others. The eyes were the same as the other two, and they couldn't help but shift to the bow of the ship. That Deo sits there, on a burly but not exaggerated figure that people can't ignore. Just sitting there, it gives people immense pressure, full of power and awe-inspiring identity, ready to come out. Specially send someone to recruit them. That is, they will be the object of allegiance, and it is said that there is a monster-like power who has conquered the Weather King. Boss, fulfill the mission, take them over. Falcon Weiss, Zoan. Bird fruit falcon form capable person, restored his human form. With a tired face, he bowed to Saint Anthony who was sitting there. These days, his task is not easy. Magnetic. Sitting at the bow of the ship casually, Saint Anthony, who was incarnate as king, was surrounded by electric lights. The figure flashed abruptly and disappeared into everyone's sight. Brush. Everyone only felt a flower in front of them. Even before he could react, the tall and stalwart figure appeared directly in front of Weiss. The three people who had just been brought by the Falcon Weiss couldn't help but shrink their pupils. With their self-confidence and strength, they couldn't perceive how Saint Anthony moved. A little frightened, Saint Anthony patted Weiss on the shoulder, "Thank you." He faced the three people who had been taken over, watching the three people who had long been concerned by the intelligence network under his command and had good strength. The Kingdom of South Blue Kralian, the Black Swordsman AKAs who was expelled by the army because of excessive violence, Keith, New World's famous bounty hunter Tyrell Barker, and the Underworld's famous killer-destroyer Brad. You are welcome to join the mercenary guild to be created. Chapter 134. Today. Woohoo! A gorgeous and huge ark. Floating high in the sky, moving forward slowly. In the magnificent hall. The stalwart figure of King sat on the golden throne. That heroic face with 3 scars penetrating down from the left forehead, incomparable majesty. Strong physique, full of terrible power. It's awesome and dare not offend. In the hall overlooking the lower head, the 3 people who had just been recruited. Keith, the black swordsman who was born in the army of a certain country in South Blue, and the bounty hunter Tyrell Barker, who has a notorious reputation in the New World, has a fierce reputation in the underground world, but few people have seen his true face, even the world government. The killer who did not issue his wanted warrant Brad the Destroyer. Great Ape Chris, Falcon Weiss, Enel, Tzalo, Jess, and others all gathered here. Meeting for the first time, Lord King. Black Swordsman Keith smiled and bowed and said, "Please give me more advice from now on." Although I didn't know the strength of the other party personally, just facing the other party, the horrible sense of oppression that was hidden and unspoken, made people feel pressured. Not to mention, he already knew it. This mysterious king, not only the master under his command, has a huge intelligence network all over the sea. He is also a capable person of Logia Thunderfruit. The man who claims to have conquered the weather. Merely sent by the other party to recruit his subordinates, he can directly crush himself. It is said that it is just an ordinary cotter who is not very high under the status of Lord King. It is really shocking. Master King, with all due respect, your current military strength alone is far from enough to gain a foothold in New World. Tyrell Buck said solemnly. After observation, the strength of this huge ark is less than hundreds. He took refuge in Saint Anthony, but he rushed to join the mercenary guild to gain greater strength and have a great future. As a gangster in New World for many years, he has experienced countless fights, large and small, even if he was hunted by the murderous pirates offering a reward of 300 million Baileys, he is still a small celebrity. But it is very clear how chaotic the current situation in New World is and how fierce the competition is. Not to mention Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard, who stands in front of the throne and is unwilling to climb to the top, just like a mountain. It is Big Mom and Kaido, all of which have huge influence. It can be said to be like a real emperor, Kun near the Sea of New World. It is impossible to easily allow third-party forces, especially those with extremely conflicting forces such as mercenary guilds, to take root. Although King's actual strength does not know if it is really so unfathomable with his subordinates, it is not so easy to build such a huge power from scratch. None of these matters. With Scarlet and Fierce Eyes, as the leading killer in the underground world, Brad the Destroyer has an unruly personality. He saluted Saint Anthony on the golden throne as a sign of respect. But I couldn't help it, and asked directly, Master King, I don't know the Logia ability you promised me, when can I honor it? Known as the Destroyer, Brad is a famous and terrifying killer in the underground world. Even Beast's pirates once sent him an invitation and was rejected outright. Ordinary devil fruit, which has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, can naturally be obtained from the underground world. But his vision is extremely high, those unknown devil fruit are not willing to gamble. The powerful devil fruit ability is not so easy to encounter, even if it appears in the black market, it will be immediately robbed by those big forces, and it is not his turn. Saint Anthony recruited Brad, the condition that made his heart beating. It is a devil fruit from Logia. He can't wait any longer. Don't worry. Saint Anthony on the throne was not upset, and smiled faintly. The current king has no reputation at all in this sea. What has monster-like power, is the man who has conquered the weather. These are all blown when they rely on subordinates to recruit these people. It is not so easy to truly gain the respect and surrender of these guys. As a famous killer in the underground world, Brad's strength is even stronger than his subordinates Senor and Chris. It's normal to be rebellious and a little arrogant. Moreover, it is not demon fruit power, and there is still plenty of room for improvement in actual strength. It is naturally impossible to grow into a monster. But if you can get a good ability and develop it in depth, it is still no problem to reach the level of Paramecia, Bronchion, a strong fruit-capable person. Otherwise, he won't be attracted to him, and he will even use a Logia's devil fruit ability to attract each other. Promise to you, naturally it is already prepared, not an empty promise. 4 flowers. He smiled faintly. He gestured to the humanoid maid serving beside him, go get those 3 devil fruits. Yes. Received Saint Anthony's order. This beautiful maid immediately retreated. As for the force you worry about. Leaning on Saint Anthony on the golden throne, he leaned on the handrail with exquisite patterns carved with one hand and looked at the 3 of Tyrell Buck, Black Swordsman Keith, and Brad. The corners of his mouth raised, don't worry, they have already set off from North Blue. Come over and meet us soon. In addition to Marine and the Holy Land Garrison, there is an army on this sea. Is it more reliable, more obedient, and more well-trained than the strength of the Derma 66? Moreover, there are more advanced scientific equipment. It doesn't matter whether Germa is a member of the world government or not. The important thing is that Cypher Paul does not know about his relationship with Germa. With the addition of Germa's troops, the shortage of manpower will be greatly alleviated. In particular, Germa itself is a force that accepts war employment and obtains resource development. It would be more appropriate to merge into a mercenary guild. North Blue. The Black Swordsman Keith, Brad the Destroyer, and the bounty hunter Tyrell Buck were surprised. Derma 66, you should have heard of it. Falcon Weiss, who was standing by, grinned and said with a light smile. He was one of the core codders who knew the identity of Saint Anthony. Germa, who once ruled North Blue briefly by force, was already under the control of Saint Anthony. Derma 66. That wicked army of evil. The pupils shrank sharply, and they couldn't help being shocked. Somewhat incredulously he looked at King above. The other party has already subdued North Blue's famous Germa, who has made the world heard about it. Accepting Master King's solicitation is the wisest choice in your life. With your arms folded, Chris lightly opened, the guys who join in the future, but there will be no such treatment. In addition, since you have accepted the solicitation of the Mercenary Guild, you must pay attention to your attitude and behavior. We are not those uninfluenced pirate forces. Soon, you will have the opportunity to see the true strength of Lord King. Chapter 135. Soon. 3 beautiful servants walked in. Each is holding an exquisite box. It was sent in front of the black swordsman Keith, Tyrell Buck, and Brad. After opening, 3 exotic fruits of different colors and shapes with spiral patterns, lying quietly in the box. And the name of devil fruit is marked on it. Bled, and the 3 of them couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply. My heart was throbbing, my breathing became so fast that I couldn't keep calm anymore. This is the devil fruit I promised you, eat it. Saint Anthony on the throne said with a light smile. In front of the black swordsman Keith, Zoan cat fruit panther form, in front of the bounty hunter Tyrell Barker, paramecia, the weight fruit, in front of Brad is 637, logia fruit of miasma. Yahahaha, the taste is beautiful. Enel next to him said with a strange smile. However, the ability Saint Anthony bestowed on Brad really made him a little bit envious and jealous. It turned out to be a powerful and rare logia devil fruit. Although, his paramecia and explosive fruit ability are not necessarily weaker than logia miasma fruit. Keel, as a swordsman, the cat fruit leopard form can greatly enhance your wild power and give you stronger fighting power and resilience. As for Buck, he is good at physical skills, fighting with people. The power of paramecia weight fruit can double or reduce the opponent's weight every time he touches the target, and he can adjust his own weight at will. The limit is determined by your own ability development level. Finally, it's Brad, the ability you want is logia, the fruit of the miasma. Looking at the devil fruit in front of each other one after another, they bite without hesitation, their complexion instantly turned blue and purple, and the 3 of them almost retched there. His eyes turned from the black swordsman Keith and Tyrell Buck to Brad. Wei Mi's eyes were full of inviolable majesty. Saint Anthony said quietly, "How powerful and rare this ability is, I believe you should know it very well. If you don't value you very much, I can't make it so precious. The logia ability is bestowed to newcomers who have just joined the mercenary guild, don't let down my expectations of you." "Yes, Lord King, please rest assured." Suppressing his inner joy, Brad, who has just gained logia's ability, and yet has time to experience physical changes in the future. He knelt there directly on one knee, with his right fist resting on his heart, and his face solemnly said, "The killer is also faithful, you have fulfilled your promise, and I will dedicate my loyalty to you." The tone was full of unshakable firmness. "We are also willing to swear allegiance to you, Lord King." The black swordsman Keith and Tyrell Buck, who also had just received different devil fruit abilities, knelt there on one knee without hesitation, bowing their heads and swearing allegiance to Saint Anthony. "I will watch." Saint Anthony's face was calm and noncommittal. Of course, he didn't worry at all that these 3 people would betray him. At least, they have already gone through a rigorous investigation and confirmed that they are not spies from Cypherpol and other forces. It's not just the logia fruit of miasma of Bled the Destroyer. Paramecia weight fruit can be said to be the superior of paramecia light lion fruit and paramecia ton pressure fruit. However, the defect is that it cannot have an effect on non-living bodies. I just don't know if it can be done after the awakening. There is no precise record in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. But it cannot be denied its power. This ability is bestowed on Tyrell Barker, a bounty hunter who is no weaker than Zignal and Chris. Saint Anthony obviously has a lot of expectations for him, who is extremely powerful and good at physical skills, and is called Heavy Punch by those pirates. 50 nautical miles away from here, at 3 o'clock, there is a pirate regiment, at 12 o'clock, there are 2 pirate regiments fighting 80 miles away. Just so, just use them to try the abilities you just acquired. Hear the words. The Destroyer Brad, Black Swordsman Keith, Heavy Punch Tyrell, and Buck all couldn't help looking up. Somewhat surprised, but the Master King has long since disappeared. How did the other party determine that there was a pirate at such a long distance? Looking at it, it doesn't look like sending someone to monitor in advance. Yahahaha, don't be surprised. Lord King's observation haki, combined with Devil Fruit's abilities, is the birth of the hard net. Wearing black leather gloves and holding a fine iron rod in his hand, Enel danced like a tiger with a joke on his face. There Gigi smiled and said, it can cover hundreds of nautical miles, and even a wider range, listen everything in the whole sea. Even if he wants to, he can directly attack those guys even if he is separated by dozens of nautical miles. I was fortunate enough to see Enel shot by Saint Anthony. From the bottom of my heart, I yearn for Saint Anthony's power as strong as a monster. No, it is indistinguishable from a god. Sincere admiration and awe. I am more eager to gain such a powerful force as soon as possible. The iron rod made of alloy materials by the scientific force has infiltrated the sea stone material. Not only has the hardness been greatly strengthened, but it is also able to target the ability. Therefore, he needs to wear gloves. Paramecia, the ability to explode fruits, can be activated even when wearing gloves. It will not have any impact on his strength. What? Hundreds of nautical miles. 1.9 It's too exaggerated. Hearing that, Black Swordsman Keith, Heavy Punch Tyrrell Barker, and Destroyer Brad all looked sluggish. Looking at the empty golden throne above in disbelief. Can't help being shocked, my scalp is numb. This is the power of Logia Thunder Fruit, the strongest Logia. Looking at the inexplicable and inexplicable bled in front of me, there are three people who can't believe it. They are only 13 years old next to them, but Anzil Jess, who is not to be ignored, has a face full of respect and outspoken, Invincible ability, coupled with the monster-like strength of Lord King himself, makes him like a god, omnipotent. He confessed sincerely, you have to be careful when you talk, or you will be struck by lightning. Chapter 136. Today. The huge arc. Soon he turned his direction, and galloped towards the 3 o'clock position. Don't be lazy, let me go to the training ground to practice. Enel, Tizalo, and Jess were all directly driven by Chris to the training ground to exercise. Wayabul, who was extremely afraid of Saint Anthony, worked hard every day under the guidance of Chris. Although his head is not bright, but I have to admit that his fighting talent is indeed good. When I started to learn the 6 forms, I was a bit clumsy at first, but in the next few days, I gradually became better. Let Chris, who had been assigned by Saint Anthony to be responsible for teaching him, let out a sigh of relief. I am Rodolphe T. Chris. From now on, everyone will be your companions who will fight side by side. Please enlighten me. Chris walked over and introduced himself to Brad the Destroyer, Keith the Black Swordsman, and Buck the Punch. The 3 of you, follow me. Weiss, you too. Chris apparently knew Weiss the Falcon. After all, they are the core 18 people who have followed Saint Anthony very early. He directly said, as a cadre of the Mercenary Guild, you can choose any room on the 2nd floor. You can directly order the maids on the ship if you don't need anything. Before hunting the pirates, there is still some time. After the 3 of you have found a good room, by the way, familiarize yourself with and adapt to your abilities. I don't need them to take action later. The temperament is a bit cold and terrifying, and he has just obtained the ability of Logia Miasma Fruit. The confident destroyer Brad believes in himself, I am enough. I don't think you need to take action, I can do it. Holding the big fist of the casserole, Tyrell Buck was not to be outdone with the heavy punch. As a bounty hunter, hunting pirates can be said to be commonplace, not to mention that he has obtained quite good abilities. He can't wait to show his skills and let the Lord King see his true strength. Oh? Raised an eyebrow. Brad sneered. He looked at Tyrell Buck, and his cold scarlet eyes revealed a dangerous atmosphere. You guy, do you want to fight? It's just what I want. Brad the Destroyer gained Logia's ability, so that Heavy Punch Buck felt vaguely that the Lord King seemed to value the other party more and was a little jealous. He doesn't think he is inferior to the other party. You fight slowly, I don't want to participate. Upon seeing this, he snorted. The black swordsman Keith laughed. Although he wanted to verify his new ability, he could only give up decisively. On the way to be brought over by the Falcon Weiss, he had an argument with Brad, who was already a killer. As a result, he was abused by the opponent. At that time, if it hadn't been for Weiss to stop it in time. Faced with the destroyer Brad, who is more ferocious than imagined and has become more fascinating, it is hard to say whether he can come to New World intact now. I have to admit that my strength is not that guy's opponent. The rules of the guild prohibit private fights among internal members. You'd better not mess around. Looking at each other's hostility, Brad the Destroyer and Buck, the Destroyer at their swords, said, "Is there any irreconcilable contradiction? If you want to fight, you should apply to Lord King." Great Ape Chris frowned, and directly warned unceremoniously, "But if you first came here, you are self-righteous, trying to provoke Lord King, I believe you will never be willing to try the consequences. Saint Anthony's temper is not as good as it seems. If you are respectful on weekdays, you will have an upright attitude and be effective in doing things. Naturally nothing. Moreover, that adult is also very talkative. But if anyone really dared to disobey him, the end would be miserable." At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. "Hey!" Everyone was astonished, and they couldn't help but raise their heads. The temperature dropped sharply, and people couldn't help but shudder. I saw where the sky was dark, and it was exaggeratedly large, like an iceberg with a diameter of hundreds of meters, hail, pressed down toward it. People can't help but change color. Cold sweat drenched. This hail is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? On the spacious training ground, the pupils of Jess, Enel, Tizalo, and others shrank sharply, and their mouths opened blankly. Cold sweat came out. Magnetic. The blazing thunder light is dazzling. In an instant, the exaggerated thunder column soared into the sky from the third-story rooftop. Boom rumble penetrated the huge iceberg in an instant. Shattered it to pieces. The astonishing high temperature directly turns those icebergs into life. Boom boom. One after another. Hails of small hills continued to smash down. But in a blink of an eye, he was shattered by the dazzling thunder pillar. It even vaporizes directly. The harsh climate of New World is simply chilling. But such an astonishing hail rain is extremely rare for Chris, Brad, and Punch Buck, who have already been to New World, and they have never even seen it. Electromagnetic field. On the roof of the third floor, Saint Anthony sits with his body shimmering. The fist facing the sky, suddenly squeezed. Boom rumble in the sky above 10,000 meters, Chris, Enel, and others can't see it. The thick, terribly low temperature hail cloud was instantly crushed and crushed. Rumble constantly. Master King. Brad and Buck punched them hard. They couldn't help but watched appearing on the third floor rooftop in shock. That thunder light was blazing, dazzling, and full of majestic and stalwart figures. Buzzing. But, it seems that God is angry. It is necessary to directly teach Saint Anthony, a guy who vainly provokes the majesty of nature. In a blink of an eye, the sky ahead. The darkness was crushing, and the unimaginable wind was raging. Hwa la la, hu la la, the sea rolled violently, and the waves soared to the sky, making people change color. 637. As soon as the clear sky was restored, it was immediately darkened. Boom and rumbling. Dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, driven by fierce air currents. At an astonishing speed, he pressed towards this side. Minghu, like the end of the world, the terrifying tornado seemed to destroy the world. People can't help but panic. Master King, a huge storm is coming. Chris' complexion changed drastically, and he yelled. How terrifying is the power of nature! A legendary powerhouse like Golden Lion, who has an absolute advantage, because of the sudden superstorm that has been difficult to meet for many years, he was defeated in the 8-Wall Sea battle. Endless. Saint Anthony watched the black storm. That cruel face belonging to King, frowned. A dazzling beam of thunder light directly rushed to the sky. Electromagnetic waves that are invisible to the naked eye continue to spread. The boom airflow quickly changed astonishingly. At an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, the black clouds were directly washed away. The dazzling sun shines down. This shocking scene won. Let Brad, Punch Buck, and others, completely sluggish. Until this moment. They really saw it. Their boss King claims to have conquered the power of the weather. How exaggerated it is. Chapter 137. On the sea. A medium-sized pirate ship, not too big, moved slowly. On the skull flag above, a pig-headed skeleton with fangs and 2 sharp swords crossed. Above the deck, a large number of pirates gathered together, holding wooden barrels and cups, grabbing flesh and blood, and eating and drinking there. Pig ha ha ha. The one body fat, with his upper body naked, wearing a big black cloak, and wearing a pirate hat, the round ball was there with his hips akimbo and laughed, I got another vote, this time, let's go to the mountain pig pirate group's name, but it has become even louder. Pirate Bordonic. The bounty is as high as 205 million Baileys. Zoan pig fruit bore morphological ability. Little ones, cheers. Yes, Captain. Cheers, for the future of the mountain pig pirates. Ha ha ha. Those pirates were all excited and inexplicable. They just robbed a wealthy town not long ago. A lot of gains. Jija ha ha, celebrate tomorrow? You don't have a tomorrow anymore, what else are you celebrating? Lang Yuyi's sneer came, full of sarcasm. The complexion of these pirates changed drastically. Very furious, he looked up. I saw that on the mast, I didn't know when. One more figure. A-hole, who are you? Throwing away the wooden barrel cup full of liquor, Mountain Bordonic looked ugly and stared at the figure above. Can't help angrily. Swipe, the tall and thin figure fell. Not too tall, 2 meters in height, but very strong. The temperament is full of coldness, especially the scarlet eyes, which makes people shudder. The pirates Bordonic, bounty of 205 million Baileys, so. Brad raised his horn and hung a cold hunting smile. The bloodthirsty chuckled her lips. Boom. Without warning. Several fierce pirates shot at Brad decisively. As a result, a bullet penetrated the mast and hit the rear deck. And he himself was unscathed. What? One. Did the bullet go through? The pupils shrank sharply. The pirates were startled. His eyes widened and couldn't believe it. The boar's complexion changed, a-hole, Logia ability. That's right, but unfortunately no prize. For an instant, Brad moved. The figure turned into a strange dark green gas. Erratic. Rushed to the pirates. Brush. Boom. A large number of bullets roared out. But directly penetrated the mast again, unable to hurt him at all. Get out of the way, shouted Donic the boar. He drew out 2 sharp knives and immediately wrapped Haki around him. Amazingly fast. Cut the mast fiercely. Wu Sanyan's blade whizzed past. The violent wind pressure was stirred up, making people unstable to stand. But Brad's speed was too fast, and he avoided his slash with lightning. Swiping a lot of dark green miasma spurted out of both hands. Like a rope with life. Ah! Damn it, what is this? Ah! Help, Captain! Wow! In an instant, the pirates who were less powerful were caught and caught. Trapped them up. But in a blink of an eye, those struggling pirates. I screamed directly. They not only foamed at the mouth, but turned their eyes white. Even the skin, flesh, and blood began to be visible to the naked eye. It began to corrode, and some people showed their white bones. The blood is dripping, and the treatment is incomparable. It makes people feel chills and numbs the scalp. A-hole, stop me! The wild boar, whose complexion changed greatly, swung the blade that wrapped Haki and slashed fiercely. But in a blink of an eye, Brad with half-body elemental King, his hands directly covered the armed color, and he grasped the blade that had been cut. Sparks sputter. With scarlet eyes, looking directly at Donquixote the boar, Brad smiled grimly. Don't worry, you are different from them. After all, you are a guy with a bounty of hundreds of millions. How much is worth a lot of money? Cough cough. The figure flickered. Donquixote the boar just felt like he was about to fall. Can't help gritting his teeth and glaring at the other person. Damn it, the gas is poisonous. Without hesitation, I held my breath. Roar! The body shape immediately changed. Two sharp healing teeth, terrifying bristles can't help but appear. The chubby body turned into a huge boar, and the heavy beast body made the deck scream and cracked. Savage collision. The black armament Haki's fangs entangled, and he slammed into Brad. Boom! The ferocious wild boar. The huge mast was broken by a barrage. The castration went through the cabin unabated. Shaky, turned around for the first time. The wild boar Donquixote, who was about to attack again, had a flower in front of him. Hey! I saw Brad's right fist covering Haki. A fierce punch came over. Star! Bang! His pupils widened. I saw a huge boar defending with armament Haki. The heavy and huge body was directly blown out. There was a heavy bombardment. Roar! The huge boar howled miserably. Because of inhaling a small amount of miasma, nausea and dizziness appeared. And this time, unlike the boar, the pirates who were eroded by the extremely high concentration of miasma are already in human form, leaving only bloody flesh and white bones. There are even people who are struggling in pain. It was frightening and chilling. Sure enough, it's a good ability. Looking at the horror like hell on earth, Brad pursed his lips, smiling cruelly there. The wild boar Donquixote has directly transformed into a human beast form, with fangs and ferocious faces, and his face is distorted. He was so angry that he resisted the dizziness. Holding two big knives in his hands, Pig's hoof slashed towards Brad fiercely. Shoo! Shoo! Eye-catching slash! Tore through the atmosphere, Wong, slashed directly. But the next moment, Brad sneered. Swiping one side of the figure directly avoided the terrible slash. The right hand instantly turned into a dark green miasma, like solidified, sticky smoke. Between the lightning and flint, the head of the boar who was too late to dodge was directly submerged. Sheng Sheng mentioned it in midair. Throw it out fiercely. The deck broke and collapsed. Damn it, the boar Donquixote struggled desperately. But the terrible dark green miasma came directly from the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and other parts. Invaded his body. At the same time, the air was evacuated, and he was suffocated from lack of oxygen. His complexion turned blue. I quickly lost consciousness. Fall into the darkness and roar. If it weren't for Brad, he still wanted to keep his head. Adjusted the concentration of the miasma, did not corrode his flesh and blood. I'm afraid that the whole person is already bloody and not human. Chapter 138. Not bad. Gorgeous proverbs came out of nowhere. Watching Brad carrying the boar and the treasures coming up from the boar pirate ship, Saint Anthony, who followed the whole process, spoke lightly. Jajahaha, the abilities you gave me are really satisfying, the destroyer Brad said with a grin. But in terms of attitude, it is not only respectful, but also a layer of awe. I have seen this Lord King before, and he understatement, directly manipulated the terrifying force of the weather. They have already made them in awe and inexplicable awe after joining the other party. At the same time, they are full of expectations for the future. Following such a monster, I believe that the future is bound to be very exciting. There are 2 more, you will solve it next. Saint Anthony looked at the black swordsman Keith and heavy punch buck. I can't wait for a long time, Lord King. Fisting, Papa, Papa, popped beans, heavy punch Tyrell Buck said with a smile, licking his lips. The black swordsman Keith was also eager to try. The heavy sword is even more propped on the deck made of alloy. 3 days passed in a hurry. The former flying admiral, the king of the last era, Golden Lion Shiki successfully escaped from the world's largest deep-sea prison. 640 broke the record of impel down bronze wall and iron wall since the establishment of the world government for hundreds of years. The news, after all, could not be suppressed and spread. The whole sea is boiling. At one point, it caused a lot of panic. Even those in New World who are trying to compete for the throne are vigilant. A little uneasy. New World, the first half. The huge ark stopped on the sea. And in the front, one after another battleship transformed from the giant sea Katsuyu. It has already been assembled there, forming a huge land, waiting for a long time. Is this the warhouse in Germa? It's amazing. Chris, Tizalo, Brad, Enel, Black Swordsman Keith and others. The pupils shrank. Surprised inexplicably. The huge suspension bridge fell. Thousands of very capable and well-trained German soldiers. Already fully armed and neatly lined up, waiting to be greeted there. I have seen Lord King. It was not only the German soldiers who knelt down to greet them. She was pregnant with a bibjay and had a big belly. She has succeeded as the Queen of the Kingdom of Germa and controls the entire Vinsmoke of Germa 66. Sora, with her daughter Vinsmoke Reiju, greeted them respectfully there. Sora didn't know the identity of King. But Saint Anthony's order, she could not disobey. Especially after the death of Vinsmoke Judge, the former Supreme Commander of Derma 66. In the cloning base underground in Germa, the target of allegiance of the newly cultivated cyborg soldiers has been forcibly changed to Saint Anthony and King. And in Vinsmoke, Sola's side, a birdman in a suit, a top hat, and a fashionable dress. Grinning the beak, looking at King. President of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans. Presumably you are Morgans, the President of the World Economic Society. Will you have to trouble the World Economic Society more in the future? Saint Anthony looked at the birdman Morgans and said with a faint smile. It is rumored that with one's own efforts, the evil army Derma surrendered to the North Blue countries? This is big news. Big News Morgans is not arrogant. He wields his small wings that can't support his huge and heavy body, and bows to King, who dares not to offend, because that face alone makes people stressed. His eyes were bright, he stared at the mysterious Lord King, and asked with a smile, I don't know that you specially asked Germa to invite me over in the name of the dead Commander Vinsmoke, Judge. What advice? This is not a place to talk, please come to the castle for a discussion. Vinsmoke. Sora said with a smile. From an independent kingdom, Germa was reduced to being played with by applause and slaughtered by others. To say that there is no unwillingness, it is obviously false. But how can she resist? Especially, for the child in the belly, as well as his own daughter Reiju. She must also stand strong. Inside the castle of Germa. In the magnificent hall. King sitting once belonged to Vinsmoke. Judge took the lead and Morgans, Chris, Brad, Sola and others all sat down. Master King, you have summoned Germa into the new world. Do you want to compete for the vacant one-piece throne? With the hot coffee, Morgans asked curiously. In his opinion, the other party deliberately called him over, it is likely to want to enter the new world with great fanfare, and announce his existence to the world. No, I'm not interested in mere pirates. Looking at Morgans, King shook his head. With a faint smile, he said, this time, I will summon Germa into the new world, and let you come here specially. The main thing is that there is a big news. I want you to help report and publicize it. Big news. Morgans heard the words, his eyes hot. For a news person like him. My favorite is the exclusive report that can cause a worldwide sensation. Saint Anthony nodded towards Jace, who was following him and holding a big box. Yes, Jace knows. Opened the box directly. What? This? Guru. No way. It's not just Morgans. Just before, I didn't know what was in the box that Jess specially held out. The curious Brad, Punchbuck, and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Huo Ran lost his voice and stood up involuntarily. Cold sweat came out. Looking at the box Jace was holding in disbelief. That is a human head. Moreover, they are no strangers. Because the owner of that head only made the front page of the news a few days ago. Amazingly, it is the legendary pirate who once used his own power to go hand in hand with the three kings of Whitebeard, One Piece Roger, and Golden Lion Shiki. He carried out the lonely creed and was never willing to form an alliance with anyone, the Red Earl Barloric Letterfield. This is really amazing. The cold sweat broke out, and I was shocked. Looking at the head of Ryder, Morgans gazes fiercely, and exclaims excitedly, Big news, big news. What do you think is newsworthy of this person who has been rewarded by Marine with more than 1 billion Baileys? Chapter 139. When did you do it? Lonely redhead of Barloric Letterfield. 10 days ago, that guy appeared in Dressrosa, as if the next day. The black swordsman Keith, the heavy boxer Tyrrell Barker, Brad the Destroyer and others couldn't help muttering. Looking at the head of King. Can't believe it with a face full of. Jahahaha, now I have more confidence in the future. Sure enough, you made the right choice. Some scalp numbs, but at the same time, I can't help but my eyes are hot, get excited. No doubt. The head of the Red Earl Rider. It was taken off by the unfathomable King Master in front of him. This is absolutely big news. Grinning. Morgans looked at the mysterious and awe-inspiring king above, and said with excitement, unexpectedly, you can even take off the head of Red Earl Redfield, which is shocking. Is this an exclusive report? Can you take a picture first? His hands. I don't know when, another camera phone bug appeared. He looked at the head of the Red Earl Rider held by Ansel Jess with incomparable enthusiasm. Regardless of whether the Red Earl Rider was used by the opponent to use conspiracy and intrigue, or whether King really relied on overwhelming strength to defeat and forcefully take down its head, it is undeniable that if it spreads out, the entire sea will cause great turbulence. Especially in the last era, Golden Lion Shiki, the king of the last era, just escaped from Impel Down, breaking the myth that no one can escape from the deep-sea prison for hundreds of years. When the first-class figures attract the attention of the world, it's no problem to take pictures. I want you to come here for an exclusive report. Saint Anthony said with a smile. With the collection of enough gene material refrigerated, the Red Earl Letterfield, who was destined to be impossible to surrender himself, has lost its effect. Instead of keeping it, we must always guard against when this guy might get out of trouble because the guards are too careless, simply use waste, and borrow the head of more than 1 billion people to promote the reputation of the mercenary guild. Taste, ka. Excitedly using the phone worm, he took photos of the head of the Red Earl Rider. At the same time, Morgans remembered what the Lord King had just said with deep meaning, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Master King, you said just now that you are not interested in pirates, then. I want to form a guild. King didn't sell off, looked at Morgans, smiled and said, a third-party force that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government and is not a pirate, the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary Guild. When Morgans heard the words, his pupils shrank sharply. Immediately afterwards, his eyes became hot, this is big news. The person who can take off the head of the legendary monster like Red Earl Rider, and has such confidence, threatens to create a third-party force that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government and does not belong to the pirates. It must be another real monster. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans can know the guys around King. One is not simpler than one. The famous killer-destroyer Brad in the underground world, the famous New World bounty hunter Fun Tyrell Barker, and the famous pirate hunter Great Ape Rodolph in New World several years ago. Chris. Maybe, has there been any hidden combat power? Coupled with Derma's strength and technology. Whether it can be truly successful in the future, let the Mercenary Guild become a third force, let alone, at least for now, it does have the capital to confront those major New World forces. Then, Lord King, what exactly does the third-party power and Mercenary Guild do? What kind of structure does it have? Morgans was full of interest, took out the notepad and pen, and asked there, "Can you write it down?" Looking at Morgans with scorching eyes, King didn't buy anything, and said directly, "The Mercenary Guild will take over and be responsible for dispatching, hunting down criminals, finding valuables, hunting dangerous creatures, war commissions, etc. Various commission tasks, from which a certain commission is charged. As an intermediary between the mercenary and the employer. As long as qualified personnel, they can register at the branches of the Mercenary Guild in various locations. After approval, they will become official mercenaries under the name of the Mercenary Guild and be distributed to symbolize personal glory and identity. The Mercenary Medal, the group can form a mercenary group that is different from the pirates, which is equivalent to the adventurous group. Individual mercenaries and mercenary groups have a high degree of freedom. The guild will not restrict the freedom of all registered mercenaries, nor will it force them to perform certain specific tasks. Everything is voluntary. Can I still register for a mercenary group? Morgans was surprised. I even felt the terrible ambition of King. This is really wanting to establish a force that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government, and can even fight against it. 4 flowers. The tasks entrusted by the Mercenary Guild and released by the employer will be strictly confidential according to the employer's requirements. The level of the task is judged in accordance with the comprehensive aspects such as difficulty and risk, and it is divided into D, C, B, A, S, SS, etc. As for the mercenary ranks, they are temporarily divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, and the colors of the mercenary medals that symbolize personal glory are also ordered from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. As for the welfare benefits of mercenaries registered in the guild, after completing a task issued by the guild, they will get a certain contribution value based on the difficulty of the task, the level of danger and other information. With personal mercenary medals, you can use the contribution value in any shopping mall, hotel, restaurant, etc. under the Mercenary Guild or in commercial cooperation with the Mercenary Guild, and get different degrees of preferential treatment and treatment according to the level of the medal. 0. You can even use your accumulated contribution value to directly exchange items from the Mercenary Guild, not limited to weapons, medicinal materials, and devil fruit. You can also entrust the Mercenary Guild to inquire about the information you want to obtain, and the conditions and restrictions on the level and preciousness of the exchange items. Information will be opened as the level of the mercenary increases. Ha 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 ha, this is a sensational big news. Excitedly waving his hands. Morgans was extremely excited, grinning at King on the throne and said with a big smile, "I can foresee that if your Mercenary Guild is formally established and its influence continues to expand, the situation in this sea will change drastically. The collision between the Mercenary Guild and the big forces of New World, and how the world government will react next. Just think about it and look forward to it. He can't wait to see it. In particular, if the Mercenary Guild can really take a foothold in New World, then its mercenary group and the pirate groups of New World will inevitably have friction in 2 days. When the time comes, they will not be short of reports. On behalf of the World Economic Society, I am willing to reach a close cooperative relationship with your mercenary guild, Lord King. Our World Economic Society can provide corresponding information for your mercenary guild, and we also have other commercial projects under our banner, and can also provide you mercenary guild with corresponding convenience and preferential treatment. Of course, please be sure to authorize the mercenary guild's exclusive right to break the news to our World Economic Society. King bowed to the head and gave a gentleman's salute. Morgans was extremely excited and added, "It's an exclusive." Chapter 140. The end of the first half of New World. Adjacent to the Wadia waters in the middle half of New World. The Eternal Island Milos Island is a rare spring island. Here, the 4 seasons are like spring and the scenery is picturesque. Known as the warmest and most beautiful place in New World. The huge ark, lying across the sea, came here with the entire 66 Germa's war house. Milos, the environment here is pretty good. Holding the phone worm in his hand and constantly taking pictures of this eternal island, Morgan smiled and asked, "Master King, do you want to take it over?" Although the purpose of the Mercenary Guild is not to participate, not to intervene in New World's territory and resource competition, it always needs a foothold and serves as the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild to develop. King looked at this green, refreshing island, and said with a sneer, "The 4 seasons here are like spring, the environment is beautiful, and it is big enough, just right." 64-0. This is an island belonging to the beasts Kaido. Morgans grinned and smiled excitedly, "It looks like there is going to be big news again." Beast Kaido, that lunatic. But it wasn't the guy who swallowed this breath directly after a loss, it was a real monster. Maybe, one day in the future, 4 horses will come up directly. Derma 66. On the port. A tall, fierce-looking figure with special horns on his head. Leading a large number of pirates who also wear horn decorations appeared. There he shouted loudly, "This is Beast's Pirates, which belongs to Lord Kaido's territory. It is forbidden to set foot on any forces. Do you want to go to war with Beast's Pirates? Give you half an hour to clean up this island." The pirate on the island was alerted. "Sit directly on the seat that the maid brought up." Saint Anthony's face was indifferent and said lightly, "This kind of little girl naturally doesn't need him to act personally." "Yes. Come over." With a smile on his face, Saint Anthony beckoned to Raja next to him. Being pregnant, especially quintuplets, Vinsmokesola is getting more and more inconvenient. She is not in good health, she has already convicted and retired to rest. After all, from the beginning, she knew that she was just a puppet who took control of Germa 66 for Saint Anthony. Master King Raja's face turned pale. There is a natural fear for this mysterious strong man who has some kind of close cooperation with Saint Anthony, the world-responsible clan who killed her father Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke who will be afraid of him. Raja hugged him. Let it sit on his lap. Are you afraid of me? King looked at this little lowly with pink hair, curly eyebrows, full of restraint and tension and asked. No, no. From now on, this place no longer belongs to Beast's Pirates. Received Saint Anthony's order. The destroyer Brad, who strode out, said faintly, it belongs to the Mercenary Guild. Mercenary Guild? The cadre of Beast's Pirates who was in charge of guarding the Spring Island was stunned. Can't help being a little surprised. Mercenary Guild? What kind of power is this? If you can't shoot the cannon to destroy the island, you can only go directly to it. Brad sneered. Braving the dark green miasma, he rushed to the coast of the island at an astonishing speed. Half an hour, just right. Behind him, 2 other figures rushed out. A huge, pitch-black hawk with fierce claws. Wow! There was also the heavy punch Tyrell Barker, who directly used the ability of Paramecia weight fruit to change his own weight, and ran across the sea unwillingly to show weakness. Fire! Blow them up for me! The Beast's Pirates' cadre's complexion changed, and he ordered very furiously. The pirates behind him raised their rocket launchers, aimed at the figure on the sea. Go to hell! A-hole, you provoke us beasts pirates! Thinking of life and death. Boom! Boom boom! The tragic fight. Soon it appeared on the coast of this island. The cotter of beasts pirates has thick manes all over his body. The sharp teeth are hunting, and the face is terrifying. Armed color hardened. The nails were sharp, and his fists clenched, covering Haki. It looks like a weasel, ugly. He slammed into the destroyer Brad, who was looting like lightning. Logia! Don't show it too much. Boom! Covered with Haki's fist. Easily resisted the opponent's attack. Let beasts pirates weasel Nazar's face changed a lot. Brush the figure was twisted like lightning, entwining Nazar the weasel like smoke, and squeezed the opponent severely. Brad sneered and said, "What about Zhang?" The astonishing miasma continued to spread. Moreover, the opponent is not given a chance to fight back at all. The right hand instantly turned into a sticky miasma. Like smoke, it drowned Nazar's head. Corrosion. What? Terribly corrosive. Nazar, who was struggling desperately, made his entire face become bloody. There was a scream. At the same time, a large amount of miasma spreads and directly envelopes the space within a few tens of meters. Cough cough. Ah! Damn it, this is poison gas. Ah, my eyes. Damn it, this despicable BD. The face of a pirate who was extremely fierce and charged up while holding a weapon changed greatly. Tears flowed uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth, and fell there. Someone covered their eyes and wailed in pain. Even more people were corroded with blood, and their skin and flesh began to fester. It's horrifying, and the scalp is numb. And on the other side, Punch Buck's tall figure extremely fast. The huge fist covered Haki, carrying terrible power. At the moment of punching, it directly adjusts its own weight. The terrible heavy blow blasted the pirates who had come up. Boom! Ah! They smashed them into bloody flesh and broke their ribs at 1.9. Those fierce pirates who have experienced many battles are not his opponents at all. Boom! This is the fierce human beast form, and the sharp eagle claws are fierce and fierce. The large bazooka barrel was caught dry and shriveled like tofu. The pirate was horrified, and before he could retreat violently, his bloody heart had already been plucked out. What? His eyes widened, and the unimaginable pain continued to hit. The whole person vomited blood. Hey, it's said that you beasts pirates are all evil, but your hearts don't seem to be as dark as you thought. Weiser smiled. The one in the hand makes the scalp numb, and it is connected to the heart of the other party's body, beating there. In the next instant, the bloody organs were brutally exploded by him in an instant. Blood spattered along with organ fragments. Chapter 141. This day. Afternoon. Red Line. On the huge port. The small town located here is bustling and lively. All kinds of merchant ships from all over New World are unloading or shipping. A huge marine battleship lay horizontally on the sea, on which the seagull flag symbolizing marine and the flag of the world government flew, and the black muzzles were full of mighty power. From time to time, there is a huge bubble cable car, along the steep red rock wall, to the top of the Red Line, which is 5 kilometers above the sea. There are even huge cranes that lift heavy cargoes. Magnetic. Without warning, a dazzling electric light flashed. A tall and photogenic figure appeared, carrying a human head. What? It's a human head. The surrounding residents, tourists, nobles, sailors, etc. were all taken aback. Some ladies screamed even more. Frightened limp. Who? 18. There is an intruder. There is an intruder. The face of a marine who was in charge of standing guard and on duty changed drastically. One after another reacted for the first time, raised their weapons and pointed them at the incoming person. And urgently evacuated the surrounding people and asked them to take refuge in the small town. The rapid and sharp alarm echoed, and it rang for the first time. At the marine base stationed here, the marine personnel inside were all disturbed and gathered at the fastest speed, well trained. Even the marines who worked and trained on the battleships were alarmed. Busy began to look at the port. This home. The headed Colonel Marine was holding a commanding knife and stared at the tall figure in front of him in anger. But the claws of some kind of beast pierced through the eyes from the left forehead to the scar on the mouth, which was shocking. The solemn face and the powerful aura belonging to King greatly increased their pressure. The cold sweat came out directly. Bang! A bullet blatantly penetrated. Brought up pieces of electric light. The bullet is invalid. How can it be? Everyone, be careful. This guy, like Sakazuki Vice Admiral, is a Logia-capable person. Looking at King unscathed. Those Marine's pupils shrank sharply and his complexion changed drastically. Colonel Marine, headed by him, said quickly. Don't be nervous, I am not an enemy. Throw the head that has been specially treated, will not rot easily, and will not smell early. The police gave the Marine Colonel a look, and King said indifferently, if you recognize this, please find me an official who can speak. Subconsciously caught the head. Adjutant Ensign, who was following the Colonel Marine, his eyes narrowed. My hands trembled, cold sweat came out, this is... How can Red Earl Letterfield? The Marine Colonel also changed wildly. Was completely shocked. The lonely Red who used to go hand in hand with Whitebeard, One Piece Roger, and Golden Lion Shiki, was actually taken down the first level? In particular, a few days ago, there were reports claiming that Red Earl Rider appeared in Dressrosa in the first half of New World, as evidenced by photos. Where is the intruder? At this time, a Marine Vice Admiral dressed in justice and biting a cigar led a large number of Marines and drove over from the base. It was after West Blue O'Hara executed the buster call that he was dispatched to guard the Vice Admiral of Marie Joy Fire Mountain. Hwashaishan Vice Admiral, please don't open fire yet. The colonel at the head hurriedly took the head of Red Earl Rider and ran over. Reporting to Hwashaishan. What? That lonely Red is actually Guru Letterfield's head. The Marines who flocked were all startled. Some can't believe their eyes. The dignified legend of the previous era, Letterfield, known as the Monster End Legend, was silently removed from the first level, which is incredible. Another Logia, and also nature's most awesome thunder and lightning. With a solemn face, Huo Xiaoshan watched the electric light shining in front of him, and the dignified king, whose eyes were not angry and arrogant, showed solemnity in his eyes. People immediately checked Letterfield's head to see if it was real or fake. At the same time, he took a deep breath and came to King. Excuse me, are you Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters? Staring at the Vice Admiral of the Hwashao Mountain, King calmly said, I am the President of the Mercenary Guild King. Today I specially gave this gift to the world government, but not your enemy. In order not to disturb the nobles of the world and show the sincerity of our mercenary guild, we didn't go directly to Marie Joyce. He spread his hands and said with a chuckle. Mercenary guild? Looking for world government cooperation. Hwashaishan shrank upon hearing the words. Electric lights flashed. King disappeared directly in place. 640 was in the shocked eyes of the Marines. His figure appeared on the beach chair next to the port in a flash. If you can, please report it. With his legs up and leaning on the chair, King said directly, let the world government send someone who can talk. In the tone, although it is with discussion, but it seems to show an irresistible strength. Hwashaishan Vice Admiral, it is confirmed that the head is only treated with embalming, there is nothing unusual. A major from Naval Headquarters stepped forward and immediately reported. King, right. Looking at King sitting there deeply, Vice Admiral said in a deep voice, I will report the news immediately, please wait a moment. He had seen the big sign of Beast's Pirates. The title of the other party is obviously just the same, it can't be the same person. It is impossible for that guy to have such strength. Not to mention, even the unkillable monster of their Captain 100 Beasts Kaido, even if they can defeat the Red Earl Rider now, it is impossible to easily take down the first level. Just facing King. You can directly feel the terrible pressure. It is also very likely that the Logia ability person who controls the thunder and lightning must be terribly strong. Chapter 142. What? That rider was killed. This is really surprising. The top of the red line, the Holy Land Marie joys. Between power, in a church-like gorgeous hall. 5 elders, who was drinking afternoon tea, couldn't help being surprised when they heard the report of their subordinates. Yes, the person who brought the head of the Red Earl, who called himself king, claimed that he was the president of some mercenary guild, and asked to negotiate with the world government. Ryder's head was the gift he sent. 0, the chief executive of the CPO, reported there. Moreover, he seems to be a capable person of Logia Thunder Fruit, and his strength is not simple. Logia Thunder Fruit? That ability that has disappeared for hundreds of years. Putting down the teacup, holding the first generation ghostly, and wearing round glasses, the bald 5 elders raised his eyebrows. It looks like it is indeed an incredible guy. As one of the highest powers in the world government, he naturally read the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Logia Thunder Fruit is one of the rare and powerful abilities recorded in the illustrated book. As one of the top Logia abilities, I believe that even if it is obtained from waste materials, it can also exert quite an amazing combat power. Although I don't know what method was used, it is indeed worthy of attention to be able to solve monsters like Barloric Letterfield. The blonde 5 elders sitting on the single-seater sofa, drinking tea there. Faint opening. Yes, I'm very sorry, I can't find out the origin of the other party yet, as if it came out of thin air. Not long ago, they only appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. What is puzzling is that they did not hesitate to spend hundreds of millions of Baileys to take away a female slave waiting to be auctioned and a young man who worked hard at the auction house. The purpose is unknown. Cypher Paul's highest officer, 0, directly stated his own speculation. I think his intentions are related to that mercenary guild. Cypher Paul has never heard any news about this mercenary guild before, obviously it is newly established. Mercenary guild? Mercenary organization. The Whitebeard's 5 elders stroked their beards and groaned. Looking towards 0, he said directly, since you are in the town below, let you go down, talk to him in person, and see what he's here for. He obviously didn't doubt whether Ryder's head was a fake. After all, if Red Earl Rider is still alive, the world government's intelligence network will soon be able to find out the other party's whereabouts. Yes. Small town. Inside Marine Base. In the spacious and concise banquet hall. Delicious and exquisite food, excellent red wine, were delivered one after another. Entertaining King. It didn't make him wait long. Soon. The 3 bodies are of different shapes. CP0 officials wearing masks of different colors, suits and leather shoes, and large cloaks or cloaks, came here. And at the head, dressed in a white suit, draped in a white cloak. Compared with the 2 CP0 agents behind him, they are not so tall. But that momentum cannot be ignored. Pure white mask without any pattern. Announcing his identity to Saint Anthony, who is incarnate as king. The Supreme Chief of Cypher Paul 0. I am an official sent by the world government. Your Excellency is the president of the Mercenary Guild, Mr. King, right? 1. In front of the huge dining table, Ling sat opposite King, while the 2 CP0 agents stood straight behind him, keeping silent. Your great gift fully demonstrates your sincerity, and I am very satisfied with it. 0 looked at the other party, his eyes flashed. That face is remembered at first glance and cannot be ignored. And the awe-inspiring aura. It's really shocking. Let's talk about it, what you're here for. Zero is simple and straightforward. One thing, mercenary guild. One finger lifted up. Signaled to the other party. King seemed to have never seen Zero before. It sounds like a mercenary organization, right? Your purpose is? The Mercenary Guild is a newly established mercenary organization. Not long ago, I just robbed the Eternal Island of Milos under the command of the Beast Kaido, as the new headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Zero was a little surprised. The opponent had just killed Red Earl Rider. Do you hesitate to provoke the monster Kaido? Sure enough, it is not a simple one. Yigao people are bold. The principle of the Mercenary Guild is not to participate in or intervene in the battle for New World's territory, not to mention the enemy of the world government. The main business is to undertake and be responsible for dispatching legal entrusted tasks, and to collect certain commissions from them. Serving as an intermediary between the mercenaries and employers registered in the guild, integrating the chaotic employment market. King bluntly said, in this sea, there are many people who just yearn for adventure to go out to sea, but they are wrong, somehow they become pirates, and the emergence of mercenary guilds, I believe it will be greatly improved. Reduce the appearance of such pirates. Moreover, the emergence of the Mercenary Guild can integrate those bounty hunters who are scattered in the sand, consider the comprehensive conditions such as danger and difficulty of execution, and set the progressive task level of the lower levels, which can help the world government catch and hunt down those wanted criminal with a reward. Compared to the 7 warlords of the sea system set up by the world government, which uses pirates to restrain the pirates, I believe that if the world government can give us a little support for the Mercenary Guild, with the development of the Mercenary Guild, the world and the Grand Line pirates in the first half will be greatly reduced. It will help Marine to stabilize the order of the sea and maintain the rule of the world government. Sounds great. Zero has no direct refutation. Looking at the king in front of him, he said faintly, you have to know that any force that is not supervised by the world government is dangerous. After a pause, he was full of hardline words, unless, you can let the world government send officials in, bring the Mercenary Guild under the supervision and control of the world government, and resolutely draw a line with those pirate forces, and spare no effort to assist. Marine cleans up those pirates and important criminals wanted by the world government. Of course not. No matter how dangerous the Mercenary Guild is, there will be no such dangers as those of New World who separate all parties and have become the Emperor of the Sea. King responded indifferently, chuckled and asked, what do you think? You want mercenary guilds to spread all over the world without being controlled by the world government. I don't think this kind of danger is lower than the monsters of New World. Zero eyes were serious, and he shook his head flatly. It is impossible for the world government to agree that such uncontrolled forces appear in the world. I felt the Mercenary Guild even more. No, to be precise, it was King's terrible ambition. This man is quite dangerous. The Mercenary Guild can never be a force that keeps its own feet. It is impossible for the world government to allow such forces to really develop all over the world. Star. The opening of the era of the great pirates has plunged the entire world into unprecedented turmoil. In order to maintain the rule of the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, the world government did not hesitate to mobilize a large amount of marine forces, almost surrendering New World to the sea. Thief. Regarding the attitude of refusal and disguise, King is not annoyed, and said without hurries, but while gradually stabilizing the chaotic order of the world, the monsters of New World are also constantly developing and growing, and their forces are like snowballs. Stronger. Once a flying pirate group has already made Marine nervous and has to wait for it. If there are more pirate forces like the Golden Lion with master and strong forces, I believe it can threaten the world government sooner or later. It can be said that Marine is racing against the monsters of New World. I'm betting that Marine first suppressed the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and all over the world, stabilized the turbulent situation, and let those seas take the lead in restoring stability and speed. Staring at Zero, King sneered and said, "New World is still the pirate force headed by Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others. Terribly jealous, the tail, the king's, is too big to lose, and his subordinates have a huge force, and even Marine dare not fight at will, Kunling Sinchi. The Sea Emperor of the world, hurry up." Hearing this, Zero pupils shrank sharply. The only thing that can help the world government and curb the rapid development of the monsters in New World is the Mercenary Guild with a calm smile, and King slowly said, "But if you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse." Fists clenched, suddenly got up. Staring at the king in front of him, his murderous aura became vigorous. "You fellow, are you threatening the world government in disguise?" The temperature around it seems to have suddenly cooled down. People couldn't help but shudder. "Threat world government? There is no fear," King smiled and said, "Of course not, I am a law-abiding citizen. I'm just expounding the facts, and I hope that the world government will carefully consider my proposal. Together, the two will benefit from each other. Being based in New World, I have enough confidence." He stood up unhurriedly, and under Ling's anger and Yunying's gaze, the whole person turned into a little electric rain. "As for the others, we believe that when the Mercenary Guild fully demonstrates their strength, some are time slowly. I don't want the bounty of Red Earl Rider, it's a gift to the world government." Chapter 143. Shock. After the Golden Lion, another legend has fallen. Lonely Red Barloric Letterfield's billion-dollar first class was picked. The third force was born, and the Mercenary Guild was formally established. Billion heads, old legends, have become stepping stones. The strong man who hunts Red Earl alone, the president of the Mercenary Guild King. Latest news. North Blue's famous army of evil Derma 66 announced its merger into the Mercenary Guild. The land of mercenaries, the eternal island Milos, the sun is the warmest and the most beautiful country. The world's strongest mercenary, the king of mercenaries king, a man who dares to hunt monsters. The next day. Early in the morning, it was just getting light. Before the world government could announce the elimination of the legendary pirate Red Earl Letterfield, it was caught off guard by the overwhelming news. Countless newsbirds are already ready to go, flying to all parts of the world with a large number of newspapers. The wine fell into pieces of brand new newspapers still exuding the smell of ink. The shocking news, like a depth bomb, stirred up an unimaginable huge wave. Real or fake? Red Earl Rider? That lonely guy, unexpectedly. 640 Unbelievable, such a legend, was actually slaughtered by an unknown guy. Mercenary Guild? What kind of power is this? Are you accepting assignments from all over the world? As long as the conditions are right, you can register as an official mercenary in the Mercenary Guild and receive mercenary missions at any stronghold under the Mercenary Guild. King, the capable person of Logia Thunderfruit, the man who is rumored to have conquered the weather. Not only the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, people from all over the world were taken aback. It is that all forces, large and small, are completely shaken. Looking at the newspaper, the majestic and inviolable face with the long scars and 3 inviolable scars, and the head of the Red Earl that was held by someone beside him, could not help but shrink his pupils. Some can't believe it. Jingran, someone stepped on a monster like Earl Red Rider. More directly subdued such a frightening force as Germa 66. Moreover, such a strong, such domineering announcement, to establish a mercenary guild in New World and create a nation of mercenaries. Do you yearn for freedom? Do you want to go to sea? Do you want to take risks? Do you want to achieve supreme glory and status? Then become a glorious mercenary. The sea is the romance of a man, and becoming a legendary mercenary is the supreme glory of a man. Big news. Morgan's is interesting. Not only did most of the pages of this issue of the newspaper go to the Mercenary Guild. Even, like a reward order for the world government. It was accompanied by an exquisite leaflet specially produced by the Mercenary Guild. Above, not only the majestic photos of King are printed, but also the title of King of Mercenaries. There are also banners of the Mercenary Guild, various exquisite and hacky mercenary medals, etc. Not only is it recruiting mercenaries, the flyer also contains a series of Mercenary Guild contact information and telephone worms for consultation. The Mercenary Guild is well prepared and directly printed hundreds of consultation numbers. Simple and clear. To all parts of the world, not limited to New World, you can directly issue missions to the Mercenary Guild. Quietly separated from Saint Anthony's commander, and assigned to the Mercenary Guild, the staff all over the Grand Line and even the whole world will directly come to the door for service. The mercenary ranks are divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, etc. Ha ha ha, as the mercenary ranks increase, you can also get great discounts under the banner of the Mercenary Guild. Can you also set up a mercenary group to register with the Mercenary Guild, and form a group to go out to sea for adventure? As long as you contribute enough, you can not only exchange a lot of money, guns, swords, and other weapons in the Mercenary Guild, you have rare famous knives, and can even be directly exchanged for the legendary devil fruit. If you can complete those employment tasks, you can ensure that you will not starve to death because of lack of money. I believe that many people who simply want to venture out to sea do not need to be pirates. You only need to pay a price. Bib can buy the information you want from the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild, it sounds very good. Many people watched it with enthusiasm, their eyes hot and excited. Obviously, many people are moved. Especially those idle bounty hunters. North Blue. In a prosperous town. Those medals are really handsome. I have decided, I will go to sea in the future, I will go to New World. A blonde boy was extremely excited and announced loudly to the other boys around him on the spot, one day, I will become a legendary mercenary like Lord King, and bring the title and glory of the King of Mercenaries into my palms. South Blue. Cotwell Waters. A dilapidated town that has just been plundered by pirates, but still filled with gunpowder smoke. Marine those inaction bastards, let the Bobcat pirates mess up. Many people were holding the flyers they just received, and gathered there to discuss, if we pool the money to publish the Mercenary Guild mission, will they be willing to accept the commission to help encircle and suppress the Bobcat pirates? The Eternal Island, Milo's Island. Originally it was just an empty island with beautiful scenery, mild climate. I don't know when, there is a huge and solemn castle. Above, the lightning white flag belonging to the Mercenary Guild, and another dark blue flag with interlaced swords, fluttering in the wind. That was the direct use of power by King to transfer from another island. On the huge port, one after another warships transformed from the Hadean, lie horizontally there. Full of unoffendable majesty. Shocking! A large number of Dermis soldiers had already changed their outfits. It is still a black combat uniform, but the flag and logo belonging to Germa have been banned. Replaced by the lightning sign symbolizing the Mercenary Guild. All wore the lightning medal belonging to the internal members of the Mercenary Guild. As a registered mercenary medal, it is an exquisite medal with a staggered sword. The colors are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and the ranks are progressive. Although it was only the first day of publicity, a lot of work is not even ready. But, on the platform, the reception staff started working inside. At this time, I was already busy, and the consultation phone worms were directly full of busy lines. Bolu. Above the counter. There were hundreds of phone worms, and each phone worm just hung up, and in an instant there was another call. The person in charge of the reception was too busy to even drink the saliva. People of different classes and identities located all over the world began to tentatively call directly through remote phone worms to ask mercenary guilds. Even after confirming that the Mercenary Guild is far away in the four seas, the task of destroying a certain pirate group will be accepted, and they began to inquire about the price of the commissioned corresponding task on the spot. Of course, there is no shortage of guys who maliciously call busy. Chapter 144. Mercenary Guild. That rider was actually killed. A-hole. Those guys, are you going to fight our pirates with great fanfare? The emergence of the Mercenary Guild. In New World, it has already exploded. There was an uproar and boiling. Especially the large and small, intertwined pirate forces in New World are even more angry and full of hatred. If it weren't for the fact that the president of the Mercenary Guild, King, directly used the head of the Red Earl Rider to show the world its overwhelming strength, and even North Blue's famous evil army, Germa 66, was merged into the Mercenary Guild. Inside. I'm afraid that there will be pirates who come up directly. Aboard the Moby DK. Received Whitebeard report from Marco. It was also a little surprised. King? Rider. Whitebeard frowned. Looking at the newspaper in Marco's hand, that arrogant guy was actually taken off the top level. Although he couldn't understand the Red Earl Rider, no one looked at him except himself, and he was full of contemptuous arrogance. But for the opponent's strength, Whitebeard recognized. As an opponent who has fought more than once or twice, he knows how difficult Rider is. Suddenly, it was really weird to hear that Red Earl Rider had people take down the first level. It's an incredible guy, a Logia Thunderfruit capable person, although I don't know how the Red Earl was defeated. Marco looked solemn and said solemnly towards Whitebeard, Father, this king has such a big fanfare to create a mercenary guild in New World. Red Earl Rider, but a real monster. Unexpectedly, such characters were all killed, and they stepped on their heads to make a name for themselves. If the Mercenary Guild establishes a foothold in New World, I believe that collisions will be inevitable at that time. Moreover, although it is not a pirate force, it has announced that it will not participate in the territory competition of New World, but its existence is enough to arouse the fear and vigilance of all forces. Not to mention, the existence of the Mercenary Guild is in great conflict with their pirate forces. If someone pays a high price, entrust the other party to act on the Whitebeard pirate group or their pirate group. Those guys in the Mercenary Guild. At that time, will you directly accept such a task commission and choose to shoot? Humph, if you have the guts, he will try it. Holding the wine jar and pouring the wine, Whitebeard snorted coldly. The majestic physique reveals a powerful and fierce aura. The Rage Lion, who does not show off, is full of innocence and domineering. If the kid named King really dares to touch my Whitebeard's son, I will sink his nest in New World first and let him do something. The Bird Guild has no place. However, I think someone will be unable to sit still soon, Daddy. With a playful smile, Marco continued. The island of Milos, known as the Eternal Island, I remember it was the site of Kaido, which means that they should have directly robbed Kaido's island. That guy Kaido, it's impossible to turn a blind eye. Not to mention, both he and Big Mom are full of ambitions for the throne. It is impossible to sit and watch the Mercenary Guild take root in New World and become their own confidant. Tay. Gum la la la, let the kid Kaido, the beast, go and test the reality of the Mercenary Guild. Edward Newgate threw away the bottom of the wine bottle, his eyes became sharp. After all, the strength of that guy Rider was taken down from the first level. That king is really not easy. The so-called Mercenary Guild is no different from those bounty hunters who catch pirates for money. They are equivalent to the running dogs of the world government. A place like New World can't tolerate them. The top of the red line. Holy Land Marie Joyce. In Pangu City, among the magnificent power. To the effect, that BD King used such a provocative method to promote the existence of the Mercenary Guild. Looking at the latest newspaper, 5 elders, a bald head with a big mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, was a little annoyed. As a result, there will be more and more people vying to go to sea for so-called freedom, adventure, and glory. Yanji is the generation who guards himself, or is it some unscrupulous villain? Sure enough, it's another ambitious guy. The long white-beard 5 elders who stood upright couldn't help but snorted. The problem is, even if we don't agree to his terms, as long as those guys have a foothold in New World, we can't stop them from growing. 5 elders wearing a flat hat sat on the sofa and said coldly, unless the world government wants to add another powerful and terrifying opponent. Ask for flowers. According to Cypherpol's investigation, the establishment of a mercenary guild is the long-planned plan of King, and their intelligence network has been quietly spreading across the Grand Line and the world. Holding first generation's ghostly bald head, 5 elders, with a slightly sullen look, and faintly said, that's why he has no fear, with the head of the Red Earl, to negotiate with the world government. Even if we do not support them in setting up strongholds and branches in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, as long as the world government does not make up their minds, they will be listed as enemies and wanted criminals. The Mercenary Guild is able to gain a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line, and through their advanced intelligence network and the consultation phone worm numbers on the flyers that have been spread all over the sky, they can receive business entrusted by all parties, and they can continue to recruit, attract newcomers who want to become mercenaries to join. 0. According to the information from the CP, in the first half of the Grand Line, in some chaotic and lawless areas around the world, the Mercenary Guild branch has appeared in grandeur. Moreover, in some kingdoms, there are shadows of mercenary guilds secretly operating. It was beyond their expectations. The current situation is not optimistic. The blonde 5 elders hugged his chest and said in a deep voice, the number of pirates in the whole world is still showing a rising trend. If you rush to force that king into the camp of the pirates, then New World is bound to have one more Emperor. Kun is facing that sea area, the Sea Emperor who makes people jealous, threatening the rule of the world government. Taking the territory of Kaido, as the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, I believe that Kaido monster will not give up easily. The woman from Big Mom, according to Cypherpol's intelligence, seems to have something wrong, so I won't mention it for now. Whether Whitebeard can tolerate the existence of a mercenary guild is hard to say. 5 elders you say, I say. Discussed there. With hands behind his back, pacing in the hall. The chief Whitebeard's 5 elders pondered for a moment, looked at the others, and suggested, don't rush to contain it, first see if the mercenary guild has the ability to gain a foothold in New World and gain a firm foothold. Think about other things, how? I agree. Can. Chapter 145. The end of the first half of New World. The waters of Wadia has become the eternal island of the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild Milo's Island. In the huge castle, a staff member wearing a Mercenary Guild uniform and a lightning medal is busy. By integrating the separated intelligence network originally under Saint Anthony, the Mercenary Guild has already established simple temporary branches on the Grand Line and even on certain islands in the Four Seas. Responsible for receiving, contacting, and reviewing the registration of those mercenaries, and even accepting task entrustment, and then summarizing the tasks that are more difficult and currently require the headquarters to shoot. Received a commission from the small town of Snark in the Cotwell waters of South Blue to destroy the Bobcat pirates. Contact the South Blue branch immediately, send someone to confirm and determine the specific level of the task, and collect the corresponding deposit. Is 1. Received a war commission from the Kingdom of East Blue Casilda. Received the commission from the royal family of North Blue Lowestoft. I hope we can send out the 640 soldiers to destroy the violent tiger pirates. The mission hierarchy of the Mercenary Guild was originally considered to be improved by Saint Anthony. At present, the task level is temporarily divided into 8 levels, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Take the criminals who are offering rewards from the world government as an example. The E-level mission is to deal with criminals with a bounty of less than 1 million Baileys. The D-level mission is to deal with criminals with a reward of 1 million to 5 million Baileys. the sea-level mission is to deal with a reward of 5 million Baileys. Criminals around 10 million Baileys, B-level missions, to deal with criminals around 10 million Baileys to 30 million Baileys, A-level missions, to deal with rewards 30. Criminals ranging from 0 million Baileys to 100 million Baileys, S-level missions to deal with criminals ranging from 100 million Baileys to 500 million Baileys in rewards, SS-level missions to deal with criminals ranging from 500 million Baileys to 1 billion Baileys in rewards. Criminals on the left and right, SSS-level missions to deal with criminals with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. And so on. The commission for the task must be at least 3 times the total reward offered by the individual criminal or all members of the pirate group and force group. Of course, the specific situation depends on the degree of danger and is not static. According to the level of the mercenary or mercenary group that completes the task, the mercenary guild draws a percentage from the commission. The higher the level of the mercenary and mercenary group, the lower the commission for the mercenary guild. Moreover, the mercenary guild is mainly responsible for publishing tasks and providing a convenient platform for individual mercenaries or mercenary groups. The task entrusted by the client is only acting as an intermediary and publishing it on behalf of the client. Whether to take over the task and dispatch internal personnel to execute and complete it depends on the situation. And in the hall, King sat there with Chris, Brad, Black Swordsman Keith, Tyrell Barker, Weiss, Enel, Tizalo, and others. Everyone wears a lightning medal on their chest. In the initial stage of the creation of a mercenary guild, we can only first accept tasks from our guild and send personnel to complete those corresponding commissions. The main purpose is to show the strong strength of the guild and obtain sufficient prestige. The mercenary group reaches a certain number, and then it can be gradually reduced. As for the commission of the task, this is not a problem. King faintly said, of course, any commission, as long as there is no unreasonableness, and the employer can afford to pay, our mercenary guild platform will register and publish it on the platform in accordance with the guild's regulations, but whether it needs to be completed by someone is yet to be reviewed. In addition to the shortage of manpower, we must also consider whether the cost of completing the task is proportional to the reward. For example, take off the first level of a large pirate in New World, or ask for annihilation of a relatively dangerous large pirate group. We can publish the task on the guild's platform. Of course, this requires a partial deposit or even a full commission according to the judgment level of the task. After the owner of this task is released, which mercenary or mercenary is officially confirmed before the commission is cancelled. If the Corps wants to take it, let them take it, and the guild will not intervene or intervene. His purpose of establishing the mercenary guild was not to be a scavenger for the world government. Naturally, it is impossible to really spare no effort to help the world government to eliminate those big pirates. Even if the mercenary guild has such strength in the future, it is impossible to do that. I really took the initiative to solve those new world monsters one by one. The next one targeted by the world government is the mercenary guild's turn. The term raise bandit for self-respect. It might be suitable for future mercenary guilds. At least, this was before the supremacy of Saint Anthony's real master world government. From today, the guild will form 2 mercenary groups. Personnel and materials will be transferred from the guild headquarters, and the warships will be assigned to you. Form 2 mercenary groups. Seeing gearing up, Brad and the others couldn't wait. King said directly, Brad, you are the commander of the Flame mercenary group, Wes, you are the deputy commander, and Keith, you are the battle captain. Holy Light Mercenary Corps, Chris is the deputy commander, Buck, you are the battle captain. Master King, where is the head of the Holy Light Mercenary Group? Tyrell Buck, Black Swordsman Keith and others were all surprised. I can't help but feel a little envious and jealous of Brad's direct appointment as the head of the Flame Mercenary Group. But they were already shocked by King's terrifying strength, and they surrendered from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they were so unconvinced with Brad in their hearts, they did not dare to have any opinions at all. I have another person for the leader of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, but I have not returned to the position. For the time being, Chris will assume the responsibility of the leader. King calmly said indifferently, in the future, depending on the situation, it may decide whether to create other directly affiliated mercenary groups. He has already built the specific structure of the mercenary guild. But these have nothing to do with Chris and Brad, who currently have no use of force and do not understand government affairs. The Secretarial Department, Intelligence Department, Finance Department, Logistics Department, Medical Department, Staff Department, Scientific Research Department, Law Enforcement Department, etc., all departments have transferred relevant personnel originally affiliated with Germa and set up temporary teams. Next, it will naturally recruit and cultivate better and more suitable talents. Even a special cadre system will be established in the future. Set up guarantees for those who don't have much management skills, but who have contributed a lot to the mercenary guild, and strengthen the cohesion of the mercenary guild to eliminate internal contradictions and hidden dangers. After all, some cadres are powerful, and their hard work and sweat cannot be ignored easily after they have stunned for the mercenary guild. Even if you don't have the ability of government affairs and cannot be the person in charge of the corresponding department, you need to have the corresponding status and treatment, and you can't just exclude the corps. At this time, King suddenly looked up, looking towards the distant sea. The meeting is here first, it looks like it's going to warm up again. He stood straight up. Master King, what's the matter? The pupils of Chris, Brad, Buck, and others shrank by 1.9. Can not help but be a little surprised. Paula. Cheese. There is a heavyweight guest who wants to come over to visit, but now our guild has just been established, and it is too busy to receive it. King twisted his neck. His whole body was shining with dazzling electric lights. There was a sneer, we can only enter him outside. And hundreds of nautical miles away. Oh, a huge black shadow roared in the sky. Loud noises shook the sky and drove fierce wind pressure. The exaggerated beast body is full of clouds and mist in the sky. The blue scales, shining with a metallic gloom, sharp special horns and sharp giant claws, are like pouring steel, 4 claws stepping in the clouds and mist that can't help appearing, full of terrifying breath. It makes the scalp numb and can't help but shudder. Flying towards the direction of the Eternal Isle, the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Chapter 146. The Vast Sea. It is hundreds of miles away from the headquarters of the Mercenary Union, the Eternal Island, in the Bernikian waters. A huge blue creature, soaring through the clouds in the sky. Going to the distance across the sky. It's too big. And on the far sea. Guru. I'm not mistaken, right? Is that a dragon? It's a lie? Such a legendary creature actually exists. A pirate ship sailing slowly. The pirates above were completely shocked. Can't help cold sweat. Magnetic. At this moment, there was no sign. The dazzling thunder light illuminates the sky. People couldn't help but close their eyes subconsciously. Shoo, a huge, exaggerated pillar of thunder penetrated down fiercely. Blasted into the flying dragon in the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise. The extremely blazing thunder light completely submerged the huge figure. The sparkle of lightning is unexplainable. Roar! The cyan dragon roared there. An astonishing electric current flows all over. But after the terrible thunder light attack, he was unscathed. Woohoo! The fierce wind pressure and violent momentum continued to raging. The sea below the excitement was surging violently, making people sweat. Suddenly attacked by such an astonishing thunder pillar, he noticed the unusual beast Kaido, and roared there, which BD is it, get out of Laozi. Yes, that huge and hideous blue dragon ended in the legend of the previous era. After the opening of the Great Pirate Era, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin rose rapidly, they are both known as the monsters of the New World. According to the legend of the last era, the man closest to the throne Whitebeard Edward Newgate's beast Kaido. It is known as immortal because of its strong body and unkillable physique. No matter how knives, axes, thunders, fires, or poisons invade alcohol, they are all unscathed, and are known as the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air. So far, he has experienced several failures. The number of captures exceeded 10 times, and the number of executions was as high as 30 times. But even if he was hanged, the chain would be broken. Even if he was put on a guillotine, he could smash the guillotine, and even if he was stabbed by a spear, he would end up with the spear breaking. Strange physique and strong body, even after the world government captured Kaido in the prison. Attempts to forcibly feed him multiple devil fruits or directly soak the Kaido, which is the demon fruit power, in the sea water, nothing can help him, and it ended in failure. Magnetic. High in the sky. Electric mans are all around the room. A tall and stalwart figure emerged. Indifferently looked directly at the beast Kaido who found him, the lantern big fierce eyes, and the beast Kaido suddenly glared at him. Don't you want to find me in the Eternal Island Milos? Kaido. King's face was full of coldness, and said faintly, with the official establishment of the mercenary guild there, it is very busy, but there is no time to receive bad guests like you, so I will personally come and enter you. You are the president of that bird guild, King who killed the old fellow rider. Beast Kaido was stunned. The fierce dragon eye looked at King, who was shining all over his body in surprise. I never thought that the other party would come up directly and block myself. King's face is accompanied by that hideous scar. Although it looks very majestic and solemn, it is involuntarily awe-inspiring and unable to produce contempt. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like 30 at all. In the next moment, he was furious, taking Lao Zi's sight, and returning his mother's daring to appear in front of Lao Zi. Heat. Without hesitation. He opened the blood basin and opened his mouth. A burst of incredibly hot heat spewed out. The atmosphere was scorched and distorted, and immediately drowned towards King in front of him. Boom! Boom! Wow! The terrible heat blasted over the sea. The sea boiled, exploded a large area of water, and filled with amazing steam. However, King, who was passed through by the heat, was unscathed. Logia, this kind of annoying ability again. Kaido roared, his huge and stubborn claws lingered around armament haki, and he slammed it up. I really thought that killing the old guy rider would be invincible. At least, it's more than enough to deal with a beast like you. Shooting an amazing electric glow, looking directly at the Cyan dragon coming in violently, King said faintly, I'm looking for a mount. Your breed is very good. At the same time, his muscles tightened. Me kept moving. Every cell in his body seemed to shoot a terrible electric current. Constantly stabbing the strong physique and nerves, the golden hair stood upside down. Court death. Beijo Kaido was completely furious. The fierce light is exposed, with the murderous intention of Senhan. Like a claw poured by steel, it severely tore the atmosphere. Grabbed it towards King. Magnetic 640. The sharp gaze suddenly shuddered. The formidable fist clenched tightly, and the veins burst. Shining with a dazzling electric current, carrying the advanced armament haki. Outrageously crushing the atmosphere, straight out. King whines lightly and calmly, seriously punch. Boom. The huge dragon claws and the disproportionate little fists shook hard in midair. In an instant there was a fierce light and glow, unable to look directly. Ming hu hu hu, unimaginable wind pressure raged wildly. Make people change color. Boom. Wow. The sea below is violently turbulent, and it can't help roaring. Exaggerated waves emerged one after another, rushing in all directions. Pili Palala. The pale lightning flashed and jumped. Entrained with dark red lightning, they are constantly intertwined. In an instant, it spread. The shocking momentum collision is full of shock. It is as if the sky is split into two halves, where it is violently squeezed and confronted. Let the pirates in the distance on the ship, the pirates who had the honor to witness this scene. Everyone couldn't help but expand the purple bar, and his complexion turned pale. He was sweating coldly, his heels were soft, and he couldn't speak. Guru. Chapter 147. Oh! The fierce beast roared and echoed. The whole sea, the waves are soaring to the sky, rolling endlessly. Facing King's high-level armament Haki, there is also that terrifying power. The painful blue dragon flew out. Brush Kaido's long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. A body covered with scales, an exaggerated dragon tail, a huge and human-shaped beast body, with an extremely horny and ferocious head. Shining with metallic luster, like sharp claws poured from steel, holding a huge mace full of sharp barbs that makes the scalp numb. Like a demon who walked out of the abyss of prehistoric times. The burly and terrifying body, exaggeratedly strong, exudes an extremely ferocious aura. Looking directly at him, he couldn't help but shudder. Under the feet of sharp claws, thick clouds emerged. Carrying it into a human beast form, becoming more tyrannical and purifying. It is shocking, like a real monster Kaido. At the same time, magnetic. The terrifying electric light on King's body is even more amazing. It's so dazzling that you can't look directly at it. It seems that every cell, every tiny pore, is sending wisps of electric current. Can't help stimulating the nerves of the body. The roots of the hair stand upright. The sharp eyes like an eagle shone with terrible electric lights. Very majestic. Another conquerors, this world doesn't need so many overlords, Thunder 8 trigrams. The body was covered with scales, terrifying and intriguing. It moved suddenly. Swipe flashed past. The speed is too fast for people to react. In an instant, the figure was in front of King. The huge mace crushed the atmosphere severely. Carrying the amazing armament Haki, reused to King. Seriously. Electric man's shot all over his body. With tight muscles, King yanked his right leg out like lightning. It collided with the huge mace that smashed from Kaido, the beast. The so-called serious punch, serious kick, of course, is just his casual ridicule. In fact, it is its own physical skills, combined with the electric current and speed attached to the Logia thunder fruit, naturally derived thunder punches and lightning kicks. Boom, comma. Ming hu 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 la la. The terrible vigor made the air ripples. The two silhouettes that were in a stalemate for a moment moved. Magnetic chi. Boom, boom. Can't help but fight. It was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Dazzling. You can only see the dreaded black shadows and the dazzling electric lights shining and plundering. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of exaggerated, violent sonic booms that were unbearable by the eardrums. Unspeakable shock. Without using the power of Paramecia magnetic fruit, Saint Anthony just relied on Logia Thunder Fruit's terrifying ability to fight against Kaido. He had already beaten his physique to an astonishing level. Based on Paramecia, the magnetic fruit is the basis for the extension of the development of magnetism and electricity. He just got the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit for a long time, and he doesn't need to develop in depth, he can already use it easily. Coupled with the benefits of OPOP Fruit's ultimate ability to survive the aging operation, Saint Anthony's strength has already been greatly improved in all aspects. With the increase of Logia Thunder Fruit, both power and speed are not weaker than Kaido. Boom! Ming hu hu! One big and one small figure collided in the sky at a time. A huge cloud layer emerged, supporting the huge and clean body of Kaido, which was shining with gloomy light. This is the ability of the opponent's Eudemons. Legend has it that dragons can ride the clouds and ride the fog. But in fact, he does not fly by himself. When incarnate as a dragon, Kaido of the Beasts creates clouds directly, and the dragon claws grab the clouds and fly by crawling on the clouds. No wonder you can kill the old guy rider, it doesn't seem to be blown out. Staring fiercely at King, who is shining with the electric light in front of him, Kaido of the Beasts smiled, and the fighting spirit is very high, there is a kind, try to kill Laozi like rider. Magnetic. The electric light flashed. King retreated 10 meters away. Looking coldly at Kaido, the beast standing on the cloud in front of him, I don't have so much time. I will spend a few days and nights with you here, so I'll be a little serious and get rid of you all at once. If you can do it, then come and kill Laozi. Beast Kaido is extremely crazy. Suddenly, the aura was terrifyingly fierce, and his fierce gaze glared at King, otherwise, let's talk to Laozi in there. A hideous and terrifying, huge body like a demon. Stepping on the clouds that continue to emerge. Rushed straight up. Magnetic chi. Terrible lightning erupted all over his body, and his skin began to become extremely red, filled with astonishing heat. Boom, boom. The amazing heartbeat is like thunder. Every time, it seems to be knocking on the hearts of others, making people's hearts jump with a sudden jump. The speed is getting faster and faster. Boom boom, he roared like an engine. Astonishing currents converged. Unimaginable electric light continuously shoots, jumps, and weaves. Throughout the sky, the bright thunder and lightning flickered violently, dazzling and dazzling. People can't open their eyes. Brush. Kaido is the terrifying Basin beast with scales all over his body. The speed is as fast as lightning, straight to the front. Call. Electric light flint room. The huge mace, carrying his own tyrannical haki, suddenly tore the atmosphere, driving a terrifying vigor, and blasted over. Electromagnetic promotes ultimate Thor mode. The next moment, unmatched power exploded. The atmosphere was overwhelmed by life in an instant. A giant palm carrying an astonishing thunder and lightning struck out across the board. Bang! A huge black shadow flew out like lightning. Amazingly, Kaido is the beast. Biting! And in the mid-air ahead, it's huge, dazzling, and majestic. Appeared there. The exaggerated electric glow shines and jumps, making it difficult to look directly. Don't be angry. The whole body is huge. Like a god, it is awesome. Kaido, a beast in the form of a human, how good is the king, is better than that. The amazing Emperor engine is constantly beating violently. What? The beast Kaido, who was embarrassed and flew out, endured the severe pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! A flower in front of you. The violent thunder and lightning shined. The majestic and terrifying figure is full of sneers. I don't think you have tasted such pain for a long time, Kaido. Thunder strike. With a fierce punch, the atmosphere was overwhelmed. It was too late to dodge, and it slammed on Kaido's body in an instant. Observation haki is useless even if it is predicted. The body simply couldn't keep up with the attack speed of King. Boom! Unimaginable pain struck. Kaido vomited blood, his face twisted. The powerful and exaggerated advanced armament haki, accompanied by an astonishing electric current, can't help but invade, destroy and paralyze his body cells, organs and tissues. Chapter 148. Boom! What? Beast Kaido vomits blood. The binoculars are convex, and the painful and hideous faces with an unbelievable color. Covered with cold blue scales, a huge body that is extremely terrifying, flying out like cannonballs. He was directly hit hard by King's powerful Thor mode and a terrifying blow. Boom rumble! The whole sky was dark. Dark clouds covered, lightning and thunder. The terrible thunder light kept shining. The dazzling electric light of Sabaody has made the world pale. The huge figure that people can't look directly at is like the real thunder god descending. It is sacred and inviolable, and it is surrounded by terrible electric lights. In the sky, endless thunder light. Boom. Crack, pop. At this moment, it is like a thunder snake with life consciousness. Life is taken. It is densely packed and converges continuously. They are all submerged in that violent and stalwart, awe-inspiring figure. Make your scalp numb. Brush. Exaggerated huge figure, fast as lightning. In an instant, he flew to the top of Kaido, the beast who was still able to stabilize his figure in the future, and his majestic gaze was incomparable. The thunder was so bright that I couldn't look directly at it. This is the final blow, Kaido. It's so big that it makes people sweat, and it surrounds the right foot of the electric man, and lifts it high. 643 Seriously Killing Series. Miss Tears. The muscles were violent, and the muscles kept moving. The blazing and dazzling electric glow, violently gushes and shines. Drives armament haki that is almost ultimate, unimaginable. Call. With one kick, the atmosphere was outrageously crushed. In the eyes of Kaido, Kaido's pupils suddenly widened. Carrying unimaginable power and the sky of thunder, he mercilessly blasted down. Sure. Thor's hammer. The world changes color. Time and space seem to be frozen. The unparalleled power, as if destroying the world, boldly bombarded it. Through the atmosphere. Completely submerged the beast Kaido. Rumble. Ah. Ming hu hu wow. The top of the red line, the Holy Land Marie Joy. Pangu City, between power. Cypherpol's chief executive Zero came to the office lobby of 5 elders, half-kneeled and saluted there. Get up, what's the matter? Asked 5 elders of Whitebeard. And the other 5 elders, who were discussing something, also looked over. In the entire world government, there is only Zero, the chief executive of CP0 who holds the Cypher P01 series of secret Cypherpol directly under the BibJ government, and can directly enter the power to see them without asking for instructions and waiting. Master 5 Elders, in the Bernikian waters in the middle of the New World, we sent out an emergency message from a pirate group who was lurking in a certain pirate group. Wearing a white suit and a pure white mask, Ling stood up and bowed, reporting, there is a giant dragon flying through the clouds and fog. It seems to be fighting someone fiercely. There is a terrible thunder light, and the climate has directly changed. It is presumed that Kaido, the beast, is fighting the leader of the mercenary guild, the master is fighting against the king of the Logia Thunder Fruit ability. All kinds of beasts. Kaido is a rare phantom beast capable person. Can be transformed into a legendary dragon, soaring through the clouds. It's no secret anymore. Oh! Beast Kaido and King. 5 elders was surprised. If they both lose and lose, or King loses and wins, but they are also seriously injured and exhausted. The unsheathed first-generation ghost pounded heavily on the ground, the bottom of the round glasses reflected a cold light, and the bald head 5 elders asked coldly, are you Cypherpol sure to get him out of it? Above the Devil Fruit illustrated book. A record of Logia Thunder Fruit's ability. It's not very detailed. Otherwise he would not raise such a question. I will feel deeply afraid of King's Heart Network, which is born from the combination of observation haki and radio waves. Very sorry. It's not a problem to defeat him, but King is not because of the One Piece King Roger, the Golden Lion whose brain is broken in the first place, and it is impossible to sit back and wait. The speed attached to Thunder Fruit is too amazing. Even if the king is seriously injured, it is difficult to stay if he wants to go. And if he accidentally lets him escape, it is possible that the mercenary guild is currently unknown. The deep and shallow forces force themselves into the opposite of the world government. Zero was silent for a moment. I regret to give an answer. He witnessed the terrible speed of King with his own eyes in the port town below the red line. With his observation haki, he couldn't capture the trajectory of King. To be honest, Cypherpol is very skeptical. The death of Saint Roderick has something to do with him. Zero Shen said, after all, the time when the mercenary guild appeared is too coincidental. It's because of the serious suspicion and the great ambition of the guy that King wants to let you cipher Paul kill him. Cross your fingers, hold your knees on both sides, bold and grandiose sitting on the sofa. Whose eye to 5 elders spoke coldly. The appearance of King is really a coincidence. But for the death of Saint Roderick, no effective clues have been found so far. One has to doubt that the death of Saint Roderick is related to King. Not to mention the ambition of the mercenary guild to become a third-party force that is not controlled by the world government and is not a pirate. If King's strength is not enough to make people jealous, the mere suspicion that the other party may be the real murderer behind the killing of celestial dragons is enough to sentence him to death. I believe they can't tell the winner in a short time. The blonde 5 elders looked at Zero standing in front of them, and asked again, if the naval headquarters is one of the strong candidates for the next generation of Admiral, Polosalino, who has the ability of Logia sparkling fruit, will be sent to assist you cipher. Paul. His speed should not be slower than thunder fruit, and his strength is beyond doubt. He is a real monster. There is a 70% certainty. Zero gives a probability number. At the end, I specifically added, furthermore, it is the case that the Vice Admiral Yellow Ape of Naval Headquarters must go all out. As the Supreme Officer of Cipher Paul, he naturally understands the intelligence of the next generation Admiral candidates in Naval Headquarters. The character that is unpredictable, too sleek Kizara Vice Admiral, not only rarely sees when fighting, get serious and go all out. More often than not, when some pirates are about to be caught, they just give up halfway through. Therefore, in the eyes of Marine senior officials and even the world government senior officials, he is extremely unpleasant. But it is undeniable that the other party has a monster power that cannot be ignored. It is indeed one of the hottest admiral candidates. Eligible to become the highest combat power representing the face of naval headquarters. 7%. 5 elders looked black. They desperately want to maintain the order and stability of the sea. Naturally, I don't want to bet, and I don't want to bet on such a game. After all, once let that king escape, it will inevitably produce unpredictable consequences. Maybe, the world government will have another terrible enemy. Moreover, at present, what kind of power there is in the mercenary guild is still unclear. Chapter 149. Wow! Waves on the undulating sea. A huge bloody figure was pulled out by the terrifying gravity. Earlier, under the thunderous blow of King, Kaido beasts had already lost consciousness and sank directly into the bottom of the sea. Swipe! Endless black particles gather. Roughly blended, mixed, compressed together. The thick iron cord condenses out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Directly lock the huge body of Kaido, the beast, entangled and trapped. It's really a terrible guy. I can't die with such an attack. Although I temporarily lose consciousness, I am afraid I will wake up soon. Looking at the coma, but the ferocious aura still makes the scalp numb. Kaido, the beast of the beast, returned to its original state, with King eyes faintly gleaming. Only dang! Throw the beast Kaido into the sea and hang it with a huge iron rope in your hand, not let it sink to the bottom of the sea. The corners of King's mouth rose, and a playful smile appeared. What is more interesting than Kaido's reward, and it is shocking. Since the world government can't help this guy, he wants to send this guy up to receive a reward. As for how to deal with it, can you kill Kaido, the beast? It's not his headache. Brush. The speed does not decrease. Holding the ring at one end of the iron rope, he dragged Kaido, a beast that was hung on the sea and tied up like a zongzi. Swipe in the direction of the first half of New World. Well, there are white splashes on the sea. Along the way, the large sea king smelled blood. He was shocked by the breath of Kaido, and didn't dare to attack. Morgans, it's me. King pulled out the phone worm. Directly dialed the number of Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency. It's Lord King. The other end of the phone worm. New World, on an island. Morgan sitting behind the desk grinned and asked, "Are you satisfied with today's news?" "Very satisfied, thank you, Morgans." The speed is not reduced, King flying towards the distance. The police glanced at the huge figure hung on the sea, and said with a faint smile, "But I am looking for you not only to thank you, but to inform you of good news. The headline of your World Economic News tomorrow, again yes." "Oh." Morgans looked up. His eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "Is Kaido preparing to make trouble for you, or is your mercenary guild getting the support of the world government?" "It's not that Kaido is going to trouble me, it's that it's already coming to trouble me, and it was blocked by me in advance." King said lightly, "Now he has been captured by me." "What?" "Ka." There was a sound of jumping. It seemed that Morgans was shocked and fell off his chair. He couldn't believe it and asked, "Master King, are you serious? You were not kidding me." Yesterday, he left the Eternal Island, the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Today, King said that he had captured Kaido, a monster that was rumored to be unkillable in New World. Just one day's work. Isn't it too incredible? Do you think I need to lie to you, Guru? I'm very sorry, after all, this is really unbelievable. Morgan swallowed. Even more shocked by King's strength, he couldn't say the whole thing. Big news, big news! He shouted excitedly, full of excitement and unspeakable shock, "It's incredible, I really feel like I'm dreaming." The beast Kaido was captured by King in an instant. One shocking and eye-catching headline flashed through his mind. The strongest in the world? The strongest on the surface? These two titles seem to overlap and contradict. But it's okay, it's not the most important thing. The important thing is whether people can recognize that the two strongest men are side by side. Compared with Whitebeard as the legend of the previous era, it is more based on the illustrious record and great reputation of the past, as well as the terrifying ability of Paramecia shock fruit that can destroy the world, and is called the world's strongest man. With a record like King, and as a Logia thunder fruit capable person, a monster who is rumored to have conquered the weather is also worthy of the title of the strongest man on the surface, right? After all, in a short period of time, two monsters such as the Red Earl and Kaido have been defeated in succession. Especially Kaido, the monster that can't kill. It was defeated so fast. People can't believe it. I am about to send him to Marine G5 Fortress to receive a reward. No nonsense, King said directly. Before that, I will stop at the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, and let someone take a few photos and fax it to you. Yes, thank you, Lord King. Ha ha ha. This is big news, I can't wait. That afternoon. With the terrible speed of Thunder Fruit. Even if they are far apart, King still took Kaido from the middle of New World and rushed to the first half of New World. After a short stay at the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, the Eternal Island. Please ask for flowers. I went straight to the sea where the Marine G5 Fortress is located. In the middle, with that monster-like physique and resilience, Kaido once woke up several times. But before he could recover in the future, he was beaten mercilessly and brutally by King, who was always paying attention to his situation by observation haki. Samsung is over again. In front of a huge military fortress. One huge battleship after another, was there. Maintain a high level of vigilance. Beep beep. The arrival of King attracted attention and alarmed Marine. Especially holding a huge iron rope, because of what huge creature is bound. Too compelling. Soon there was a huge warship, trying to stop directly ahead to prevent it from approaching the G5 fortress. But failed. King directly broke through the interception of the warship. Came to the branch port of G5. Then. He is. King? The president of that mercenary guild. Guru. This guy, what is he doing in our G5 fortress? Notify Sakazuki Vice Admiral in the fortress immediately. Many Marines recognize King directly. Because today's newspapers have already spread all over the world. As a Marine, we must always pay attention to the situation on the sea. Naturally, it is impossible not to subscribe to the newspaper of the world's largest news industry giant, World Economic Society, on this sea. The Marines present immediately became nervous. A little frightened, but couldn't help. His complexion changed drastically, cold sweat came out. But in a blink of an eye, the headed General Marine still had time to speak to the tall figure who broke into the port in front of him. In the eyes of all Marines, pupils shrank sharply. Unbelievable. Puffing, the electricity shone brightly all over. King smiled, and the huge iron rope suddenly flicked. The heavy and huge black shadow was thrown out of the sea. He fell heavily on the port. That is responsible for sitting in the G5 fortress. As soon as he received the alert, he rushed out without hesitation. Beast Kaido? BD. Sakazuki's eyes shrank sharply, full of anger. His complexion changed drastically. I recognized Kaido, a comatose beast who was thrown there. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and glared at King. What do you mean? Naval Headquarters, Sakazuki Vice Admiral, right. Sitting on Kaido, the beast. Looking at Sakazuki, whose face turned gloomy with a smile, King slowly said, I'm here to receive the reward. Chapter 150. Receive a reward. Guru. No, isn't it? I defeated Kaido, the monster. On the port of the G5 fortress. An elite named Marine was shocked. Some people couldn't believe it. They looked at the behemoth Kaido, which was tied up like a zongzi, like 5 flowers tied by a thick iron rope, and through there. I couldn't help but look at the tall figure sitting on the monster Kaido, which looked relaxed, but awe-inspiring. Cold sweat came out. But a small number of generals have a dark complexion. He glared at King. Receiving a reward? The BD of Beast Kaido can't be killed. Didn't King, the president of the mercenary guild, send them here to cause them trouble? A whole Sakazuki's face turned dark and gloomy. Both eyes stared at King almost like a fire. Me is full of hot bubbles of red magma, thick smoke billowing. Let the surrounding air temperature continue to rise sharply. Verify the body, please show Marshal Kong. Looking at King deeply. Taking a deep breath, Sakazuki turned irritated to irritated. But he didn't forget his accusation and identity, and he did not hesitate to instruct the generals beside him in a deep voice. Yes. Any pirate who is offered a reward by Marine. Taken by bounty hunters to the base under Marine to receive the reward. There is no reason to refuse. This will also undermine Marine's prestige. It is precisely this way that Sakazuki is so angry. Even more shocked by the terrible strength of King. Yesterday I heard that this guy took the head of the Red Earl and went to the world government. Today, I brought Kaido, an unkillable monster, to the G5 fortress to receive a reward. It is really daunting. The other party is out of the box, absolutely deliberate. In my heart, I felt a little aggrieved. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Pangu City, between power. A world government official ran over with sweat and trembling. Kneeling down and saluting, panting, Your Excellency 5 elders. What's in a panic, it's nothing. The long white-beard 5 elders who was making tea yelled displeasedly. I'm very sorry, just a few minutes ago, King, the president of the Kin Mercenary Guild, suddenly came to the G5 fortress with Kaido, the unconscious beast, to receive a reward. The official in suit and leather shoes ignored the petition, and quickly reported the news that Cypherpol's Supreme Chief Zero had just received it and asked him to report it. What? Beast Kaido? How can this be? 5 elders, who had been sitting there one after another, preparing to drink tea after work, couldn't help but get up suddenly. Some looked at the government official in disbelief. Are you sure you are not kidding? The cold gaze was full of majesty, and the bald five elders who was caring for the love knife first generation ghostly pushed his glasses and asked in a deep voice. It was only in the morning that he and the beast Kaido were in the middle of the New World Bernish-Nisha. With the news of the sea battle, in a blink of an eye, in the afternoon he had brought Kaido to the G5 branch located in the first half of New World to receive the reward. It's true. The government official ignored the cold sweat, and hurriedly said loudly, now Sakazuki Vice Admiral is asking Marshal Kong for instructions. What should I do? After all, Kaido is an unkillable monster. Maybe when he wakes up, he will have a big deal. Trouble. Furthermore, according to Cypher Paul's undercover agent at Marine, King who defeated the monster Kaido seems unscathed. Insert. That BD. Upon hearing this, his pupils shrank sharply. Five elders couldn't help being surprised. The strength of King surpassed their imagination. Fortunately, they still want to pick up the bargain. If the trump card of Cypher Paul is really passed, I am afraid that there will be big trouble. Tell Sora, give him the bounty. The five looked at each other. Five elders, who wears a flat hat and hung a cane, looked bad and said indifferently, the world government can't speak without words, and judging from the fact that the Red Earl Rider's affairs have been raging early in the morning, maybe the Guy King I have already passed the anger with other news media. After all, Marine represents the righteous image of the world government. He really caught the pirate Kaido with a bounty of more than 1 billion and sent it to the base under the jurisdiction of naval headquarters. If it is an excuse not to give him the bounty, I'm afraid that the news of Marine's dishonesty will fly all over the sky tomorrow, which will also undermine the prestige of the world government, and may even push the mercenary guild into the opposite of the government. The issue is the BD of Beast Kaido. The world government has already tried various methods. Just can't kill him. Once you wake up, maybe when you will break free again and make a big noise in the G5 branch. At that time, maybe the loss will be heavy. This makes five elders really annoyed. That damn king was absolutely deliberate. As for the Kaido, let Sora take care of it himself, and we won't leapfrog the command. Yes. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. In the magnificent Naval Headquarters building. Inside the Marshal's office. Please tell Lord Five Elders, I know what to do. Kong puts down the phone worm with a serious face. I looked at the Admiral Buddha Sengoku who had just returned. The faces of both of them turned dark. I didn't expect that King would have such strength. At present, as naval headquarters, the only Admiral Sengoku is shocked and jealous, saying, the Mercenary Guild, such a force that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government, has risen too fast. Intelligence channels are spread across the world and the Grand Line. It is clearly an early plan. For a long time, it really makes people have to be vigilant. The existence of the Mercenary Guild seemed to hit Marine in the face. If the pirates are all the mercenaries and bounty hunters their turn to solve, what do they want Marine to do? Didn't you slap your face in the red one fruit, saying that they Marine is incompetent? Moreover, Sengoku does not think that King will kindly act as a scavenger for the world government. The other party can never simply take a fancy to those bounties. In all likelihood, he is an ambitious guy with another purpose. Instead of you and me, there is no absolute certainty to defeat Ryder's house. Kong's face was solemn, not to mention killing him directly in 1.9. Especially, Kaido's strength has become stronger in recent years. With that monster-like physique and terrible resilience, even if we alone dare not say that we can suppress him, he was so easily defeated in a blink of an eye. That king was suppressed, and there were no obvious injuries. It is really unbelievable. The beast Kaido, sent to the Impel Down prison, will be avoided. I don't know how many of the huge prison ships sunk by that BDR. Let Polo Salino rush to the G5 branch immediately and take Kaido away from the G5 fortress with Sakazuki. Try to kill that guy with all your strength. Now that the person has been sent over, the huge bounty has also been paid. Even if there is little hope, but you have to try harder before you are reconciled. After all, it is impossible to let the monster Kaido make trouble all the time. Sooner or later we must find out the weakness of this guy and figure out a way to kill him. Chapter 151. Extra. Extra. The strongest man on the surface is born. Great shock. After Earl Red, another monster was suppressed by King. The president of the mercenary guild King, the only man who can compete head-on with the world's strongest man Whitebeard. The man who had failed several times, the captain of Pirates Beasts Kaido, suffered another fiasco and was sent to the G5 branch to receive a reward. The nightmare of the pirate. The incarnation of Justice King. Well-deserved king of mercenaries. King once again suppresses New World monster Kaido. Unharmed. The overwhelming power of the strongest man on the surface King. The next day. Early in the morning, there were overwhelming news. As the wine spread to the world's newspapers, it spread to a lot of rumors. Looking at the beast Kaido in the newspaper that was tied up by the president of the Mercenary Guild King and hung on the sea, countless people regretted it. Shocked inexplicably, his mouth opened wide. Some can't believe it. In a word, you don't have to worry about anything, just blow me desperately. How to shock, how to blog people's eyeballs. Even if you blow me 18 so that you can punch Whitebeard and kick Marine Admiral, I can stand it. With King's permission and instruction, Morgans naturally let go of his scruples. On the newspapers issued by the World Economic Society, desperately blowing to King and the Mercenary Guild. Anyway, bragging and not wanting money, even if King and the Mercenary Guild were slapped in the face by then, it would not be the World Economic News Agency's face. After all, King's current record is sufficiently convincing. It seems that the Mercenary Guild has become side by side with the real maritime overlord Marine on this sea. That BD. He is the incarnation of justice, so what are we Marine? It's so shameless. Many Marines looked at them, and their faces were darkened. Can't help but gnash his teeth. Kong, Buddha's Sengoku and other naval headquarters. It was even more angry. It's just going to blow up. Hey, hello, is it true? Just kidding. Isn't it just said yesterday that the head of the Red Earl was taken off? Guru. Suppress Kaido of the beasts without injury, he is the real monster, right? The strongest man on the surface. Ha ha ha, you deserve to be the president of the Mercenary Guild, King, I am looking forward to it more and more. The king of mercenaries, well deserved. If only those damn New World pirates were killed by Lord King. I have decided, I want to join the Mercenary Guild, and I also want to become a powerful mercenary. Awesome! The Mercenary Guild is really amazing. Yes, Lord King is much better than those incompetent Marines. Long live Lord King! Cheers to Lord King! Cheers to the strongest on the surface! Around the world, countless people stared at the shocking news in the newspaper. Can't help but believe it. Many young people have flushed faces and are full of excitement. Completely transformed into a mercenary guild, transformed into a fan of King. Some people even wanted to find a stronghold of the Mercenary Guild on the spot and become a glorious mercenary, and even wanted to join the Mercenary Guild directly and become a member of the guild. It's still like yesterday. Morgans printed a large number of Mercenary Guild leaflets and sent them out in newspapers. The most powerful thing is that King was very rude and directly used the Kaido to pose and sat on the body of Kaido. Think of it as a slave and ride on it. That photo really stimulated many people. Marie Joyce. Pangu City, between power. Incarnation of justice? What does he want to do? That damn BD, he did this. Where did he put naval headquarters? Where did he put world government? He must be warned and asked to stop such behavior immediately. Looking at the brand new newspaper delivered, 5 elders patted the table. All were furious, and some couldn't sit still. 0. You immediately send someone to warn that BD Morgans, and if you dare to report such a random report, you will directly block his World Economic Society. Long Whitebeard's 5 elders turned black. Directly let Cypher Paul come forward and warn the World Economic Society seriously. Such behavior by King has undoubtedly touched the bottom line of the world government. If it were not for the power of the Mercenary Guild, I was afraid that Marine would be dispatched directly on the spot. That Morgans knows what the world government is taboo, but the overwhelming reports made 5 elders even more annoyed. As one of the giants in the dark world, the World Economic Society has great influence in itself, and the Master has a huge number of distribution channels that cannot be effectively prevented. In order to prevent the World Economic Society from breaking the net, trying to discredit the government, incite the people, and cause immeasurable consequences, the world government cannot easily move him. There is also the fact that they have always been close to the monsters of New World, relying on the deterrence of the big pirates of New World. Will they be so unafraid? Now there is an unfathomable mercenary guild. Gitu Sanku, that guy is very cautious. Even if the CP agent was sent, the arrest or assassination of Morgans succeeded. As long as the World Economic Society is not directly wiped out, I am afraid that the second Morgans will immediately jump out. Unless the world government is determined, it really can't help this guy. Of course, if you really make up your mind to clean up the World Economic News Service, it will not be a difficult task. At most, if there are fish that slip through the net, the impact may be relatively large. But that's it. A giant in the news industry. The foundation of the world government cannot be shaken. Yes. The CPO chief executive Ling received the order from 5 elders and did not rush to leave. He hesitated for a moment, and still reported, Master 5 elders, Saint Anthony's Saint White Poplar, seems to have turned around in East Blue, speculating from the direction, I am afraid he is going directly to New World. Anthony. The blonde 5 elders raised his eyebrows, is that kid restless again? 647 No, shouldn't he want to challenge that king? 5 elders, the beautiful head of the big 8 character who, changed his face when he thought of something. These days, the world government has just kept touting Saint Anthony. Almost regarded him as the image spokesperson of celestial dragons on this sea. In order to brush the New World people's cognition and bad impression of the world's nobles. If at this time, that guy really wants to challenge King, once the fiasco is spread, the prestige that the world government and celestial dragons have finally recovered, will be immeasurable losses. He must be stopped. Folding his brows, the flat hat 5 elders said solemnly, sticking his cane. Call him and ask him clearly about that guy's intentions. If he really wants to challenge King, immediately ask him to stop this stupid behavior for me. The 5 elders of the big 8 character who looked bad, and sternly ordered to the 0 in front of him, the beast Kaido has been defeated, and he can't even add some obvious injuries to the king. He has fought with the beast Kaido for 10 days. What is he who can't beat the opponent at night? You know, that guy now represents not only himself, but also the face of world government and celestial dragons. Tell me to tell him, pirate hunter André Aries, who has not risen before, can have defeats. The elder Whitebeard 5 elders carried his hands on his back and couldn't resist, but Donquixote Saint Anthony, who has now become the spokesperson of the descendants of the Creator and the blood of the gods, must never fail again, understand? Yes. Chapter 152. New World. The Eternal Island. The highest level of the huge castle. Oh! Gorgeous living room. The restored Saint Anthony sat on the sofa, embracing Gerfia, a beautiful and glamorous maid who just rushed over from East Blue. Can't help but chuckle, Humph, are you afraid that I will lose? Congratulations, Your Highness. Leaning on Saint Anthony, holding a brand new newspaper in his hand, beautiful eyes glanced over it. Gerfia looked at this handsome highness, smiled and said, You are now the strongest on the surface. She is sincerely happy for her royal highness. As the shield beside Saint Anthony, Gerfia knew it well. This highness has come to this step, how much effort has been put into it, and the blood and sweat that no one knows have shed again. Several times, I almost lost my life. If it weren't for Angel's abilities, perhaps Saint Anthony's cruel sharpening of himself would have already abolished himself. As a world nobleman who was born with the highest privileges, this is unimaginable. It's just blown out. Even if it is a little deliberate flattery, that is the strength displayed by His Highness, and it has been recognized by the people. Gurfia chuckled and shook his head. In her mind, Her Royal Highness is the god who wants the master to step on the mountain with the highest power in the world sooner or later. However, I am not in a hurry to trouble Whitebeard right now. Even if he was sure to beat Whitebeard, Saint Anthony didn't intend to win the opponent grandiosely. Excessive strength will only cause the world government to be highly vigilant and alert, and try to restrain the development of mercenary guilds. Of course, King will never fail. Shiryu and the Gopher had secretly transported out the world destroyer Burndy world that was held in ice yesterday, and replaced it with a corpse about the same size as the other to ensure that it would not be easily found. 1. Gurfia reported, "At present, we have transferred and imprisoned the Mad Dog world on the Saint Poplar. Be careful, don't let this guy escape, otherwise it will be a little troublesome." Saint Anthony tapped Gurfia's red lips and smiled slightly. "Well, it doesn't matter, when the situation here stabilizes, I have Shiryu sitting down, and I can almost get out." He didn't intend to be bound by the identity of the strongest man on the surface king. "By the way, Your Highness, Naval Headquarters has sent the hero Garp to the West Blue Flower Country to inspect green peppers." "Oh." Saint Anthony raised an eyebrow. "Those guys, are they on purpose? It looks like the green pepper guy is going to suffer again." Far in West Blue, the country of flowers. A huge marine battleship lay sideways there. On the bow, the dog biting the bone sign directly declared the identity of the commander of the warship. "Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Hero Garp." "Garp Vice Admiral, the headquarters of the 8 Treasure Water Army in the Land of Flowers is here. Are you there yet?" Holding a bag of donuts in his hand, he couldn't help but stuff it into his mouth. Garp, dressed in justice in a black suit, just stepped off the battleship and asked carelessly, "Where is the green pepper guy? Have you notified them?" "Yes." "Garp." There was a loud shout, accompanied by strong whines. The violent figure hit Garp fiercely. It was a sharp nose cone. Moreover, I couldn't help turning and roaring violently. "Covered with armament haki. Make people change color." Sure enough, as in the rumors, has the spike of green pepper, your fellow, recovered. Garp didn't change his face and grinned. The right fist immediately covered haki. Outrageously. Boom. Terrifying vigor. Can't help but explode. The whole land was crushed to pieces. The wind was raging, and people couldn't open their eyes. Garp was caught off guard because he didn't charge much before. He was forced out. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. "Is devil fruit capable?" "Yo-hoo-hoo!" I proudly patted his spinning steel drill cone nails, and the energetic cone of the green pepper sneered, "Garp, in front of the cone nails that have gained the ability to drill fruits, your iron fist is no more, lousy. I'm not here to trouble you." Garp was calm, and continued to take out the donuts from the snack bag and took a bite. He said indifferently, "It's just that the above asked the old man to investigate whether your guy's strength has regressed, and see if he is eligible to be included in the 7 warlords of the sea, otherwise I don't want to come to see you." BD Garp, woohoo woohoo. Cone of green pepper burst into tears, tears flowing out like money. Then he glared at Garp fiercely, without concealing his hatred, "It has caused me pain for so many years, do you want to forget it? Do you know that facing the treasure, you can't even touch the pain?" Really? Garp dug his nostrils there in an unimaginable way. He flicked the bullet and said, "That's really sorry. But the voice just fell. It's useless if you apologize, Lao Zi won't let it go, Garp. The enraged green pepper of the cone rushed out directly. The cone nail on the head turned into a bit instantly and turned vigorously. Driven by the fierce wind pressure, torn the atmosphere, and slammed into Garp ahead. Today Lao Zi is going to drill through your proud iron fist, Garp. 8 Chong Boxing Steel Drill Pin Cone Dragon, Wang Ma Zhao. Garp Vice Admiral. The faces of the Marines on the warship changed. Although it is clear about the strength of this Garp Vice Admiral, but still involuntarily yelled there. You guys are really small. For the hatred of the green pepper of the cone, I was slightly surprised. But considering that you are behind your own warship, if you retreat, the warship will be destroyed by the green pepper of the cone in all likelihood. Garp, who was unavoidable, suddenly became solemn. No longer being polite, he slammed his fist suddenly. Fist and iron fist. Announced in a blink of an eye. Covered with armament haki, it turned sharply, and there couldn't help the roaring steel drill taper nails. It collided with that dark iron fist that was overwhelming. Boom! Woohoo wow! Chapter 153. What happened to West Blue? Even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Saint Anthony can imagine how miserably the green pepper of cone was abused by Garp. After all, the strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. However, that afternoon, the world government held a press conference to announce that the green pepper, the 10th second-generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, who has offered a reward of more than 500 million Baileys, has been promoted to the 7 warlords of the sea sequence. His Royal Highness, it is said that the world government has ordered people to contact other prominent pirates. On the Eternal Island, Gurfia, who rubbed his shoulders for Saint Anthony, whispered, Eagle-Eye Dracula my hawk, West Blue Hero Gecko Moria, etc. Obviously, the emergence of the Mercenary Guild, and its demonstrated strength, makes the world government a little anxious. The need to speed up the improvement is not only to slow down the pirates who are in chaos on the sea, but to use the pirates to restrain the pirates, but more to deter the world government franchise countries and non-participation countries in disguise, with special features. The schedule of the 7 warlords of the sea sequence, which was born out of political significance. It is necessary to create 4 major forces to maintain the balance of the 647 situation in the sea. At the same time, the restraints show strong strength. Most of the mercenary guilds that can establish a foothold in New World and the forces of New World are growing like snowballs. The pirate forces headed by Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Eagle-Eye Dracula. My hawk. Saint Anthony said faintly, the previous guy has repeatedly refused my solicitation. When he was the pirate hunter Andre Aries, he once defeated the opponent. It's not that I haven't tried to recruit Hawkeye my hawk. After all, this guy is a talent with extremely high potential. But I'm used to being free, and I always like to be alone, with an eagle eye above the top, and I don't want to succumb to others. He has refused his solicitation several times. His Royal Highness, do you need me to go there personally? Gurfia asked. If there are 2 powerhouses, Hawkeye and Shiryu of Rain, Saint Anthony can withdraw early and return to the Saint Poplar. Believe that the guy Kaido, the beast, has realized the gap between himself and King. In a short period of time, it is obvious that there will be no more insults from others. After all, although looking rough and brutal, Kaido is by no means a foolish man. If he really angered King repeatedly and directly entered Wano Kuni, his beast's pirates would also suffer heavy losses. And the Whitebeard pirate group and the Big Mom pirate group, let alone naturally. Before there was a head-on collision with the Mercenary Guild. The bloody record of Red Earl Rider and Kaido is shocking. No matter how fearful the Mercenary Guild is, and do not want it to gain a foothold in New World, it is impossible to act rashly. No, I will go personally. First, show your sincerity, second, come. With a faint smile, he patted Gurfia's hand. Saint Anthony stood up, full of unspeakable strength and domineering. This time, I won't allow him to refuse. A dazzling electric glow was all over his body. Pala pala. The body shape has changed. The bones kept making noises, and in a blink of an eye they rose to more than 3 meters. Great changes have taken place in his face. On the majestic and solemn left face, 3 hideous and blatant claw marks show his identity to others. Take off the head of the Red Earl Rider, and suppress the beast Kaido with overwhelming power. Now he is crowned the president of the Mercenary Guild with the title of the strongest man on the surface - King. When I come back, you can go to East Blue again, it won't be long anyway. Yes. Bibj, at present, the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, in addition to the garrison left behind, he was appointed as the leader of the Flame Mercenary Group, Weiss, the deputy commander of the Flame Mercenary Group, and the deputy of the Holy Light Mercenary Group Commander Chris and other cadres have each led Derma's army on a battleship to go to the Grand Line and all over the world to complete the Mercenary Guild just received. Those commissioned. Even the 13-year-old Jess, the 17-year-old Enel, Tizalo, Weibul, etc., were sent out by him to follow the fleets that carried out the mission. After all, cultivation is a process of long-term accumulation and precipitation. Interjection. But it also needs actual combat to sharpen and verify the results. If it were these guys, they would die so easily. It's not worthy of his attention either. The first half of the Grand Line. Adjacent to the Com Belt, Impel Down Prison. Inside the director's office. A tall, bold, and grandiose figure, dressed in a pitch-black chief uniform and decorated with devil wings, sat there. The young director of Impel Down Howard, Will frowned. Looking at the resignation report delivered to the desk, his eyes turned to the man in front of him. Shiryu, do you really want to resign and leave? With both hands on the desk, looking directly at Shiryu standing there, Howard Will said solemnly, you have to think about it. You must know that this time the Golden Lion escape will not affect you. I and the guards Long is the first responsible person. If you stay, I will recommend you to be the next head of Impel Down. I have considered it very clearly, Director. The indifferent Shiryu of Rain was indifferent to Howard and Will's retention, and said directly, if I continue to stay, my future can be foreseeable. I don't want to spend the next half of my life here. He didn't want to waste time in the ghost place of Impel Down anymore. If you want to gain a higher position in the future, it is bound to show your greater value. Otherwise, sooner or later they will be excluded from the core of Saint Anthony's banner. Really? Everyone has their own ambitions. It seems that Impel Down is not for you. Diandi Huawir looked at Shiryu of Rain with a pity, and said solemnly again, if you want to transfer to Marine, I can recommend it to Marshal Kong. He is very aware of Yuji Shiryu's strength and extremely high potential, and wants to keep the opponent in the system under the government. I appreciate your kindness. Yuji Shiryu declined directly. There are too many rules and regulations in Marine. It's far less comfortable than in the newly formed Mercenary Guild. He bowed to Howard Weir in front of him, and said, Director Will, I have given you a lot of trouble in Impel Down over the years, I'm really sorry. Chapter 154. The first half of New World. Korluk Island. A resolute young man with short black hair, wearing a burgundy-patterned shirt and white trousers, was sitting under a big tree reading a newspaper silently. What's amazing is that he has a pair of eagle-like sharp yellow eyes. It makes people afraid to look at it. And on the sidelines, there was a huge and magnificent black knife inlaid with precious stones. Eagle Eye Jorah Kermai Hawk. Before the era of the Great Pirates, it had already emerged. After the opening of the Great Pirate Age, it has risen at an astonishing speed, challenging those who have been famous for a long time. Now only 21 years old, he is already a famous swordsman with amazing strength and superb swordsmanship. And that black knife is even more extraordinary. It is one of the legendary supreme knives. Are you here again? My hawk's eyes were calm. There was steady footsteps, and he didn't look back. I was a little impatient, and said lightly, "Say again, I refuse your invitation." "That won't work." With a calm voice, my hawk froze. Ran looked back. After seeing the visitor clearly, his pupils shrank sharply. Subconsciously, he grabbed the black sword knight placed aside, and his whole body became tight. Feel the great pressure. But more is the bold and fierce fighting spirit. President of the Mercenary Guild King. He stared sharply at the tall and majestic figure in front of him. He paused and said with a solemn expression, "Unexpectedly, a small person like me would let you come here in person, really flattered." Before the establishment of the Mercenary Guild, it had already sent someone to contact him. At that time, although the opponent boasted how powerful King was, he simply sneered at it. Directly refused. Unexpectedly, the man called King was really so strong. Even the savage New World monsters are not opponents. First, he took off the first-class fame of Earl Red. Then, in a blink of an eye, he once again captured the monster Kaido, the monster that was rumored to be unkillable. In a short period of time, he was directly awarded the title of the strongest man on the surface. You are not a small person. Threads of electric light jumped. King shook his head and smiled faintly. Not long ago, but another long-famous swordsman was defeated by you, Dracula my hawk, known as the Hawkeye Man. I'm the wanted pirate of the world government offering a reward. Your mercenary guild should help the world government catch those offering criminals, right?" Holding a black knife in the night, Hawkeye my hawk said solemnly. "That's just one of the businesses." King smiled faintly. "Furthermore, you have misunderstood a little. The Mercenary Guild has never been a scavenger of the world government. From the very beginning, the goal of the Mercenary Guild was to become a third-party force that can compete with the world government, and even make it jealous, but not a pirate. As for the bounty on you, it is not difficult to get the world government to revoke your general group. What if I refuse?" Hawkeye my hawk spoke quietly. "The president of the dignified Mercenary Guild came here in person, still recruiting pirates like him. Obviously it is not so easy to refuse. Since I came here in person, there is absolutely no reason to go home empty-handed. You do have extremely high aptitude. Maybe one day you can really aspire to the throne of the world's largest swordsman after the Golden Lion, but it's still a long way from now." King made no secret of his strength, looked directly at Hawkeye my hawk, and said, "You can refuse, but I don't mind interrupting your hands and feet, detain them, and slowly wait for you to yield." If Hawkeye dared to refuse, he may not really imprison this guy, waiting for the other party to succumb. It will use a more cruel way. Has the qualification to become the world's largest swordsman. I believe that the Hawkeye my hawk's genes will not be much worse than the Red Earl and Golden Lion. If he refuses, he will not solicit patiently. But don't mind turning to the eagle eye of the second generation. How about, think about it? Don't think about it. A sharp black knife lay in front of him. Hawkeye's sharp eyes stared at King in front of him. The fierce momentum continued to rise. I want to feel the difference between myself and the strongest on the surface. Good. King chuckled lightly. Still relaxed and freehand, stand there. But it happened that Hawkeye couldn't take it lightly, and the invisible pressure made his hair stand up and his nerves tense. Flying dragon. The dark and gorgeous black knife. 4 flowers. He rushed up high and suddenly pierced the atmosphere with a knife. He slashed over. Call out. Eye-catching light green slash. Light up the sky and tear the earth apart. The huge dragon-shaped sword pressed down and roared with its teeth and claws. Charge straight towards King. Interesting. His eyes lit up slightly. King looked calm. It doesn't seem to be fast or slow, but it's as fast as lightning. A palm, outrageously shot out. Haki, invisible to the naked eye, spewed out in an instant. Boom boom. The dazzling light. It makes people unable to open their eyes and look directly at it. But in the sharp gaze of Hawkeye, his blow that was enough to cut the sea was directly blocked by King's understatement. Ming hu hu. The violent wind raged endlessly. The astonishing sword pressure shook the earth and cracked it. The bottomless ravine-like cut marks made people sweat. How? Unscathed King, the electric light flashes. Looking at the gaze in front of him, my hawk, who couldn't believe it, asked faintly, "Do you want to continue?" If you continue, he doesn't mind being serious. But when the time comes, the other party will suffer a bit. No need. Close the knife cleanly. He Daoye received behind him and came to King. With sharp eyes like a falcon, he stared at the man who was too strong and inviolable to predict. My hawk was proud of fighting, and said solemnly, "I will stay in the mercenary guild before becoming the world's #1 swordsman and defeating you." He is still full of spirits right now. I don't think I will be worse than anyone. Give him time with confidence and he can definitely aspire to the position of the world's largest swordsman. Then challenge King, the strongest man on the surface. Then I am on the throne of the strongest, waiting for you to challenge. King smiled confidently. If you are truly strong, you are afraid of the challenges of others. What kind of strong is that? Hawkeye is constantly improving, has he stopped? Welcome to join the Mercenary Guild, Dracula my hawk. Chapter 155. Hawkeye joins my hawk. Let the people leading the Mercenary Guild, Brad, and others who were performing tasks far away could not help being surprised. After all, although Hawkeye is young, he has a good reputation in New World and is a veritable swordsman. The strength has long been widely recognized. This is the life card for the guild headquarters Eternal Island Milos Island, as well as the lightning medal that only members of the Mercenary Guild are eligible to wear, the relevant roster to be issued by the Mercenary Guild, and the rules and regulations of the Mercenary Guild, etc. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Gurfia, who was temporarily taking the place of King to prevent people from making trouble, had already left. In a spacious hall, Hawkeye, who just joined the Mercenary Guild, followed King to the Eternal Island, and was visiting the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. It is full of dazzling arrays and magnificent. But 650 he was quickly attracted by two things. That is the sudden shrinkage of pupils. The whole person stayed there. On the second floor, only the core cotters inside can enter the hall. Two extremely sharp knives crossed and placed on the wall. The murderous air is shocking. Sakura-ten, wood dry, did he look at King in amazement? Some can't believe it. Can't help but gush out the chill. The story of Golden Lion Shiki's escape from prison has already been raged. He had seen those two famous swords in the newspaper. It was definitely not lost before, but it was the two famous swords that accompanied him to the throne of the world's largest swordsman and escaped from the deep-sea prison. Since Golden Lion escaped from prison, there has been no news at all. In order to maintain their own face and prestige, the world government originally tried to conceal and divert the heat about the escape of Golden Lion, but was concealed by the rise of the Mercenary Guild, which also let them breathe a sigh of relief in disguise. But I didn't expect that the two famous swords of Golden Lion, Sakura-ten and Myokong, are here. It was used as a decoration by King, the president of the Mercenary Guild. It looks like you recognize these two swords. Sitting on the sofa, the corners of King's mouth rose. He knew that my hawk, as a swordsman, knew these two swords in all likelihood, so he deliberately brought him here. The palm is shining with electric light. Two famous swords placed on the wall flew over involuntarily in an instant. Threw it at Hawkeye my hawk. If you want to see it, just watch it. Anyway, I'm not a swordsman. Sakura-ten and Wood Withered, all ranked in the 20 sharp swordsmanship. The degree of preciousness is indeed extraordinary. Especially the two are added together. An ordinary swordsman. One of the famous swords, one of the big knives, can be found. It is already lucky. But Hawkeye already has a supreme sharp sword like Hideo yet, and he doesn't need Sakura Ten and Mew with her. I believe that in the future, people who are qualified to inherit these two famous swords can be found. I caught Sakura Ten and Muku, and looked at them. My hawk recognized at a glance, this was the real Sakura Ten and the wood withered, and he couldn't make a mistake. I couldn't help but took a deep breath and looked at King, who was sitting there with the old god. President, have you killed the Golden Lion? Red Earl, Golden Lion, Kaido. The record of the man in front of him is simply chilling. That guy didn't hesitate to cut off his legs and get rid of the sea stone anklet to escape from prison. Although he still has the ability of lion fruit, his strength has long been not as good as before. It is no longer the previous Golden Lion, and is basically abolished. King did not respond to my hawk positively, but said so with a bit of sarcasm and disdain. Even if he lost his legs, but was able to escape from Impel Down, which is known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, his strength can still be seen in Madara. My hawk thought that Golden Lion was really killed by King, but it was not disclosed. Although I don't know why, but I don't mean to ask more. After visiting Sakura Ten and Mugwa, he returned him to King. I was full of emotions in my heart. The old lions roared all over the world, and the legend of the once legendary Golden Lion Shiki was like that of Red Earl Rider. In front of his eyes, this man seemed to have suddenly appeared, full of mystery and unknown men, and ended. If it is spread out, I'm afraid it will cause a huge sensation. The mercenary guild will set up 2 vice presidents. You must be a mercenary above S rank to be qualified to serve. It is up to you to sit in the future. Hang back the 2 famous swords, Sakura Ten and Muku. King smiled faintly. Vice President. The eagle eye was calm and light, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It sounds good. He didn't have much interest in power itself, but becoming a mercenary above Super S rank was a good challenge. If you want to become the vice president of a mercenary guild, you must at least have the power of a monster. The vice president of the mercenary guild, not everyone can serve. At least so far, neither Eagle Eye nor Rain Shiryu have such qualifications. Looking at Hawkeye my hawk, King said directly, if you are sure in the future, the mercenary guild can set up a broadcast station for you to openly challenge swordsmen from all over the world, and then seek the throne of the world's largest swordsman. If the guild held a sensational kendo conference, I think it would be quite interesting. It will definitely be an unprecedented grand occasion that attracts worldwide attention. King chuckled slightly. He is considering whether he will participate in the identity of Saint Anthony in the future. However, it seems a bit of a drop in price. Although he has not weak swordsmanship himself. But after all, he didn't have such a sincere kendo heart as Yunjian. From the beginning, Saint Anthony had no plans for Ishin to take the kendo path. The world's #1 swordsman. Muttered softly as if talking to himself. Eagle Eye confidently said, this day, it won't be too long. He was strong in fighting spirit and looked at King. After he becomes the world's #1 swordsman, he will definitely challenge this strongest man on the surface. Then I can look forward to it. King said with a smile. It just so happens that there is a swordsman with good abilities, and he will rush over soon. Maybe you will have a good opponent at that time. What he said was naturally Shiryu of Rain, who had just resigned and was approved. As a paramecia Shiryu who rejects the fruit ability, the strength cannot be underestimated. At least for the current Hawkeye, it is not easy to beat the opponent. Oh! The Deputy Chief Warden of Impel Down, no, the former Deputy Chief Warden. Upon hearing this, my hawk's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, King even dug up the Deputy Chief of Impel Down, which was unbelievable. Cannot help but give birth to interest. Shiryu of Rain, I really heard about it. Chapter 156. The first half of the Grand Line. A huge pirate ship moved slowly. Above, a skull flag with a flamingo pattern is hung. On the bow, there is a statue of a flamingo. It symbolizes that this is a pirate ship belonging to the Flamingo Pirate Group. Pika, turn the rudder to the left, at 3 o'clock. Dressed in a black and white dress with a mime actor and a top hat, Lafitte, who was a little too white, was holding a single scope and was observing the surrounding sea. From time to time, I looked at some shabby and yellow nautical charts in my hands. Learn. He is sturdy and tall with a rough face. The young man who was wearing gold armor and wavy hair responded. The voice is a little hoarse. But it's not as bad as expected. Captain Dover, I believe it won't be long before we can reach Jeonju Island. Is it finally here? On the spacious training ground. Chi-18 is shirtless, sweating like rain, and is struggling with a physique, tall and slender figure. Grinning, glanced at the dark figure on the other side of the deck, constantly beating the iron pillars and practicing physical skills, and couldn't help but grinned, xiao xiao do xiao xiao, I can't wait. Surprisingly, it was Doflamingo who had just led the Flamingo Pirates into the Grand Line. Affected by Saint Anthony, and stimulated by the overwhelming news recently, he did not relax in his practice. The sailing matters were handed over to the command of Lafitte as a navigator. Concentrate on exercising. These days, he specially brought Lafitte and others. From the list given to him by Saint Anthony, a few good guys were selected. Among them, it includes Capone Beeg, who is born in the West Blue Mafia and has the ability of Paramecia Castle Fruit. Bang! Bang! His whole body was black and shiny, shimmering with a metallic luster. His upper body was naked, with 2 tentacles on his head, covered with black fluff, which was a bit frightening. Brady, the Ant King, who kept hitting the iron pillars there, leaving exaggerated fist marks on it, making his head sweat, stopped hitting the iron pillars and touched his bald head with black needle-like fluff. Shave. He stomped on his feet. In an instant, he swept in front of Doflamingo. The fierce gaze was scarlet. He wore a peaked cap with the flamingo logo, covering his feet, showing sharp jagged teeth. I said, Boss Dover, is that golden horn really useful? As Zoan, the person who is capable of fruit for everyone, his body is an ant, and his learning ability is beyond Doflamingo's imagination. With that super high physical fitness, the master can easily shave his skills. These days, except for occasional madness, the temper is more grumpy. Most of the time, the performance is slightly normal. Howl, it depends on whether you are lucky enough, Brady. Doflamingo grinned. Regarding whether Brady can evolve again, he was looking forward to it. There is a situation, Marine has caught up. At this time, on the observation platform above the main mast, a member of the Flamingo Pirates who was in charge of the observation yelled downwards, 12 o'clock. Oh! He stood up and took the towel from the subordinate next to him. Wiping his sweat, Doflamingo couldn't help but sneered, did you catch up so soon? That old woman, is really lingering. Gucci Gooba, Captain, do you want to meet? One was carrying a sickle, a sturdy figure with a face like a ghost. Licking bloodthirsty lips. Bloodsickle Morris. He was a murderous murderer who was rewarded 30 million Bailey. Of course, the strength is actually quite not weak and does not match the bounty. Otherwise, it will not be selected by Doflamingo. I really did not hesitate to chase here from North Blue. Wearing a suit next to him, some short and chubby young figures dangling cigars, couldn't help but sneered. Hey! He was hunched over, hung with a cane, and wore a cloak with a circle, similar to a quilt. One of the cotters of the Flamingo Pirates, Toripole said wickedly, Na, I say, that old lady, what about the tenacious perseverance? Because of Saint Anthony's intervention, Doflamingo created the Flamingo Pirates. Whether it is Toripole or Diamante, they are just ordinary cotters, and their status is not that high. especially with the increasing number of cotters recruited by the Flamingo pirates. Their strength is not outstanding, and their status can be described as plummeting. No, it's not the time to go head-to-head with Marine, that woman's abilities are very difficult. Doflamingo, who has already dealt with Vice Admiral Crane, knows how difficult the opponent is. Put away the sails, he did not hesitate, and directly ordered Lafitte, Capone Beeg, Morris Bloodsickle and other cotters, start the outer ship propulsion device immediately. The tone is beyond doubt. His Flamingo. It's not an ordinary pirate ship. Instead, it was built by master craftsmen in the capital of Seven Waters using materials from the treasure tree atom, and then transformed by scientists under Saint Anthony, and installed an outer ship with a power propulsion device of 650. Although limited by limited fuel, the external wheel-powered propulsion device cannot last, but it is not comparable to ordinary warships. Enough to throw off the battleship of Vice Admiral Crane. Yes, Captain. Far on the other side of the sea, a battleship with a seagull flag is chasing after the Flamingo of the Flamingo pirates. Crane Vice Admiral, the Flamingo put away its sails and started the outer vessel. Doflamingo is going to flee again. A sturdy female marine stood up and saluted, wearing the marine justice cloak towards her head, looking at the newspaper. The aged Crane Vice Admiral reported loudly. What is surprising is that on this warship led by Crane, all of them are female marines. King, Mercenary Guild, the sea shouldn't be calm again. Putting down the newspaper, Vice Admiral frowned. In the news in the past 2 days, the appearance of the Mercenary Guild made her inevitably worried and vigilant. Especially the powerful strength displayed by King, the president of the Mercenary Guild, is really shocking. There is still a very long distance ahead of the town. The range of the naval guns of the warships is not enough, and even the outer ships are activated directly, and they continue to accelerate to escape, and they can't catch up with the Flamingo. Doflamingo, the cunning kid, broke into the Grand Line all the way. After that, he drove towards here without hesitation. What on earth do you want to do? Chapter 157. Roar. The beast roars in bursts. After a series of strange voyages, after dumping the Marine's Flamingo, it finally reached its destination. Stopped on the shore of the legendary Jeonju Island. But immediately he was surrounded by countless ferocious birds and beasts. Interesting. Doflamingo grinned, the red sunglasses reflecting the cold light. Kill it all at once. Capone Beeg sneered. With the right hand raised, a door opened. The mini Gatling gun was exposed on it. Roar. But there is still time to fire in the future. A dark silhouette of the murderous room rushed out wildly. The violent fist slammed into the giant elephant-headed. Bang! The huge elephant trunk flung over. Collide with that dark fist. But the next moment, the elephant wailed, its trunk dripping with blood. The brutal Brady suddenly grabbed his right leg and picked it up alive. Threw it into the distance fiercely. Roar! The elephant wailed when he fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Large swaths of smoke filled the air. Shave. Brady was surprisingly fast. In a blink of an eye, sharp teeth were like jagged teeth. It bit through the neck of a giraffe. Blood dripping. It's cruel. Roar. The lions, monkeys, tigers, and other beasts were enraged. He furiously rushed forward. Bites, bumps, and grabs Brady. Brady was furious. Constantly punching and bombarding. Relying on the terrifying power of the increase in human form, as well as the extremely strong exoskeleton and sharp jagged teeth. I have just started learning, but I have not yet mastered all 6 physical skills and special fighting skills. Animals wailed one after another. Was blasted away fiercely. It's a mess. Guji Guji. Carrying the scarlet scythe, Morris smiled strangely there, it's cruel. The sound of breaking through the air screamed. The ferocious breath continued to permeate. Lafitte turned his cane, smiled and said, the really interesting big guy has just arrived. In the distance, a huge body like a lion with golden horns, with huge wings, a majestic beast roaring there, galloping. The Buddha howl. Seeing the giant rushing, the glittering gold, eye-catching horns, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. Is that the Golden King on this island? Roar! The Beast King with golden horns and a unicorn is full of oppression and roars with anger. Fluttering and flying. The violent hurricane raged endlessly. It is amazingly fast. Brady, the king of ants, who was careless about the game, slammed into the air. Hit the mountain wall on the other side. Humans, why do you hurt my people? The Golden Beast King vomited. Looking at Doflamingo's group angrily. Can you still speak? Hehe, it's not a fur clan, this is a rare thing. Looked at the Golden Beast King. Capone Beeg, Diamante, Toripole, and others were surprised. I'm sorry, Lafitte said with a smile, we just want to borrow the golden horn on your head. Can you please hand it over? Is it really because of the crown? Don't think about it. The Golden Beast Master was furious. The four hooves stepped and rushed over. The golden chair corners shone with dazzling light. Unimaginable power burst out in an instant, and the ground collapsed. Hey haha! Brady rushed out unscathed. There was grinning, scarlet eyes filled the room, his fists clenched. A fist outrageously crushed the atmosphere. He slammed straight towards the Golden Beast King, who was coming straight, with endless anger, hand over the horns. He can know. Saint Anthony said. The pair of golden horns can make you stronger. Boom. Flavor. The earth collapsed. The violent power is shocking. One big and one small, two figures stood in stalemate there. The strong wind raged, and the rocks splashed out. Buddha Ziafo, he actually blocked Brady's guy, it really happened twice. Doflamingo laughed. He could directly experience how exaggerated the strength of that guy Brady was. If it wasn't for that guy who hadn't gone through a long time of systematic exercise, his strength gain was limited, and he only knew brute force, I'm afraid it would be even more amazing. Boom, boom. Two figures were constantly attacking violently there. With that violent power, Brady threw his fist violently. Start to gain the upper hand. Forcing the Golden Beast King to retreat continuously, he could only fly in the air with the huge wings. Can't help but wait for an opportunity to attack. Make Brady roar again and again. Feeling aggrieved. Brush. But at this moment, the Golden Beast Master roared. The pair of golden horns shined with dazzling light. That was in the surprised and inexplicable eyes of Doflamingo, Lafitte, and others. The dazzling golden ball of light contains violent power. Condensed from the double horns of the Golden Beast King. The extremely hot ball of light makes people stand up inexplicably. It shot out like lightning. It slammed into Brady. The King of Ants caught off guard. Boom! The energy light ball blasted out. It hit the rear. A small mountain was smashed to pieces. Large and small rubble splashed. Smoke and dust filled. Brady vomited blood. The fluffy chest was not only a little collapsed by the bombardment. There are even more scorched and burning traces, and there is smoke. I am scalded to death. You really surprised me, Naren. There was a smirk. Doflamingo rushed out. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it appeared in midair in an instant. The fist condensed the crushing power, and a pale white halo emerged. Carrying armament haki. Relentlessly, he slammed on the head of the unicorn lion that was about to flutter his wings and fly into the air without time to dodge. Boom! Roar! The giant unicorn lion wailed. The head was directly torn apart. The brain plasma mixed with blood and shot out, making the scalp numb. The huge beast body suddenly fell there. Ha ha ha, too cruel, Captain Dover with graffiti on his face, looking a little like a clown, Diamante, who was dressed like a gladiator, smiled wickedly there. Buddha Xiao Xiao, after all, this guy hurt my subordinate, Brady, go on. Doflamingo said. He pulled out the dazzling golden horns bloody from the head of the Beastmaster. It was thrown to Brady who was lying there, and Paya grinned. It's so FG painful. This is the golden horn that can become the king after eating it. Brady looked at the bloody golden horn in his hand, and without hesitation, opened the mouth of the sharp-toothed blood basin, and bit down hard. Wei ka wei. Ah! In a blink of an eye. The dazzling light is extremely dazzling. The tall, Wang Li's, body has expanded again. It became even more amazing, and the ground was cracked. Thick black animal hair grows all over, which is a bit frightening. Brady screamed in pain, and the golden special horns grew directly from the top of his head. Covered those two tentacles. Bright and dazzling. Feel the power of the golden horn. Roar! Brady roared to the sky, fiercely fierce. The golden horn shone with brilliance. The next moment, black and shiny head. It slammed into the ground with extreme violence. Boom! The whole land. In the gazes of Pika, Capone Beeg, Lafitte, and others with a little shock. It fell apart in an instant, and the field sank. Flavor, caca, and it continued to spread for profit. Even the coast where Doflamingo and the others are based has collapsed. Hey, Brady, UBD. Be careful, it's too messy. Even if you want to try its power, you have to change place. That leaves us nowhere to stand. Howl howl howl. Chapter 158. Several days passed by in a hurry. The eagle-eyed Mihawk, who rejected the solicitation of the world government and did not join 7 warlords of the sea, naturally could not hide the news of joining the mercenary guild. King didn't intend to hide it, and even greeted the world government specifically. Selling my face and revoking Hawkeye's wanted order is the basis for the friendly cooperation between the mercenary guild and the world government. Looking at the CP0 senior agent who was wearing a mask in front of him and was sent by the world government to question the mercenary guild, King said lightly, after all, the existence of the mercenary guild has really solved a lot of trouble for the world government. In the past few days alone, several pirate regiments have been wiped out in the fleets of the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World after receiving a mission. In contrast, the lonely Eagle Eye is not a vicious pirate. He has not done anything to burn, kill, or plunder. At most, he is an adventurer. There has been more than one conflict. This. Facing the legendary, the strongest man on the surface. An unrestrained anger, unresistible 650 momentum came. Even the rigorously trained CP0 senior agent felt a great deal of pressure, and the cold sweat couldn't stop the flow. I can't be the master. And the truthful report of CPO officials. Naturally, 5 elders, who was far away in the Holy Land Marie Joyce Pangu City, was extremely angry. This BD, openly soliciting pirates. 5 elders of the Big 8 character who, with a gloomy expression, what does he want to do? Do you really think that the world government can't help him? It seems that the development of the mercenary guild must be restrained, or sooner or later it will become a greater threat than the Whitebeard pirates. His eyes were dark and cold. Because of his face, where can the world government's face be put? 5 elders in a flat hat, hanging on a cane, said coldly and quietly, he thinks he is something, and he has the strongest surface by touting him, so he really thinks he can sit on an equal footing with the world government. Is he qualified to talk directly? Would you like to order the destruction of the strongholds of the Mercenary Guild on the first half of the Bibjay Road in the 4 Seas? Fingers crossed, the blonde 5 elders sitting on the sofa said in a deep voice. Although it is only scattered establishments, and most of them are hidden in the impossible zone, if you let it go, the influence of the Mercenary Guild will inevitably continue to expand. Stroking his neat goatee's beard, the serious-faced Whitebeard 5 elders muttered, order the joining countries first, without the permission of the world government, and will never allow the mercenary guild to cooperate and restrict its development. After all, he could not make up his mind to truly sanction the mercenary guild. Because King's demonstrated strength has made the world government jealous. But I can't let him be so arrogant anymore. Pushing his glasses, Bald Five Elders said, otherwise, this time he is only recruiting Eagle Eyes. Isn't it the next time he recruits Big Mom, Beijo Kaido, these vicious pirates, world government? I also want to sell him face and revoke the wanted orders of those guys directly. I didn't answer or ignored them in the past. On the naval headquarters side, send Polo Salino and Sakazuki, the headquarters of the mercenary guild used to represent the world government, to negotiate with him, and at the same time shock the Guy King. Both of them are monsters capable of representing the highest combat power of naval headquarters. They are also Logia like King, and it is also time to show the world government's heritage and strength to the outside world. By the way, let Kizaru and Akainu test the virtual reality of that king. Five Elders, a bald head with a big beard, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if you want to negotiate with the world government, it depends on whether he has that qualification. In contrast, naval headquarters is even more angry. King, that BD. Where do you put Marine? Where do you put Justice? Inside the Marshal's office. Kong and Admiral Sengoku are pale. Unexpectedly, the Mercenary Guild had just been established. From the beginning, it was under the banner of the third force that did not belong to the pirate camp. He dared to solicit pirates openly. Bolu Bolu. At this time, Kong's desk. A phone worm that rarely calls on weekdays rang. Moses Moses, I'm Marine Marshal Kong. Kong got through the phone worm. Empty, it's us. The phone worm simulates the silhouette of the long white-beard Five Elders. Sengoku next to him was surprised. Your Excellency Five Elders, may I have any instructions? Looking at this man who is highly valued by him and can be said to be the best candidate for the next generation of marshals, Kong did not let Sengoku retreat, but directly asked the phone worm in a deep voice. The Mercenary Guild has become too popular in recent days. It is too public and defiant. The world government will never allow the rise of a third force that is not under supervision and jurisdiction, which will affect the order and stability of the world, even the so-called strongest man on the surface. You arrange to send the two of Kizaru and Akainu, no, add another Aokiji. The negotiation team sent by the world government is escorted to leave as soon as possible to represent the world government to the Eternal Island to negotiate with the Mercenary Guild. Five Elders suddenly changed his mind. Full of strength and indifference. King's excessive publicity about the existence of Yang and the Mercenary Guild has made Five Elders a little jealous. Want to restrain its development. That ambitious guy is by no means a person who is safe and self-defeating. He must be severely shocked so that he can learn to constrain. Bald Five Elders Lang Yi added, if possible, just suppress him. Shocked all over. Kong and Sengoku looked at each other. He did not hesitate to respond, yes, Lord Five Elders, I will arrange it right away. He had already had a strong dissatisfaction with the Mercenary Guild. I have great vigilance and alert for that king. The beast Kaido, who was previously captured by King, was sent to the G5 branch to receive a reward. That out-and-out monster, Marine once again declared his execution failed, unable to kill this guy. It's already gone. Polo Salino and Sakazuki, they can draw their hands. Sengoku, call Kuzan back. Chapter 159. New World. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, the Eternal Isle. A spherical gas mask with a diameter of 3 meters envelopes the black figure. Flying from a distance at an astonishing speed. Boom in the back of the Eternal Island. On the ground. The dust is flying. The earth collapsed, showing a round pit. A tall figure, holding a saber, walked out without a rush. It's an exaggerated ability. It actually made me fly for 3 days and 3 nights, and came directly to New World from the first half of the Grand Line. looked at the beautiful surroundings. He took a deep breath of air and smiled. Sure enough, the outside air makes people comfortable. Impel Down, the ghost place that depresses people to go crazy, has been enough for a long time. Shockingly, he just resigned and was approved. Shiryu, the former deputy guard of the prison who left Impel Down. Who dare to break into the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild? The guards of the Mercenary Guild who are in charge of patrolling around, very fierce, rushed over one after another. The group surrounded Shiryu of Rain. Bad eyesight. Stop. A calm voice came, get out, it's your own. Those fierce guards couldn't help being surprised. Although he didn't see King, he didn't hesitate, and bowed his head and knelt there to greet him, Master King. Beat. Welcome to the Mercenary Guild, Shiryu. The electric light flashed. The tall and majestic figure of King appeared in front of Shiryu of Rain. I have been waiting for this day. Yuji Shiryu knelt there on one knee and said with a smile, Master King, it's an honor to serve you. He naturally recognizes King. After all, these days, the other party has been occupying the headlines. The heat has not dissipated. Impel Down Deputy Guard Nagayu no Shiryu. A figure came over, carrying a huge and gorgeous black knife. The sharp gaze like a falcon makes people afraid to look at him. Showing a little interest, looking at Yuji Shiryu in front of him, Long look up to the name. Dracul my hawk, the man called the Eagle Eye. Yuji Shiryu smiled, with a fiery warfare in his eyes. I would have liked you for a while. The momentum rose. The famous knife thunderstorm, horizontally in front of you, is about to be pulled out. Famous knife thunderstorm. Hawkeye my hawk's pupils condensed. A smile was raised. Without rushing, he pulled out the gorgeous and huge black sword knight behind him. The breath became vigorous. If you want to compete, there will be time. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, Shiryu, you should take a good rest and slowly compete with my hawk in swordsmanship. King waved his hand to stop them. Because, now Shiryu of Rain. I have not eaten or drink for 3 days and 3 nights. It's not in its heyday, and it won't last long. Defeat is inevitable. That is the ability of the ancients to store the fruits of the fia air. Directly create an air layer to fly out the target projectile. Not disturbed by air resistance. Able to fly for 3 days and 3 nights. Just left the deep sea prison and was sent to Shiryu of Rain in Sabaody Archipelago. It was sent directly to New World by Gurfia with ability. Moreover, I just received not too good news from the world government. King sneered. He did not expect 5 elders to make such a decision. Let the future Marine 3 Admiral escort officials of the world government to negotiate on the Eternal Isle. Maybe, among those who came to negotiate on behalf of the world government, there are ace agents listed as shields in CP0. In the magnificent hall. In addition to leading the fleet, and continuing to perform the mission entrusted by the Mercenary Guild, Chris, Brad, Tizalo, and others who have not yet returned. King, Eagle Eye my hawk, and Yuji Shiryu all gathered here. Exquisite food is placed on the huge round table. Compared to King and my hawk's 2 more elegant, tepid meal. Shiryu of Rain, who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, was a bit gobbled up. 3 admiral candidates, plus Cypherpal's trump card. Listening to the situation introduced by King, both my hawk and Yuji Shiryu couldn't help but shrink their pupils. 4 flowers. Even the movement of the hand stopped. Are you scared? King, who finished the meal, put down the tableware. Taking the hand towel handed by the maid and wiping his mouth, King asked with a smile. It seems that my joining has brought you a lot of trouble. Watching King, my hawk said. Of course, he knew that he was just himself, but he didn't have such a big face. It is impossible for the world government to excite people like this. No, you are just an introduction. King faintly said, after all, the Mercenary Guild is different from the pirates. If it really develops, the resources that can be adjusted are more than the pirates, and the degree of danger is like an emperor than the current one. The pirates are much larger. Point 0. As the well-deserved ruler of this sea, the world government with a deep heritage will never easily allow powers like the mercenary guild to truly rise, threatening its dominance, even if it is only so small. Then Lord King, what should I do next? Shiryu of Rain gave a slap on her face. Looking at the opposite king, he asked in a deep voice, if you really fight on this island, regardless of whether you win or lose, the headquarters of the mercenary guild alone will sink in all likelihood. The strength of Admiral's alternate is not a joke. It can be said that they have the qualifications to be promoted to Marine Admiral. He knows very well that Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru are the powerful Vice Admiral in the naval headquarters who are said to be monsters. Moreover, they are all capable people of Logia, their strength is amazing. Temptation is inevitable. King calmly said with a sneer, don't worry, they don't dare to make a real shot without absolute certainty. Because they have to be on guard, even if they really beat me, can they keep me 100%? Once they are unsure of leaving me as the president of the mercenary guild, what impact and terrible consequences will be caused to the world government next, they must also consider. The most important is, if the world government is really determined to take action, then, it will be interesting. Chapter 160. Less than 5 days. Around the Eternal Island. Without warning, there were once more islands with a huge range. Among them, includes a beast island from the Calm Belt. It's shocking. It was King who brought it back from various sea areas with terrible power. The agents of Cypher Paul who kept secretly monitoring the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, witnessed the process of several huge islands descending from the sky. I couldn't help being shocked, the cold sweat came out directly. Almost thought it was just escaped from prison, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who has no news so far, colluded with the Mercenary Guild. That home. Unexpectedly to be able to achieve this level. Another Golden Lion. When the photo came back 650. The 5 elders were silent, and there was great fear. When an official from Cypher Paul called on behalf of the government and questioned the Mercenary Guild, the other party answered like this. The highest officer of the CPO, 0, with a serious face, said in a deep voice, the claim is not the ability of Golden Lion Shiki, but their president, King, who has developed the ability of Devil Fruit to ultimate. He has already controlled the force field and can directly lift the huge island. The Anthony Guy's Paramecia magnetic fruit ability can achieve magnetism generating electricity. According to scientific Kakuzu, King's Logia Thunder Fruit ability is indeed possible to achieve electricity generating magnetism, manipulating force field in disguise. The island is moved directly into the air. Looking overcast and uncertain, the long white beard's 5 elders said coldly and quietly, but as far as I know, even Anthony doesn't seem to be able to send several large islands into the sky at once. Regardless of the Golden Lion who has just escaped from prison, there may be some unknown relationship with King. Move those islands directly to the surroundings of the Eternal Island. Still, King did it in its own ability. All in all, they still underestimated the danger of King. The most important thing is, if it really tears the skin. Failed to suppress King, but completely irritated the other party's words. Maybe, I don't know when, naval headquarters and even Marie Joyce. In the dead of night, there are huge islands suddenly and directly smashed down without knowing. It seems that we need to reassess the threat level of the Mercenary Guild. Blonde 5 elders frowned. The difficulty of King was beyond the expectations of 5 elders. Tell Sakazuki, they should pay attention to proportions, test the depth of the Guy King, and shock the other party, but don't tear their face with the other party. Yes. On the sea. The 3 large marine battleships are in a pin formation. Escorting the ship with the flag of the world government hung in the middle, it moved slowly in the direction of the Eternal Isle. Tisk spray, it's really a terrible battle. Headed on the warship. Polosalino, who was drinking tea there, tilted his mouth and said slowly, "Not only did we 3 admiral candidates be selected, but also 2 cipher-pol trump cards." Eyes, inadvertently warned the world government ship in the rear. This also shows the level of threat of the mercenary guild and the determination of the world government. It is slightly different from the previous dress. Wearing a blue and white matching suit, leaning on a beach chair, Aokiji looks very different from the previous. Wearing a black eye mask, Aokiji lazily said, "You know, even in this situation, the above attitude is still cautious. But the tone is rare and solemn. Although I think the above is too cautious, the BD King is indeed a very dangerous guy. If you get rid of it as soon as possible, the threat will be reduced by 1 point." Sakazuki, standing on the bow of the ship with his hands, facing the sea coldly said, "The majestic guy who is in the company of the pirates actually brags to be the incarnation of justice. The existence of the mercenary guild is simply to marine. Just read it." Sakazuki Vice Admiral, there is a situation ahead. The marine personnel on the observation platform loudly reported to Sakazuki below, "That lightning patterned flag, you can't go wrong, it seems to be a ship of the mercenary guild." Raised eyebrows. Kuzan and Polosalino were also a little surprised. Sakazuki asked Marine Rear Admiral next to him, "How far is the Eternal Island from the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild?" "There are about 50 nautical miles. The Rear Admiral reported immediately. "It's impossible to come here specifically to greet us, right?" Lifting the blindfold, Kuzan said indifferently, "It's not like such a polite person." Soon. The warship flying the banner of the Mercenary Guild. Meet the battleships of Sakazuki and others on the sea. Brush. A figure flew directly from the Katsuya battleship in the opposite sea. It swept to the top of the marine warship headed by it. "You all come from afar, the Mercenary Guild will miss you." A black sheriff's uniform, but with the Mercenary Guild logo on it, and even Shiryu of Rain, wearing the Mercenary Guild's lightning medal on his chest, dangling a cigar, smiled at Sakazuki, Kuzan, and others and said, "I serve the President's order, come to greet you, so as not to neglect the distinguished guests." Shiryu of Rain. Sakazuki's pupils shrank. Staring at Shiryu of Rain in front of him, his eyes were a little unkind. "I heard that you have resigned from the position of Deputy Warden of Impel Down, but I didn't expect to turn around and join the Mercenary Guild." Just 1.9 is Kuzan, Polosalino and others, all a little surprised. They know each other naturally. After all, Shiryu of Rain is amazing. Fame is no less than Magellan, who is about to be promoted to the director of Impel Down Prison. There is no way for people to go to higher places. Yuji Shiryu took the cigar and said with a smile, "In the Mercenary Guild, it is more free. Please give me more advice from now on, Sakazuki Vice Admiral." "Humph." Sakazuki snorted coldly. "Nothing more. The arrival of several people, from the beginning, Lord King has already known." Looking at Kuzan and Polosalino, Yuji Shiryu continued, "I specifically asked me to entertain you all." Chapter 161. Boom. Several huge battleships moved slowly in the direction of the Eternal Island. The distant horizon. The huge thunder light was shining. Extremely dazzling, exaggerated thunder pillars fell from the sky. Boom! A medium-sized pirate ship was completely submerged. Passed through fiercely. Blasted it into the bottom of the sea. The terrible thunder and lightning keeps shining. The blazing electric current keeps flowing. Countless pirates who fell into the sea, struggling desperately screamed, and turned their eyes blank by the electric shock. Lost the breath of life. Sakazuki and others narrowed their eyes. Even on the world government ship in the rear, the clone and process sent by Zero couldn't help but stare. Is this really natural imagination? Everyone should be vigilant and don't be careless. The climate in this sea area is too weird. The navigator was serious and spoke loudly to the Marines. Don't be nervous, this is not a natural phenomenon, but Lord King is taking action. Shiryu of the Rain breathed out smoke, looked at Sakazuki and them with deep meaning, and said with a chuckle, a few hundred nautical miles in radius are enveloped in his heart net. In this sea area, there is no movement, which can be hidden from him. That's the heart net born from the combination of radio waves and the ultimate insight and colorism. Even at a distance of tens of nautical miles, or even more, he can directly lock the target from the Eternal Island and drop the attack. Although Yuji Shiryu knew very well that the power under His Royal Highness's hands was not just as simple as it appeared on the surface. There is even a ace that I don't even know. But in the final analysis, even if it is directly torn to the world government, apart from weakening Marine, there is no benefit. From the beginning, that person did not intend to overly weaken Marine's power. Able to frighten the opponent. It would be better to let these guys retreat. What? Hello, what are you kidding? It's too exaggerated. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Polosalino, and others couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply when they heard this. Some can't believe it. His complexion changed drastically. Glancing at each other, cannot help but gush out of chills. If it is true, isn't the other party warning them in disguise? Doesn't it mean that their previous words and deeds have already been taken by the other master? Although they are all Logia, they are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. The power of Thunder Fruit makes that person seem like a true god, omnipotent. After squeezing the cigar, looking at the unbelievable Sakazuki and Polosalino, Shiryu of Rain said faintly, otherwise, how could I simply accept the other party's invitation, join the mercenary guild, and succumb to others? Woolen cloth. Atmosphere. Suddenly became nervous. Become depressed. Guru many Marines couldn't help swallowing. Monitored the range of hundreds of nautical miles, and even launched an attack directly across dozens of nautical miles. This is simply frightening. What a terrible ability, it's really careless. Porosalino exaggerated. But in fact, he was also a little surprised by the power of Saint Anthony. If what you said is true. Sakazuki's face was uncertain, and he looked directly at Yuji Shiryu, then, you should be very clear about our intentions, right? Clear. Yuji Shiryu nodded and admitted without hesitation. He looked at the murderous Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and others, but he didn't show any timidity. The background of the world government is indeed shocking and awe-inspiring. Instead, he said unhurriedly, but, even if you have such an amazing combination of combat power, you can kill me, you can kill Hawkeye, you can destroy the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, and it may even be possible to defeat Lord King. It's a pity that I can't kill him. If Ishin wants to leave, on this sea, I believe no one can stop that person. Your Excellency Five Elders, who controls the highest authority in the world government, is not also asking you to judge the situation and do what you can. He looked to the other side. Two figures rushed along the moonwalk. It is Zero and Prosis who are wearing a mask and a large cloak and can't see their faces. He grinned and asked, I think, world government, don't want to have two strongest, stand on the opposite side of itself. At least, it is impossible for every nobleman in the world to have a powerful war guard. A-hole. Are you threatening the world government? The expressions of Zero, Prosis and others changed drastically. Very frightened, an astonishing murderous aura was revealed in an instant. The terrible aura poured out, pressing on Shiryu of Rain, full of undisguised killing intent. Especially as the highest officer of CP0, loyal to Celestial Dragons 0. In the rage, he blasted over with a fist. However, Shiryu of Rain pulled his sword to block him between the electric light and flint. Kang! The whole person was blasted back by the terrible force of Zero, stepped on the deck cracked, and almost broke the guardrail and flew out of the warship. The hands covering Haki couldn't help but feel a little faint, and the famous sword thunderstorm almost broke out. Sakazuki, Polosalino, and others watched coldly. You don't have to bluff and bluff me. Face so much combat power at the same time. Even Shiryu of Rain cannot help but stress the big city. But he was confident, still maintaining his composure. He forcefully sneered and said, as the official of the Celestial Dragons in CP0, you should know very well, if you really tear your skin, what can you do if you let go of your scruples? You have never dared to touch that Sea King Whitebeard, isn't it also based on this? Humph! Zero snorted. There was fear in the depths of the eyes. If King's abilities are really as rainy as Shiryu said, it would be terrifying. Can fly unconstrained, the speed is as fast as lightning. Come and go freely in this sea. The ability has been developed to ultimate, and even the force field can be controlled. At the same time, several huge islands were transported from the calm belt to the surroundings of the Eternal Island. Even monsters like Kaido 653 were defeated so quickly. Relying on that terrible heart network, it can be completely unconscious. It specifically targets, destroys, and even hunts the shield under the world government, or the words of the highest combat force in the naval headquarters who go out to perform tasks. I'm afraid that even though the world government has a deep heritage, sometimes it is too late to help. If such an existence completely loses its restraints, it's really scary to become an enemy. Especially, at any cost against the nobles of the world. The consequences cannot be imagined. At least, the celestial dragons of the Holy Land. Even if the tortoise is huddled in Pangu City, it is not necessarily safe. We really underestimated him. Zero Face expressionlessly said, however, from the very beginning, we negotiated with the mercenary guild with sincerity. What you said is that the two sides are torn apart, and the real fight is just a dead end. In the worst case, it is a last resort. But don't forget, the world government, which has nearly 800 years of age, is the real ruler of this sea, and a well-deserved overlord. It may not be king. The most indispensable thing on this sea is beyond humans. Wisdom Devil Fruit ability. Even if it is torn apart, it may have to pay some price, but it does not mean that the world government has to bear it step by step, and it will not be threatened by any forces, allowing some forces to shake its ruling foundation. The tolerance of the world government also has a bottom line. Chapter 162. 3 days. At the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, the atmosphere was tense. The sky is torn apart. The horrible collision of momentum made people breathless. But in the end there was no fight. It dragged on for 3 days. The two sides finally reached a preliminary agreement. Each concession. The avatar of Cypher Paul's highest officer, Zero, left with Process, Sakazuki and others. On the world government ship, I looked back and took a deep look at the Eternal Island, the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, as well as the surrounding islands. With a solemn face, he whispered, "King, what a terrible guy." But Sakazuki, Aokiji, and Polo Salino are not in high mood. Because, I have witnessed the dignified world government being forced to make repeated concessions by the Mercenary Guild. Even from the point of view of CP, it finally reached an acceptable agreement with the Mercenary Guild, although it was not very satisfactory. But as Marine, they can't be happy. Especially, Akainu Sakazuki, his complexion was a little sullen and even a little aggrieved. Unexpectedly, justice would compromise with guilt. "Sir, do you think you can keep him if you fight?" asked Process next to him. It is not to speak directly, but to use the secret code inside the CP. Because King's ability is too daunting. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, even just mentioning his name, he can know everything well. It's chilling. Can't stay. Shook his head. Ling Lang said faintly, he is definitely not a guy who does his best for his subordinates. Otherwise, how could he make concessions again and again? The Mercenary Guild, or the existence of King. If an agreement cannot be reached, then the safety of the world's nobles will be seriously threatened. It can be said that you have to be careful when you travel. If it is only the strongest on the surface force, it's okay to say. No matter how strong, I believe it is impossible to stop the siege of 2 or 3 monsters, Whitebeard Edward Newgate can't stop it. The key is the ability of Thunder Fruit, which is too scary and daunting. Especially, if that guy really controls the magnetic field through electricity magnetism. Be able to manipulate the force field as you like. To some extent, it is more dangerous and difficult than Whitebeard. Moreover, it is unknown whether King has hidden other hole cards. Maybe, it is not impossible to really collude with the escaped Golden Lion. The strongest man on the surface is really scary. On the leading marine battleship, Polosalino said slowly, his speed is no less than mine. Compared with the straight-moving light, lightning is even more difficult to catch. He glanced at the top CP officer on the government ship. If there really is a conflict, I'm afraid that Saint Anthony will be the first to break out at all costs, and if he is injured, he will be the first to kill Zero. Deal with Prosis and Sakazuki. Because, according to the meaning of that highness, Zero is just a clone, the body is not here. If he doesn't want to be exposed, he is the undercover who is rooted in Marine, so he can only take the lead in killing that guy without hesitation. In that case, relying on the ability of Sparkling Fruit, it is not a problem for him to contain the two for Saint Anthony in a short time. The ending will be reversed in an instant. But Polosalino still misunderstood. I don't know, it's not just him. Prosis, the ace of Cypher Paul. The same person from Saint Anthony. Now that's the matter, what else is there to say? With his fists clenched, Sakazuki said gloomily, it's so awkward. The rewards unwanted by Marine and World Government against criminals will be handed over to the Mercenary Guild for processing from now on. It's just a nonsense. That also means any bounty hunter who wants to catch a wanted criminal to receive a bounty must go through a Mercenary Guild. You need to register with the Mercenary Guild. Moreover, catch and hunt down criminals who have rewarded more than tens of millions of dollars. Once someone under the Mercenary Guild is completed, the world government must also double the reward to the Mercenary Guild. The most important thing is that if someone issues a mission order in the Mercenary Guild, requesting the removal of a criminal wanted by the world government, the price is at least several times higher. If a certain mercenary or mercenary group has completed the commissioned task and hunted the criminal, they can no longer get the bounty from the world government, and can only get the commission for the task after the rake. If you wait for the Mercenary Guild, you will get several times the bounty from the world government in vain. At the same time, the world government must also allow the mercenary guilds to establish branch offices in the world government franchise countries of the Four Seas and Grand Lines, and must not prohibit or interfere. The dignified world government, concession to this level, why does Sakazuki not be angry? Where does this place Marine's justice and face? Unfortunately, he has no power to intervene and stop. Even during the negotiation process, he was once arrogant because of his anger. The result was zero warning by Cypher Paul's chief executive to pay attention to his identity. Although in the first half of the Four Seas and Grand Line branches, the world government will place personnel to supervise in disguise, but it cannot affect the operation of the Mercenary Guild and has no right to interfere. Those Cypher Paul guys have brought justice to shame. Looking at the eternal island that was gradually shrinking behind, his eyes were angry and unwilling. Feeling extremely aggrieved. Get hit again and again. Sakazuki is increasingly eager for Marine Admiral and even higher positions. He wants to practice and implement absolute justice. His current status and power are far from enough. Justice will have different opinions on people from different positions, and will change according to their positions. Guarding celestial dragons, this is the justice of their CP0. As descendants of the Creator, the noble world nobles who are honored are threatened. They are hailed as celestial dragons' loyal dog and they naturally start to worry. Aokiji leaned back lazily on the beach chair. Pulling down the blindfold, he said indifferently, well, how can I say, we have also completed the task, and the rest is left to the top to get the headache. The tragedies that occurred in the kingdoms of West Blue O'Hara and South Blue Aberys has subverted his view of justice. At one point he doubted Marine's justice. He originally wanted to hold high the banner of passionate justice. I don't know when it turned into lazy justice and easy justice. In the past 3 days, wrangling between the world government and the mercenary, Wang Lihao, Soldiers Guild. It's just sitting on the sidelines. Turn a blind eye. Hey, I thought I was really going to fight. On the Eternal Island. Looking at the departing marine battleship and world government ship. Brad and the others, who had just rushed back not long, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What are you afraid of? When we really fight, we might not lose. Yuji Shiryu sneered with a cigar in his mouth. Compared to Brad, Tyrell Barker, and others who have not really been trusted yet and don't know the identity of King. Although he didn't know the identity of Saint Anthony's other aces except Gurfia. But I believe it will be enough to directly reverse the situation, and I am not worried at all. I have something to go out. King shrugged. Inadvertently glanced at the fleet that was going away, turned his head to Eagle Eye and Yuji Shiryu and said, "The guild will be guarded by you in the next few days." Yes, please rest assured. Chapter 163. Fantastic Kingdom. IWC, Tato Land Waters. Take Cake Island, the headquarters of the Big Mom pirate group as the main body, and there are 34 islands scattered nearby. Nut Island. In front of a surging beach. A very tall and thin figure wearing training clothes, constantly wielding sharp swords there. The long neck directly tells her identity, the Snakehead clan. Gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, practicing swordsmanship. In his eyes, there was endless hatred and come. Not enough. We need to become stronger. Armand was hysterical. Outrageously hacked out a dazzling slash. On the surface of the sea, a large spray of water exploded. The whole person couldn't help but breathe in the distance. Just one stop. The hoof of the Tianxiang dragon behind oneself will faintly hurt. That unbearable memory is like a lingering nightmare, like a tide, constantly hitting. It made her feel terribly painful and chilled all over. Master Armand really worked hard. Looking at the figure that can't help sweating from a distance. The members of the Big Mom pirate group couldn't help but admire. Since I came back with Lord Katakuri, it's like a different person. In addition to patrolling Nut Island every day, I don't spare my 653 practice. Idiot, a fat pirate shouted at others, it is precisely because I feel that I am weak and unable to protect my brothers and sisters. Lord Armand realized his shortcomings and made such efforts. What? He looked at the figure in the distance. Biting his collar, 2 lines of tears shed tears. Master Armand, you are so handsome. All the pain is hidden in my heart, and I endure it alone, stronger than a man. It makes me ashamed to wait for a man. Yes. It deserves to be the daughter of the Charlotte family who has inherited her mother's excellent lineage. A group of fierce pirates gathered there. What you say to me is full of awe for Big Mom, and full of admiration for Armand, the third daughter of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Nuts. Invisible fluctuations. It seemed to freeze the atmosphere and radiate from it. One after another fierce figures froze without warning. Plops, plops one after another, lost consciousness, and his eyes turned white and fell down. Magnetic. Electric lights flashed. The extremely tall figures gathered together. Not hurriedly, I walked to the tall and thin figure who was training by the sea, wielding a sword and gritting his teeth. It's really hard work. Looking at Armand, who was desperately training swordsmanship, he said playfully, however, the sword is messy and disorderly, indicating that I am upset. Even if I desperately squeeze my physical strength, it is only half the result. Who? His complexion changed. Armand turned around abruptly. The pupils suddenly widened, and cold sweat came out, How is it possible? Are you the president of the mercenary guild, king? Startled and angry. Can't help but feel the tremendous pressure. Can't you recognize me? The electric light shone all over, and the bones made a panting noise. The body shape of the whole person is constantly changing at a speed visible to the naked eye, under the control of the return of life. Even the blonde hair has become shorter. He raised his horns, then, in this case, I believe you are more familiar with it, right? In a blink of an eye, a heroic figure appeared in front of Armand. The handsome face, the sharp-cut silhouette, the indescribable haki and the strong, sharp eyes flared between the eyebrows. Broken golden hair fluttered in the wind. Slender and tall, standing proudly. It made Amand froze and couldn't stop his face shaking. Bibjay. It's you. Armand looked terrified and his voice trembled. Full of disbelief, his complexion couldn't stop turning white. There was even more horror and unspeakable chill. The president of the mercenary guild, the rumor is that he is a Logia thunderfruit capable person, known as the king of the strongest man on the surface. The real identity turned out to be the Tian Longren. Donquixote Saint Anthony. Why, don't you kneel when you see the master? Saint Anthony's horns hung playfully. Just look at Armand like this. But the faint gaze made her tremble all over. In his eyes, cum and panic were revealed. Thump. The whole person, kneeling there. Lord, Master. Biting the shield. Her voice was trembling, a little unnatural. The cold sweat shed uncontrollably, lightly. My Armand, I thought you forgot. Touching Armand's hairy head, Saint Anthony said with a smile. He squatted down, stroking the pale and pretty face that didn't know whether it was the previous hot sweat or the cold sweat that just came out. Why are you so nervous, afraid of me? Staring at those eyes that dare not look at me. No, it's not. With dodge eyes, Armand quickly responded with a trembling head. That's good. Master, please follow me. Gritting his teeth, Armand led the way. There was endless fear and cum in his eyes, overwhelming hatred. For this demon man, Armand, whose fear had deepened into his soul, did not dare to refuse. At the same time, she bit her scalp and asked cautiously, I wonder if your intention is. The man in front of him was a complete monster. No matter how fast Kaido was defeated at the beginning, whether there were other helpers, it is undeniable that Saint Anthony has an overwhelming and awesome power. With the current state of Big Mom, if you really have any purpose, I'm afraid it can't stop it at all. Not to mention, their mother called Saint Anthony uncle. Don't welcome me. No, I dare not. With his fists clenched, Armand lowered his head to answer. She naturally hated the man who branded herself with that ugly slave mark. But there is no way to resist each other. Humph, just don't you dare. Chapter 164. By the way, my grannies, has my good niece recovered? Saint Anthony sits on the sofa. The horn raised lightly, and asked with a smile. It refers to Charlotte Linlin naturally, no, it is the niece of André Linlin. Hearing this, Armand went stiff. Not yet, not yet. Looked up. Look at the handsome face of Saint Anthony. She can only answer carefully. Brother Perros and Katakuli still didn't think of a solution. Armand could only answer truthfully. Big Mom has not been able to recover so far, which really makes the Charlotte family a little uneasy. Fortunately, Katakuri is trying to get their mother Charlotte Linlin to gradually reuse the abilities of Master Haki and Devil Fruit. I hope their mother can regain combat power soon. To be honest, as far as the Charlotte family is concerned, they prefer Big Mom, which is now amiable, approachable, and easy to get angry. As long as they can restore their mother's strength, even if they can't restore their memory, it doesn't matter much. I heard that you also have a younger sister named Yashu. Axiu, absolutely not possible. Armand looked all over. His face turned pale, and he looked at Saint Anthony with some horror. Unexpectedly, the other party would notice one of her quadruplet sisters, the fourth daughter of the Charlotte family, Arthur. From normal human aesthetics, her younger sister, Yoxiu, is indeed more beautiful than her. Call her here. Saint Anthony's tone couldn't be denied. Looking at her faintly, he said, "Don't say you can't do it. If you can't, I will let Smokey and Cinnamon call them." The daughter of the Charlotte family, in addition to the two sisters of Kai Smokey and Cinnamon, who are currently underage, there are several pretty good looks. Currently adult, the fourth daughter of the Charlotte family, the sister of Ammon's compatriot Charlotte Taxiu, the sixth daughter of Charlotte Castad, the 10th son of the Charlotte family, the sister of Senjo Cracker, and so on. By the way, and Castad, call that girl over too. Stretched his right hand. The phone worm placed next to it was pulled by gravity. Saint Anthony handed the phone worm to Armand, who was pale and hesitant. "Armand, I don't think you will reject your master. The sibling of Senjo Cracker is also good-looking, her baby face is full of heroism and short violet hair. It is indeed not inferior to the sisters Smokey and Cinnamon." Armand's complexion became paler. Yan Weiwei, with panic and awe, should come down, yes. Chapter 165. The fourth daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Taxiu. One is tall and thin, wearing vertical striped trousers and shirt, and wearing a hat that covers his left eye. She is a pretty cool woman with slightly thick lips and a cigarette in her mouth. Compared to Armand's gloomy, triangular eyes, the fourth daughter of the Charlotte family is more able to attract Saint Anthony's attention. Armand. Arthur, who had just walked in, looked at Saint Anthony who was sitting there, and couldn't help being sluggish. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, his complexion changed. "You are André, Aries? No, Donquixote. Saint Anthony." Full of shock, looking at it in disbelief. Very frightened. But the cold sweat couldn't help but shed. "Feel the great pressure. I didn't expect you to still know me." The sharp saber came out in an instant. His face was full of anger and murderousness. He slashed to Saint Anthony, "A-hole." Kang. Understatement. Clamped the sharp blade. An astonishing current rushed out of the blade instantly. "Ah!" Charlotte Taxiu screamed. The whole person was softened by electricity and fell there. Holding the handle of the sword, the electric current flickered. Armand had already screened the people on the island in advance and forbade them to approach his residence. Plus the soundproofing of the room is decent. No one will break in at all. Lay metallurgy. The terrible gravity directly caused the sharp blade to change. Makes scalp numb. Chapter 166. At this time, there was a knock on the door. A brave and beautiful figure stood alone at the door, complaining, "Really, what is so mysterious and mysterious, even my subordinates can't follow it. Quick, go, Castad." His complexion changed drastically. Arthur was hysterical. Yelled outside. Saint Anthony always raised his horn, chuckling. "There is no meaning to stop. Sister Yishu? What's the matter? Outside world." Castad's expression changed. Without hesitation, Bang kicked the door open. Broke in. Then the whole person was dumbfounded. The pupils shrank sharply. "Hello, Castad, it's been a long time." Saint Anthony raised his horns lightly, with a faint smile on his face. Of course he knew Castad, the sixth daughter of the Charlotte family. "When I challenged Big Mom before, I had dealt with each other. Although the strength is not very good, but the beauty and figure are undoubtedly top-notch among the women of the Charlotte family. Moreover, it is a cute baby face." A whole anger rushed to his forehead. The sharp long sword was drawn out and slashed at Saint Anthony brazenly. Discharge. Eye-catching electric man's. Shining. At the same time, countless metals flew up. The compression and rotation of the rough explosion turned into a heavy iron gate. The door was blocked. Ah! Castad screamed. Fell down. Chapter 167. His Royal Highness, Sister Castad, and the others. Thumping the leg for Saint Anthony. Snowman who rushed over couldn't help asking. Oh, this, Saint Anthony said casually, indifferently, they happened to come to Amand, and then I played with them too by the way. As if nothing happened yesterday. Smokey was speechless. She knows her two sisters. With the tempers of Sister Yoxiu and Sister Castad, if you know what happened to Sister Armand. I am afraid that I will be so angry that I will draw a knife on the spot. She felt helpless and had to remind, His Royal Highness, you are too messy. Sister Castad will get married soon. Oh! Saint Anthony raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, Castad was about to marry. However, he seemed to be out of the top. It seems that the timing of his arrival is just right. Big Mom arranged it. It was arranged by my mother, but Sister Castad seems to be quite satisfied with the marriage. Her fiancé is a prince who has just joined the Big Mom pirate group from a non-world government member country. I have seen the photos, he looks pretty handsome, but he should be just a useless man. Looking at Saint Anthony's handsome face that made him reluctant to look away for a while, Snowman added, and you are far from being as handsome as your highness. The son-in-law of the Charlotte family is not easy to be a son-in-law. The Big Mom pirate group is good at using marriage as a link to draw those forces together and forge a relatively stable relationship. At least, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Compert, has been married several times. Several husbands were killed by her. As expected, she is the daughter of Charlotte who looks most like Big Mom. The prince of a country that is not a member of the world government. Saint Anthony seemed to be smiling but not smiling, showing a playful chuckle. That was a marriage that my mother hadn't arranged before the accident. Although it was delayed because of her mother's accident, because Sister Castad herself did not object to the marriage, under the arrangement of Brother Perros and the others, the wedding was planned to be held next month. Smokey looked at Saint Anthony and asked tentatively, how about I go back and discuss with Brother Katakuri and let them cancel the wedding? With the dominance of the world's nobles. Naturally, it is impossible to allow a woman you have touched to have any relationship with other men. I'm afraid there will be a big trouble if the time comes. No, why cancel it? Saint Anthony's horns smiled, Castad's wedding, I can't help but attend. I want to give her a big gift too. Star. His Royal Highness, do you have any way to get your mother to recover? After hesitating for a moment, Smokey lowered his head and asked very carefully. Big Mom is their mother after all, and the two of them naturally hope that each other can recover their memories sooner. Otherwise, the future of the Big Mom pirates and the Charlotte family is worrying. He glanced at Smokey, who was a little nervous. Saint Anthony smiled gently, and said unhurriedly, yes, but the probability of success is only about 50%. Wang Li Zhao, what method? Snowman asked hurriedly. Big Mom lost his memory because his head was hit hard. Saint Anthony hung his horns and said, if the head is hit hard or to a considerable extent again, it may really be possible to recover. Smokey, Snowman. Let alone do that, will their mother have anything to do? For now alone, the entire Big Mom pirate group, who dares to beat mother? Chapter 168. Bolu Bolu. The phone worm rang. Not Armand, but Saint Anthony carried with him. What's up? Anthony didn't report his name or anything. Asked very directly. Master King, I'm Jerry. The phone worm imitated the outline of Gopher Jerry, and directly reported there, I found an interesting little ghost with a very weird devil fruit ability. It can absorb other people's luck and bring bad luck to each other. Jerry laughed strangely, Guji Guba, all the people who have been touched by her were unsurprising. They were all unlucky in all kinds of weird ways. It's numb. Oh. Saint Anthony, who was leaning on the sofa, raised his eyebrows. For example, if I choked to death when drinking water, I was slid by banana peel when I walked, my head happened to hit a stone, and my head was beaten to blood. Come a cigarette and set his clothes on fire. Hearing this, Castad and others next to him opened their eyes wide. Some can't believe it. 657 in this world. There is still such an exaggerated ability? I do not know how long it has been. Saint Anthony finished wearing and left the Toto land waters directly. Pull X ruthlessly. All the way turned into an electric light galloping. I came directly to an island not far from the Toto land sea. A very ordinary town. Gopher Jerry was already there waiting. And beside him, followed by a dirty little girl. He is about 8 or 9 years old. Brown-red wavy hair, wheat complexion. The little hand is still a little shabby, obviously one size bigger. I don't know if it is a glove picked from the garbage dump. Master King. Jerry saluted Saint Anthony, who had turned into king. She's the little girl with weird abilities you mentioned. Saint Anthony looked at the red-haired girl next to her. Somewhat surprised. According to the ability introduction that Jerry explained in the phone worm earlier, Bibj basically confirmed the identity of the girl. Paramecia, those who are capable of transporting fruits. Baccarat. You are Lord King, right? Baccarat looked at King, staring at the stars. Some said with joy, I saw you in the newspaper. Please be sure to take me in. I am willing to do everything, including washing dishes, mopping the floor, and washing clothes. She looked at King nervously and said hurriedly. Hey, Baccarat, don't get close to Lord King easily. Jerry next to him hurriedly stopped. The ability of this girl is really scary. Even through the gloves, it still makes people feel a little worried. As long as I wear gloves, I won't bring bad luck to people. Baccarat lowered his head aggrievedly. She was deflated, but she still stepped back a few steps and didn't dare to approach King anymore. Is Baccarat? Is there anyone else in the family? Indifferently waved his hand to Jerry. King squatted down, touched Baccarat's small head with his big hand, and asked with a smile. After eating that weird fruit, I accidentally bumped into other children in the village, and then Baccarat's eyes were red, and he lowered his head and said in a low voice, they started to be unlucky. Someone slipped on a rock and fell to death. Others fell into the river to drown, and others choked to death after drinking water. Everyone in the village was afraid of me, even my parents were afraid of me, saying that I was a devil who brought bad luck and wanted to burn me to death. Then I ran on the boat and came to this island. There was a bad guy who wanted to sell me, but after being touched by me, he fell straight to death. There is another uncle. I was just too hungry. He took him a big pie, and then he took a knife and chased me fiercely. After accidentally falling, the kitchen knife suddenly flew up. The knife was hacked to death. Looking at Baccarat, wiping her dirty face, King smiled and said, it's nothing, that's because their luck is so bad, so fate. From now on, follow me. Baccarat's eyes lit up, watching King's crisp voice full of surprises and asked, really? The newspapers say that the president of the mercenary guild is a very powerful person. Certainly. Not afraid, King hugged Baccarat and said with a smile, however, let's take you to buy some clothes first, and wash them clean. If you are a girl, you still have to wear a beautiful skirt and dress like a little princess. Master King, please be careful. Jerry reminded hurriedly. The ability of this girl is too frightening. If you accidentally bump into it, you will be in serious trouble. Although he knew King's strength very well and didn't think anything would happen to this adult, after all, the other party was distinguished and different from those untouchables. Hey, I won't bring bad luck to Lord King, as long as I wear gloves. Looking at her fiercely, Jerry barked her little tiger teeth. Baccarat showed a beautiful smile. Looking at King, who was close at hand, handsome but majestic, and dare not to offend, he cautiously asked, "Master King, can I not have a beautiful dress?" "Oh? What do you want?" "I want a lot of delicious food, so I won't be hungry." Touching Baccarat's little head, King couldn't help but laughed. "Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want from now on." Chapter 169. Master King. Jahahaha, don't tell me she is your daughter. When King returned to the headquarters of the mercenary guild with Baccarat dressed in a white dress and dressed like a little princess, Shiryu of Rain, my hawk, and others were surprised and inexplicable. Paramecia, luck with the fruit. Absorb others' fortunes and bless them on oneself. Such exaggerated ability exists. But soon, after bringing several pirates who had been arrested back, they were taken off by Baccarat after touching them. After being unlucky in all sorts of weird ways one by one, they couldn't help being a little bit lingering yesterday. Some scalp numb. This kind of weird ability only needs to be touched. It's unreasonable to be able to absorb other people's fortunes. The highest level of the castle. Baccarat looked at the exquisite food in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. Some cautious eyes looked at King. "Eat if you want, this is for you." Touching her little head, King smiled and said, "My lucky girl." "Yes, thank you Lord King." His nose was sour, but Baccarat didn't let himself cry. Growing up like this, even his parents did not treat themselves as well as the Lord King. They all have patriarchal thinking, always want a younger brother, and think that their daughter is losing money. A sweet smile was revealed to King. Baccarat rolled his eyes and looked at the exquisite and shiny food on the table, that most of which he had never seen before. Biting his fingers and entangled, "I don't know where to start." "Open your mouth, can you read?" King picked up a piece of dessert and delivered it to Baccarat's mouth, smiling at her and asked, "Well, it's so sweet, get to know a little bit." Squinting his crescent eyes, the Baccarat chick nodded like a peck of rice. "Your ability is a kind of treasure." King smiled and said, "You can absorb the fortunes of others and bless yourself. To a certain extent, it can even be said that all wishes come true." Paramecia, the ability to transport fruits. But it is of great use. Although I don't know if I can get what I want, I can directly find some powerful devil fruit. But maybe, it can really help him find the pure gold that can give people eternal life in the legend. After all, compared to devil fruit, who also hosts the devil, pure gold is just an article. At best, it is a special point of metal. It seems to be so. Opening his mouth to take the food from King, Baccarat was full of happiness, tilting his head and thinking hard. At last he showed a sweet smile and nodded, hiding on the merchant ship and escaping the village. "I always thought in my heart, if I can meet someone who is willing to take me in, who is better than my parents who treat me better." Then I met Uncle Jerry, and then he contacted you, Lord King, and finally I was taken in by you. Isn't Lord King treating her better than being afraid of herself and even wanting to kill her parents? Beautiful dress, delicious food. You can buy snacks at will, and spend endless pocket money. Lord King's embrace that fills himself with a sense of security, and a gentle and reassuring smile. "Oh?" King raised an eyebrow. It seems that Baccarat has gradually absorbed the fortune of a sufficient number of people to get what he wants. I met Jack and then met him. However, what Baccarat absorbs is the fortune of those goals that day. It cannot permanently plunder the fortune of others. When you are full, we will go on a trip. I need you to try and find something for me." King patted Baccarat's pretty face and said with a smile, "Of course, you can't ask you to find it 100%, but do your best." "Good." Baccarat nodded. She naturally cannot refuse. "Master King, Proverbs is ready, ready to go." Rain Shiryu walked in. Reported to King. King asked, "Are the sacrifices ready?" "Ready too." Looking at Baccarat eating snacks there, Yuji Shiryu asked, Do you want to find something through Baccarat's fruit power? If you are lucky enough, you will know soon. The corners of King's mouth rose. It didn't explain that much. Yuji Shiryu joined her as a core cadre earlier. His own potential is not bad, and he is still paramecia, a person who rejects fruits, and believes that his future achievements will not be too low. If you perform well, stay loyal enough. He still won't be stingy with giving a pure gold ring. After all, there is a lot of pure gold. Just a little bit is enough to greatly delay the aging of the human body and achieve the effect of longevity. Even those women in their own collection. One person is more than enough. After all, this sea is still too small. But far from carrying his endless ambition. That afternoon, the king-only Ark of Mutta was launched again. The wind shell and the spiral prize roared, and the extremely heavy ark floated into the air. Please ask for flowers. The wind raged so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. Today. Wow Minghu. It's really flying, so cool. Seeing that the darkness is full of metallic luster, the solemn and magnificent Ark motto actually left the sea and flew into flight. Following the 9-year-old lowly next to King, Baccarat screamed with the twinkling of stars in his eyes. Manipulating the ark, galloping directly into the distance. Disappeared in the eyes of Shiryu of Rain, My Hawk, and Hawkeye. Come here, Baccarat. In the magnificent hall. King sat on the golden throne and asked Baccarat to step forward. Passed a photo and a few pages full of words to the other party. He lowered his eyes and looked at King puzzledly. This photo is a photo of the capital of steel that has disappeared 200 years ago. King did not hide it, and said directly, in fact, it was eaten by a giant lanternfish. The island was eaten by lanternfish. His eyes widened, Baccarat's cute little face was filled with consternation and disbelief. Then, how big is the lanternfish? Her little head obviously couldn't imagine how exaggerated the giant lanternfish that could eat an island. On the island of the capital of steel, there is a scientist named Miskina Asir. For his daughter, he has extracted a rare metal that can release a light that can greatly delay the loss of vitality in the human body, a pure gold. Pure gold. Looking at the dazed and incomprehensible Baccarat, brushing her brown-red hair, King could only say as concisely as possible, simply put, the lifespan of ordinary people is only a few dozen to 100 years old. Even a little bit of pure gold can make people live for hundreds of years and thousands of years. Hey? Is there really such a thing? Baccarat was a little unbelievable. As long as there is something called pure gold, can human beings live for that long? Your mission is to keep praying from your heart that we will be able to find the lanternfish when we set sail this time. Pressing his hands on Baccarat's thin shoulders, watching Baccarat's eyes earnestly, King said warmly, but he couldn't refuse, before this, I will keep catching sacrifices every day, so that you can absorb their luck. Understand? He believes in luck with the fruits of luck. Coupled with his tyrannical heart net to ultimate, there is great hope that he can find that giant lanternfish. Yes, Lord King. Chapter 170. Ah! Ping pong pong! Only dang dang! The screams continued. A named sacrifice was absorbed after luck. One after another, unfortunately, even death in an incredible way. Makes scalp numb. Master King, it's already the 5th day, isn't it impossible to find it? With his little head low, Baccarat asked in a low voice, a little timid. Don't have a psychological burden. It doesn't matter if you can find it. It's nothing. King touched her head and said with a faint smile, I didn't take you in because I wanted to find pure gold. It is true that he did not intend to take in Baccarat simply because he wanted to find pure gold. After all, the ability of paramecia carrying fruits will have other uses in the future. However, that will have to wait until the guy Tizalo has some 657 facts. D. Focus on your head. Baccarat, who was beaming, responded. Which direction is it heading today? King asked with a smile. It is Baccarat's luck. The ark's proverbs is naturally more appropriate to sail according to her heart. East, south, west, north. Biting his fingers, tangled for a moment. Baccarat pointed to the other side, this direction. Good. Today. The huge ark turned its direction. Gallop forward. Interesting, King muttered to himself. Moving on, it is the second half of New World. There, Whitebeard's sight. However, he did not hesitate to follow suit. After all, with his current strength, there is no need to fear anything at all. What about the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? Woohoo! Wow, wow! I do not know how long it has been. The sky dimmed. An extremely violent storm emerged. A huge tornado like the sky and the earth runs through, and the black is pressed. It happened to be blocked in front of the ark's proverbs. What? Baccarat's eyes widened. Little face turned pale, Master King. Do not be afraid. He tapped Loli, who was trembling a little. Sitting on the golden throne, King looked calm and smiled faintly. Show her that there is no need to be afraid. Biting BCH. Above the magnificent hall. It opens autonomously like an open skylight. The dazzling electric light blasted towards the sky. OMOM electromagnetic waves that are invisible to the naked eye continue to spread. Airflow, air pressure, temperature. Change dramatically. The climate has been transformed. In a moment, the huge tornado. Sheng changed direction. In the incredible gaze of Baccarat. Rumble towards the distance. Wow! King's omnipotent stalwart image. It was imprinted in Baccarat's little heart, like a god, majestic and inviolable. Let her stare at the stars. A huge pirate ship in the shape of a beluga whale. Across the sea. The wreckage of ships was scattered all around. A broken pirate flag gradually sank. A corpse, sloppy, floating on the surface of the sea. Obviously, experienced a bloody battle. Moreover, judging from the fact that the other large pirate ship was unscathed. This should be a battle of unequal strength. Differs greatly. The half-hearted battle is really boring. Hey, the guy who wants to challenge the old man in vain, let's confess in the sea. We can't even beat us. I want to challenge the old man. I want to step on the Whitebeard pirates. It's stupid. Ha ha ha, Captain Marco was so handsome just now. Above the Moby DK. A group of pirates from the Whitebeard pirate group, celebrating there. Goo la la la, Whitebeard bold and grandiose sat there. He smiled while drinking. He didn't make a move just now, it was Marco and others who killed the enemy themselves. The chicks must also learn to fly by themselves in order to soar into the sky. He only needs to watch and make sure that his sons will be fine. Especially, when he is not yet 52 years old, he gradually feels physical discomfort. When he was young, he fought fiercely with Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, Iron Fist Garp, Golden Lion Shiki, One Piece Roger and other powerful enemies. There is also too powerful shock fruit, not without side effects. Every time you use it, it will cause a certain shock to your body. If it weren't for his monster-like physique, he couldn't survive until now. As we get older, those large and small dark wounds and defects gradually begin to show up. Although there is no major problem for the time being, it's just a faint pain. But Whitebeard gradually had a bad feeling. I also hope that Marco and others can grow up soon. As he is getting older and older, no matter how he is called a monster, after all, he is just an ordinary human with only one heart, and it is impossible to protect these sons forever. Daddy, is that? Marco stepped forward. What did I just say? Suddenly, my pupils shrank sharply. His eyes widened, a little unbelievable. Staring into the distance. A huge and pitch-black ark came at an astonishing speed. As if to step over the head of the Moby DK, there was no half of the momentum to stop. And Whitebeard, who was carrying the wine jar, couldn't help but frowned. "Father, that's a battleship of the Mercenary Guild," Marco said loudly. He had seen pictures of Ark proverbs in the newspaper. "I even recognized the lightning bolt symbolizing the Mercenary Guild above." Mercenary Guild? That what the strongest man on the surface king? Breaking into the territory of our 1.9 Whitebeard pirates, do these guys want to go to war? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group all around were a little shocked. But immediately, the righteous indignation was filled with inexplicable anger. Some dissatisfied. "Think that the other party is provoking." I couldn't help it, and began to be on alert. "Gu la la la, want to step over Lao Zi's head? Hey hey, have you clicked too much?" Holding the wine jar with one hand, he took a sip. The enraged Whitebeard squinted his eyes and stared at the huge ark flying by. "OM!" The huge right fist clenched. The green veins visible to the naked eye burst out. An incandescent halo appeared in an instant. Without hesitation, he blasted into the sky. Boom! Chapter 171. Boom! Flavor flavor! Boom rumble! Whitebeard's punch. Let the atmosphere crack open at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow! The sea was turbulent. A huge shock wave appeared. It blasted straight into the sky. The castration was unabated and hit the huge black ark that straddled from a distance. This is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard's blow. Awe-inspiring power, the power rumored to destroy the world paramecia, shock fruit. Boom! Sky. Electric light shines. The dazzling thunder light illuminates everything. Makes people unable to look directly. Shoo! A dazzling thunder pillar with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Suddenly blasted down from the sky. Do not show weakness, and come on. Thunder and lightning. Oh, that's an exaggeration. This kind of ability, you can't go wrong, it is the president of the Mercenary Guild King. The Whitebeard pirates were all taken aback. Shockingly looked at the huge and exaggerated huge thunder pillar that blasted straight from the sky. Boom! Ming hu hu wow! In an instant, the huge shock wave violently collided with the flaming thunder pillar. The sea is surging and boiling. 18. Rolled up the monstrous waves. Makes scalp numb. Ah! Everyone, be careful! King that BD! A violent hurricane, a huge wave. The Moby Dick kept shaking. The pirates on the deck were stumbling and almost standing unsteadily. Quickly grab the masts, guardrails, and other fixed objects to prevent yourself from being thrown out. Whitebeard's tall body is holding an Ajinatakong Yunchi, one of the only 12 jobs that is known as the Supreme Big Knife and the Greatest Karma. It stands there like a mountain. It's lofty and awe-inspiring. The sharp gaze watched the huge ark that continued to fly by. In other words, the electric light on the bow is dazzling, full of Haki's figure king. A whole boy, really arrogant. Striding out, Edward Newgate laughed angrily. I still want to step over Lao Zi's head, right? Woohoo! Naginata danced, blowing a hurricane. Suddenly snatched up. Under tremendous pressure. The water level of the Moby Dick had sunk quite a bit. It's shocking. OM. Incandescent halo. Emerges above the blade. It just tore the atmosphere and hacked it up. Call out. Crack. The atmosphere was split apart. A shock wave more shocking than before, accompanied by an extremely sharp slash. Boomed fiercely. Humph. All over his body shone with electric lights. King looked down at Whitebeard at the front and bottom. He stared at the slash that carried an astonishing vibrating power and slashed outright. Magnetic. His eyes suddenly drenched. Shenluo Tianzheng. Amazing unmatched repulsion. Without reservation, he jumped in and out. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the roar continued. The ears are so loud that people can't help but cover their ears. The eardrums are a bit unbearable. Time and space seem to freeze. The dazzling light makes people unable to open their eyes. Wow! The sea surged violently. The surging waves desperately rushed in all directions. The violent wind pressure almost caused the Ark and the others on the mobile to be swept out. Magnetic. In an instant, Kang the eye-catching figure swept over. The sharp thunder sword violently collided with Naginata Kong Yunkai. Gu la la la. Whitebeard sneered there. Looking directly at the figure in front of me who is far less than me, but the thunder is shining, and the figure that cannot be underestimated, I just defeated the beast Kaido, can't you wait to provoke me? No, just passing by. Eyes collide. King spoke lightly, but I didn't plan to detour because of you. I really dare to say it. Boom boom. Cracking. Wow Ming Hu. The electric light is like a dragon and a snake dancing, intertwined and shining. Two overwhelming auras collided there. Not giving way to each other. That is real or fake? The sky has been split. On the violently shaking Moby DK, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group who clung to masts and guardrails to prevent themselves from being thrown out looked at the sky. The Zeba opened up and screamed out. Insert. I saw the sky above. Hanging upside down like a black abyss. Unimaginable air currents surging and opposing there. Astonishingly like a moat, it was split apart. Kawaika. The water level of the Moby DK kept sinking, croaking, and moaning. It seems unbearable. I was even hit by the violent conqueror's haki, and I couldn't help cracking. Get out! Whitebeard's face was angry. Cut the cloud in one hand. The other hand was clenched into a fist. Condensed with a halo. Without mercy, he slammed over with a punch. There is no place for you on Lao Zi's boat. But in an instant, King directly turned into endless electric rain. A terrible shock wave came out. Castrate unabated and blast towards the sea. Boom rumble. The raging sea exploded. Endless splashes, pouring down like a torrential rain. The waves hit the sky. The shock is beyond words. Cold sweat drenched. In an instant, thunder light gathered. No need to give it away. King's tall figure appeared in the sky. The huge ark leaped across. Right now, I have no time to fight you. His voice fell and he snapped his fingers. Rumble. The whole sea boiled. Roar, roar turned into a huge water dragon after another, spreading its teeth and dancing its claws. Roaring there. They all blasted towards the Moby DK. It covered the sky, and it was all black. Desperate. What? What is this ability? 657 Marco and the others opened their eyes wide, and cold sweat came out. Yelled, oh, what a joke. Can you manipulate the sea with a snap of your fingers? This is too exaggerated, right? They didn't really realize it until this moment. Perhaps, the strongest on the surface of King was not simply blown out. It is worthy of the name. Boom. Boom. The pupil shrank. The Naginata flew up, and Whitebeard stepped forward, his face unchanged. The staggered pair of fists charged up and blasted out brazenly. It hit the atmosphere on both sides. Crack, click. Rumbling. Insert. One after another is huge, carrying terrible penetration, impacting, lifelike water dragons. One after another, they were crushed by the shock. Turned into endless splashes, pouring down continuously. On the turbulent sea, a large spray of water exploded. The Moby DK shook. The large splashes of water splashed the wine, so that the boat was soaked. Hey, I'm saved, but most of the Whitebeard pirates are relieved as if they were left behind. Fed his brows and watched the admonition that went away. Whitebeard didn't make another move. So strong. Among the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, like a tangy, wolf and fox. A tall figure who is obese and looks a little sullen and wet, but unaware. Mouth full grinning, full of enthusiasm and yearning, too powerful. What a powerful force! Chapter 172. Old. Above the huge Moby DK. Marco, Jaws, and others all came to Whitebeard. What's the matter, old man? Seeing his suddenly silent old man, he was a little puzzled. Although King's uninvited and overly aggressive attitude is really unpleasant, it didn't let the other party gain any advantage, right? It's nothing, the guy King always makes me feel a little familiar inexplicably. Shook his head. Whitebeard sat down frowning. Putting the naginata aside, no longer entangled with anything. Father, what do you think is the strength of King? A young man with a punk head asked curiously. How astonishing the scene caused and how exaggerated the scope of destruction, although it is also part of the strength. But after all, it is more based on fruit ability. Can not directly represent the real combat power. If it's just the power that just showed up, at best, he is just about the same as Kaido's usual performance. It is impossible to defeat Kaido so quickly. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and said bluntly, it seems that he didn't go all out. Marco and others heard this. The pupils shrank suddenly. Gu la la la, foolish sons, the strength of King is really not to be underestimated, but Lao Zi is a white who. Seeing his sons who were hit hard, Whitebeard saw their worries. Full of self-confidence and strength, he directly laughed boldly, Lao Zi is not too old to be able to move, and he will not lose to the mere stinky kid. Yes, Dad is the world's strongest man. Have a banquet, have a banquet. Continue to celebrate, don't let that BD disturb our mood. It doesn't matter what mercenary guild or naval headquarters, as long as there is an old man, our Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid of anyone. Ha ha ha. I do not know how long it has been. The top of the red line, the Holy Land Marie joys. Inside Pangu City. In a spacious and luxurious office. What? Whitebeard and King collided in the waters of Tanya. Ling raised his eyebrows, some of them couldn't believe it. Originally, a few days ago, I heard that King set off with great fanfare, driving the Ark Proverbs from the Eternal Island. It also made Cypher Po 1 and Marine a little bit concerned. But the weird thing was that the location where the Proverbs appeared was erratic, and coupled with the terrifying ability of King, Marine, and Cypher Paul didn't dare to watch them blatantly. It was only scattered in a few days, and the intelligence sent from the agents on several islands revealed that King had stayed there for a short time. In addition, it seems that many pirates and rogues have been caught. Yes, but there was no result in this battle. From the phone bug, a cautious and calm voice came out, it can be confirmed that King can not only make objects fly, but can even manipulate the sea. Our monitors once saw a large number of huge water dragons flying up from a distance, but they were shattered again. It's terrifying and unbelievable. Yes. His eyes narrowed. The CPO's supreme officer carried a bit of dignity on his face. In the end, King drove the Ark Proverbs and collapsed from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard did not attack again. The Cypher Paul agent on the other end of the phone worm continued to report the situation. Also, sir, our surveillance ship was suddenly struck by a terrible lightning not long ago, and 3 ships were sunk. Obviously King is warning us. Humph, then let them withdraw, don't irritate that guy. Zero directly ordered, his frightening ability, like a net of heaven and earth, is no better than Whitebeard. Click. Hang up the phone worm. Ling frowned and came to the huge scenic window. Looking at the outside world, the cloud-filled sky. That guy, what on earth do you want to do? In a blink of an eye. Another half a month passed in a hurry. The sea is calm and the waves are calm. Under the blind command of Baccarat. The huge Ark Proverbs directly crossed Whitebeard's sight and came to the calm belt adjacent to North Blue. Master King, you are really amazing. From the beginning, I hid on the ark and witnessed the fruitless collision between Whitebeard and King. Baccarat, who was deeply shocked, became kings completely. Little Mime, like a fanatical star chaser. Baccarat, you have said this sentence no less than 10 times. But Master King is amazing. Above the golden throne, King, who was lying there, couldn't help but smile faintly. The previous collisions were nothing more than individual trials. He didn't use his full strength, and Whitebeard didn't use his full strength either. But obviously, the world's strongest man is by no means only a star and a half better than Naval Headquarters' highest combat power, by Zheng Beast Kaido and others. Otherwise, they are not eligible for such a title. Even if he continued to fight, he didn't think he would lose. With the strength of Thunderfruit and his own tyrannical observation haki, he has almost understood the situation of Edward Newgate through listening. It's just in your early 50s. Has it already begun to go downhill? Touching Baccarat's little head in front of the throne, King sneered, it seems that shock fruit has a lot of influence on him. Sengoku, Garp and others are older than Whitebeard. But none of them has such a bad situation. At this time. Hey! He felt suddenly. I got up suddenly and looked straight into the distance. What's wrong, Lord King? Wang Li Zhao, you are really my lucky girl, I found it. He hugged Baccarat, who blinked big eyes and was puzzled. Bowed her head and stamped a stamp on her forehead as a reward. King smiled. Found it? Baccarat's eyes widened. Really found it? Distance here. Hundreds of nautical miles away. Wow! The sea is rough. A huge ball of light emerged from the water. Illuminated the surroundings. Bright body. It was actually a giant lanternfish. The huge ball of light, like a lantern, hung above his head. A huge beast body with a hideous appearance. It's horrifying, and the scalp is tingling. But in a blink of an eye, he plunged into the sea again, causing huge waves. He dived into the deep sea and swam far away at an astonishing speed. Chapter 173. Today. The huge ark. Come out of the sky. Below, the waves rise and fall. He has entered North Blue impressively. Master King, are you right here? Baccarat hugged the guardrail, blindly on his toes, looking down. On the bottom of the sea. The electric light flashed. King swept out of the ark. Magnetic chi was shining with electricity. Looking down at the undulating sea, his right hand suddenly lifted. Boom! Wow! The sea was violently shaken. The sea rushed to the sky as if it had poured in backwards. The huge black shadows cover the sky and make people sweat. Gradually pulled out. Roar struggled desperately there. The roar was loud. The sea was turbulent, and endless sprays fell like a downpour. The dazzling lantern swayed there. A huge and terrifying lanternfish. Make Baccarat face pale and hold her mouth. Some were eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the struggling giant lanternfish, if I remember correctly, it's not just the stomach in your body, it seems that there is also quite amazing purity in the lantern. Magnetic. King's right hand was shining with blazing electric light. The dazzling thunder light gathered into an extremely sharp lightsaber. Slashed hard. Directly cut off the 660 glowing big lantern. Let this lanternfish howl sorrowfully, dripping with blood. Struggling desperately. The scaly tail flicked. Heavy rain sputtered. It was a violent hurricane. Brush. The huge lantern is dazzling. Everything was done again by Saint Anthony. It is directly divided into two halves. A basketball-sized ball of light is dazzling and dazzling. It makes people unable to look directly at it. Illuminated the entire sea. It's so dazzling. That's pure gold. Baccarat closed his eyes subconsciously, his small face was full of shock. What kind of metal? The light is as dazzling as the sun. Swipe it. Countless black metal particles flew up. It is directly wrapped in pure gold the size of a basketball. Until it turned into a huge black sphere with a diameter of more than 2 meters, Fang suppressed the dazzling light. Even so, it still exudes brilliance. People can't believe it. On the distant sea, a passing merchant ship. All attracted by that dazzling light. It was a figure dressed up as a sailor, staring into the distance, the light gradually dimming. His eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he walked into the cabin. Take out the phone worm. Agent of Cipher Paul. On the vast sea, the corner of King's mouth stood up in the sky. Raised his right hand. There was a dazzling electric light. Rushed to the sky, disappeared. God's verdict. Moses, this is the North Blue XX waters. The person who appeared to be a sailor was actually a member of Agent Cipher Paul 1. Just about to report through the phone worm. The incomparable huge thunder pillar, just like the majesty of the sky. Outrageously bombarded down. The entire huge merchant ship fell apart in an instant. The terrible current keeps impacting and raging. Magnetic. A person whose name fell into the water, but survived by chance, screamed in fear and struggled desperately. But in a blink of an eye, whether it was the other personnel or the agent, they all lost their vitality directly by the electricity. Accompanied by countless wrecks, floating on the sea. And in the other direction, a marine warship was also ruthlessly sunk by the thunder pillar that fell from the sky in an instant. Above, all marine. Under the electric current that makes the scalp numb, as if there is life consciousness. Bibjay lost his voice. The huge black ball is no longer glaring. It was just exuding a faint light, being dragged by invisible gravity, and thrown back onto the boat. There was a heavy noise. King turned into lightning and disappeared. It rushed directly into the body of this lanternfish. Baccarat was waiting there. Curiously came to the dark ball of light and looked at it. I do not know how long it has been. When King came out, not only did he return to the ark with a ball of light covered by black metal. It is the size of an ordinary house, and a large number of books and research materials are all enclosed in a huge metal box. These are all for the scientists on this Saint Poplar. Although I have obtained such a large amount of pure gold, it should no longer be lacking. But maybe these files. For those scientists. What's useful is not necessarily. For the girl who has a lax mouth and can just say everything in her heart and can't keep it secret, Miskaina Orochie. King sent her directly on the road. After all, it's just a girl who has lived long enough, there is nothing worthy of attention. By the way, even the scientist named Miskaina. It was also directly cleaned up. He has investigated the information about Miskaina. Although the opponent is considered excellent, he is not a top genius scientist. I want to be able to extract pure gold, but it is accompanied by accident. It was just a fluke. He has been out of touch with the world for 200 years, and has hardly been exposed to scientific research in the 200 years. It's just in the belly of the lanternfish, constantly fighting for food with the dinosaurs. There is no solicitation value. Master King. Baccarat looked at King in surprise. Pure gold encased in pitch black metal. Unexpectedly, there is other pure gold in the body of the lanternfish. Time to go. King is holding a huge metal ball. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The right hand is facing the lanternfish that is wailing and struggling. Suddenly give it a grip. Roar. Boom. Terrible gravity. Furiously squeezed and compressed. Turn vigorously. Endless blood and wine fall. The huge lanternfish turned into endless pieces of flesh and blood. The wine fell on this sea. The smell of blood soon attracted the calm belt sea kings who lived not far from here. Compete there for food. Makes scalp numb. Wow, wow, wow. The huge sea. Like a bottomless uzumaki, it scrolled. All the flesh and blood, along with those sea kings who smelled the scent of blood, were rushing to the bottom of the sea. Erased all traces. Today. Soon. The huge ark. He flew directly towards the distance. Chapter 174. Today. Buzzing. 3 days later. At dusk. The huge ark. Back to the Eternal Island again. Landed on the port. Gopher back yet? Holding the little lowly Baccara and walking down the boat. Proverbs, Saint Anthony didn't bring down the pure gold. Instead, he directly asked Shiryu of Yuji. Yuji Shiryu nodded. He came back. He also brought mole. He knew that this highness could not always sit in the headquarters of the mercenary guild himself. Want the mole to come and replace him. Show up from time to time. Avoid being too mysterious because of King's missing. Suspected by Cypher Paul on Saint Anthony's body. Only a few of the core personnel under Saint Anthony's command can truly learn about Mole's abilities. That's good. Saint Anthony nodded. He doesn't doubt the ability of Cypher Paul. The noses of those world government loyal dogs are better than real dogs. Even the fellow of One Piece Roger, who may have blood in South Blue, can be directly inferred based on the so-called Roger had a fatherly smile. Then it took 3 months to directly search for clues. It even locked the island of Bait Lila. If it weren't for the woman in rouge, it's so extraordinary that she would let the fetus stay in her belly for nearly 20 months for so long, which is beyond common sense. I'm afraid I can't hide from the all-pervasive Cypher Paul. In the huge castle. Ready or not? Saint Anthony, who took Baccara to the highest hall, saw Mole and Jerry. Asked directly. My subordinates are offended, my lord. Mole nodded respectfully. He stepped forward and touched Saint Anthony's face with his right hand. In a blink of an eye, his whole person was in the dull gaze of Baccara. Changes occurred at a speed visible to the naked eye. The majestic face gives people the oncoming strong momentum, which makes people afraid to offend. I have to say that even the mole's strength is not even as good as Jerry, Chris, and others. The face of King alone was enough to deter most of the challengers. Hey? 2 King adults. I looked at Saint Anthony, who kept the look of King, then looked at the mole that suddenly turned King in front of him. Bacara's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. No, there is only one King, and the other one. Cracking. Saint Anthony regained its original appearance by shrinking from the appearance of King at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden broken hair is not so tall compared to the previous, but the same stalwart figure, which is made by scientists using shape memory alloy as a material, and the casual clothes equivalent to the semi-finished shape memory armor have also become decent. The handsome face, sharp eyes, and eyebrows are full of inviolability and domineering. Do you recognize me? Touching Bacala's open little face. Saint Anthony squatted down, looked at her and asked with a smile. You are Baccara. Tilted his head, looked at Saint Anthony again and again, and whispered, Donquixote Saint Anthony. Clever little guy, it looks like you've seen me in the newspapers. Saint Anthony chuckled softly while tapping on Bacara's pretty face. Don't tell anyone. Yes, Baccara won't tell anyone. Although I don't know why. But Baccara did not hesitate to focus on his head. With a confident face, she looked at Saint Anthony in front of her and said, Master King, people's mouths are so strict. I believe in you, my lucky girl. Saint Anthony smiled and bowed his head. Gazing at those big watery eyes like gems. Smoothed the messy brown-red hair in front of his forehead, and tapped encouragingly on Bacara's forehead. Let the little girl's pretty face become rosy, lower her head and whisper, that's the little secret between Lord King and others. Lord King, in her mind, is like a god. 4 flowers. People are big and small. Played Bacara's show forehead. Saint Anthony couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He knows very well that Baccara is not an ordinary little girl. Relatively precocious, she actually already knows a lot of things. able to keep confidential. Even, about the experience of the past few days. He also kept Baccarat secret again and absolutely forbidden to mention it to anyone. And tested her confidentiality ability in various ways. Then, the things here are up to you. Saint Anthony looked at the mole who had turned into king. If you have anything, please report to me at any time. Yes, please rest assured. 0. Even the great celestial dragon Saint Anthony has faked it. As an excellent agent, Mole's psychological quality is not comparable to that of ordinary agents. It was already calm, and he responded solemnly. Wait until the research on the form memory armor is completed. At that time, relying on scientific equipment, he can completely manipulate a considerable current. Pretending to be Lord King, I'm afraid Yuji Shiryu and others are hard to recognize. Bolu bolu. The phone worm rang. After the call was connected, there was a puzzling sound like beep beep boom boom. His Royal Highness, the Saint White Poplar has entered the comm belt from East Blue. But Saint Anthony already knows the secret words so well that they don't even need a codebook to be able to translate it. Stand by at comm belt, I'll be there later. Saint Anthony tapped likewise, responding with an internal code word. His speed is extremely fast, even with pure gold and those research materials, it will not take too long. Magnetic Shishi nodded towards Baccarat and Mole, and Saint Anthony turned into an electric rain. Of course, every once in a while, I will return to Yazeo headquarters. It didn't take long. Above the arc proverbs. A stream of light pierced the sky like a meteor. Saint Anthony carried pure gold and a large amount of ancient documents, research materials, notes, etc. enough to fill the house. It swept straight to the east. Chapter 175. Late at night. When Saint Anthony is guided by the life card. Cross the red line and enter the comm belt. Back to the time of the Saint White Poplar. On the huge island Turtle. Beautiful and luxurious water park. Brightly lit. His Royal Highness. Beforehand, the women who had the honor to be named by Saint Anthony and became a member of the core maid team had already been summoned. It's not just beautiful maids like Gerfia, Sabaody, Elizabeth, etc. Including the beautiful married woman Misako, Orpheus, the large beautiful mermaid Bashaku, Elizabeth, Imari, Walnut, Toshishima Suizi, Jichun Shizuka, Akaizuki Eri, Kitamai Luwa and other beautiful maids. Ying Ying Yunyan is dazzling, and my eyes are a little blind. All salutes there. We are all very happy about the return of 660 Saint Anthony. His Royal Highness, is this pure gold? Watching floating there. A sphere with a faint light. Haim Shima Juno blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. These days, Gerfia has been detained by Gerfia for high-intensity training to strictly prevent her from being lazy. By the way, Sabaody, Elizabeth and other women were also surprised. Looking at the black ball with a little brilliance there, it is not difficult to see that most of the real pure gold is tightly wrapped inside. It is also inevitable to be delighted and look forward to. Because, in terms of Saint Anthony's degree of favor with them, they must always accompany this highness and serve him. To be able to maintain youth forever and achieve longevity. Who doesn't desire? It's not suitable for it to show its true colors now. Touching the small head of Juno Haim Shima, Saint Anthony said with a smile. The light of pure gold is too dazzling. It's easy to get noticed. His Royal Highness. In the air. A door opened. Seigneur walked out after receiving Saint Anthony's order. Salute there. Let's go. Saint Anthony took the ancient documents and research materials collected from the lanternfish's number 3 stomach, as well as the 2 large and 1 small pieces of pure gold, to the huge secret experimental base. This is the inside of the island turtle. It is different from the lantern of the lanternfish. Can effectively cut off the light brought by pure gold. In fact, just 1 size smaller, pure gold the size of a fist. It is enough to use and distribute. After all, this kind of thing only needs a little bit to work. It can achieve the amazing effect of greatly delaying the aging of the human body. This is pure gold. In the spacious and luxurious lounge, scientists such as Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Horton have already heard the news. Looking at the precious ancient books, research documents, and handwritten notes brought by Saint Anthony, my eyes became enthusiastic. What can be compared, researching and deciphering these unsolved mysteries, and more pleasantly surprised experts and scholars with fanatical scientific spirit, can't wait. Even more, the sphere that was gravitationally pulled by Saint Anthony and floated in mid-air, exuding a faint light, was full of surprise and incredible. Kaka! Saint Anthony chuckles. Snapped his fingers. Not only those metal boxes that were wrapped in countless documents, ancient books, and handwritten notes were opened. Even the smaller black ball split directly. The dazzling light came in and out. People can't open their eyes. This is. The whole leisure hall is shining brightly. Next, it attracted everyone's attention. Sabaody, Junao Shima, Elizabeth, and other women. I couldn't help but opened my attractive mouth, which was a little shocking. Even the well-informed Gurfia couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Some wondered at the ball of light floating there like the sun, blooming with eternal light. It is hard to imagine that this is just a fist-sized peculiar metal. Unbelievable. Dr. Reynolds stepped forward. Touch the dazzling pure gold. Use a magnifying glass to observe carefully. But unfortunately, nothing abnormal was found. Well, if you want to study, you have time. Saint Anthony sat there and spoke to the scientists faintly. Before that, let me talk about the distribution of pure gold. It shocked everyone, and they couldn't help but look over. In the research team, each of you can own a pure gold ring. Saint Anthony is very generous. For pure gold that can greatly reduce the loss of vitality of the human body and prolong its life. He didn't think about it in the first place. In this regard, as Saint Anthony's confidant and shield, Gurfia, who was standing next to Saint Anthony, was not surprised. After all, the future goal of this highness is not just this sea. Pressing on Himjima Juno's small head, smiling eyes swept across her cheeks, looking forward to the beautiful maids such as Sabaody, Elizabeth, Hachisha, Misako, etc., Saint Anthony said with a chuckle. Moreover, I have to trouble your scientific research team to tailor a beautiful ring for every beautiful girl present. After all, some of them are not young anymore, while their youth is still there, they can't be delayed any longer. People like Gurfia, Misako, and Fishtail can already transform into 8-foot-shaped legs, but they are at least in their early 30s. Although he once asked Dr. Kulha for a recipe, he did not hesitate to collect a large number of rare treasures and precious medicinal materials to brew medicinal wine that can make people live longer, nourish yin and nourish the skin. But that after all is not as good as the effect of pure gold. Moreover, although the medicinal liquor brewed at the beginning is not too small, it is not as high as 1.9 to be distributed by so many people. That is to say, a few true henchmen such as Gurfia and Sabaody are qualified to taste it. Thank you, Your Highness. Long live Your Highness. Although already mentally prepared. But when Saint Anthony spoke to confirm, these beautiful maids couldn't help being surprised. Yes, no problem. Scientists such as Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Denton couldn't help but smile. It's so easy to get longevity, who would refuse it stupidly? Sure enough, they had chosen to follow this highness at the beginning, and they were right to bet. If it is replaced by the world government, it is impossible to be so generous. Allocating pure gold to these scientists will only blindly squeeze their wisdom results. Chapter 176. See Circle Calendar. 1500, March 25. Early morning. The sky is clear and the white clouds are long. Saint Anthony was about to go to practice, passing by exercise field 1. His maid Chief Gurfia has already taken Himjima Juna and Rob Lu Chi training there. Under the shade of the trees not far away, several beautiful maids are pushing strollers. Talking there, walking around talking and laughing. I took it only a few months old, babbling and screaming, and Ace, who has been able to run and walk with Ace, who was born just a few days ago, but has been genetically modified, Sabo, who doesn't cry or makes trouble, and Misako who just turned 1 year old. His daughter loves 18 liss. Seeing Saint Anthony, he knelt down and saluted. As for Sabo's mother, in the future, she only knew to obey Saint Anthony's orders and was obliterated with compassion, fear, and other emotions of the killing weapon. After Sabo was born, she was sent back to the kingdom of East Blue Goa. Saint Anthony has no interest in that woman at all. His Royal Highness. Saint Anthony nodded. Uncle. 1-year-old Alice. He stumbled over and hugged Saint Anthony's thigh. There was an innocent smile on his little face, showing only a few small teeth, and screaming slurred. In order to please Saint Anthony, Misako patiently uses Saint Anthony's photos every day to teach her daughter Alice to call people. Alice now sees Saint Anthony, as if she is happy to see her father. Really good. He picked up Alice, who was not afraid of life. Without realizing that he had just snatched the natural drink that should have belonged to others, Saint Anthony smiled and teased this little girl. I took a look at it, only a few months old, and was already walking around there. A faint pockmark on his face, chubby Ace. He glanced at Sabo next to him in the stroller, who was just born, not crying or making trouble, and sleeping peacefully. He asked casually, "This kid, is he still good?" "Ace is very active, but still better." The headmaid responded hurriedly, "It's Sabo, who doesn't cry or make trouble since she was born, which makes people worry. It's good not to cry or make trouble. It's too noisy for children to cry and cry." Saint Anthony put Alice down. He doesn't like crying and noisy children, although that is a stage that normal children will go through. You don't need to be polite. Chao Shi dropped down Haim Shi Majuna and Rob, who were still practicing. Lu Chi and the two people, Gu Sophia who came to salute, nodded, so that she didn't need to be polite. Touched Ace's head, then squeezed Sabo's cheek lightly. He smiled faintly, "I can expect them to grow up soon. I hope they will become the sharpest spear and shield in your hand, Your Highness." "Look at Ace and Sabo," Gurfia said softly. What happened to Sabo, the son of a nobleman in the East Blue Goa kingdom who was transformed, she doesn't know. But the little guy named Andre Ace by Saint Anthony. But people who have inherited the blood of the devil. From birth, he has been burdened with unforgivable sins. Destined not to be ordinary. Hope. Saint Anthony said to Gurfia, "You continue to teach Junai and Lu Chi to practice, don't worry about me." He has high expectations for Juno Haim Jima and Lucky. Otherwise, Gurfia would not be allowed to teach herself. "By the way, Your Highness." Sadalisa followed and reported, "There are 2 unknown devil fruits from the country of flowers. I read the devil fruit illustration book and confirmed that there is no record on it. However, our own staff recently found a good devil fruit, Paramecia .660 plasma fruit." Elizabeth next to him chuckled and said, "It is somewhat similar to your ability. According to the records in the illustrated book, you can become a plasma man after eating it. You can manipulate the electric ions and release a powerful electric current." Saint Anthony raised his eyebrows, "Oh! Plasma fruit? The record on the illustration book, I have the impression." The police glanced at Haim Shi Majuna who was training in sweat, and couldn't help but smile, "That fruit is really good, let it be Juno's second ability." He was worried, what kind of abilities should be prepared for that girl Junai? That Paramecia plasma fruit is really good. Chapter 177. Saint Anthony does things vigorously and vigorously. On the spot, people brought the Paramecia plasma fruit. For the extremely high potential of Haim Shi Majuno, he has always been generous in training. "Give it to me." Juno Hime-shima, who was called, was surprised. But it is more of joy. She also felt that Her Highness's thunder and lightning ability was very handsome. I believe that Saint Anthony can't let her eat ordinary fruits. Without hesitation, he handed the Elizabeth up. It was blue, full of spiral patterns, and took a bite of the strange fruit that looked like a grapefruit. It's still so unpalatable. Haim Jimishine had a bitter face. His complexion was blue and purple. Decisively throw away the remaining fruits. After all, devil fruit only needs to take the first bite. No need to eat all of it. If you get cheap and sell well, you are lucky. If it were not for your head, your highness would not easily bestow such abilities to others. On the bright and clean forehead of Jishima Juno, he knocked a note, tall and cold. The gorgeous Gurfia grinned and cursed. Like a koala, hung on Saint Anthony's body. With a chirp, Saint Anthony's cheek was stamped, drooling. Junai's small face was filled with joy, and she squinted her crescent eyes. That's natural. Your Royal Highness treats Junai best. Magnetic. I saw it for a long time. Acquired paramecia. Haim Shima Juno of plasma fruit ability. Braving the dazzling lightning all over. If it weren't for Saint Anthony itself, it would be a thunder and lightning. I am not afraid of thunder and lightning at all, I am afraid that this girl will be thrown out the first time. Try new abilities. Pull Haim Shima Juno off his body. Touching her little head, Saint Anthony smiled. Lake Wang. Junai lit her little head. Subconsciously, he waved his small hand. A dazzling lightning bolt was extremely dazzling and out of reach. Boom fiercely banged on the big tree 10 meters away. The big tree was so black that it broke and fell down. There was even a big fire at the fracture. It's shocking. It looks like the effect is pretty good. Saint Anthony said with a smile. The offensive power of the plasma fruit of Junau Haim Jima has far exceeded the electrostatic ability of the Fur clan, and even the level of electricity that can be released by scientific combat equipment. It is indeed quite amazing. If it is further developed in the future, the ability of this fruit is obviously not limited to this. Yes, Your Highness. Gurfia was also happy for this girl. Paramecia plasma fruit, as long as it is developed, it is by no means weaker than those powerful paramecia. Not to mention, Haim Jima Juna, who is born with an alien shape and can hold 2 devil fruits, is himself an illusion beast species bat fruit. Vampire-capable person. The combination of the two is enough to shock people. Gurfia, go and cook the guests who are coming. Saint Anthony suddenly felt the corners of his mouth raised, and he ordered Gurfia, try to catch it alive. Yes. Gurfia bends down. In an instant, it turned into air and disappeared. His Royal Highness, what kind of guy is it? Junau Haim Shima asked in surprise. Saint Anthony actually wanted Gurfia to be captured alive. Obviously, it is not a simple commodity. 9 snake pirates. Saint Anthony patted her on the head. Children don't care about adults, and practice by themselves. Don't think that you can be lazy without Gurfia. They are not kids, the 9 snakes and pirates. Pouting her mouth, Haim Jima Juno, who thought of something, looked at her Royal Highness with a weird look. Your Royal Highness is about to mess up again, don't think that people can't guess it. She hummed. The 9 snakes and pirates. Of course she knew. It was a pirate group made up of all women. The reputation is bad and very cruel. As long as the ships looted by them, no matter it was a pirate ship or a merchant ship, or even marine's warship, there were no males left. Daughter Island Amazon Lily. It is a country formed by the famous female fighting clan 9 Snakes. As the name suggests, this is an island where only women live. They were born as warriors and they carried all the household and labor on one shoulder, and even gave birth to girls after pregnancy. 9 Snake Island is located in the calm belt next to the Grand Line. There are huge sea kings in the calm belt, so ordinary ships cannot enter the waters near Daughter Island. It can be said to be a natural barrier. Even Marine has no choice but to take out the pirates of the 9 snakes that are not in the calm belt. The captain of the 9 snake pirates, which is also the Empress Wendy Emma of 9 Snake Island. Rumor has it that she is a very cruel woman. Was offered a reward of 235 million Baileys. People are big and small. It's about miles away from the huge Saint Poplar. A red pirate ship, towed by 2 huge snakes, moved slowly there. Huge island turtle. It's too exaggerated. It's really big. It's almost as good as our 9 Snake Island. A soldier of the 9 snakes and pirates squeezed on both sides of the ship's side. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, full of surprise, looking at the huge island tortoise in the distance that was exaggerated and opposite to the direction they were moving forward. It was incredible and unbelievable. Hydra Island is located deep in the calm belt, and even newsbirds are reluctant to fly over. Therefore, information is blocked all year round and isolated from the outside world. I looked at the old newspapers collected during the expedition a few days ago. Star. Sir Emma, it is rumored that it is the nobleman of the world, Saint Anthony's Saint White Poplar. It is better for us to avoid it. Point to the report on the Saint Poplar above. The beautiful woman with a golden ponytail headed for the head respectfully, and the tall figure who was embraced by the stars said loudly, "It seems that Saint Anthony is not a simple character. He once fought with monsters in New World." Wendy Emma. Not such a beautiful woman. On the contrary, it is very robust. The well-defined muscles make men ashamed. The broad face, the ordinary facial features, tied with 2 long braids. With a height of more than 3 meters, a large black snake is wrapped around an arm that is as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. 9 Snake Island is beautiful in strength. Therefore, as the strongest of the island of 9 snakes, Amazon Lily Emperor Wendy Emma. She is the most beautiful woman on 9 Snake Island. Are the legendary nobles of the world? Really hemp? Frowning, Wendy Emma directly ordered, "Then avoid it." The 9 snakes and pirates who have been out at sea all year round. King of. But it is different from the people on Hydra Island who even men are. On this sea. Everyone knows what will happen to celestial dragons if offended. Admiral of Naval Headquarters must be maintained with all efforts. The Hydra pirates once fought against the fleet led by Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But it almost lost a lot. The lesson was profound, and the 9 snakes and pirates also learned how powerful Marine is. Therefore, although Wendy Emma has confidence in her own strength, but he will not be stupid enough to fight against the behemoth world government. Evasion? Can't that work? A beautiful figure abruptly condensed. He smiled and said, "Our Highness invites you all to be a guest." What? Who? The crew on and off the 9 snakes and pirates couldn't help but shrink their eyes. His complexion changed drastically. Shoo! A bunch of arrows carrying haki. In an instant, a direct burst of fire came. Fast as lightning. Chapter 178. Brush. It was almost the moment when the arrow burst. It disappeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Gurfia was already in front of the 9 Snake Emperor Wendy Emma, whose pupils shrank sharply. It's too fast for people to react. Vacuum kick. Slender legs, carrying high-quality haki, kicked out violently like lightning. Boom! As if there was no resistance at all, a fierce vacuum kick. It hit Wendy Emma, who couldn't be stopped at all, unbelievably. Wow made his face twisted and he vomited blood. It directly broke the gun barrel and guardrail and flew out. The strength of the two is not at the same level. Call out. Electric light flint room. Master Emma, the stunned members of the 9 snakes and pirates will not have time to react in the future. A bunch of fierce air cannons. He mercilessly blasted Wendy Emma's body. It penetrated her body directly. A. blood dripping. The bloody figure screamed. Wendy Emma has a twisted face and vomits blood. I don't know how many bones were broken, the internal organs were destroyed under the terrible impact, and the blood was mixed with organ fragments. Hwalala blasted into the still sea like a cannonball. The terrible air cannon, castrated unabated. It blasted directly on the sea behind, exploded a large area of spray, and 660 fell like a torrential rain. It's shocking and inexplicable. I can't help myself. Gurfia said coldly, looking disdainful. Although the Highness said he wanted to capture it alive. But Wendy Emma, who looks ugly, is obviously not among them. Master Emma. A hole. Kill you. All the eyes of the 9 snakes and pirates were red. Furious, shoot a bow and shoot an arrow. Others jumped up, stabbed with a spear, and even slashed over with a knife. He attacked Gurfia desperately. During the attack, they all carried the not weak armament haki. Boom rumble. Smoke and dust filled. The ships of the 9 snakes and pirates were destroyed in a mess. But the attacks of the female soldiers did not work. Just keep quiet for me. Long silver hair flying. The cold and moving Gurfia. The pupils condensed fiercely. Vaguely. Electric light shines. Unparalleled fluctuations radiate. Plop, plop. The maiden warrior froze on the spot. The next moment, it went down one after another. Bibj. What? This? I almost lost consciousness. Damn it, Conqueror's haki is one of the legendary millions of people. The few cotters of the 9 snakes and pirates, who have experienced many battles and are not weak in strength, tried to maintain their consciousness and looked at Gurfia in amazement. Unexpectedly, the other party has the rare Conqueror's haki, who has the qualifications of a king. Some panic, but also full of anger and unwillingness. Without hesitation, he rushed up like a fatal man. Go, everyone, avenge Emma-sama. I'm not interested in playing with you slowly. Gurfia couldn't help but lashed out, carrying Haki's arrow. Looking at these angry and inexplicable cotters of the 9 snakes and pirates, his right hand slammed unceremoniously. The materialized air turned into a rope, as if there was self-consciousness. Winding out like lightning. One after another, directly trapped the cotters of the 9 snakes and pirates. What is this ability? Damn it, can't breathe. Draw away the air directly, let them breathe. It didn't take long. One after another, he lost the power to resist. Fell down. Facing monster-level combat power. Even though it is rumored to be composed of all female members, the fierce 9 snakes and pirates are extremely fierce. It's also unbearable. At this time. Roar. The huge sea kings rushed when he smelled blood. Compete there for food. Wendy Emma, the captain of the 9 snakes pirates who was hit hard and lost the power to resist. Just swallowed by those sea kings. The blood dyed the sea red. It's horrifying. When Gurfia used the ability of air fruit. When manipulating the ships of the 9 snakes and pirates group and rendezvous with the Saint Poplar. Saint Anthony, located at Exercise Field 1, just received a call from 5 elders. The other party is talking. Want to second Gurfia? With Satalisa holding the phone bug, Saint Anthony raised his eyebrows while watching Juno Heimjima and Rob Lucci train. Not to second her, but to hope that she can become 7 warlords of the sea with another identity. 5 elders corrected there. The appearance of the mercenary guild has greatly affected the situation of the world, and that king is even more ambitious. The phone worm imitated the outline of the long white-beard 5 elders, full of serious solemn voice. The world government must strengthen the power of the 7 warlords of the sea sequence and make 7 warlords of the sea a government banner. In addition to marine, another can the 4th force against the pirates and mercenary guilds can effectively maintain the balance of the sea and deter those who are ready to move. The strongest man on the surface king turned out, the rise of the mercenary guild. Indeed, 5 elders was a little unexpected, and had to find ways to strengthen the power of the 7 warlords of the sea sequence, but did not want it to be out of the control of the world government. In particular, the solicitation of West Blue hero Moonlight Maria and Hawkeye My Hawk have successively failed. Even Hawkeye My Hawk, a young swordsman with extremely high potential, turned around and joined the mercenary guild, which really annoyed 5 elders. Therefore, think twice. The target turned to the shield Gurfia beside Saint Anthony. After all, Saint Anthony is also a member of the Tianlong people. If the world government really has a convening order, I believe Gurfia will not refuse to contribute. Mainly, with the strength of Saint Anthony. Just don't provoke Whitebeard or that king. Few people in this sea can threaten him. No shield is needed at all. The silver-haired annihilation queen. Logia the capable person of air fruit. It is really a great waste to put such combat power by his side. Want to transfer him to CP0 again, they naturally know that Saint Anthony will definitely not agree. Simply, it is better to transfer into the Shishibukai sequence. On weekdays, Gurfia can still stay with Saint Anthony as the shield of Saint Anthony. What they need is a new pirate, they need monster-level power, and when necessary, they can also mobilize the opponent to listen to orders. To increase the deterrence of the 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea. The police took a look and just walked back. The beautiful Gurfia. Saint Anthony raised his horns. 5 sirs, just so, I thought of an interesting proposal. What proposal? 5 elders frowned. Gurfia doesn't have to be. Amazon Lily's new queen, Medusa, does have one. Can you accept it? I'm in the comm belt. Chapter 179. The new Queen Medusa. Gurfia, who had just walked over, was surprised to report. Looking puzzled at Saint Anthony, who had just finished the call with 5 elders. Magnetic bite. Saint Anthony raised his right hand. Eye-catching electric light. Can't help shining. In an instant. Boom. A beam of terrifying thunder pillars. Outrageously from the sky above the 9-snake pirate ship, ruthlessly bombarded down. Together with the 2 large sea snakes that were highly poisonous, they were all scorched by electricity in an instant, and they lost their breath of life. The 9 snakes and pirates are completely annihilated. His Royal Highness, what are you? Gurfia's pupil shrank. Originally, she thought that Saint Anthony planned to select a few beautiful female fighters from the pirates of the 9 snakes. Unexpectedly, he was so decisive and directly obliterated the entire 9 snakes and pirates. Gurfia, give you a new mission. Saint Anthony stroked Gurfia's beautiful face and said with a smile, take advantage of the dragons on the island of 9 snakes and sneak into it without a head. Emperor. Call from 5 elders. It made him on a whim and changed his original idea of violent Yaji 9 Snake Island. Among those female fighters, there are indeed quite good ones. However, compared to the entire 9 Snake Island, it becomes dispensable. These female fighters who grew up on Hydra Island, Saint Anthony will not doubt the loyalty of Hydra. It is better to keep those news confidential. Become the female emperor of 9 snakes. Gurfia was stunned. But she has always regarded herself as Saint Anthony's spear and shield, and would not refuse any orders from Her Highness. Still nodded without hesitation, yes, Your Highness. From today, you will be Medusa. Flicking that silver-white hair, Saint Anthony said, the hair color, it would look better to change to a dark blue. As for how to use it, mix into the island of 9 Snake. And was recognized by the upper and lower 9 Snake Island and became the emperor of the daughter country. This is what Gurfia himself should consider. Don't need him to worry about it. In fact, the 9 snakes do not produce anything. In addition to the normal hunting and fishing, it is entirely dependent on the emperor of the 9 snakes and pirates, who is also the captain of the 9 snakes and pirates, who leads the 9 snakes and pirates to looting and obtain the corresponding living resources. Over time, the 9 snakes and pirates, which has not been heard for a long time, will probably be considered that something has happened. It is bound to cause panic up and down on the island of 9 Snake. More eagerly hope that there can be a truly powerful emperor who can lead them to continue to survive. As long as Gurfia can be recognized by the residents of Hydra Island, there should be no problem in becoming the Emperor of Hydra Island if there is no other better choice. As for the 9 snakes and pirates, the Grand Line environment is harsh, the climate is changing, and the danger is abnormal. As long as it is not strong enough to resist nature, it suddenly encountered a huge storm, a giant vortex and other strange weather, and it was buried directly on the bottom of the sea. Not surprising. Yes. Gurfia nodded gently. Remember that 9 Snake Island is outside, there are also 2 fish that slip through the net, don't worry. Saint Anthony sneered, next, I will let Ion take care of it. In order to firmly control the Amazon Lily, it is necessary to get rid of the last Emperor Jialan, Lily, who has been living incognito in the 9 snakes in Sabaody archipelago over the years. As for the lover of Pluton Rayleigh, Shucky's name seems to have an unclear relationship with 9 Snake. There is no need to keep these guys. On 9 Snake Island, the future Empress, Boya Hancock. Now he is only 8 or 9 years old, and his potential is still very good. If you start to cultivate well since childhood, maybe you will be another trump card in the future. Looking at Gurfia walking towards the castle, Saint Anthony thought of something and said to Sabaody, bring the beautiful flower python that was domesticated in the zoo. Yes, Your Highness. Sabaody nodded. Gurfia moved quickly. Less than half an hour. A beautiful and noble strange figure appeared in front of Saint Anthony. Unlike the previous one. 4 flowers. Some long blue hair dropped to the space of the GA, delicate to the indispensable facial features, dotted on the white and cold face, slightly different from the original Gurfia. If it is not very familiar, it is hard to tell that it is the same person. Although it is not possible to completely change the height and appearance like Saint Anthony did. But Gurfia, whose life was returned by the Master, was still able to adjust slightly and change his appearance slightly. At this time, Sabaody also came over. Beside him, there was a large flower python that was constantly voicing snake letters and was full of beautiful black and white patterns. 9 snake fighting people are naturally close to snakes, Saint Anthony said with a light smile, with it following you, I believe it is easier to get the favor of the women of 9 Snake Island. * 0. This big flower python has been tamed. Very humane, excellent water quality. No less than the one next to Hancock, the future Empress Boa. Still very suitable for Medusa. His Royal Highness, you are really well prepared. Gurfia said helplessly while teasing the big flower python that had already been tamed by himself, like a good-looking baby. If he really becomes the Emperor of 9 Snake Island. Amazon Lily, a daughter country, is now waiting for Saint Anthony's back garden. I didn't intend to make you so hard. Sitting directly on the huge snake body directly twisted up to form the seat of the big flower python. A gold dangling coin, flipped smartly without staying between the 5 fingers, Saint Anthony said with a faint smile, but the old guys at 5 elders always think about you, the silver-haired queen of annihilation. The world government can't recruit powerful pirates by itself, so it will find ways to transfer you from me to the Shishibukai sequence. Simply, I will take advantage of the trend to make you the female emperor of 9 Snake Island. At the beginning, he transferred Gurfia from CP0 back to his side. As for Cypher Paul, I was a little bit reluctant to let go. After all, it is too difficult to train such an ace agent. Can meet but not ask for it. Isn't it interesting? Chapter 180. Giant Island Turtle. Slowly moved forward and left Com Belt. Enter the Grand Line. On 9 Snake Island, there was no sound. There is a beautiful woman named Medusa. DFL. Poisonous insects and beasts are everywhere in the dark jungle. Swipe Gurfia's cold and moving figure appeared here. But the clothes are stained with bloodline. He was bloody and pale. Appears to be seriously injured. Nine Snake Island sometimes selects some women who voluntarily give birth to children. With the departure of the 9 snake pirates, some of these women who went to sea will come back pregnant, and the daughter must be born. But these women are very secretive about the process and are reluctant to talk about it. What happened during this period, you can guess 60-60 without even thinking about it. I'm afraid the process will be a bit bloody and cruel. As for the other citizens, apart from the fighters of the 9 snakes and pirates, as well as the women who are responsible for reproducing offspring and continuing their ethnic heritage, even a few fighters who protect the country may not have gone to sea. 9 Snake Island, Your Royal Highness is really a headache I arranged for me. Gurfia was a little weak, and he squatted to investigate in this forest. Recalling the information Saint Anthony told her in his mind. There has always been a rule on this island that if a man is found, he will be executed immediately. But these women don't even know what men look like. It's just that I often heard about it from the elders and the 9 snake pirate ship soldiers who have gone to sea. Men are sinister, cunning, and cruel. The faces are as scary as evil spirits, and they can never believe their lies. But Saint Anthony remembered that the female fighters of the Hydra would not be too hostile to foreign women. Therefore, Gurfia will be arranged to enter the island of 9 Snake. Roar! The roar of the beast was ear-splitting. A fierce giant bear rushed out of the dense trees without warning. The ferocious sharp teeth and huge bear paws roared endlessly. Bite to Gurfia! Pointing to the gun. Gurfia's eyes were cold, and her fingers shot out suddenly. It was like piercing the tofu, and it was easily submerged in the head of this giant bear. Roar! Boom! The howling giant bear fell heavily and struggled. He lost his breath of life soon. The fingers that were retracted brought out a bloody flower, mixed with brains, and a little nauseous. Gurfia looked directly at the front, and heard the movement of the tall figure that was quickly running over. What? A beautiful woman with a long ponytail came over. You are not from the village. Holding a snake-like long bow, she looked a little surprised at the fallen leopard, and Gurfia, who was dressed in weird clothes but was obviously not slightly injured, noticed the finger on the other party. Blood. He didn't doubt too much, but was surprised at the strength of the opponent. The beasts in this forest can't be killed simply, and of course no problem for experienced fighters. The other party's dressing made her very strange, and the glamorous glamour was no less than the female Emperor Wendy Emma, and even more than 3 points, which made her feel heartbroken. Moreover, it seems that the beast can be killed by just using your fingers, which is not easy. This island has a natural barrier across the calm belt. Ordinary ships can't get close at all, otherwise they will be attacked by the countless giant sea kings in the calm belt. In her impression, only the pirate ship on 9 Snake Island, which is pulled by 2 venomous large snakes, can freely enter and exit the calm belt. I do come from the outside world, not on your island. The pale Gurfia, with purple horns bleeding, looked at each other. Very weak, she whispered softly, cough cough, because of some injuries, I need to rest in this forest for a few days. It won't cause trouble or threat to you, please don't worry. Calmly looked at the beautiful female 9 snake warrior, who was not weak in strength based on her observation Haki's judgment. It is the type that His Highness likes. As the protector of the 9 Snake Island, Mayami, who claims to be well informed, was a little surprised. Sure enough, is it someone outside? Her heroic eyebrows wrinkled slightly, Mayami looked at Gurfia. Although with a little caution, he still subconsciously asked, what is your name, is your injury okay? The other party seems to be hurt very much. Medusa, my injury, it's okay. Before the words fell, Gurfia's head was dazzled. The whole person fell powerlessly. Mayami frowned. Just about to step forward. Hiss! A black shadow leaped over. Let Mayumi reflex like a nerve, violently withdraw, and draw arrows and bow for the first time. Ready to shoot arrows. Hey! Then, there was a pause. I saw the giant flower python appearing in front of me. Sniffing letters. As if protecting the master. He opened his mouth in the blood basin towards her, adjoining the sharp fangs, not letting her approach. Full of alert and vigilance. There is Ariaki Akizuki who has the ability to be the fruit of paramecia whispering. This snake has long been tamed, and under its guidance, is extremely human. Know how to cooperate with Gurfia acting. Is she your master? Mayumi was surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party also raised such a big flower python, and the appearance of the loyal guardian is surprising. She is seriously injured, I am about to save her, check her injury at 1.9. Putting down the bow and arrow, looking at the big flower python that was in front of him, Mayumi said in a deep voice, if you understand me, you can leave it if you don't want your master to have an accident. The snake's body shrank. The flower python swallowed the snake letter and nodded extremely humanely. Stepped aside. The wound is poisonous. Looked at the left shoulder of Medusa that seemed to be penetrated by some sharp weapon. I found that there is not only blood and blood. Even black and purple. The pupils shrank sharply. You must take her back for treatment soon. Without hesitation, Mayumi hurriedly picked up the injured Medusa and ran to the distant town. The huge flower python also followed straight up.